Hello everyone, I have a good news. I found a girl, but there just one small problem. She only comes to my house at 3 am, when I say her name 3 times in the mirror Bloody Mary. So yeah, any relationship advice, give 3 me some relationships advices. And like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. Kill this traitor's son. If it weren't for him, our parents wouldn't have died. That's right. It's all because of his father, it's just hard to die. Bang! A stone cut a parabola in the air and hit a black-haired boy directly on the forehead, and scarlet blood flowed directly from his forehead. Blood slipped from his forehead down the bridge of his nose to the corner of the boy's mouth, looking very terrible. The boy stretched out his tongue and actually licked the blood on his lips, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Seeing the boy smile, the leading child next to him was even more angry, and the stones in his hand were directly thrown towards the boy. But weird things happen, those stones. It actually stopped in mid-air. I'm no longer the one you slaughter, unfortunately, you've met a brand new me. The boy raised his head and looked at the children, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more cruel. I don't know why, this smile is so terrible, which makes these children want to turn around and run away. But when they wanted to escape, they found that their bodies couldn't move. Uchiha Mori! You! What are you doing? Looking at the black-haired boy who walked over step by step, the child who had just led shouted with some horror. Do what? Naturally, to help you to reunite with your parents? My cheap father killed your parents, and now I will kill you again, just in time to reunite your family. Boy! No, the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth hooked a smile, and he gently raised his right hand. A strange force appeared directly in Uchiha Sen's right hand, and I saw him squeeze it gently, and these children all had a feeling of suffocation. They seemed to be pinched by a pair of hands at the same time, and the strong feeling of suffocation made their faces red. Unable to breathe for a long time, the children began to run around with their hands and feet, struggling desperately as if they were drowning, trying to be rescued. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face was unfazed, and the right hand he held squeezed hard again, only listening to the sound of bones shattering, and these children lost their lives at the same time. Uchiha Sen glanced at the corpse on the ground, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I saw that he lightly tapped twice in the void, and a black hole directly engulfed Uchiha Sen. When Uchiha Sen reappeared, he had returned to his garbage-like home, and an unspeakable stench swept through the room. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't care so much, because the moment he appeared, he was already on his knees. Wow! I saw that Uchiha Sen directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his breathing became more and more rapid. A little scarlet blood slipped from the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth, and Uchiha Sen tried his best to adjust his breathing. When his breathing gradually stabilized, Uchiha Sen also lay directly on the floor as if he had lost his strength. Sure enough! The power of the phoenix cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise it is unknown how to die. Uchiha Sen covered his chest, the feeling of imminent death just now was still vividly remembered, it was really terrifying. The host is super long, master the role of part of the power of the phoenix, the power of the phoenix is developed to 5%, please continue to work hard. The system's prompt tone suddenly appeared, and hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth. In fact, Uchiha Sen is not such a world, he comes from a planet called Earth, where the world he is in is just a manga. But by chance, an accident brought Uchiha Sen to this world and also had a mutant system. This mutant system is not an ordinary mutant system, but a system that can draw Omega mutant templates. There is a lottery every month, and each time Uchiha Sen has the opportunity to draw the template of an Omega-level mutant. Of course, this is not certain, this chance is very low. But I don't know why, Uchiha Sen went luck, and in the first 2 days, he drew the template of the power of the Black Phoenix. The template drawn here is not all the power of the Phoenix, but needs to be unlocked by Uchiha Sen himself, and the more unlocked, the greater the power of the Phoenix. Uchiha Sen let out a soft breath, and crossing into this world was something he didn't expect at all. But the life of this body also made Uchiha Sen a little difficult to adapt. His father is an ordinary ninja, but his mother is from the Uchiha clan, his mother died in a war, and his father is a rebel. That's right, the specific reason for defection was to steal village secrets and kill several people in the dark department. However, just 2 years ago, after a long defection, he was finally killed by the people in the village and died in a foreign country. Feeling the unspeakable emotion in his heart, Uchiha Sen knew that this was the last wish given to him by the previous Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen also agreed to it. Investigate the cause of Uchiha Mori's father's death. System, open my profile. Uchiha let out a soft breath. Name, Uchiha Mori. Affiliation, Konoha Village. Bloodline, Uchiha bloodline, unknown bloodline. Ninja level, unknown. Own template, Dark Phoenix power. Dark Phoenix power, SS level Omega template, currently unlocked by 5%, among the best mutants, only a few Omega level mutants are stronger than him. At its strongest, it can manipulate time, distort space, destroy the sky and the earth, and be omnipotent. Current possession capabilities, short distance space movement, primary motivation, primary self-healing. Looking at the information in the system, the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Touching self-healing is a new ability that should unlock up to 5% of those that appear, which is a surprise. The influence of forcibly using the power of the Phoenix just now is being slowly treated by this primary self-healing, and Uchiha Sen can clearly feel this very unique power. In a few days, it will be time for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. It seems that I will prepare early. Chapter 2. Naruto-sama, we found the bodies of 7 children in an alley. In Konoha's office, a dark department is reporting to Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hinata. Are the bodies of 7 children in the same place? Hearing this news, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but frown. This matter is not trivial. That's right, what's even more terrifying is that all of them died in the same way, they were all crushed by someone's throat. But weirdly, we didn't find pinching marks on their necks. The details mentioned by the dark part made the Ape Flying Sun sink like water, and this matter seemed a little strange. Crushing the throat, the same technique, and there are no pinching marks, this is a bit too much. You go and investigate the identities of these children, who they have feuded with, and who they had contact with during the day yesterday. Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette. Although this matter was important, there were more important things to do at the moment. The dark part led the way and disappeared directly into the Hokage's office, leaving only Ape Flying Sun to kill a person. Not long after, another dark part also appeared in the Hokage's office. Naruto-sama, Danzo-sama said that he is ready, and he is waiting for you to pass. Dark whispered. Ape Feiru narrowed his eyes. He knew what happened in an instant, only to see him nodded, then stood up and followed the dark part out of the office. In a dark room, Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, and Koharu and Mizuto Manita were sitting at a table, looking at Uchiha Itake, who was half kneeling in front of him. Itake, have you figured it out? Sarutobi asked. Naruto-sama, I think I understand that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan is inevitable, and I can only do this for the sake of the peace of the village. Uchiha lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face at the moment, and his tone was a little low. Since you have already decided, then we will not say much more. After you join that organization, don't rush to pass the information back, and when the time is ripe, you can pass the detailed information back. Ape Feiru nodded, although there was some reluctance in his tone, but there was no fluctuation in his expression. I hope Naruto-sama will keep the agreement between us and help me take care of my younger brother. Suzuki Uchiha. When he said this, Uchiha raised his head, and at this moment his eyes had turned into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Looking at the pattern in Uchiha's eyes, Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. I don't know if this sentence is a reminder or a warning, but this is no longer the time to say this. Don't worry, Suzuki Uchiha will live safely in Konoha Village. Shimura Danzo spoke. Because he knew that this sentence was said to him by Uchiha Itake, looking at the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes in Uchiha Itake's eyes, Shimura Danzo was a little coveted. In the future, maybe he will kill you according to your wishes, and then become the hero of the village. Ape Flying Sun said lightly. I hope so. If the adults don't have other requirements, I'll leave first, and I'm going to meet with the people of that organization. After speaking, Uchiha saluted the 4 people again, and then the figure disappeared directly. Humph! Dare to threaten us? Bang! I saw Shimura Danzo slap the table hard, and the fragile wooden table broke in response to the sound and fell directly to the ground. Ape Fei glanced at him lightly, and gently spit out a smoke ring. Tuan Zhang, let all your roots go out tonight to ensure the safety of the rest of the village. I can't trust the people of that organization. If they dare to attack the village, we will also solve them. Ape Flying Sun said in a low voice. I see. Shimura Danzo nodded. I will arrange for the Dark Ministry to set up an enchantment for the entire Uchiha clan to prevent others from breaking in by mistake. As for Sasuke Uchiha. Speaking of this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper paused slightly. I won't allow any of you to do anything to him, and if it arouses Uchiha's rebellious mind, you should know how terrifying those eyes really are. Ape Fei looked at the 3 people present, his eyes like a knife. This sentence was obviously addressed to Shimura Danzo, because among these people, only Shimura Danzo had military power in his hands. And for the pair of kaleidoscope chakra eyes, the characters of their generation still know, although they have not seen it with their own eyes, but they have also heard the 2nd generation Hokage Senju talk about it many times. Shimura Danzo's face was expressionless, and after listening to what Sarutobi Hinata said, he directly turned around and left here. The night gradually fell, a blood-red moon gradually rose above the sky, and a figure was speeding forward. This person is Uchiha Sasuke. Today I don't know why, the teacher left him to guide for a long time, although he didn't like it very much, but the good tutor made Uchiha Sasuke not say much. Just after the teacher told him to go back, he quickly went home. In the shadows on the side of the road, the figure of Uchiha Mori appeared here, his eyes looking at the back of Uchiha Sasuke. Is today the night of extermination? Uchiha muttered. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke had left, Uchiha Sen planned to follow, but the phoenix power in his body suddenly sent out a strong danger signal. Not good. Uchiha Sen jumped away directly, and the place where he was originally located suddenly exploded. I didn't expect you to hide deep enough. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru asking me to collect the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, I wouldn't have found that you have such abilities. In the darkness, a figure gradually walked out, his eyes exuding an interested look. This person Uchiha Sen did not know, or even never met, but from his body, Uchiha Sen felt a danger. However, from his words, Uchiha Sen can know that this person is the person of Orochimaru. If you want something from me, I'm afraid it's a little hard. Uchiha Sen said quietly. It doesn't matter, another mission I got from Lord Orochimaru is to test your strength. The ninja smiled and his hands began to form. Occult. Death Enchantment. Chapter 3. I saw that this person clasped his hands together, and subconsciously, Uchiha Sen was directly pulled into a strange space. There was an eerie darkness here, but Uchiha Mori could see everything around him. Welcome to a world that only I can create, and you should be honored to meet the blood succession limit that belongs to me alone. The man appeared in front of Uchiha Sen from the void, and at this moment some black spots appeared on his face. This should be the earth spell seal of the Great Snake Pill, and in order to use this technique, this person actually opened the earth spell seal. It seems that I really have to die today. But before that, I have a question to ask. What's your name? Uchiha Sen didn't look flustered at all, but instead chatted with this man. I saw this man smile contemptuously, and he didn't feel any threat from Uchiha Sen at all. Want to delay time and think someone will come to your rescue? Well, then, I will tell you mercifully, I have called Takayama Izumi to take your life. Gao Shan Shui opened his mouth, revealing a very strange smile, and then in the next second, his figure disappeared in place. Behind. The power of the Black Phoenix instantly informed Uchiha Sen about the direction of the water in the mountains, and it was at this time that the power of the Phoenix directly supported a protective layer for Uchiha Sen. Since unlocking to 5%, Uchiha Sen has more control over the power of the Phoenix and can use more of the power of the Phoenix. Bang! With a muffled sound, the attack of the mountain out of the water was like hitting a wall, without the slightest effect. How is it possible? Takayama Izumi didn't believe it at all. His figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he had come directly opposite Uchiha Mori. Shui shui duan. Water cannonballs. Takayama quickly finished imprinting, and he immediately spit out 3 water cannons from his mouth and attacked Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, waved his right hand forward, and these 3 water cannons immediately changed direction and flew into the sky. At this moment, Uchiha Sen stretched out his left hand, rubbed his thumb and forefinger lightly, and snapped his fingers. Snap! The figure of Takayama coming out of the water immediately exploded in front of Uchiha Mori's eyes, like a balloon that had been burst. But the strange thing is that there is no blood in the body of the mountain water, and there is not even a trace of blood flowing out of the mountain. Useless, ha 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 ha, in my world, you can never kill me. At this moment, in the same place just now, the figure of the mountain coming out of the water appeared again, and his whole body was intact. The reaction from the power of the phoenix just now proved that this mountain water was real, but now Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed. He obviously thought of a possibility. Oh? Is it? Then I might as well try again. Only this time, Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, spread his hands out, and lowered his head. Phoenix blaze. A huge amount of flames appeared directly on the surface of Uchiha Mori's body. This temperature has already exceeded 100 degrees, even if it is far away, the mountain water can feel the heat of the flame. This is the advanced ability of the power of the phoenix, which can be regarded as a transformation. In the next second, before the mountain water could react, this flame directly penetrated his chest and burned through a big hole. It's just that Takayama Izumi smiled. It's useless, boring physical attacks have no effect on me, next time I can continue to revive. Takayama Izumi's body began to repair again, only this time, the speed of repair was a little slow. All this was seen by Uchiha Sen, and he already understood what was going on. Surrender, little ghost, if you are willing to surrender, I can leave a whole corpse. But your kind of blood succession limit is really rare, capture you alive, maybe Lord Orochimaru can give me more rewards. Saying that, Takayama Izumi began to laugh up to the sky. This is not to blame him, for Uchiha Sen's ability, he can only think of it as a blood succession limit. But Uchiha Sen knew that the power of the phoenix in his body did not know how much higher than those blood succession limits. As long as the power of the Black Phoenix is 100% unlocked, then Uchiha Sen can destroy the world at will. I already know roughly what you are capable of, but now I find out that you are also a waste. Uchiha Sen shook his head, and the flames on his body slowly disappeared. Impossible. You little devil, how can you see through my abilities? Takayama Izumi obviously doesn't believe it. I thought that it was impossible for the Great Snake Pill with such a strong ability to treat you as an outcast, but after I learned about your ability, it will not be surprising about this. The ability of mountains to produce water may seem powerful, but there are too many fatal weaknesses. Little ghost, do you only talk big? Don't think you said that. Bang! In the next second, Takayama Izumi's body exploded again, but it was quickly put back together. Give it up, little ghost, what you just said is just nonsense, you soon. I don't know why, a mouthful of blood suddenly protruded from Takayama's mouth, and his body began to fall involuntarily. 4. Why is my blood succession limit, didn't work? Takayama Izumi's body began to slowly dissipate, and he didn't know why. But Uchiha Sen didn't intend to tell him at all, because the environment around him began to change, and the blood moon reappeared behind him. When the figure of the mountain water completely dissipated, a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth. The highest level of Takayama Izumi is just an ordinary middle ninja, plus his blood succession limit, to fight with Uchiha Sen for such a long time. In fact, it was such a long time, but it was only in a moment. Because from the moment he entered, Uchiha Sen felt that something was wrong. The place where he is just an illusion space, similar to Uchiha's monthly reading, but it is much lower than the monthly reading. The reason why Uchiha Sen can see through at a glance is because he once attached the power of the phoenix to Uchiha Sasuke's body. But after he entered that space, the phoenix power never moved again, which showed a problem. The time around Uchiha has changed, and the rest of the time has not. Uchiha Sen didn't believe that this mountain outlet could control time, otherwise he would have been able to unify the ninja realm long ago. So, the only conclusion, that is magic. But unfortunately, for illusion, it met its nemesis, the power of the phoenix. Chapter 4. And when Uchiha Sen transformed, he left a little phoenix flame in the body of Takayama Izumi. That bit of phoenix flame is the most critical thing to kill the mountains and water. Returning to the real world, Uchiha Sen began to sneak into the Uchiha clan's clan land, but when he arrived at the Uchiha clan land, he found something. The surroundings are so quiet. This also means that the slaughter of the Uchiha clan has completely ended, and there are only two brothers Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke left in this huge clan land. It's just that Uchiha Sen did not disturb the two brothers, but quietly came to a room. This is the mansion of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi are next to it, and Uchiha Mori came to a side room. This remote house is very basic, but it is very clean. A table, a chair, and two pots of seasonal flowers on the windowsill. Uchiha Sen walked to the table and picked up a photo on the table. This photo was of Uchiha Sen's mother, Rei Uchiha. Other than that, Uchiha Sen did not find any photographs in the room, only two letters. According to blood relations, Uchiha Rei is the younger sister of Uchiha Fugaku and the younger sister of his half-father. The Uchiha family never intermarries outsiders, but Uchiha Rei was an accident. She accidentally fell in love with Uchiha Sen's father and eventually gave birth to Uchiha Sen. As for why Uchiha Sen's surname is Uchiha, I'm afraid this is his father's compromise with the Uchiha family. Looking at the photo in front of him, the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. The reason why Uchiha Sen took such a big risk to take this photo was because Uchiha Sen got a message from his father's relics. His father and mother sealed a secret in a cave, and the address of the cave was on the photo in Uchiha's room. Uchiha Sen placed the photo in the ninja bag and opened the door. At this moment, Uchiha Weasel just came out of the house, and through the moonlight, Uchiha Sen could see that Uchiha Itachi seemed to have cried. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't pay attention to him, but planned to turn around and leave. "Stop, what are you doing here?" Uchiha stopped Uchiha Sen, and there was a faint coldness in his tone. "I just came to retrieve something about my mother, what happened today has nothing to do with me." Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha Itachi, this man who bore all his sins, from today onwards, he will become a sinner. In Naruto, Uchiha Itachi is a very sad character, and a character that Uchiha Sen likes. If nothing else, get out of here as soon as possible. After a long time, Uchiha finally said a word lightly and inserted the short knife back into his back. "I will leave as soon as possible, tonight is destined to be an unusual night, I hope you don't regret this decision made today." Uchiha Sen smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and prepared to leave. "Take this." A scroll was thrown from Uchiha Mori's back, and then caught by Uchiha Mori. "Here are some of my cultivation experiences in illusion, physical arts, and ninjutsu over the years, maybe you will be useful." Uchiha said lightly. "Itachi, after so many years, you are still like this." Uchiha Mori tossed the scroll around with both hands, a smile on his face. It's just that Uchiha didn't speak, but turned around and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, I'll help you guide him." I don't know why, Uchiha's body paused slightly, and then the next second he regained his determination and left here. Not often. Uchiha Sen glanced at the mansion, and Uchiha Sasuke didn't know when he broke through the world of Tsukiyomi and stumbled out. At this moment, a jade chakra eye had appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Sen jumped back slightly, and a black space appeared behind him, and Uchiha Sen's figure disappeared without a trace. "Weasel! Why are you doing this? You tell me." In the dark night, Sasuke Uchiha, who stumbled, threw several shurikens, but they were all blocked by Uchiha Itachi. This family has decayed, and instead of letting it go down, it is better to think about it and uproot it. Uchiha's voice did not fluctuate, as if he had slaughtered a family that had nothing to do with him at all. Then why did you kill mom and dad? Why did you kill? The figure of Uchiha Itachi instantly came to Uchiha Sasuke, and punched him in the stomach, and Uchiha Sasuke was suddenly speechless. The severe pain made Sasuke Uchiha almost pass out, but there was a force that supported him and kept him from passing out. My stupid brother, you're just a little devil who doesn't know anything. Hate me, run away to a place where I can't find you, live in my shadow for the rest of your life. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi's left hand directly pinched Uchiha Sasuke's chin, and then raised his head. When Uchiha Sasuke's eyes looked into his, Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope chakra eye appeared. Monthly reading. Ah! With a scream from Sasuke Uchiha, this time he finally fainted. Gee, I didn't expect you to be so cruel to your brother, it's really worthy of slaughtering a clan. At this time, there was a spatial distortion behind Uchiha Itachi, and a man wearing a mask appeared here. This person is Uchiha Obito. It has nothing to do with you, this is my spare eye, no one can hold him. Uchiha's voice was a little chilly, as if anyone dared to question him, he would definitely kill him in the next second. Don't worry, but it's better to use your eyes less. I used 2 monthly readings tonight, and it affected your eyes too much, and you can now feel that your eyesight is declining, right? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha with interest, and from his eyes, Uchiha Obito saw something different. These have nothing to do with you, Uchiha. Chapter 5. I'll take care of these things myself, now we should go, or the Dark Ministry of Konoha will come after us. Uchiha Weasel glanced coldly at this so-called Uchiha spot, and then disappeared directly in place. Uchiha smiled and glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who had fainted on the ground, and then glanced not far away. Spatial fluctuations. Is it my delusion? Then, the figure of Uchiha Obito gradually disappeared into the void, leaving no trace. So far, the Uchiha family. All extinguished. Early the next morning, the news that the Uchiha clan was completely wiped out by the Uchiha Weasel alone spread throughout the village at once. The entire people of Konoha Village knew 2 people at once. One is the S-class rebel Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the entire clan and then defected from Konoha Village. The other is the only orphan of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha. This is great news for the villagers of Konoha Village, who are in peace. At night, without everyone caring, Uchiha Weasel did not alarm any ninja and directly killed the entire Uchiha clan. Although it sounds very unreliable, people are convinced and even cheer. Oh human heart! It's really easy to control. Uchiha Sen sat in the yard, gently stroking the dog in his arms, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A villager who came to throw garbage saw Uchiha Sen and bought in the direction of Uchiha Sen, and then left satisfied. However, the dog in Uchiha Sen's arms did not hesitate and barked hard at the man. Okay, you can't be angry with those fools. When I further control the power of the phoenix, I will turn you into my ninja, and then you will open your mouth and scold him. Uchiha Sen smiled and stroked the dog's head twice, and the dog seemed to understand something, and lazily lay down. The dog was picked up by Uchiha Sen 3 years ago, when the dog was abandoned here and lame on one hind leg, which was made by the children in the village. From that time on, Uchiha Mori adopted the dog and lived together for 3 years. Because it is dangerous to follow Uchiha Sen, when Uchiha Sen goes out to find food, he will secretly hide in a place where he can't find a fight. Over the years, I've gotten smarter. Uchiha Sen had already planned to turn this dog into his own psychic beast when he controlled the power of the phoenix to a certain extent. In fact, Uchiha Sen can't use psychic beasts, but ordinary animals have a limited lifespan, but psychic beasts will have a much longer lifespan. Uchiha Mori, Naruto-sama asked you to go. Suddenly, a dark part appeared behind Uchiha Sen, and his voice was cold. Uchiha Sen glanced back, silver white hair color, dog face mask, although he was wearing a dark part standard clothing, but Uchiha Sen also knew who he was. Kiki Kakashi. Go, find a place to play for yourself. Uchiha Sen patted the dog's head, and Lao Bai ran out with a cigarette, and soon disappeared. Please lead the way. Uchiha said with a smile. Kakashi Kiki shook his head and walked behind Uchiha Mori with his left hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the figures of Uchiha Sen and Kiki Kakashi disappeared into the courtyard. Kakashi Kiki used the teleportation technique and left here directly with Uchiha Mori. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi was holding a letter in his hand, his brows furrowed. The bongan in his hand flickered on and off, and a pungent puff of smoke spit out from the ape flying sun's mouth from time to time. Fortunately, the windows were opened around, otherwise the room would have been grey and grey. Naruto-sama, Uchiha Mori has brought it. Suddenly, the figures of Kakashi Kiki and Uchiha Sen appeared in Hokage's office, and before he could do anything, Uchiha Sen sat directly on the ground. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and he was a little retched from time to time. It's hard for you, you step down first. Sarutobi glanced at Kakashi Kiki, and then at Uchiha Mori who was sitting on the ground, and immediately understood what was going on. Uchiha Sen is an ordinary person who has not experienced cultivation, and Kakashi Kiki came here using the teleportation technique, which Uchiha Sen simply cannot bear. Therefore, Uchiha Sen looks like this, and it is not strange at all that the ape flying sun Hi! Sen, you need to exercise more, this body is not like the body of a young man. Ape Feiru said with a smile. This look was deliberately made by Uchiha Sen, and after the transformation of the power of the phoenix, Uchiha Sen's body is still very strong. This appearance was just to confuse the ape flying in front of him. Thank you Naruto-sama for your concern, I will exercise more in the future. Uchiha Mori laboriously stood up from the ground, and then saluted Sarutobi Hinata. Okay, Mori, you're 8 years old too, right? Ape Flying Sun said with a smile. Yes, Naruto-sama, he will be 8 years old soon. Uchiha Sen nodded. This happened to the Uchiha clan last night, it was indeed my dereliction of duty, now the Uchiha clan only has you and Uchiha Sasuke left, what do you want, just tell me. Ape Flying Sun's tone was very kind, as if he was treating his children and grandchildren. But Uchiha Sen knew that under the seemingly kind face of Sarutobi Hibiki, his heart was actually dark. The collapse of the Uchiha clan, although the final pot is on Shimura Danzo's body, but Sarutobi is a Hokage, can't he stop Shimura Danzo? No, it's not that he can't stop it, it's that he didn't stop it. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with the ape flying sun chop, but in fact, it is all the fault of the ape flying sun chop. Naruto-sama said and laughed, the Uchiha clan doesn't have much to do with me, except that my surname is Uchiha, the others. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Sen shook his head and directly put aside the relationship between the Uchiha clan. With his current strength, Sarutobi wanted to kill him, and Uchiha Sen had no chance to resist at all. Therefore, the best choice for Uchiha Sen now is to draw a line with the Uchiha family. In that case, I don't know if you want to go to school? Chapter 6. School. This term is very unfamiliar to Uchiha Sen. It stands to reason that ninja school can go to when he was 5 years old, but until now, Uchiha Mori has not had the opportunity to go to school. But now, as if suddenly remembering, Sarutobi asked Uchiha if he wanted to go to school. There must be some conspiracy in this, Uchiha Sen needs to watch out. Naruto-sama, go to school? Ninja school? Uchiha Mori showed some hesitation. That's right, you're now of school age, and it's time to become a ninja, what do you think? Ape Feiru smiled gently, as if an old grandfather next door was talking to you kindly. But I don't know why, what Uchiha Sen felt was a strange shudder. For a moment, there was silence in Hokage's office, Uchiha Mori was thinking, and Sarutobi Hinata did not disturb him. Although you can learn a lot of things after going to school, and the power of the phoenix in your body also needs huge energy to unlock, it is necessary to learn chakra. Naruto-sama, I'm sorry. Uchiha Sen looked very hesitant, obviously as if he was worried about something. Perhaps seeing Uchiha Sen's worries, Sarutobi smiled, stood up, and came to Uchiha Sen. Don't worry, you will make a lot of good friends in school, and you will definitely not be bullied, how about it? The words of the ape flying sun slash seemed to poke Uchiha Sen's life at once, and Uchiha Sen's body began to tremble violently. Maybe it's because of the good friend Sarutobi just said, or for some other reason, which caused Uchiha Sen to look like this. Thank you. Thank you Naruto-sama, I do. I'm willing to go to school. Uchiha Sen's tone was a little staccato and others sounded as if they were choking. Hearing Uchiha Sen say this, Sarutobi immediately showed a satisfied smile. Okay, man, it's going to be a shame to cry again. Tomorrow morning someone will take you to go through the admission procedures, then you have to get along well with your classmates, and if there is anything that cannot be solved, come to me. Sarutobi looked very amiable, and Uchiha nodded repeatedly. Then, a dark part appeared and left the place again with Uchiha Sen. When Uchiha Sen left, the smile on Sarutobi Hinata's face was wiped away, turning into an expressionless face. Dark One, go and tell Danzo that this is his last chance. If he still can't revive the ability of the first adult, then he won't have another chance in the future. The sound of apes flying into the sun was like ice in the ground, which made people shudder. Dark said yes, and then his figure immediately disappeared into the Hokage's office. Uchiha Sen left the Hokage office, and the excitement and hesitation on his face were all swept away, and even the corners of his mouth showed a slightly upward arc. The performance just now can be called Oscar-level acting skills, and Uchiha Sen himself feels very good. This performance, not only successfully deceived the ape flying sun chop, but also avoided the temptation of the ape flying sun chop, killing two birds with one stone. What's more, from tomorrow, Uchiha Sen can learn chakra and ninjutsu in good faith. Uchiha Sen's footsteps were a little brisk, and the door was already close at hand, but at this time, Uchiha Sen saw a terrifying scene in front of him. The puppy, which has always been white, was killed, cut out all the internal organs, and hung upside down in front of Uchiha Sen's house. This dog. It's Lao Bai. Seeing this scene, at that moment, Uchiha Sen was stunned in place, his face full of disbelief. At the same time, he felt what heartbreak was. Lao Bai, who has always been safe, was actually given by someone today. Waste. If you don't move out of the village again, this is your consequence. Don't think we can't catch your dog. With my father's help, how can we not catch it? At this time, an arrogant voice appeared behind Uchiha Sen's left, and Uchiha Sen could clearly see that 6 or 7 children and an adult were standing there, laughing wantonly. That kid had bullied Uchiha Sen, but not many times, and that adult should be his father. Humph, this can also be regarded as revenge for my former friend. Naruto-sama ordered that we can't kill you, but we can kill all your friends around you and let you experience the feeling of losing friends. But you are really pitiful enough, you actually found a dog as a friend, ha 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 ha. The adult laughed as if he had seen something hilarious. And Uchiha Sen was motionless, his eyes were staring at this adult, and at this moment, the phoenix power in his body was surging violently. But his reason is telling him that you can't kill. At least not now. If he starts now, I'm afraid Uchiha Sen won't be able to hide his secret at all, and with his current ability, he won't be able to resist Konoha's pursuit at all, let alone defect. If you want to do it, it is definitely not now, now is not the time. Waste. Look at what you see, and then I'll cut out your eyes. I don't know why, that adult's body actually shivered after seeing Uchiha Sen's eyes. But soon, he picked up a stone and threw it directly at Uchiha Mori. The stone was not large, but it was thrown on Uchiha Sen's forehead accurately, and flowers began to slowly spread from his forehead. As far as the eye could see, Uchiha Sen's pupils turned blood red. 2 black guyu are spinning in their eyes, so fast that people can't see clearly. Waste. Sooner or later, you will die here like this dog. Let's go. Perhaps he was frightened by Uchiha Sen's gaze, and the adult said a cruel word and left here directly. When they left, the children were still cheering and praising this adult, as if they had done something terrible. Uchiha Sen didn't say a word, silently took Lao Bai's body off the door frame, and the body in his hand was already cold at this moment. The sky was raining silently, and Uchiha Sen, like a puppet, walked into the house step by step, and began to dig a hole in the ground with both hands, without using any trace of phoenix power. It wasn't until Uchiha Mori's fingers dug up blood that he stopped the action. Uchiha Sen put Lao Bai's body in the pit, and then silently buried it with soil. "Don't worry, old white. I promise you, their whole family, to accompany you to the funeral just now." Chapter 7. At night, the heavy rain never stopped, and Sarutobi stood in the Hokage's office, watching the lights of Wanjia gradually go out. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a bad premonition today. But he didn't know where this premonition came from, nor did he know why it appeared. In the heavy rain, a short figure wearing a black hood stood on the street, raised his head, and felt the feeling of the heavy rain falling on his face. This person is Uchiha Sen, and at this moment, his whole body is wrapped in the power of the phoenix, and no one can detect his existence. Opening his arms, Uchiha closed his eyes and his head went blank. Mitsuishi Inu, Matsushita Akira, Akira Aoi, Ichiro Ozawa, Ame Kaida. Uchiha Sen read all the names of the people during the day, and when his eyes opened again, his eyes were already full of killing intent. "Tonight. It's time for you to pay for your lives." Uchiha Sen's figure slowly disappeared into the rainy night, and the heavy rain covered up all traces of sin. "Father, I'll go to sleep first, see you tomorrow." Inside an ordinary Japanese-style house, Inu Mitsuishi smiled and waved at his father, and then walked inside. Inu Izumi smiled and watched his son walk into the bedroom, not knowing why, his heart was flustered tonight. The pouring rain still showed no signs of stopping, and Inu Izumi opened the door, feeling the occasional raindrops falling in and hitting his face. "Come out. Although I can't detect your breath, the raindrops dripping from your clothes have betrayed you." At this moment, Inu Izumi spoke. He was facing away from the living room, but he said there was a man in the room. "It seems that I was careless, but I didn't expect you to be a hidden master." As he said this, Uchiha Mori's figure came from behind, and Inu Izumi turned his head, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly. "I don't know which one your excellency is. I was also a ninja when I was young, and I also killed many people. As for which enemy you are, say it and let me die with peace of mind." Inu Izumi carefully observed the hooded man in front of him, and he couldn't remember what kind of enemy this was. "No wonder. It turns out that you are a retired ninja, but no matter what, you are going to die here today." Listening to Inu Izumi's words, Uchiha Mori also had an epiphany. No wonder he could hear the sound of water dripping on the floor in such a heavy rain. It turned out to be a retired ninja. "You don't know I'm a ninja? Then who are you and what is the purpose of coming to me?" Inu Izumi suddenly raised his vigilance. "This person is not here to seek revenge, so who is this person?" "It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I'm here to take the life of your whole family." After speaking, Uchiha Sen raised his right hand and faced Izumi Inu with the palm of his hand. At the same time, Inu Izumi moved. At this moment he was no longer that ordinary middle-aged man, his speed was more than twice as fast as usual. His hands began to seal rapidly, and he had to use ninjutsu to attract the attention of the village guards. "Fire! Fire! Just when Inu Izumi finished his seal and was about to spit out the fireball out of his mouth, his throat was pinched. However, in the naked eye of Inu Izumi, on his neck, there are no hands at all. "Give up, you have been retired for so many years, and the speed of printing is too slow. If you are faster, even a little faster, maybe you will be able to alarm the convoy." Uchiha slowly walked up to Inu Izumi and put his hand on his head. Inu Izumi looked at Uchiha in horror. He could breathe at the moment, but he couldn't speak. He had to struggle hard, trying to get out of this control. However, Inu Izumi, who has been retired for many years, is now not even as good as a middle ninja, and his physical functions have seriously aged, and there is only a little experience left that is not of high value. "What do you think is the cruelest thing in the world?" Uchiha Mori's voice revolved around Izumi Inu's ears, and Inu didn't understand what he meant. "Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The cruelest thing in the world is that the person you love the most dies in front of you, but you are powerless to fight." When Uchiha Sen finished saying this, Inu Izumi immediately opened his eyes wide, and the struggle was even greater. This time, he seemed to be dead, all kinds of struggles, even if his arm was broken, but he was still struggling hard, trying to break free. Uchiha Mori smiled, turned to Inu Mitsuishi's door, and knocked lightly. "Sanshi, are you sleeping? Dad has something to say to you." What shocked Inu Sanshi even more was that the words that came out of the mouth of this hooded man at this moment were exactly the same as Izumi Inu's voice. "That's right, it's exactly the same. Just like Inu Mitsuishi himself said. I haven't slept yet, my lord, I'll come out right away." Inside the door came the voice of Mitsuishi Inu. Uchiha Sen turned his head and looked at Izumi Inu. Woo. This time, Inu Sanseki not only began to struggle, but also wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. Ugh! The sliding door opened, and Inu Mitsuishi, who was dressed in pajamas, walked out, his eyes a little hazy. "Father, are you looking for me?" Inu Sanashi rubbed his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes and looked ahead, his father happened to be in mid-air, shaking his head madly. Poof! A long knife pierced Inu Mitsuishi's heart directly from the back, and Inu Mitsuishi's eyes widened and his mouth began to spit out blood. He didn't expect that this was a trap that killed him. Inu Izumi's voice was already hoarse at this moment, and even if he shouted out a whine, he could clearly hear the hoarse voice. Uchiha Sen silently drew his short knife, and Inu Mitsuishi's body slowly slipped to the ground. Picking up a corner of Inu's clothes, Uchiha Sensei wiped the blood from the short knife in his hand. At this moment, Izumi Inu's whimpering had slowly subsided, and he knew that he could not change the facts. I saw Uchiha Sen take out a string of chains from behind his back, and then directly stabbed it on the beam of Inu Izumi. The other end with the hook hung up the body of Inu Mitsuishi. Seeing this scene, Inu Izumi seemed to suddenly think of something. He raised his head again, and looked at the hooded man with a face full of disbelief. He recognized Uchiha Sen. Chapter 8. This way, just like the dog in the beginning. After Inu Izumi caught the dog, he didn't expect those children to do this. But since he did it, Inu Izumi didn't say much, and after seeing Uchiha Mori, he said 2 more words. Indeed, when Uchiha Mori's father defected, he killed his friend, so seeing Uchiha Sen's appearance, Inu Izumi couldn't help but say 2 words. "It turns out that you already recognize me, it's okay, since that's the case, I'll let you die too." Uchiha took off his hood and looked at Inu Izumi, the double-hooked jade chakra eyes in his eyes slowly turning. Inu Izumi's terrified eyes met Uchiha Sen's eyes. If Inu Izumi was given another chance, Inu Izumi would definitely not do it again. "You know, in my eyes, the lives of all of you are not as important as the lives of Lao Bai. Oh, Lao Bai is the white dog that was disemboweled by you and hung upside down in front of the door." Uchiha Sen whispered these words in his mouth. His hands still did not stop, his hands were slightly forced. Using the pulley principle, Inu Sanashi's body began to rise slowly. It was not until he rose in midair that Uchiha Sen stopped the movement in his hand. With a shot of bitterness, he directly nailed the chain to the ground, and then stopped the whole movement. "Although in your eyes, Lao Bai is just a dog, you should also know that he has been with me for 3 years. Just like you said, losing Lao Bai, I also lost my only friend. Congratulations, you have succeeded in making me feel what is called pain. So, come and go without being polite, I also let you feel what pain is." There was not the slightest wave in Uchiha Sen's tone, as if he was saying something that did not concern him. I saw that he pulled out a chain again, and just like last time, the other end was hung on the beam. And the section with the hook was directly poked in the chest of Izumi Inu. "Now, it's time for you to pay for your lives." Inu Izumi's eyes widened, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he wanted to say something more until he died, but the blood had filled his throat, and he couldn't speak. Izumi Inu's body also slowly rose, right next to Sanashi Inu, both father and son in the same position. Uchiha smiled, as if he was very satisfied with his work, and then he reached out and waved at the two, and the figure gradually disappeared into the room. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through the inner shackles," the power of the Black Phoenix is unlocked to 10%, please continue the efforts of the host. Heavy rain covered up all the sins in the noisy night, and one tragedy after another appeared in the village of Konoha, one after another, but silently. The next morning, Konoha was woken up by screams. Naruto-sama. Someone in the village reported that they had found 7 families and all died mysteriously. And how they died? Same. The ninja of this garrison was already covered in sweat on his forehead, and this was the second time in Konoha Village that such a bizarre accident had occurred. In the first case of a child death, there has been no murderer until now, but today, this is happening again. What's going on? Calm down. Sarutobi frowned, he could clearly sense the panic of this garrison. Naruto-sama, this morning we have received reports one after another that someone has found their neighbor's door open, and they think it is strange. So they went in and saw the bodies of the family hanging in the living room. Some families don't even close the door of the living room, and you can see the corpses inside from the outside. After our investigation, we found that a total of 7 families were murdered, and they died in exactly the same way. Saying that, the guard took out a record book with information about each victim's family. Abe Feiru looked at a photo in his hand, and the wrinkles on his forehead were layered, looking very sad. Bring the bodies back and send them to the interrogation class, and I'll let Heike check their brains. Sarutobi sighed, he suddenly remembered the feeling he had last night, he really felt that something was wrong. I don't know why, looking at the village in front of me, Abe Flying Sun appeared a sense of crisis for no reason. No matter what happens, no matter what means are used, I will not allow others to invade this village. Even if. On the other side, Uchiha Mori came to the ninja school under the leadership of a Naka shinobi. According to last night's instructions from Sarutobi Hinata, today Uchiha Sen successfully came to the school, and he will be assigned to the first grade. It was indeed a little strange to be in the first grade at the age of 8 years, so when Umino Irika brought Uchiha Mori into the classroom, many people looked at him. Mori-san, say hello to everyone, Irika Umino said with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Uchiha Mori, please take care of me. After speaking, Uchiha Sen bowed slightly, and his face showed some shyness. It seems that the killing god last night is not today's Uchiha Sen. When they heard the 3 words Uchiha, everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was on Uchiha Sen. Okay, Sen-san, so where are you going to sit? I'll take a look, Irika Umino was looking for a vacant seat. Teacher, I'll just sit in the last row. After that, Uchiha Sen didn't wait for Umino Irika to agree, and went straight to the last row of seats. Irika Umino still wanted to say something, but thinking of yesterday's arrangement of the Ape Flying Sun, he closed his mouth. Although Uchiha Sen walked to the back, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes followed him until he sat down. This was the first time that Sasuke Uchiha had heard anyone else use the surname Uchiha in this village, except for that man. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who had been staring at him, Uchiha Sen also looked at him, but looked to the side expressionlessly. Uchiha Sasuke, such a little brat. Uchiha Sen really has no interest. Uchiha Sasuke's so-called lifelong goal, in Uchiha Sen's opinion, is a complete joke. So, no matter what, Uchiha Sen didn't plan to deal with him. Now the only thing Uchiha Sen has to do is to absorb enough knowledge and then complete your goals. Chapter 9. Uchiha Sen, you come out, I'll find you something. Just after Umino Irika finished a class, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to come to Uchiha Mori's side and dropped this sentence to Uchiha Sen. Everyone else looked at Uchiha Sen with a very strange look, and they wondered what Uchiha Sen was going to do. Uchiha Sen smiled, stood up, and followed Uchiha Sasuke's footsteps to a rooftop. There was no one else on this rooftop, just the 2 of them. Who the hell are you, and why do you have the surname Uchiha? As soon as he walked in, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't wait to ask Uchiha Sen. First of all, the first point, why my surname is Uchiha has nothing to do with you, let alone anyone else. Another thing, if I have the opportunity to take off the surname Uchiha, I will not hesitate to take it off. Uchiha Sen looked at Sasuke Uchiha with an expressionless face. What are you talking about? As a member of the Uchiha clan, you can think so. As if stimulated, Uchiha Sasuke looked a little hysterical. In his heart, the surname Uchiha is really very important. Sorry, I'm not from the Uchiha clan, and for me, the Uchiha clan is not that important. As for what you think, I can't stop you, but don't force me either. After that, Uchiha Sen planned to leave here. Stop. I'm not done yet. Uchiha Sasuke's right hand suddenly rested on Uchiha Sen's shoulder, but what he didn't expect was bang! Uchiha Sen turned his head and punched him directly in the stomach, the same position, similar feeling, except that the person who asked for money was replaced by Uchiha Sen, not Uchiha Itachi. I have already said that the Uchiha clan has nothing to do with me, they did not raise me, but after my mother died, they threw me out of the Uchiha clan. So I have no feelings for the Uchiha clan, and even feel that their destruction is very painful. Uchiha Sen said word by word in Uchiha Sasuke's ear, like an abandoned child, accusing his family of what he had done to him. But Uchiha Sen is not this character at all, after all, he does not have such a big hatred with the Uchiha family. Everything is just because on this rooftop, there is a dark part with silver-white hair. That's right, since the phoenix power awakened to 10%, Uchiha Sen's control over his surroundings has become stronger. In the past, Uchiha Sen could only slightly control the energy of the power of the phoenix, but now, the feng shui meadows within 20 meters of the surrounding area are all under Uchiha Sen's control. Sasuke Uchiha knelt on the ground covering his stomach, spitting out of his mouth. You know, no matter how strong you become, you'll never be able to surpass that man. Uchiha Sen whispered the words in Uchiha Sasuke's ear, then turned his head and walked towards the door. Kakashi Kiki looked at everything that was happening in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking, and the mask covered his face, making it difficult to see his expression. After Sasuke Uchiha got up again and walked back to the school, Kakashi Kiki left. Since this incident, Sasuke Uchiha has not communicated with Uchiha Sen again, and the two people are like people from two worlds, and there is no intersection again. It's just that during the study period, Sasuke Uchiha, who had always been the first place in the class, became the second place. That's right, Uchiha Sen came to this class and completely sat on the throne of first place. No matter how much Sasuke Uchiha rushes to the first place, he will lose to Uchiha Sen every time he fights. The reason why it is so high profile, Uchiha Sen has long thought that he must be high profile to save his life. People will remember a person who has the first results every year, but they don't care about a crane tail, and Uchiha Sen's identity is special, so his first place will definitely cause a greater sensation. In this way, even if Konoha Village wanted to do something to him, he needed to weigh the impact caused by it. Even though Uchiha Sen's reputation is very bad now, Konoha Village does not dare to gamble. Of course, these are just Uchiha Sen's own guesses, the real situation, in fact, he did not guess correctly. Ape Fei, that kid is getting trickier now, when exactly is our plan going to start? Inside a dark cabin, Shimura Danzo was sitting in his seat, surrounded by candles, and it was pitch black. Tuan Zhang, you are too anxious. With his current strength, even if he has the ability to control that power in his bloodline, he will not be able to survive. If we want to restore the glory of the first adults, we must be patient. There have been too many things happening recently, and rumors in the village have begun to spread, and if Uchiha Sen disappears again at this time, it will not have a good impact. Sarutobi Hinata's face remained unchanged, and he didn't even feel that Uchiha Sen was too much of a threat. From the previous few temptations, it seems that Uchiha Sen is indeed the mind of a child, who hates things very much and cannot hide his emotions at all. Even if Uchiha Sen hates Konoha, it doesn't matter, Sarutobi is not afraid of this at all, because he has the confidence to kill Uchiha Sen. So the ape flying sun chop can wait. You're right, I'm too anxious. But if he becomes a ninja, then the reason will be the same as his father's, stealing secrets. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with essence, as if he saw the scene of the future. It's just that the face of the ape flying sun chop is a little unpleasant. Humph. Although his father's bloodline has the ability to neutralize that power, because of your mistake in testing, he actually ran away, and we missed the best test product. Now this Uchiha Sen can only be a backup plan, the bloodline is not pure, and there is not much hope. Only this time, I hope you don't make any more trouble. Sarutobi glanced at Shimura Danzo, the last time because Shimura Danzo wanted to control Uchiha Sen's father into his own hands, he arbitrarily placed a seal on his brain. But who knows, this seal directly caused a riot, making the entire experiment come to naught. Shimura Danzo did not speak, but his face was full of gloom. Chapter 10. Students, starting today, you are about to leave school and become excellent ninjas. And today you will all be divided into groups of 3, led by a leading ninja, to become a good ninja. So, I'm going to announce your grouping next. It's still in this familiar classroom, but 6 years have passed, and in these 6 years, a lot has happened. Uchiha was still sitting in the last row of his seat, and there were still no other students around. For the past 6 years, Uchiha Sen has been a loner and does not have frequent contact with other people, so he has no friends at all. It's just that in terms of strength, Uchiha Sen has improved a lot in the past 6 years. Let's start with the most important template of the power of the Phoenix. Now that Uchiha Sen has unlocked 25%, not only has his ability been greatly improved, but his power control has become more nuanced. Again, Uchiha Sen also drew a few cards from other mutants, but most of these mutants were some D-level and C-level abilities, which were not very strong. For example, Thunder Man can control part of the thunder and lightning, but it is not strong, or the ability to stealth, although it can be invisible, but it will appear after the attack, and it cannot hide from the perception of others. In addition, Uchiha Sen also drew an A-level mutant card, Wolverine. Uchiha Sen inherited Wolverine's physical attributes, and the degree of unlocking has reached 40%, which is much easier than the SS-level Phoenix power. In the past 6 years, Uchiha Sen's double-hook Jade Riding Wheel Eye has also evolved into a 3-hook Jade Riding Wheel Eye. Once the Sharingan awakens, the improvement again depends more on his own accumulation. Don't look at Uchiha Sasuke's upgrade method, that is a person with a plug-in. As long as there is a mood swing, his chakra eyes will upgrade, isn't it open and hanging? It's just that even if he opens the hang now, he won't be able to beat Uchiha Sen. Umino Irika began to group, and the group of people was decided, and the 9 Xiaoqiang who were familiar with this session were also divided into their respective groups. Except for a little mess here in Naruto Uzumaki, everyone else was very calm. But in the end of the grouping, only Uchiha Sen was left without reading, and he was also the redundant one. As for Uchiha Mori-san, because one of the previous groups just lost a team member, you will be placed in their group next. The rest of the staff are waiting in the classroom for the instructor to arrive, and Uchiha Sen-san can go to the 3rd practice field, where your teammates are waiting for you. Irika Umino said. Uchiha nodded, looked around, and left the classroom directly. Everyone's eyes were on Uchiha Mori's back. After so long in the same classroom for 6 years, it was more or less emotional. From the beginning of the rejection of Uchiha Sen, to the end of Uchiha Sen has been indifferent, so this rejection is slowly disappearing. And because Uchiha Sen's results have always been the first place in recent years, it really convinced them all. Nah. The strongest one in our class has gone, and the rest are divided into several groups. It seems that the village decided that the gap between us and Uchiha Sen was too big, so they separated us. Nara Shikamaru, who was sitting next to him, put his hands on the back of his head, looked at Uchiha Sen's back with some helplessness, and sighed. Since seeing Uchiha Mori's shot once, Nara Shikamaru finally knew that in school, Uchiha Mori was just playing with them. Shikamaru, is this Uchiha Sen really that strong? Ino Yamanaka asked. It's not a question of whether it's strong or not, I'm afraid all of us together are not his opponents. So, it's better to eat potato chips. Saying that, Akimichi Dingji tore open a packet of potato chips. At that time, Akimichi Dingji and Nara Shikamaru saw it together, and it was Uchiha Mori who saved them both. That time, they went to the back mountain to practice on vacation, but they actually went to play, and they met a particularly large dog bear. The two of them couldn't beat the bear at all, Shikamaru's shadow mimicry technique was instantly broken, and Akimichi Dingji's flesh chariot was useless. Originally, both of them thought that they were going to die here, but they didn't expect to kill Uchiha Sen. What they didn't expect was that the black bear, who couldn't hurt the two of them together, was killed by Uchiha Sen within 3 rounds. Uchiha Sen skillfully cut open the black bear's abdomen, cleaned up the internal organs inside, and then peeled the skin with his hands, carried the other bear meat on his shoulder, and carried it back directly. Among them, Uchiha Sen did not have a little communication with these two people, and Shikamaru and Akimichi Dingji did not say a word to Uchiha Mori. With the physical skills of the two of them, they are already considered the first echelon in the class, and although they can't beat Uchiha Sasuke, it's still no problem to fight for the top 10. But that's it, the black bear, which the two of them couldn't solve together, was actually solved by Uchiha Sen's 3 cuts. Moreover, this was 5 years ago, who knows how powerful Uchiha Sen will be 5 years later. It's so troublesome, do you have to face such a perverted guy after becoming a ninja? I thought Sasuke was tricky enough, but when I think of Uchiha Sen, the big devil, I feel unmotivated. Shikamaru is very decadent. In Akimichi Dingji, he stuffed potato chips into his mouth on the side, and did not comment on Shikamaru's words. What kind of teammates are I? Yamanaka Ino slapped his forehead, feeling very helpless. On the other hand, Uchiha Sen left the ninja school, and the 6 years of ninja school life have made Uchiha Sen truly transform into a powerful person. In the past, Uchiha Sen killed people, almost using pure phoenix power, without the slightest skill. But if you let the current Uchiha Sen do it, those people who used to do it may not see Uchiha Sen's appearance. It's just that now Uchiha Sen is going to the practice range to meet his new teammates, and it is only when he arrives at the practice range that he feels as if he has been tricked. White hair, wearing glasses, forehead protection on the forehead, looking like he has endured for many years. Pouch. Chapter 11. Pocket, a very legendary figure. From a small spy, to the right-hand man beside the big snake pill behind, and finally replace the big snake pill and complete the immortal cultivation of Longdi Cave. In the end, he even turned the use of dirt rebirth into a divine and became an extremely important figure in the later period. More importantly, this person is very intelligent and very good at discovering its essence from small things, which can be seen in the fact that he reincarnated in the dirt. Although he was finally defeated by Uchiha Itachi with a shot of Izanami, but just like that, he still walked out of Izanami and survived to the end. Oh! It seems that this junior brother is our new team member, what a blessing! There was a very cordial smile on his face, and his tone was also very polite, like an old good man. The other person standing next to him did not smile, but looked at Uchiha Sen with a sense of resistance. This person is the Red Copper Armor, a dragon set that was killed in seconds in the early stage. Hello two seniors, I'm Uchiha Sen, please take care of me in the future. Uchiha said with a smile. Of course, my name is Medicine Master Pocket, you can call me Pocket, I graduated a few years earlier than you, I can be regarded as your senior. With a smile, he stretched out his hand and shook Uchiha Sen's hand, and when the two of them shook their hands, Uchiha Sen felt a little unusual. This Pocket, using his chakra, probes Uchiha Sen's chakra. Uchiha Sen trembled slightly, and this chakra directly disappeared, and his body trembled slightly. It's just that the faces of the two people have not changed at all, and they are still full of smiles. Okay little ghost, although I don't know why I put you in this group, but we don't have an instructor in this group for the time being. Our tasks all need to be completed independently, if you dare to drag me back, I will dare to kill you. The last 3 words, Copper Armor almost gritted his teeth and said them, and I don't know why, he actually hated Uchiha Sen so much. Only this time, the smile on Uchiha Mori's face gradually disappeared, and at the same time, his body disappeared at the same time. Bang! I saw Uchiha Sen punch and directly knocked the red copper armor flying, and the red copper armor did not react at all. Uchiha Sen's left foot kicked the ground slightly, and the figure disappeared again, only this time a blue light appeared in his right hand. Rumble! With a roar, a small pit appeared on the ground of the third exercise ground, and above this small pit, the original red copper armor was in that place. Only now, he's on the other side. Sen, don't be so irritable, how can we say that we are also teammates? Killing teammates will be regarded as traitor. Hood looked at Uchiha Sen with a smile, but the speed he had just shown was not what he appeared. Although it has long been known that Pocket hides strength, it seems that there is obviously still a part of Pocket strength that has not been displayed. Although I have just graduated, I am longer than you in terms of experience, but if you want to talk about combat effectiveness, I'm afraid you're just a scum, senior. Uchiha Sen looked at the red copper armor, and at this moment, the hands of the red copper armor couldn't help but start fighting, because he felt that the blow just now, Uchiha Sen was sure to kill him. If it hadn't been for the rescue just now, I'm afraid the red copper armor would really be dead. Haha, the occasional battle is still effective, at least we are teammates, understand each other and run in, and soon it will be the Chuunin Exam, maybe this time we can pass. He pushed his glasses and looked at Uchiha Sen with a smile, not feeling embarrassed at all. Uchiha Sen nodded and did not attack again. Since I met with the two seniors, then I will go to the Hokage building to complete other formalities. Where will we meet tomorrow? Uchiha asked. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, we will assemble in the Hokage building, and then we will do some tasks. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hinata was watching the test of the 7th group. Last year, Sarutobi transferred Kiki Kakashi out of the dark section, making him one of Konoha's village instructors. But during this time, none of the graduates under Kakashi could meet his wishes. It's just that this time is different. This time among Kakashi's students, there are two characters that Sarutobi Hinata pays great attention to. One is Naruto Uzumaki of the Nine-Tailed Pillar, and the other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Suzuki Uchiha. When counting the orphans of the Uchiha clan, everyone would not count Uchiha Sen because his bloodline was not pure. Although the surname is still Uchiha, the meaning is different. These two people are more or less related to Kiki Kakashi, one is his teacher's son, and the other is his friend's clan, so Sarutobi is very concerned. After the first battle, Naruto Uzumaki was already tied to a stake, while the other two were eating bento. The battle ape Flying Sun just now saw it clearly, and he also knew what Kakashi was thinking, so he was looking forward to what kind of sparks this group of people would make. I don't know why Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly thought of Uchiha Sen, but I saw that Ape Flying Sun Chopper hesitated for a while, and the picture of the crystal ball appeared in the scene of Uchiha Sen. At this moment, Uchiha Sen is practicing kicking in a small forest. No matter from morning to night, there is a dark part watching by his side, and occasionally the Ape Flying Sun Chop will also glance at it. For placing Uchiha Sen in that class, it is Shimura Danzo's meaning. Because there is someone in that class, it is Shimura Danzo's person. Whether it is or not, Ape Flying Sun Chopper does not know, but since Shimura Danzo said yes, then Ape Flying Sun Chopper will not say much. Anyway, regarding Uchiha Sen, the attitude of both of them is the same, just to complete that experiment. As for planting people in the queue of ordinary ninjas, Ape Feiru's face is a little not good looking. Shimura Danzo's hand is too long this time, and it must be cut off. Of course, wait until it's over. This approach. I don't know if it's right, but I had to. Konoha, it's no longer the Konoha who is invincible to the ninja world, I have to be ready. Chapter 12. In a dark forest, two figures were talking closely inside. Lord Orochimaru, this is the information about Uchiha Sen during this time, please put it away. In the forest, Pocket was standing with a pale-faced man, who was holding a card in his hand. This person is none other than Konoha Village's rebel shinobi, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, Orochimaru. It is also the big snake pill who died no matter how many times he died, and finally lived to the end of the story. Oh? It's only been such a short time, and you've already come to a conclusion about him, which doesn't seem like your style. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at his pocket with some curiosity. It's not really much, we're nominally teammates, so it's easier to see it up close. And these sea-level missions we have participated in recently, it can also be seen that his strength cannot be underestimated, so I still know most of his intelligence well. He held his eyes and blocked the glimmer of light in his eyes. Mostly? Are you saying that there is still intelligence that you did not learn? Orochimaru glanced at him. I just felt as if he was hiding something, and although it looked like he had exerted his full strength several times, but... Speaking of this, there was a pause in the pocket, because even he didn't know what Uchiha Sen was hiding. Tell me about what you think of this kid and Sasuke Uchiha, between them. Orochimaru trusted his subordinate very much, and these two people he cared about very much were handed over to Pocket to collect intelligence. For these two people, Pocket collected a lot of intelligence. In terms of age, Uchiha Sen is 3 years older than Uchiha Sasuke, and his strength is relatively stronger. But because of the special needs of Orochimaru-sama, and since Sasuke Uchiha returned from a mission last time, it is said that he has opened the Sharingan. So I think that Sasuke Uchiha is more suitable for the needs of adults. The purpose of the big snake pill is to write the wheel eye, and he solved it with a magic trick with Uchiha Itake, and this matter has always been remembered by the big snake pill. Therefore, writing wheel eyes became the first thing that Orochimaru had to solve. Hi. On the night of the extinction of the Uchiha clan, I once looked for someone to hold Uchiha Sen hostage, but I don't know why, that person mysteriously disappeared. Or he was discovered by the people of Konoha Village, so he was directly executed, or he was solved by Uchiha Senior. Speaking of this, the big snake pill couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. That was 6 years ago, and Uchiha Sen was only 8 or 9 years old at that time. How could he kill a Naka shinobi? If he really had this ability. Speaking of this, Pocket paused slightly, and did not continue. Orochimaru glanced at Pocket. He knew that Pocket didn't believe this at all now, and Orochimaru himself didn't believe it. He preferred his own spy to be stupid, who was discovered by the people of Konoha Village and killed. So, what about your suggestion? The two of them, Orochimaru said with a smile. My suggestion is Sasuke Uchiha, although there is only a 3-year difference between the two, but their hearts are worlds apart. Although Uchiha Sen is powerful, he has no significant talent in writing chakra. And Uchiha Sasuke is not, he is still a child at heart, and he is eager for revenge. If he is given enough strength, then Uchiha Sasuke will definitely be captured. When I analyze it, I do have my own set of ideas. The ultimate goal of Orochimaru is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and from the beginning to the present, Uchiha Sen has never revealed his talent for writing wheel eyes. On the contrary, Sasuke Uchiha has opened the Sharingan, which is different. More importantly, I feel that Uchiha Mori is surrounded by the tracking and monitoring of the dark part. Finally, Pocket's face is a little unpleasant. Although these dark parts are only here to monitor Uchiha Sen, they increase the risk of Pocket exposure. Therefore, he needs to perform more perfectly to fool these dark parts, otherwise he may only have one way to escape. I know that, you just have to do your own thing. What happened to Uchiha Sen, Orochimaru was clear. Even now, he has an unclear connection with Shimura Danzo, and as for why Uchiha Sen's father is a rebel, he is even more clear. It's just that it increases my exposure and I have to be cautious. Pocket said. It's okay, as long as this Chuunin exam is over, your mission will be over. At that time, I will find someone to take Sasuke Uchiha away, and as for you, follow me back to the shinobi village. Orochimaru didn't care about this, and in less than a week, it would be time for the Shimo shinobi in other villages to take the Chuunin exam. Hi. That's right, only this time, I would like to see a different side of Uchiha Sen. For the upcoming Chuunin exam, a very interested look appeared on Pocket's face. In any case, you are in charge of monitoring Uchiha Mori until the end of the Chuunin exam. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I plan to try it myself when I take the Chuunin exam. For Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru would not give up at all. After learning what Konoha Village thought about Uchiha Mori, Orochimaru no longer had any thoughts about Uchiha Mori. Oh? Is Orochimaru-sama going to do it himself? I wonder if that Uchiha Sasuke is really worth doing this. Pocket still underestimated the influence of Uchiha on the big snake pill, and the big snake pill who thought of himself very high at the beginning was actually knocked down by an illusion, which was unacceptable to the big snake pill. Therefore, for the Sharingan, the big snake pill is determined to get. You go back and get ready, I'm going to visit an old friend. Saying that, the figure of the big snake pill slowly melted into the earth, and finally disappeared into invisibility. Looking at the place where the big snake pill left, you also looked around, and the figure disappeared directly in place. After a while, Uchiha Mori's figure actually appeared from the tree. It turned out that Uchiha Sen had been hiding here, and he heard all the conversations just now. So it is, Orochimaru can easily give up on me, which shows that Konoha Village has a more impure purpose for me. So it's almost certain that Konoha Village has an idea about me, so I must figure it out. When the time comes, Konoha Village. Chapter 13. Uchiha didn't know what Konoha's conspiracy was, but he became more and more vigilant. Sarutobi Hinata allowed himself to join the ninja school, and even allowed Uchiha Mori to graduate and become a member of the group. But he arranged Uchiha Sen into the squad. If Uchiha Sen is an indigenous person and does not know the identity of the pocket, there is no problem with this arrangement, but the problem is that Uchiha Sen knows the identity of the pocket. Today, I heard something that I shouldn't have heard from Orochimaru, and Uchiha Sen felt a little puzzled. Konoha. What exactly is being planned? Uchiha Mori thought as he walked to the third practice ground. Over this period of time, Uchiha Sen has honed the phoenix power in his body very well, and the jerky feeling at the beginning has finally disappeared. But Uchiha Sen did not relax, because he found that continuous exercise could further unlock the phoenix power in his body. The power of the phoenix is actually the source of the spiritual power of all things. In other words, all people with excellent spiritual power are qualified to be the host of the power of the phoenix. And spiritual power is not innate, and the reason why the power of the phoenix is locked is more because the existing spiritual power of Uchiha Sen cannot match the power of the phoenix at all. But after persistent exercise, mental power can be enhanced. Especially now that Uchiha Sen has opened the Sharingan, this increase in spiritual power is even more considerable. It's just that when Uchiha Sen just walked to the third training ground, he found three very familiar figures. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. The three people were arguing and didn't know what they were doing, but judging by the way they looked, they should be waiting for Kiki Kakashi. It's almost 10 o'clock again, and even if Kiki Kakashi is Konoha's late king, it's time to come now. However, Uchiha Sen did not pay attention to them, but walked to the other side of the third driving range and began training. Uchiha Sen spread the power of the phoenix throughout his body, and his perception suddenly increased, and within the surrounding 200 meters, all of them were Uchiha Sen's perception range. Although it is not big, it has the advantage that Uchiha Sen can perceive 360 degrees. Uchiha Sen's mental power began to consume little by little, but Uchiha Sen did not stop, but continued to explore the outside world. Although this will consume mental power, every time it is consumed, the spiritual power will steadily increase apart. At this time, Uchiha Sen was tempering his body and completely fusing his body with Wolverine's bloodline. I have to say that Wolverine's bloodline is really strong, and its recovery ability is comparable to that of a Tsunade who opened 100 heroes. Although it is not as good as the original Hokage for the time being, as long as Uchiha Sen does not want to die, he will definitely not die. Uchiha Sen, let's fight. Just when Uchiha Sen was still cultivating himself, suddenly a voice interrupted his single-mindedness. Uchiha Sen turned his head and found that it was Uchiha Sasuke. Since opening the Sharingan in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha has become more and more confident in his strength. In his opinion, as long as he opens the Sharingan, he is absolutely in the invincible stage. Sorry, not interested. Uchiha Sen shook his head. With his current strength, it would be easy to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Fighting with Uchiha Sasuke is not as fast as cultivating on your own. Are you afraid? Uchiha Sasuke clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Uchiha Sen with a proud expression. Since the 6 years of school, he was suppressed by Uchiha Sen in various ways, and Uchiha Sasuke has been unhappy. Until the Wave Country mission some time ago, he opened the Sharingan, and he felt that Uchiha Sen was definitely not his opponent. Although I don't know what exactly gave you this illusion, I hope you don't delay my time. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha Sasuke. He was still interested in hitting the mature Uchiha Sasuke in the future. But now this little brat, Uchiha Sen, really has no interest. Hey, what are you doing? At this time, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly jumped out and stood beside Sasuke Uchiha. Fuck off, idiot! Sasuke Uchiha showed no mercy. What do you say, stinky fart Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki exploded at once, almost fighting with Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sen smiled and said, with this kind of teammate every day, I doubt that your strength has improved. If you really want to kill that man, I'm afraid it's still early. Sure enough, as soon as the man was mentioned, Uchiha Sasuke exploded immediately like a bomb that was ignited. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke's tone was very dissatisfied. Killing Uchiha Itachi was the most important thing in his life. And now, but by Uchiha Sen said that there is no taboo, how can Uchiha Sasuke endure it? I didn't say anything, but I've changed my mind now. Since you want to fight me, then I'll accompany you to fight. But you two go together, I'm afraid you will lose too badly alone. Uchiha Sen put his hands in his pockets and looked at the two people on the opposite side. It was not that Uchiha Sen looked down on them, but these two protagonists are really too weak. Bastard! Naruto, don't interfere, I must defeat him with my own hands. After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke rushed directly up, but his eyes did not open his double-hooked jade chakra eyes. Completely different from in school, now that Uchiha Sasuke has become much faster, a smile appeared in Uchiha Sen's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke came to Uchiha Sen, his right fist raised high, and the target was Uchiha Sen's left face. Such a fast speed, worthy of Sasuke. Not far away, Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke Uchiha with a surprised face. This kind of strength is really strong for her. A masked man in the forest looked at the scene expressionlessly, narrowing his eyes at Sasuke Uchiha's performance. Well, it's finally grown a little. Bang! I saw a loud noise, and unlike everyone speculated, Uchiha Sen did not fly out, but still stood firmly in place. And Sasuke Uchiha, who attacked just now, flew out. How? How can it be? Haruno Sakura was stunned to see all this in front of her. She couldn't believe it was all true. Kakashi, who was hiding in the tree, had a somewhat serious face. This kid! It's so strong! Chapter 14. With just one attack, Kakashi Kiki saw most of Uchiha Mori's strength. As far as this attack is concerned, judging from the strength and reaction speed of both sides, Uchiha Sasuke does not have much chance at all. Abominable! That's impossible! Sasuke Uchiha struggled to stand up, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't believe that after cultivating for so long, he was not Uchiha Sen's opponent for one round. You underestimate your opponent too much, and before you know the strength of your opponent, you dare to expose such a large position. It is simply looking for death. If you hit this punch, it is indeed powerful, but for the sake of a punch, you ignore the defense, typical reckless behavior. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and his faint tone was very angry, as if the elders were teaching the younger ones. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uchiha Sen with both eyes, but his body was trembling slightly. I don't like to listen to this kind of preaching. The art of multiple shadow avatars. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki's shout interrupted the conversation between the two people, and I saw Naruto Uzumaki's index and middle fingers in the shape of a cross between his hands, placed on his chest. Dozens of identical Uzumaki Naruto had appeared around him, all eager to try. Idiot Sasuke, watch me defeat Uchiha Mori. Above. Saying that, Naruto Uzumaki and his shadow doppelganger rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen, looking spectacular. Uchiha Sen raised his eyebrows, two kunai appeared directly in his hand, and he also rushed towards Naruto Uzumaki's shadow doppelganger. The quality of Naruto Uzumaki's shadow avatar is really poor, and he still hasn't understood how to use the shadow avatar. Too slow, you will only squander your chakra wantonly, but it is only because the chakra of the Vortex clan is rich, so you will have this level. Uchiha Sen slashed a shadow doppelganger, and in just a dozen seconds, these 30 or 40 shadow doppelgangers were ended by Uchiha Sen one by one. Even Naruto Uzumaki stood in place a little breathlessly. You are too weak, even if you have the physique of the Vortex clan, you are just a crane tail. Uchiha Sen shook his head. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki, except for Chakra, who burst out of the 9 tails, was no threat at all. The huge Chakra will not be used, and can only use this low-quality shadow avatar, and it is also somewhat useful to encounter the general shinobi, but when encountering Uchiha Mori, useless. As for Sasuke Uchiha next to him, he also stood up again from the state of kneeling on one knee at this moment. He walked over to Naruto Uzumaki's side, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and looked at Uchiha Mori. What's wrong with the crane tail, are you giving up? Uchiha Sasuke taunted. Idiot Sasuke! You are the crane tail. I didn't give up. Naruto Uzumaki exploded at once. For this kind of quarrel, the two people seem to have become accustomed to it, and even the current enemy does not react. Uchiha Sasuke smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Naruto Uzumaki, who was angry. Then use your doppelganger to attack again, I need to find his flaws and give him a fatal blow. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned red, and a gouge appeared in his left eye, while 2 gouges appeared in his right eye. Sasuke! Your eyes? Naruto Uzumaki was a little puzzled. That's right. Riding wheel eyes. At that moment, I saw his movements. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes looked at Uchiha Mori, and he took out something that he and the entire Uchiha clan were proud of. Riding wheel eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra eye has evolved again compared to the country of waves, and his talent is indeed good. Sharingan? Hehe. What the Uchiha family is most proud of, it seems that you will also be proud of this. Do you really think that if you open the Sharingan, you can defeat me? Uchiha Sen shook his head at Uchiha Sasuke very mockingly, but he knew that this would arouse Uchiha Sasuke's rebellious heart even more. Sure enough, after Uchiha Sen finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help it. Naruto! Above! Uchiha Sasuke shouted, and Sharingan's eyes circled in his eyes, staring closely at Uchiha Sen's figure. More than a dozen shadow doppelgangers rushed towards Uchiha Sen again, only this time it was not as disorderly as the last time, but there was some cooperation between them. I have to admit that Naruto Uzumaki's qualifications are really good, from the chaotic attack at the beginning, to the fact that he can now use the shadow avatar to cooperate with the attack, the progress is really fast. It's just that these have no effect at all for Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen turned his head to dodge the blow of the shadow doppelganger. This time he didn't plan to waste chakra more, because Kiki Kakashi was still around, so Uchiha Sen wanted to observe him. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki's body flew out again, and it could be seen that his chakra had bottomed out. It's useless, you better give up, it's just a drain on chakra like this. Uchiha Sen shook his head, although he didn't know what the hell Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were doing, but he knew that with their current strength, they couldn't beat Uchiha Sen. Naruto Uzumaki wiped the corners of his mouth, his eyes staring at Uchiha Mori. Naruto, do you remember the move we made to deal with no more slashes? Uchiha Sasuke whispered. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up, and he looked at Sasuke Uchiha. Come on Naruto! Do it again, this time it will definitely work. With a shout from Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki rushed forward again. Rushing up with Naruto Uzumaki, there were more than a dozen of his shadow doppelgangers. It can be seen that this time Naruto Uzumaki's chakra has bottomed out, and there are only a dozen shadow doppelgangers. Uchiha Sen dodged the attacks of the shadow doppelganger again and again, and it can be seen that Uchiha Sen has already figured out Naruto Uzumaki's attack routine. Let's take it. Only listening to Naruto Uzumaki shouting, from behind these shadow doppelgangers suddenly appeared a lot of shadow doppelgangers, all of them holding shurikens in their hands, and then threw them at Uchiha Sen at the same time. The flight trajectory of these shurikens completely blocked the angle at which Uchiha Sen dodged. Uchiha Sen shook his head with a smile, and a handful of kunai appeared in his hand, knocking these kunai flying one by one. This kind of attack is like a child's house. Bang! When Uchiha Sen flew the last shuriken, it was not the crisp sound of gold and iron, but the sound of smoke, and Uchiha Sen suddenly discovered something. However, it was too late at the moment, and the shurikens that were shot behind by Uchiha Sen all turned into Naruto Uzumaki, and then firmly trapped Uchiha Sen in place. Sasuke! Take advantage of it now! One of them Uzumaki Naruto shouted. And Sasuke Uchiha on the other side had already prepared, and at this moment, his hands had already finished the last seal, and a huge fireball spat out from his mouth. Fire! The Art of Fireballs. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Your mission is ostensibly to escort this caravan to the Land of Wind, but in fact, your mission is to send the information in this scroll to the Wind Shadow office. In the Naruto building, in the mission release room, a ninja looked at the three of Uchiha Mori very seriously. Today, I don't know what happened, when the three of them came to pick up the task, they were suddenly called here. This is generally a place where B-level missions and above will come, and Uchiha Sen and their three-person squad do not have a leading teacher, so there are generally no B-level tasks. Only this time it seems to be different. As the leader of this squad, he took the task book first and carefully examined the above task. What is the level of this mission? Pocket asked. It's tentatively rated as sea level, but there is room to float. After all, there are enemy ninjas who want to solve this intelligence. You don't go on your way alone. When you reach the border, another team of ninjas will replace you, and you can just give them the information. As for the handover order, I will tell you after you confirm your acceptance of the task. This intelligence handover is very secretive, and what they see is only a small part. Pocket looked at the other two people. It was a collective task, so everyone had the right to decide. I don't care, I'm afraid some people won't dare. The red copper armor looked at Uchiha Sen with some defiance. Since the last time he was killed by Uchiha Sen, copper armor has always felt that Uchiha Sen sneaked up on him first, and if he competed again, he would definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen dismissed his thoughts. The biggest secret of the bronze armor is just absorbing chakra, and this ability is simply too easy for Uchiha Sen. I don't have an opinion, we only need to operate in the country with intelligence, so there is not much danger. Although he didn't know what the hell the ape was doing with them, Uchiha felt that it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. It just so happens that he needs a battle between life and death to improve his abilities, and Uchiha Sen is not afraid at all. Okay, then we accept the task. Pocket nodded, indicating that they accepted the task. Well, this is the intelligence scroll you need to send, and this one is the joint code. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, that caravan will prepare to leave at the entrance of the village, and then you will protect them all the way to the Land of Wind. The ninja who issued the mission handed several scrolls into his pocket's hands, and all scrolls except for the one with the confidential mission had a seal applied. All the scrolls could be viewed. If you forcibly break the seal on it, the scroll will disappear with it. The three of them left the Hokage building and went to prepare what they needed tomorrow, while Uchiha Mori went to the ninja shop and bought a lot of ninja tools. For dinner, Uchiha Mori plans to eat Ichiraku ramen, and I have to say that this ramen is really as said in the manga, it is delicious. Not only is it filling but it also tastes good, so many people like to eat it very much. It's just that here, Uchiha Sen met an acquaintance. Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, there was no injury on Naruto Uzumaki's body, and the powerful recovery ability of the Nine Tails made Naruto Uzumaki get better quickly. And Uchiha Sasuke is still lying in the hospital. Without 2 or 3 days, he can't get out of the hospital. Seeing that it was Uchiha Sen, Naruto Uzumaki was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Uchiha Sen to come here too. Boss, a bowl of char siu ramen, add an egg. Uchiha Sen said. Right away, wait a minute. The boss, Ichiraku, smiled and beckoned Uchiha Mori to sit down, and then served Naruto Uzumaki a bowl of noodles. Naruto, this is your face, I added ingredients for you. With that, Ichiraku gave a thumbs up. Naruto Uzumaki laughed and thanked him, then couldn't help but eat it. It's just that while eating, Naruto Uzumaki peeked at Uchiha Sen, and didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, in Naruto Uzumaki's heart, He has always felt that Uchiha Sen is the same kind of person as him, because when they were children, they were all isolated by others. At a very young age, Naruto Uzumaki once saw many people throwing stones at Uchiha Mori and claiming to kill him. This kind of treatment also happened to Naruto Uzumaki. Since Uchiha Mori joined the class 6 years ago, Naruto Uzumaki has also come into contact with Uchiha Sen, but the relationship between the two can only be regarded as acquaintance. For Naruto Uzumaki's peak, Uchiha Sen did not pay attention to it. In any case, Naruto Uzumaki should belong to an alternative category in Konoha Village. He was treated differently, but ended up protecting the village and becoming the Hokage. This may be the legendary virgin. And for this village, Uchiha Sen does not have any good feelings at all, and no one Uchiha Sen wants to be related, let alone friendship. Sooner or later, he will leave this village, and sooner or later he will make Konoha's crimes public. Uchiha Sen didn't wait long, and a steaming bowl of ramen was brought to the table, and there were several large pieces of char siu on the ramen, which looked very tempting. "Please use it slowly," Ichiraku said with a smile. Uchiha Sen nodded slightly, then picked up his chopsticks and prepared to start. It's just that at this time, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to be unable to bear it and looked at Uchiha Sen. "That? The man you talked about with Sasuke yesterday. Who the hell is it? Why did Sasuke have to kill him?" Naruto Uzumaki had a lot of questions about this, but he couldn't ask Sasuke Uchiha, and today he met Uchiha Sen, and Naruto Uzumaki remembered to ask. Uchiha Sen stopped his chopsticks, and he could feel the breath of 2 or 3 dark parts around him. These dark parts are secretly protecting Naruto Uzumaki, and as the pillar force of the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki's safety cannot be lost. And even the ape Flying Sun Chop, from time to time threw the crystal ball to pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto. The man? That man was his older brother, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sen did not hide it, but directly said the identity of Uchiha Itachi. Why? Why did Sasuke do this? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but continue to ask. Uchiha Sen picked up a piece of ramen and blew it gently, waiting until the ramen was cold before putting it in his mouth and chewing it. Maybe it's because his brother killed his whole family. This sentence obviously had a great impact on Naruto Uzumaki, and he didn't expect that Sasuke Uchiha had such a background. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and Naruto Uzumaki still knew, but about the murderer being Uchiha Itachi, Naruto Uzumaki definitely did not know. The corners of Uchiha Sen's mouth hooked, and he felt that it was a good thing to properly change the course of history. Chapter 18. Although I don't know what will happen if Naruto Uzumaki knows about this, if there will be a slight change, it is also earned by Uchiha Sen. On the other side, Pocket found the big snake pill again. Lord Orochimaru, this mission is to send intelligence to the Land of Wind. It seems that Konoha Village is going to test Uchiha Mori. He held his eyes. He didn't know much about Uchiha Sen's affairs, only Orochimaru knew everything alone. And for the current situation, the big snake pill is also a little interested. Hi. It seems that Uchiha Sen's future is already doomed. But this time you came to me, you didn't simply report such an intelligence, did you? Orochimaru licked his tongue. Of course, I hope that Orochimaru-sama can send someone to intercept and kill these ninjas in charge of the handover. The words were amazing, no one expected that he would do this. Oh? Tell us your reasons. Orochimaru was very interested in this topic, because according to the IQ of the Pocket, there was definitely his reason. We might as well take this opportunity to try Uchiha Mori's true strength. The corners of his mouth are slightly upturned. You mean? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. That's right, we kill the connector. According to the mission, if we can't wait for the connector, we will send the intelligence to the country of wind. At that time, we can arrange for someone to assassinate us. The purpose is the intelligence in our hands, but it is actually to see what Uchiha Sen is hiding. Pocket's eyes radiated a trace of essence. He was very curious about Uchiha Sen's strength. Orochimaru nodded. He was also very interested in this matter. Okay, then you provide me with the location then, and I'll let Red Lotus do this. Early the next morning, at the entrance of Konoha Village, a group of caravans were busy, and the 3 of Uchiha stood at the door, watching them. 3 ninja lords, wait a bit, we will pack up right away and go right away. The leader of the caravan looked at the 3 of Uchiha Sen with a smiling face, and his face was full of flattery. It's okay, it's not time yet, we'll officially start at 8 o'clock. Hood smiled, smiling very gently, as if he didn't care at all about waiting for a while. The boss of the caravan also breathed a sigh of relief, urging the members of those caravans arise. Uchiha Sen silently closed his eyes, running the power of the phoenix by himself, slowly consuming his spiritual power. Although this method is slow, it is a real increase in strength. It didn't take long for the caravan to finally finish, and Uchiha Sen got into the carriage and quietly cross-legged and began to cultivate. The caravan slowly walked out of Konoha Village, but now Uchiha Sen didn't have to worry much at all, because this neighborhood was still within the control of Konoha Village. There are also many ninjas patrolling Konoha, and the safety around this can still be guaranteed. Unless the gap in strength is too large to sound an alarm at all, as if they encountered Nagato behind, as long as they can sound an alarm, the entire Konoha will be running. However, to ensure safety, everyone will sit at the front of the caravan to guard and the other 2 will rest in the back. The first to guard was the bronze armor, while Uchiha Mori and Pocket were sitting in the carriage. Sen-kun, I wonder if I can ask you a question. I don't know why, Pocket, who has always been silent, actually spoke first this time. Senior Pocket, please say, if it's not an important question, I will answer you. Uchiha said. Pocket smiled, he didn't care about the other meaning of Uchiha Sen's words. I just wanted to ask, I heard that when you were young, something happened. The only dog that accompanies you, killed by someone and hung in the doorway. That night, the men were killed in their homes, in exactly the same way as the dog. I'm afraid this is not a coincidence, right? The smile of the hood was harmless to humans and animals, but Uchiha Sen felt the horror of this person. This matter has been buried for 6 years, and even Konoha Village does not know about it, but how did Pocket know? You know, in order to prevent Konoha Village from finding out about this, Uchiha Sen even destroyed all of their brains. Senior Do said and laughed, as for the deaths of those people, I think it is something that deserves it. If you say that I killed it, I'm afraid I really can't admit it. Uchiha Sen shook his head calmly, for this kind of thing, whoever admits it is a fool. Pocket smiled noncommittally, since he knew these things, there was naturally evidence, but these evidences, Pocket could not tell Uchiha Sen. And Senior Do also forgot one thing, 6 years ago, I was still a child without the power of chickens. How can such a child kill so many adults without showing a trace? Are you right? Uchiha Sen looked at Pocket with a smile. I don't know why, Pocket suddenly felt a breath of death. This breath of death is very secretive, but it makes the back of the Pocket feel cold. Pocket is almost certain that if he dares to say something that shouldn't, I'm afraid Uchiha Sen really intends to kill him on the spot. Although I don't know why Uchiha Sen dared to do this, he decided not to say anything. Of course, it's just that I heard a rumor, just tell you. Now that I think about it, these words are all pure fabrication, and I still haven't been careful enough to believe them. Holding his eyes, he could feel that the murderous aura around him was gradually disappearing, and Uchiha Sen also closed his eyes again, and did not continue to take care of his Pocket. In fact, in Uchiha Sen's heart, he has become extremely wary of this matter. How does Pocket know? And listening to his tone, there must be some definite evidence to prove the authenticity of this matter. It's just that the only thing Uchiha Sen doesn't have to worry about is that you will report this matter to Konoha Village. Because if he reports it to Konoha Village, Konoha will immediately investigate his identity, and he himself will not be able to keep it at that time. So, Uchiha Sen is not worried. The Pocket on the other side was full of gloom, and he didn't expect such a result. He found the bones of the dead people at that time, summoned these people back with the art of soil rebirth, and got such news. Unexpectedly, this is the result now. However, now that he finally understood some of Uchiha Sen's strength, he didn't expect that it would make him feel jealous. Uchiha Sen really hid his strength. Chapter 19. The caravan staggered out of the protected area of Konoha Village, and the danger would increase in the future. Although the Fire Nation has superior military power and the most powerful ninja village Konoha, there are still many bandits in many places in the country. This is why many caravans need to hire ninjas for protection. As for why the Fire Nation and Konoha Village didn't send troops to directly deal with these people, the reason is also very simple: without these thieves, then Konoha Village's income would be much less. Correspondingly, the share of income from the Fire Nation will also decrease, so it is useful to say that these mountain thieves. Cheer up, there are often bandits nearby, everyone must be careful. The guards of the caravan shouted, and those guards who originally belonged to the caravan also raised their vigilance and observed the surroundings. Uchiha Sen, who was still closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes because he felt several chakras. Pocket also opened his eyes, the two looked at each other, and then immediately disappeared into the carriage. Alert! There is an enemy invasion! With a shout, the entire caravan immediately stopped, and before everyone could react, more than 24 shurikens flew directly over. Copper Armor, you are responsible for protecting the caravan, and Senjun and I will solve these people. After speaking, a kunai appeared in the Pocket's hand, and began to resist these flying shurikens. Uchiha Sen looked in front of him, and his phoenix power instantly judged the location of the enemy, only to see that his hands began to seal rapidly. Ziyin Ugly. Fire Escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. The 6 seals were completed in an instant, and Uchiha Morin jumped up in mid-air, spitting out 4 fireballs like phoenix flowers in his mouth, and flew in the direction of the forest next to him. Bang! Only to hear the sound of explosions, flames began to burn, and billowing smoke began to appear in the forest. At the same time, in this billowing smoke, several figures jumped out and completely appeared in front of the caravan. Well done! Mori-kun. Pocket smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of killing intent. This sudden attack was not arranged by him, and it had nothing to do with him. So for these people, the Pocket does not intend to show mercy to his subordinates at all, the sooner they can solve their appointment. Uchiha Sen was not distracted, there were a total of 4 people on the other side, and judging from the chakra reaction in their bodies, these people at least had the strength above Naka Shinobi. It's worthy of being a ninja from Konoha Village. It seems that this mission is a bit difficult. The man at the head gently clapped his palm, and he didn't seem to put the 3 of Uchiha Sen in his eyes at all. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, he could clearly feel that this person at the head was the strongest. Who is your excellency? Are you sure you want to be an enemy of our Konoha ninja village? Standing in front of him, he made a defensive stance while watching the other 2 men warily. Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Hainda Random Walk, this is Otaku, and the rest one is Matsushita Yamakii. Our personal task is also very simple, which is to kill you. After speaking, Hainda grinned and revealed a weird smile. Kill us? It seems that you must be our enemy. Saying that, he touched his right hand to the ninja bag on his right hand, which contained a bazooka for sending support. Hainda didn't see it, so he looked at the bazooka in his pocket, then lit it and let it go. Soon, a firework burst into the air, accompanied by a sharp sound, which was a signal for help, which was not too far from Konoha Village, hoping that someone would come to help. Okay, you've sent a distress signal, although that doesn't help. So, can we get started now? Hainda spread out his hands in a hurry, and he didn't mean to look nervous, which made his pocket a little confused. Su. Suddenly, Uchiha Sen's figure unexpectedly appeared above the head of another person, and the bitter target in his hand was the head of the man named Otaku. The person who surprised Uchiha Sen a little, this attack was unexpectedly smooth, and his kunai was directly inserted on the top of Otaku's head. Blood gushed out directly, and Uchiha Sen instantly completed the transposition and returned to his own lineup. Oh! Nice speed, I didn't expect that there were such imps among you. Hainda looked at Uchiha Sen with some surprise, which he hadn't expected at all. The opening game kills the opponent first, which makes the morale of Uchiha Sen's side very good. 3-3 may have problems, but the advantage of 3-2 is already big enough. So both Pocket and Copper Armor had smiles on their faces. Be careful, that person is not dead. Uchiha Sen was not so optimistic, because when he attacked just now, although there was blood, Uchiha Sen felt that the hand felt not quite right. The human skull is one of the hardest bones, so even if it is used with kunao, it takes a lot of force to pierce it. But at that time, Uchiha Sen felt that his kunao easily pierced Otakeu's head. It's a little strange that Uchiha Sen didn't use the power of the phoenix. Okay Otakeu, don't act anymore, people can see through you. Handa glanced back at a random pace, his tone full of helplessness. Oh? Already see through me? Isn't that my performance just now, and no one watched it? I saw that Dazuyu, who was pierced in the head, stood up again, and the blood on his face just now turned into a white liquid. The attacked head also slowly returned to normal, even. He also took Uchiha Sen's kunao. Spit it out. Little ghost, this kunao is returned to you. Saying that, Otakeu gently threw Kuwu back to Uchiha Mori, but it was fast and fast. Uchiha Sen flashed, Kuwu almost touched his face, although he did not touch, but Kuwu around the wind, but scratched Uchiha Sen's face. A streak of blood oozed out of the wound. Oh, why is it hurt now? I haven't started yet. Otakeu looked surprised. Uchiha Sen touched his injured face, but at this time he could no longer feel the scar, and the power of the phoenix had quickly recovered this scar. Okay, don't make trouble, we're going to get down to business. Handa took a step forward, his eyes on Uchiha Mori. This little devil will be handed over to me, and the remaining 2 people will be freely divided among you. If you can't beat it, then drag it out for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'll kill this little ghost. Chapter 20. 5 minutes, which is the time limit Handa gave himself. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, it was the first time he had seen someone say, kill himself in 5 minutes. Without saying much, Uchiha Sen directly turned his head and left. He is not running, he needs a place where no one is, use his abilities. Don't run, little ghost, even if you run, you won't be able to hold me for minutes. Handa smiled chaotically, moved quickly under his feet, directly followed Uchiha Mori's figure, and disappeared directly into the forest. Uchiha Sen's speed is not fast, because he does not exert his full strength at all, so that Handa can catch up. And soon, Handa's chaotic figure also appeared behind Uchiha Sen. Ha 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 little ghost, give up, your speed can't escape my palm at all. Handa's arrogant voice came from behind, but Uchiha Sen was not disturbed by the slightest, but walked forward while observing the surrounding terrain. It wasn't until Uchiha Sen felt that the distance was enough and would not reveal his true strength that he stopped. What's wrong, little ghost? Why didn't you run? 2 more minutes of running, and you may be beyond the 5-minute time limit, I said. Aren't you running out of strength? Can't run? Ha 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 ha, I like to hunt your prey that struggles to the end and feels that the world is still very desperate. Handa laughed wildly, feeling that at this moment Uchiha Mori was no longer able to continue running. And this feeling of being in control of other people's lives is deeply fascinated by Handa's chaotic steps. No, you guessed wrong. I just found a place to bury you. Uchiha Sen clasped his hands to his chest, looked at Handa coldly, and lightly spit out such words in his mouth. The place where I am buried. Ha 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 ha. Little ghost. You are so much fun. I didn't expect that death was coming, and I still wanted to struggle. But it's okay, I'll give you this opportunity to see how you want to bury me here. After speaking, Handa's chaotic figure disappeared directly in place, and in the next second, he came to Uchiha Sen, and the short knife in his hand pierced Uchiha Sen's neck. Uchiha Mori remained motionless, his eyes staring at Handa's stride, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Phoenix. These were the only 2 words Handa could hear, because next, he felt the most terrifying thing in his life. The whole picture was silent, as if in slow motion, but Handa saw it. Uchiha Sen, who acts extremely normally. That's right, in the same area, in the same universe, the timeline of 2 people is completely different. The speed around Handa's chaotic pace became extremely slow, but Uchiha Mori himself, as before, did not change. Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, his body directly reversed 360 degrees, and while flipping, his right foot kicked directly on Handa's face, kicking him directly out. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared in the ground, and Handa lay in it. At this moment, his whole body was covered with blood, but his breathing was very steady. Handa stood up tremblingly, and the moment he was kicked by Uchiha Sen, it was as if he had been attacked by a mountain, and he had no ability to resist at all. And the weird mirror image before, Handa walked around and deeply suspected that he had fallen for illusion. Solution! Handa shouted as he walked with his hands in place, but found that the surrounding scenery had not changed. At this time, Handa's heart was slightly flustered, and he only had two answers in his mind now. One is that he is indeed in an illusion, but the means he just used cannot crack this illusion at all, so he needs to think of other methods. The other is that everything that happened just now is true, and Uchiha Sen's strength is so strong. Everything that happened just now was made by this little devil in front of him. Nope. No way. Handa couldn't believe that the force that made him unable to resist at all just now was actually used by this little ghost. At this time, the chakra in Handa's chaotic body began to rotate wildly, and the injuries on his body began to repair quickly. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. This recovery speed was comparable to Dazuya just now. These three people. It feels like having the same blood succession limit. Or rather, all three of them were transformed at the same time. Die, little ghost! Handa roared in a hurry, his hands quickly began to seal seals, 8 seals were completed in an instant, and a flashing thunder and lightning appeared on his right hand. Thunder! Thunder gun! A spear-like thunder and lightning appeared in Handa's hand, and with his shout, he threw this spear directly. The target is precisely Uchiha Sen. The furious lightning is compressed in this spear, and as soon as it touches any object, this spear will explode. And the power of the explosion should not be underestimated. Uchiha shook his head, a contemptuous smile on his face. It's too weak. I saw Uchiha Sen slightly stretched out his hand in front of him, and the index finger of his right hand gently clicked in the air, and the whole world seemed to have undergone a slight change. The lightning spear stopped strangely in midair, motionless. Handa looked at the lightning spear in midair with a look of horror, something he had never seen in his life. That lightning spear, under Handa's chaotic gaze, actually slowly began to decompose. That's right. It's decomposition. But instead of decomposition, it is more appropriate to say annihilation. The entire lightning spear was like ashes, dissipating in the air little by little. Uchiha Sen's left hand gently drew a circle in the air, and the thunder and lightning energy that was dissipating with the wind quickly gathered on his left hand, and turned into a lotus flower. You know, lightning is one of the most violent energies in the world, whether it is a change in nature or what, it cannot change the basis of lightning energy. But now, Uchiha Sen actually let this thunder and lightning not make any sound, and even in this lotus, it was calm and terrifying. Something that belongs to you. Sent to you. Uchiha Sen gently pushed this lotus forward, and in Handa's terrified face, this lotus actually moved in the direction of Handa's chaotic step. But Handa is scrambling. But he couldn't move. Uchiha Sen turned around, not going to see Handa's subsequent death, because real men never looked back at the explosion. Boom! Chapter 21. Uchiha Sen smiled. In this kind of explosion, even if Handa has superhuman recovery ability, he can't die anymore. The reason is simple, if the whole person is blown to pieces, then how to recover? It's just that when Uchiha Sen wants to leave here, his perception. There was a strange scene. A chakra reaction appeared. Uchiha Sen turned his head, but did not find where the person was. It's as if you're invisible. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sen. I have to say that you were able to force me to this situation. It's just that my current state is the power given to me by adults. Take a good look, I will kill you. My lord? Uchiha Sen keenly grasped this keyword, and it can be heard that this Handa is chaotic, it should be after the transformation, and he has this ability. It's just that this ability is in Uchiha Sen's opinion. It's all garbage. Uchiha Sen suddenly stretched out his left hand and faced forward, and a majestic force penetrated his body. Because I have always been worried about exposing my abilities, I have never felt what it is like to have 20% of the power of the phoenix. So this time, I want to try it, phoenix power. Open. Rumble. The whole earth seemed to shake slightly, and with a crisp birdsong, Uchiha Sen's eyes turned a terrifying red. This is not an ordinary bird call, but the phoenix power in Uchiha Mori's body is gushing out. With Uchiha Sen as the center point, layers of ripples appeared in the air, and Handa's figure appeared in the air like this. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly, his eyes were full of indifference at this moment, and the eyes of the three-hook jade riding wheel had begun to turn wildly. Yes, at this moment, when 20% of the phoenix power was fully opened, Uchiha Sen's chakra eyes instantly turned into three-hook jade. Even, his Sharingan will evolve into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't let his eyes transform into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, but locked this spiritual power in his eyes, and he could evolve at any time as long as he wanted. You know, this is the first time I've used my full strength, and you're honored to see this moment. So for this honor, please give your life. At this time, Uchiha Sen's eyes were indifferent, and his eyes were not mixed with any trace of emotion, like a dead person. The appearance of the power of the phoenix made Uchiha Sen fall into a state of absolute calmness, only evaluating the matter itself, and absolutely not mixed with various emotions. Nope. No way. How could you be so strong? Handa wailed in the air. At the moment he could not move at all, and could only be slaughtered by Uchiha Mori. Uchiha Sen's body slowly flew into the air, and then moved to Handa's chaotic steps. There are many things in the world that you can't see with your eyes. I hide my strength just because I don't want to expose it, not that I'm really that weak. Thank you for making me feel the full strength I have now, so I will grant you death. Saying that, Uchiha Sen raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, Handa's chaotic body slowly began to decompose like the lightning spear before. Uchiha Sen thought about it. Since conventional means can't kill the person in front of him, it should be no problem to annihilate it directly, right? More importantly, Uchiha Sen wants to try how many abilities he can use in his current limit state. Soon, in less than 3 seconds, Handa's chaotic body changed into flying ash and gradually disappeared into the air. It's just that Uchiha Sen did not withdraw from this state, but looked at a certain place. Come out, you've been hiding long enough. Uchiha Sen said lightly, but there was no one around, which looked a little strange. After a while, after finding that no one came out, Uchiha smiled and gently raised his hands. Vector control. With a slight lift of his index finger, a large stone immediately flew up from the ground, and a black and white figure also appeared in Uchiha Sen's field of vision along with the stone. Wow whoa! With a strange shout, the two people of black and white were pulled out by Uchiha Sen at the same time. Unlike Baiju, Heiju's face was very ugly, as if he had found something different. Now, state your purpose, or I'll kill you like I killed Handa. Uchiha Sen glanced at them lightly. I don't know why, Heiju felt the biggest murderous opportunity in thousands of years. Kuro has no doubt that as long as they refuse to say their purpose, then. It's just that this person in front of him, Hei, is really too familiar. Thousands of years ago, he once met Uchiha Sen. I said that we were ordered to monitor this Handa to see if his transformed ability could be successfully suppressed. It's just that being killed by you so easily is something we didn't expect at all. Oh, this time there is a big trouble, the task is not completed, and the masked man is going to find us trouble again. Baiju gushed some words, although he said the purpose, but he was too noisy. Uchiha Sen waved his left hand heavily, and the two people of Baiju and Black Ju were forcibly separated, and Baiju died immediately. Okay, the tongue-tongued guy is gone, I'm going to have an interview with you. Uchiha Sen looked at Heiju lightly. There was something he wanted to say to Heiju. What the hell are you? Black looks a little unpleasant, although he is originally black, but the tone and attitude can indicate his current mood. It doesn't matter who I am, and I won't get in the way of your resurrection plan. I just want to tell you that I don't hinder you, and you don't hinder me. I know everything about your plan to resurrect Kaguya Akatsuki, but I don't care. So, don't beat me up, or you'll die a terrible death. A smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth, and Kuro immediately felt his body being tightened, and gradually, he actually felt that he couldn't breathe. You know, Kuro is by no means an ordinary human being, he is the product of Datomu Kagaya's use of yin-yang escape technique, which is almost completely different from humans. But even so, Kuro still did not dodge Uchiha Sen's attack. I see, you're the man who was with Atsuki Hakai. Chapter 22. Uchiha Sen frowned slightly, he didn't know what Kuro was talking about. But he could be sure of one thing, Kuro seemed to have met Uchiha Sen before, and he had also been in contact. Therefore, Uchiha Sen planned to keep quiet and set some of what Kuro said. Humph. I didn't expect you to remember. So many years have passed. Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Since you joined forces with Atsuki Yu to seal your mother back then, why don't you stop me now? What the hell are your conspiracies? Kuro looked at Uchiha Sen. Team up with Atsuki? Uchiha Sen was slightly stunned, but quickly returned to normal. Could it be that his future self crossed the timeline and returned to that ancient period? Uchiha Sen couldn't be sure of this, so he had to know something more. This matter has nothing to do with you. As for the big tube of wood feather, I will naturally go to him. Since you want to resurrect Kagaya, then go and complete your own goal, don't bother me. If I find out again that you sent someone to follow me, even if you are the product of the yin-yang escape technique, I will kill you. Uchiha Sen let go of his hand, and the black absolute fell directly to the ground, turning into a pool of black water. After snapping his fingers, a black wormhole appeared behind Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen jumped back slightly, and the figure immediately disappeared in place. Kuro looked at the place where Uchiha Sen left, and slowly seeped into the ground. Uchiha Sen, I will remember you, no matter what conspiracy you have, you can't stop me from resurrecting my mother. In the forest not far away, the figure of Uchiha Mori appeared here. It's just that the current Uchiha Sen is not as majestic as before, as if the world is invincible. Woo! 20% of the phoenix power is too much for spiritual power consumption. Uchiha Sen spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time to turn on the power of the phoenix, and the body was not used to the bruise. The situation just now was the first time Uchiha Sen actually used the power of the phoenix, so in many places, Uchiha Sen was not completely used to it. For example, the time he killed Handa just now, Uchiha Sen was even able to kill people in a simpler way. But it doesn't matter, this time is regarded as an attempt, and Uchiha Sen also has a general understanding, so in some ways, Uchiha Sen can also be regarded as knowing the power of the phoenix. The next thing is to enhance spiritual power. As long as you can enhance spiritual power, you can further open the power of the phoenix. Although the power of the phoenix will strengthen the host's spiritual power, but now in terms of spiritual power, there is still a little less strengthening, as long as one more ability about the spiritual power mutant is extracted. Uchiha Sen let out a soft breath. Now with all his strength, killing a Shangnan should be effortless. However, with Handa's chaotic strength, it is actually not a superior shinobi, because it can have such a strong ability, and most of the reason is because of his special ability. His resilience is very strong, even if ordinary shinobi against him, he may be killed by him by means of injury for injury, not to mention the last secret technique similar to stealth. In fact, in Uchiha Mori's opinion, it should not be other secret arts, but the spiritual art of the Kato family. Although Uchiha Sen can't be sure, it should look a lot like it on the surface, especially if he wants to rush over and control Uchiha Sen's body, which is even more confirmed. But it doesn't matter, since Uchiha Mori can defeat Handa random move, it means that Kami Shinobu is no longer his opponent. But for those shadow level characters, Uchiha Sen has not tried, so he does not dare to draw conclusions. As for the ability to stand still in time used by Uchiha Sen in the battle with Handa, it is also part of the power of the phoenix. But now that the power of the phoenix has not been unlocked to a certain extent, the time that seems to have slowed down has actually accelerated the time around Uchiha Mori. That is to say, during that time, the normal time passed 10 seconds, but Uchiha Sen had passed 100 seconds, which is a tenfold gap. As a result, a very strange state appeared, and Uchiha Sen's life was 90 seconds longer than others. That's right, this is the disadvantage of using the power of the Phoenix to forcibly change the speed of time flow now, which belongs to Uchiha Sen's killer skill. But if the power of the Phoenix grows to a certain point, then Uchiha Sen can really control time. At that time, if you don't grow old or die, I'm afraid it's really not a dream. Uchiha Sen limped out. In order to hide his strength, Uchiha Sen deliberately dislocated his left hand accidentally, and his leg was also injured. His face was grey, and he looked like he had gone through a big war. As soon as Uchiha Sen walked out of the forest, he found that Pocket was looking around for Uchiha Sen, and although Pocket's body looked dirty, he was not actually injured. Great, Mori! I didn't expect you to really kill it. We heard the explosion just now, and we were really scared to death. Pocket looked lucky. Although that person is strong, his brain is not very good, and he was seduced into the trap by me with a trick, and then he was killed with an initiation charm. Uchiha Sen's lie was very low level, but he didn't say anything, just nodded. In fact, Pocket didn't believe Uchiha Sen's words at all, and Uchiha Sen didn't have to let Pocket believe it. The purpose of saying these words is simply to make a random excuse to make both sides passable. Sen, are you hurt? It just so happens that I'm a medical ninja and may not be very good at fighting, but I'm an expert in healing. Saying that, Pocket's hands lit up with a green light, placed them on Uchiha Sen's legs, and began to treat him. I have to say that this kind of medical ninjutsu is really somewhat magical, and Uchiha Sen feels that his injured leg and wound have begun to heal. After a while, the small wounds on the leg disappeared. Pocket wiped the sweat from his forehead, giving the feeling that he had used a lot of chakra. But Uchiha Sen won't believe him. How can this level of chakra make him sweat? As for Uchiha Sen's arm, there was nothing to treat now, so he hastily dealt with it, and the group hit the road again. Only this time, the atmosphere in the team has quietly changed. At night, the caravan entered a run-down village, which smelled of corruption. Everyone found a place to sleep and rest, ready to leave tomorrow, and the Pocket followed the moonlight and walked to the entrance of the village. Chapter 23. By moonlight, on the path outside the village entrance, a scroll was opened. A small white snake jumped out of the scroll, and then with a chakra fluctuation and smoke, the figure of the large snake pill appeared in front of the Pocket again. It's so late, Pocket, what are you looking for me for? At this moment, the big snake pill was dressed in a very strange outfit, and his body was slightly stained with some blood. He knew that the big snake pill at this time was conducting an experiment, and it seemed that the experimental body was not far from death. Lord Orochimaru, today we were attacked by a group of people, whose identities are unknown, but each of them seems to have undergone transformation. The look of the Pocket is a little gloomy. Today by these people's hand, no one will be happy. Especially people like Pocket like to take everything into their own hands, and suddenly this situation is unplanned. Oh? Who do you suspect? Orochimaru looked a little interested. I don't know, but it seems that Lord Orochimaru once said that you have seen a white plant with the cells of the original Hokage. Pocket's tone was very calm, and he had been guessing the identity of these people. Do you suspect those people? But as far as I know, that organization did not conduct experiments. For the Xia organization, the big snake pill still knows more or less about something, although he has seen Baiju, but he does not know about the experimental subject. Pocket is also a little curious, so what is the purpose of these people? For intelligence on them? No, apparently not. From the beginning, the target of their leader was Uchiha Sen, which can still be seen in the Pocket. The strength of the other two people is not strong at all, just that strange recovery ability, and the effect of the seemingly immortal body is more bluffing. Could it be that the target of these people is also Uchiha Sen? Orochimaru-sama, we can put this matter on hold for the time being, but I don't think we need to intercept the ninja of Konoha Village. Because I now have a general understanding of Uchiha Sen's intelligence. Saying that, Pocket pulled out a card and handed it to the big snake pill. It's just that Orochimaru didn't hurry to watch, but put the card into the ninja bag and smiled on his face. It's really your characteristic as always, this information will wait for me to look at it when I go back. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to: after completing this task, don't take on other tasks for the time being. I need you to help me do something. It just so happens that you go to the land of wind this time and help me collect some intelligence about Wind Shadow. The big snake pill glanced at the pocket, and for this subordinate, the big snake pill was still very satisfied. The power of polemics, how to say it, is also a superior combat power. In terms of resourcefulness, pockets do not lose to others. What's more frightening is that he also has the ability to spy, which is also very precious, especially these three qualities combined. Simply a rare talent. Oh? Is Orochimaru-sama ready to do it? There was a little excitement in his eyes. That's right, our target this time is Kaze Cage, and the target after Kaze Cage is Konoha Village. I plan to talk to you then. Saying that, the body of the big snake pill suddenly exploded, and a puff of smoke covered the pocket, and the figure of the big snake pill had already disappeared without a trace. This is the shadow avatar of the big snake pill, and I knew it for a long time. From the very beginning of seeing the blood on the body of the big snake pill, he knew that it was the shadow doppelganger, who was responsible for transmitting intelligence. 1 hour for the shadow avatar, the information will be transmitted to my brain, which is the magic of the shadow avatar. Pocket packed up his surroundings, covered up Orochimaru and his own footprints, and slowly returned to the village. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 100% of the Wolverine template. Wolverine's physical talent is completely inherited, and the ordinary lottery is rewarded once. Congratulations to the host for opening the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. The spiritual power has been improved, and the Phoenix power template has been increased to 25%. The first SS level template is raised to a quarter and a special draw is rewarded. As soon as Uchiha Sen lay down, the voice of his own system came to his brain. This is the voice that Uchiha Sen is very familiar with, and at the beginning of each month, Uchiha Sen draws prizes here. But today, something unexpected happened to Uchiha Sen. Special draw? System, explain what the special draw means. Uchiha Sen didn't understand what this meant. Hello host, special lotteries are very rare, and they will only occur when some unique achievements are completed. This lottery has a 50% chance of drawing templates and items below grade B. There is also a 35% chance of drawing AS level templates and items. The remaining 14.9% chance of drawing SS and SSS level templates and items. The remaining 0.01 is the only few templates and items that have not been evaluated. The explanation of the system made Uchiha Sen's eyes shine. You must know that the usual ordinary lottery, only about 3% of things drawn to S rank and above. And now, this time, there is almost a 50% chance of drawing templates and items above S level. Even. There is also a template without evaluation that Uchiha Sen can't understand. System, explain what are templates and items without evaluation? Uchiha asked. Among all the mutants, there are several mutants who cannot be judged, and although they are all called Omega-level mutants, there is a difference in strength and weakness. For example, Mutant Hope, she can imitate all mutant abilities and maximize their use. There is no upper limit to this ability, theoretically the strongest mutant. This mutant doesn't have a rating because you can't give them a rating. Uchiha Sen nodded, and with such an explanation, he probably understood what he meant. To put it simply, the strength is stronger than the SSS level in all aspects, and there is no upper limit to their capabilities, or no one has ever seen their upper limit. In other words, if I don't have enough ability, the template I can't grade is used by, and I may use a grade A or S at most, right? Uchiha asked again. The host doesn't have to worry about this, you just need to unlock it step by step, and after the unlock is 100%, you will definitely have the lower limit value of the representative character. As for the upper limit, it's up to the host itself. System these explanations, Uchiha Sen is still very satisfied, at least the lower limit is also very strong. Okay then, system, a special draw. Uchiha Sen is full of confidence. The draw begins. Please later. The draw is in progress. The lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level template, Magneto template. Chapter 24. S-Class template? When he heard this, Uchiha Sen's heart was extremely disappointed. But after hearing that it was Magneto's template, Uchiha Sen's heart decreased a little. After all, there are opportunities for SS level and SSS level, and even there is that kind of template that cannot be evaluated, and in the end only such an S-level template was drawn, which is indeed a bit disappointing. But if you think about it, Uchiha Sen really needs the ability of a hero like Magneto now. Now Uchiha Senkong has the ability to be a phoenix power, but he has no skills to use, and the appearance of the Magneto template gives Uchiha Sen the corresponding skills. System, Fusion Magneto's template. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes and prepared to fuse Magneto's template. The previous few times of fusion, Uchiha Sen would feel that his body was changing, and this time was no exception. It's just that at a different time, the system's prompt tone appears again. Feeling that the host has an SS-level Phoenix Power template that matches the S-Class Magneto template, the S-Class Magneto template is successfully unlocked to 40%. The Phoenix Power template will slowly absorb the differences within the Magneto template and fuse into a new template. And this kind of thing? After listening to the system's tone, Uchiha Sen felt something different, because this was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. But it sounds like a good thing, but I don't know what new things will appear after the fusion, and Uchiha Sen is a little looking forward to it. The warmth in his body slowly began to spread, and Uchiha Sen gradually sank into his dream. Early the next morning, Uchiha opened his eyes, washed and went out. The moment he walked out the door, he felt that the whole world had changed differently. How to say, this is a very strange feeling, it feels like there is a natural feeling, what can be controlled and what cannot be controlled. All metals are marked as controllable in Uchiha Sen's perception, and even Uchiha Sen senses the magnetic field under the ground. That's right, it's the magnetic field underground. In fact, Magneto's ability is only to control all metals in the movie, and a little stronger is to control trace metal elements in the human body. But in fact, Magneto's real ability is to control the magnetic field on Earth. Magneto's true ability can be extended to the atomic level, and even manipulate chemical structures and modify matter. He is able to produce strong electromagnetic pulses. He can also generate quantum-level electromagnetic energy and can also open a powerful at stance, which can even block the energy generated by the simultaneous explosion of more than a dozen nuclear weapons. This is also why Uchiha Sen can sense the magnetic field under the ground. It's just that the current Uchiha Sen can tightly do perception, but cannot control. The most basic application is to control himself to fly in mid-air. But the power of the phoenix can also make itself fly in mid-air, isn't this a waste? But soon, Uchiha Sen felt it and didn't waste it. Now Uchiha Sen can easily take off without using the power of the phoenix, and more importantly, he feels as light as a swallow. Uchiha Sen jumped lightly, and his body flew in midair, and as long as he had a thought, he could stop. However, there were many people around, and Uchiha Sen did not let himself try this, although he was extremely happy, but his face did not change at all. Morning, how did you sleep last night? The figure of the pocket came from behind Uchiha Mori, who turned his head and saw the face of the pocket full of smiles. It's not bad, presumably senior pocket you are the same, right? Uchiha Sen smiled, he knew everything about sneaking out last night. Since the power of the phoenix was fully opened, Uchiha Sen could use the power of the phoenix to monitor the situation around him anytime and anywhere, and this was the case last night, and Uchiha Sen saw the pocket leave. But it doesn't matter, Uchiha Sen doesn't intend to debunk him, let alone do anything to him. Because Uchiha Sen is very confident in his current strength, when he returns to Konoha Village and investigates some things, he will leave that very hypocritical village. Ha ha ha, because of the battle, I have been tossing and turning last night, and I slept a little more comfortably in the middle of the night. Pocket shook his head and looked at Uchiha Mori's left hand. Mori-kun, let me take a look at your left hand and check how things are going. Hood said with a smile. Uchiha Sen did not refuse, nodded and took out his left arm. Pocket directly cast the palm cactus and placed it on Uchiha Sen's arm, and he felt a different feeling at that time. Uchiha Mori's arm. It's good. Yes, This is indeed something that is not expected by the pocket, because although the dislocated arm, after reconnecting, can theoretically be used. However, it cannot experience any battle again, and can only be used daily. It's just that this time I checked, but I found that Uchiha Sen's arm was completely fine. It's almost impossible. Although this kind of thing is already common in Uchiha Sen's eyes, in the eyes of others, Uchiha Sen is a monster. What's wrong, senior? Is there something wrong? Uchiha Sen smiled. He knew that he was checking himself, just to take the opportunity to probe his body. In that case, Uchiha Sen might as well tell him a secret. He smiled and waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing, but in his heart, he had already begun to turn over the river. This level of recovery ability is almost comparable to the wood-done cells that Lord Orochimaru said. Could it be that Uchiha Sen has already transplanted mutant cells? Impossible. If so, Konoha Village would not have let him out of the village at all, nor would it have allowed those people to do so much to him. The only explanation is... Pocket's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. Konoha's experiment, Orochimaru also knows, and the target is Uchiha Mori. It is very likely that Uchiha Sen's body will be injected with the cells between the first Hokage Senjutsu pillars of Konoha. Because of its strong resilience, which is the same as mutant cells, Uchiha Sen was chosen as an experimental target. But there is one thing that I still don't understand. Because from what he knows, Uchiha Mori has not shown his ability to recover since he was a child, so why is Konoha Village so clear? Could it be that the root of everything is in Uchiha Sen's father? Chapter 25. Uchiha Sen didn't know what was going on in his mind, and he didn't say it explicitly, but after telling Uchiha Sen some things to pay attention to his arm, he was ready to go. After yesterday's battle, Uchiha Sen's status in the caravan has invisibly improved a lot. Although these people are all forbearing, their combat effectiveness looks very strong, and the caravan boss who transports goods all year round is very discerning about this. Therefore, many things they did not have to do at all, and the people of the caravan did it for them. The road behind seemed calmer, and although they still encountered a group of bandits, this group of bandits was killed by Uchiha Sen and their 3 times and 5 by 2, and did not cause any losses. They made it to the border and met the Naka shinobi team that came to replace them. These people knew at a glance that they were not ordinary ninjas, but more like those in the dark and root parts, full of murderous energy, although they were well disguised, but Uchiha Sen could clearly feel it. What's more, these people still have a lot of scars on their bodies, and they look like they have just finished fighting. However, this has nothing to do with Uchiha Sen, who went around the right code, handed over the information, and returned. 3 days passed quietly, and the caravan also arrived in the village of Sand Shinobi in the Land of Wind, where Uchiha Sen's mission had been completed. However, they planned to rest here tonight and return to Konoha Village early tomorrow morning. The current Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha Village are still allies, so they can stay overnight with the mission book, and after registering, they can stay overnight. And to follow the rules in the Shinobi Village, anyway, it is very strict. Although it is an alliance, this relationship is more fragile than paper, and it will be shattered with the slightest poke. Therefore, no matter what they do when they go out, the dark part of Sand Ninja Village will follow them. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't want to have more wrong, and after going to the ninja shop to replenish some ninja tools, he went to the yakiniku restaurant alone, intending to eat a barbecue. What Uchiha Sen didn't expect was that he met a very familiar person outside the barbecue restaurant. I love Ro. 3 people, to be exact. In addition to Aira, there are Tamari and Kankuro. They were walking on the street at the moment, and when many people saw them, they couldn't help but start to dodge. That man is that monster, stay away from him. I think he killed 7 or 8 children at once, who would have thought that Kazekage-sama would make him a ninja? Humph. He is just a weapon of the village, go fast, him off, and your life will be gone. Uchiha Sen's surroundings were all filled with these words, and it seemed that the fate of Ai Luo was not much different from the fate of Naruto Uzumaki. However, in fact, there is still a gap between the two, at least Naruto Uzumaki did not become an autistic child. And I love Luo, is a real autistic child. While walking, Arrow suddenly stopped and glanced back, and the position he saw was exactly the same location where Uchiha Sen was just now. What's wrong? I love Luo, what happened? Kankuro had some doubts. No, nothing. Luo took a deep look at that position. I don't know why, at that moment, the crane in his body was subconsciously rejecting that direction. That's right, Xiaozhiru felt afraid. This is the first time I've seen Iroh. And the disappearing Uchiha Sen did not stop, and a prompt tone suddenly came from the system. The host can further unlock the template and the system's ability in its own body by collecting the abilities of the strongest nine-tailed beast in this world. After the host unlocks the first SSS level template to 100%, the system will unlock a new piece of content. The SSS level template mentioned by the system is actually the latest template after the fusion of SS level Phoenix Power and S-class Magneto template. Of course, some other templates have all been integrated, and there is only this one template in Uchiha Sen's body. Now the overall progress has reached 27%, which is not much different from the 25%, and there is no qualitative change. However, the task released by the system made Uchiha Sen curious. This is the first time that the system has issued a task to Uchiha Sen, and it turned out to be one of the most difficult tasks. Collect chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. As for the new system capabilities, Uchiha Sen is a little looking forward to it. But now is not a good time, there are dark parts behind him. If Uchiha Sen rushes to contact my Arrow, I am afraid that he will not be able to leave the Sand Shinobi village tomorrow. Therefore, Uchiha Sen thought about it. It is better to wait until the Chuunin Shinobi exam in the near future. At that time, it's time for Uchiha Sen to start. After a pleasant barbecue, Uchiha Sen returned to the hotel, and when he found that after returning to the hotel, the two people of pocket and copper armor were sitting there waiting for him. Sen-kun, just speaking of you, you're back. Hood said with a smile. I wonder what the two seniors are looking for me. Uchiha Sen was a little curious. That's right, you should also know that in a while it will be the Zongnin exam, and Akatsuki and I both want to take the Zongnin exam. I don't know what you think. Pocket didn't say that the exam required a group of 3, but just asked Uchiha Sen if he wanted to go. Naka Ninja exam? I can't miss something so important. Uchiha smiled. So, you promised to take the Chuunin exam. With a flash of light, he sensed Uchiha Mori's interest in this matter, and it was also in line with his plan with Orochimaru. Of course, when the time comes, go back to the village, and we can sign up together. Uchiha Sen nodded. This time the Zongnin exam can be regarded as the gathering of the main characters of the future ninja world, and it can also be regarded as the first big plot in the entire Naruto. So, I'm sorry for not participating. Well, we decided to participate together, and if there are no accidents, when we return to the village, I will go and collect the registration form. According to the habit of the annual ninja exam, there will be some ninjas who receive ninjas from outside the village at this time, and when the time comes, we will go and get one, just enough to collect some of their intelligence. Hood smiled. He had arranged everything. This was a reason to convince Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen nodded and did not refuse. After saying this, Uchiha Mori and Pocket took their leave one after another and returned to the house to rest. Tomorrow morning you have to rush back, maybe you will encounter some accidents, so adequate rest is the most important. It's just that now, Uchiha Sen is looking forward to the upcoming Chuunin exam more and more. Chapter 26. The Land of Fire, inside the Konoha Ninja Village. Naruto-sama, this Naruto exam has been prepared, and the examiners for each exam have also been decided, please Naruto-sama. Sarutobi nodded, took the file from the ninja's hand, and examined it carefully. The Naka Shinobi exam was the most important thing in Konoha's time, and in his words, it was an opportunity for villages to flex their muscles. There are no guests in the first and second scenes, but in the third scene, not only important officials of the Fire Nation will come to visit, but even the Wind Shadow of the Sand Shinobi village will come over. This kind of meeting between shadows is indeed very important, and there can be no difference. I know, give orders to the various communication squads, enchantment squads, and garrisons, and during this time, you must not take it lightly. During this time, many ninjas from other villages will flood our village to let them do a good job of screening. Ape Fei took a puff of smoke. For these, in fact, he had already instructed many times. Understood, Naruto-sama. After that, the ninja left and went to various places to inform. Sarutobi put down the information in his hand, walked to the window, and looked at Konoha Village. For some reason, a very ominous premonition surged in his heart. This time, the hunch was aimed at the Chuunin Exam, and he didn't know what would happen. Your mission is to receive ninjas from the outer villages to check in and check in. The mission level is C, and you will receive a total of 30,000 taels for completing this mission. This is the task received by the Uchiha Sen team in the Mission Management Office. Since the last time they returned from Sand Shinobi Village, they had decided on this mission. And in less than a week, it was time for the Chuunin Exam to begin, and now many ninjas from other villages began to come to Konoha Village one after another. Uchiha Mori also came here and took the task. After receiving the task at the Mission Management Office, the three of them left the Hokage building. This time the mission can be regarded as an incidental. Anyway, we are going to participate in this Chuunin Exam. It should be to collect the intelligence of candidates from various countries, which is still good. With a kind smile on his face, he put the task book into the ninja bag. Copper Armor does not say a word. In this team, his status is already the lowest. Since participating in the mission together during this time, he was convinced by Uchiha Sen's strength, and he was originally not convinced at all, but he was also convinced by Uchiha Sen. I'll go near the main entrance of Konoha. If someone comes, I'll let them go to you. Uchiha Sen said. Okay, Mori-kun will go near the gate. The armor is in the inn, and I will be responsible for showing them the way in the middle. Holding up his glasses, the three of them dispersed in place, each going to perform their respective tasks. Uchiha Sen came to the door. There was no one at the door at the moment, and several familiar figures met Uchiha Sen's eyes. The Land of the Wind, the Shinobi of Sand Hidden Village. Ichigo Zuli Iai Luo, Kankuro who carries a puppet, and Temari who holds a fan. These three people can be regarded as the famous and surnamed supporting characters in Naruto, and even to Boruto, they are also the main force. Uchiha Sen looked closely. He knew Iai Luo them, but Iai Luo they didn't know Uchiha Sen. Don't the imps of Konoha Village walk without looking at the road? Hit Uncle Ben. Kankuro grabbed Sarutobi Konohamaru and held it in midair, his face full of arrogance. In his opinion, with a character like Iroh in the team, coupled with his own strength, this kind of exam is simply easy. It's just that what makes him unhappy is that he was hit by a child just today. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno looked at this situation. Looking at this group of people who were tall and big, Naruto Uzumaki was ready to rush up to fight the winner. It's just syllable. I saw a stone hit Kankuro directly on the door of Kankuro's head, and Kankuro couldn't help but let go of his hand. Ah! Who attacked me? Kankuro covered his head. Just now this moment can be regarded as very painful. Everyone in Sand Shinobi Village, fooling around in other people's villages, isn't it a little bit like words? Kankuro didn't expect it at all, but a voice came from behind him, and a hand was also placed on his shoulder. So fast. Not found at all. Temari looked at Uchiha Sen with a look of horror. She didn't see at all, how the hell did this boy come over? Kankuro's back was also soaked with cold sweat. If it weren't for this person's voice, he wouldn't have reacted at all. You? Who are you? Kankuro asked boldly. Me? Konoha Village's subordinate patience is just that, but I really admire your courage to mess around in other people's villages. And you shouldn't know, the one you just caught is the grandson of the third generation of Hokage in Konoha Village. Uchiha Mori smiled and gently patted Kankuro's shoulder, so that's something that everyone did not expect happened. Kankuro. Just let the hammer into the ground. That's right, the hard ground doesn't know when it turned into soft mud, and Kankuro's legs have been buried in soft mud. Bang! Uchiha Sen punched and shattered the sand that attacked him. A slight smile curled on his mouth, and the next second his figure disappeared again. Beauty! Don't use your ninjutsu easily, otherwise you will be kicked out if you use force in Konoha Village. Uchiha Sen whispered 2 words in Tamari's ear, and easily took her fan down. The current scene is very embarrassing. Kankuro has been buried in soft mud, Tamari's fan has been taken away by Uchiha Mori. As for Iai Luo. Iai Luo looked at Uchiha Sen with murderous intent on his face at this time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm very interested in you right now, what's your name? Iai Luo asked compassionately. My name is Uchiha Mori, but I don't have much interest in the 3. My mission is to make sure you get to the right place to stay, so you can go straight from this street and turn left to see my other companion. They will lead you through. So, for the sake of my mission, please be a little quieter. Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed, and Songoyu's chakra eye was launched, and an illusion directly attacked the Xiaojuru in my arrow's body. Although it can only make Xiaohe honest for a few minutes, it is enough for me to wake up Ai Luo. Iaro glanced at Uchiha Mori in silence, and the sand in the gourd behind him appeared, saving Kankuro from the soft mud. Kankuro, if you disgrace the village again, I will kill you. Chapter 27. This little episode was quickly dispersed by the crowd that rushed in, and even Uchiha Sen did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke and Iai Luo really remembered today's events. Uchiha Sasuke remembered that it was because he competed with Uchiha Sen some time ago and felt that his strength was weak. After this period of strengthening, Sasuke Uchiha felt that his strength had improved a lot, but he was once again hit by Uchiha Sen. And I Love Luo contains a kind of excitement, because when Uchiha Mori appeared, the Xiaojuru in his body turned out to be a lot more honest. This is something I didn't expect from Ai Luo, just like some time ago, this reaction is very strange. It's just that all this has nothing to do with Uchiha Sen, and all he cares about is the one-tailed Xiaojuru in my Era's body and the nine-tailed nine llamas in Uzumaki Naru's body. For these 2-tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Sen is imperative, and he has already made a plan. The best way to do this is when Konoha collapses the plan, when Naruto Uzumaki fights Era, and at this time Uchiha Sen goes to join in again. At that time, not only was there no one watching him in Konoha Village, but it was also the most chaotic time. And Uchiha Sen can also feel that the surveillance around him is starting to increase, which is not a good performance. This shows that Konoha Village will have to do it to itself sooner or later. However, with Uchiha Sen's current ability, even if Konoha Village has any plans, he is sure to retreat with his whole body. A busy week passed, and during this time, Uchiha saw many ninjas from other villages. For example, the dragon sets played in the original manga and anime, Uchiha Sen has seen a lot. As for the conflict in Konoha Village, the ninjas of those small villages did not dare to do so, so each of them was very honest. Uchiha Sen also saw Orochimaru, who was dressed up as a shinobu to guide shinobu, and the 3 dragon setsu shinobu. And today, it is the beginning of the Chuunin Exam. Is this the venue for the first exam? There are so many people. Pocket looked at these people here with some emotion, and every time his eyes swept over a person, the corresponding information of this person would appear in his mind. This is a must-have ability for a spy. Humph, this bunch of waste, I will definitely kill them one by one. The red copper armor was a little disdainful. Uchiha Sen glanced at him. This person's end was extremely miserable, not only became a stepping stone for Uchiha Sasuke, but the final ending seemed to be locked up in Konoha prison. Without saying a word, Uchiha Sen casually found an empty seat and sat down, and began to close his eyes and recuperate. Pocket, on the other hand, stood on the side, as if looking for some target. Ah! So you're all here. When Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 entered the classroom, the Nara Shikamaru group, who were waiting on the side, also walked over. Yamanaka Ino hugged Uchiha Sasuke at once, and Haruno Sakura immediately quarreled with her. 9 newcomers began to reminisce, but they also saw their goals. 9 juniors, you guys are really noisy, said Pocket as he stepped forward and said with some helplessness. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward very dissatisfied, looked at the Pocket, and clasped his hands to his chest. I'm your senior, you can teach me the medicine master's Pocket. It seems that you are the 9 new subordinates this year, right? He lifted his eyes and tried not to look at Sasuke Uchiha. At this time, the more your goal is in front of you, the more you must resist not taking the initiative to observe him to prevent others from finding out. Listening to what you mean, you seem to be the one who graduated before. Ino Yamanaka asked. That's right, I've already taken the Chuunin Exam before. Pocket nodded. Then as a senior who took the 2 Zongnin exams, doesn't that mean that you have a lot of information? Harano Sakura suddenly became excited, and it was good to meet the seniors in the same village, and it was good to get a little information. Actually, this is not the second time I have taken the exam, I am taking the exam for the 7th time. Pocket pretended to be helpless and spread his hands, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Wow, then haven't you passed many times? Could it be that this middle ninja exam is really so difficult? It's so troublesome. Nara Shikamaru was a little helpless. Pocket smiled awkwardly and pulled out a stack of cards. However, in the past 4 years, I have collected a lot of information about candidates, and there is also a lot of their intelligence. Except for having my unique chakra, it is simply impossible to unravel. Saying that, he turned over a blank card. Look, it looks like a blank card, but after the blessing of my chakra, some intelligence will appear. Pocket injects chakra into the card, and soon after, a map appears on the card. This is the country that took the Chu Shinobi exam this year, and there are the number of candidates who took the exam from each country, such as Odo Ninja Village. Odo Ninja Village is just a small village, not long after it was established, so only 3 people came to take the exam this time. Saying that, Pocket put away the card and looked at Sasuke Uchiha and them. So do you have detailed information about a person here? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Personal? Although not comprehensive, there are still some of them. It's just that you want to know whose intelligence it is, I can help you find it. Pocket said with a smile. I love Luo from the Sand Waterfall and Sand Shinobi Village, Li Lok from Konoha Village. And Uchiha Mori. When they heard the name, the other 8 were obviously stunned, except for Harano Sakura and Naruto Uzumaki, none of them knew why Uchiha Sasuke was paying attention to Uchiha Sen. Sasuke, that Mori guy. Didn't you graduate at the same time as us? What do you want his intelligence to do? Yamanaka Ino had some doubts. Humph. If you were still obsessed with the past, I am afraid that you would have been thrown away by him long ago. With his current time, maybe all of us are not his opponents when we go together. Uchiha Sasuke trembled a little. Everyone was taken aback, they didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke would say that. This junior is right, maybe all of you added up, and you are not necessarily Uchiha Sen's opponent. With a smile, he pulled out 3 cards and placed them in front of him. Everyone else looked at him with some doubt, not knowing why he was so clear. You guys are supposed to be the ones who graduated with Mori, right? Before I could introduce me, I was Sen's teammate. I didn't expect you to care so much about my teammates. But then again, maybe it's really as Sasuke-kun said, no one in the entire Chuunin Exam will be Mori's opponent. Chapter 28. The expressions of everyone fully expressed the state of consternation, and their understanding of Uchiha Sen was still stuck at the time when he had just graduated. Since then, everyone has not practiced with Uchiha Sen again. The families of these people can also be regarded as having a certain status in Konoha Village, and they have naturally heard about Uchiha Sen's affairs. But now hearing the words of the Pocket, they clearly do not believe it. Stop talking nonsense, I want detailed information about the 3 of them. Uchiha Sasuke was a little impatient. Although the same surname is Uchiha, Uchiha Sasuke is simply not comparable to Uchiha Sen, which is the most difficult to accept. According to Uchiha Sasuke's goal, he wants to kill Uchiha Itachi, but now he can't even defeat Uchiha Sen, so why talk about Uchiha Itachi? Well, the first one is Li Lok of Konoha Village, because it is the same village, so there will be slightly more intelligence. A year older than you, I graduated last year, but I don't know why, I didn't take the Chuunin Exam last year, and it was the first time I took the Chuunin Exam like you. Mission completion, 20 D-level missions, 11 C-level missions, it is said that he has good ability in physical skills. But otherwise it doesn't work at all. Looking at this picture, for Lee Locke, to be honest, he didn't pay attention. His teammates are Hinata Ninji and Tenten, and as for the instructor, it is Konoha's famous blue beast, Meti. Matkai is a shinobi, even in Konoha Village, upper ninja is a rare existence. Therefore, each kami shinobu has its own unique name, and almost everyone knows them. What about Uchiha Mori? Compared to Lee Locke, Sasuke Uchiha cares more about Uchiha Mori. Don't worry, this one is it. Pocket took out the second card, and as chakra was injected and the card rotated, Uchiha Sen's avatar appeared on the card. Uchiha Sen, 15 years old, like you, is a shinobi who graduated this year, and his ability is extremely outstanding. Mission completion, 11 D-level missions, 3 C-level missions, nothing surprising in terms of mission history, but as a teammate, I am one of the people who knows him best. Except for not showing much in terms of illusion, other aspects can almost be called perfect marks. Pocket narrowed his eyes. Compared to Uchiha Sen, Uchiha Sasuke was really immature like a child. But Orochimaru had already made up his mind to ask for Uchiha Sasuke's body, so Orochimaru would not persuade much, but would only comply. That is illusion his weakness? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. If it is said that the Sharingan is the strongest point besides copying ninjutsu and dynamic observation, that must be an illusion. Now hearing that Uchiha Sen did not show much in illusion, Uchiha Sasuke apparently thought that he had found a weakness. No, I want to remind you, this sentence means that in such a long time together, I just haven't seen him use illusions. It doesn't mean that he won't or be weak. So, don't underestimate him. A smile appeared on Pocket's face. If he hadn't become Uchiha Sen's teammate, he couldn't believe that Uchiha Sen would have improved so quickly. Especially now, I'm afraid that he himself may not be able to be Uchiha Sen's opponent. And the last one, I love Luo in the sand waterfall of Sand Shinobi Village. As if he hadn't heard Pocket's words, Uchiha Sasuke asked the last person directly. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Pocket was not angry, but revealed a very strange smile. For a child, being better than his peers is something that is simply unacceptable, and it must be Sasuke Uchiha at this moment. Especially Uchiha Sasuke is a person who needs strength. He needs strength to kill Uchiha Itachi, and losing to Uchiha Sen is not what Uchiha Sasuke wants to see. But the more so, the easier it would be for the Great Snake Pill's plan to succeed. The last one, I love Luo from the Sand Ninja Village, because I am a ninja from the outer village, so I don't get a lot of information. But the fundamental intelligence learned that as a shinobi, he had already completed a B-class mission. Seeing this, Pocket couldn't help but light up his eyes and made a surprised look. In fact, all this is just his disguise, and he may be more familiar with the ninja of Sand Ninja Village than everyone. What's more, it is said that every time he comes back, he is unharmed. Pushing his glasses, seeing these shocked looks, his purpose had been achieved. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and as a new shinobi, no matter how high he thought of himself, he would feel a little uncomfortable with this environment. Except for a certain nervous figure. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely not lose to you. So, you guys are waiting to be defeated by my uncle Naruto Uzumaki one by one. Naruto Uzumaki's bloody shouts woke up Uchiha Sen, who was closing his eyes and recuperating his mind, and Uchiha Sen looked at him with some amusement, feeling so funny for the first time. Everyone's eyes were on the 9 newcomers, and because of Naruto Uzumaki's words, the target was all on them. Now these subordinates, I can't wait to strangle Naruto Uzumaki. However, Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed, and the figure suddenly disappeared in place, and his right foot stepped down hard, directly stepping on a person. Bang! With a loud noise, a table shattered in response, and on this broken table, there was a person lying on his stomach. And Uchiha Sen's foot is on this man's back. Senior Pocket, don't be attacked by this kind of person. Uchiha Sen glanced at those at his feet, and at this moment he had been stepped on by Uchiha Sen so that he could not move, and he was directly panting. Why should Mori-kun be so excited? These people can't hurt me. Pushed his glasses. Originally, I wanted to show my relatively weak strength and increase my credibility, but I didn't expect Uchiha Sen to make a move. An ant is an ant, and even if there are more, it is just an ant. Uchiha Sen smiled and threw a punch in the back with his left hand, just in the face of Sark, who wanted to sneak attack, and knocked him straight out. Waste is waste, you can't do a sneak attack, it seems that Odo Ninja Village is really rubbish. Uchiha Sen shook his head, he really knew everything about the abilities of the Odo Shinobu trio. Next to Uchiha Sasuke and the others had already been stunned, all of them did not see the speed of Thoth, let alone the arrival of Uchiha Sen. Is the gap between everyone already so huge? Chapter 29. This man. The strength is so strong. Sitting in the crowd, Hinata Ninja looked at Uchiha Sen and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Ah, this person's speed is very fast, what an exciting opponent. Lee Locke looked at Uchiha Sen, the speed just now was not much different from his usual speed, although it was not as fast as the speed of opening 8 doors, but it was shocking enough. Lee Locke put all his energy into physical skills, and just like that, he was not much different from Uchiha Sen. Is he Uchiha Mori? The first shinobi of this year who has always pressed Sasuke Uchiha. Tien put his hands around his chest and looked at Uchiha Sen with interest. Humph. No matter what, under my eyes, he is just waste. Hinata Ninja snorted, he was still very confident in his strength, especially his eyes. His eyes are the source of his hatred and a testament to his strength. Just like Hinata Ninja, this person, stubborn and tangled. It's just that he is so in the limelight, I'm afraid that if there are battle projects in the future, no one will dare to easily trouble their group, right? That's a good plan. Tien looked at Uchiha Sen with admiration, as if Uchiha Sen was really for this. Uchiha Sen on the other side lightly stepped on Thoth under his feet and lowered his head. How? The Chuunin Exam hasn't started yet, so you can't take the exam anymore, right? Uchiha asked with a smile. Thoth's eyes opened, and from within the holes in the exterior of his hands, a stream of air suddenly erupted, aiming at Uchiha Sen. And Uchiha Sen was already familiar with his attack method, so he dodged it effortlessly. Taking this opportunity, Thoth stood up from the ground. Konoha's ninja, will they sneak attack? Thoth couldn't help but get back on the field. If it weren't for your sneak attack, Uchiha Sen wouldn't have made a move. At this time, the red copper armor stood behind the pocket, ready to strike at any time. Thoth was about to say something, but was interrupted by a loud voice. Enough waste. This is the first examination room for the Chuunin Exam, not a place where you wantonly run wild. If you don't get back to your seats after 5 seconds, then I have the right to disqualify you from the exam. This person is Mori Hibiki, a master of torture, and even all his abilities are related to torture. The few shots, such as the one against the Beast Dao in the 6th Dao, seemed to be quite good. Uchiha Sen glanced at Mori Hibiki lightly, and then sat down in his seat without turning his head. Mori Hibiki glanced around, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The first exam. It's officially started. In Konoha Village, there are many guards visible to the naked eye, who are observing every corner of Konoha to ensure the safety of those who take the exam. In a dark room, Orochimaru meets Shimura Danzo. Yo, Master Tuanzang, don't come unharmed. Orochimaru looked at Shimura Danzo with a smile on his face. Big Snake Pill, this is not your wild place, the old man came to you, there is something important to tell you. Shimura Danzo said with a frown. Hi. It is worthy of being the head of the root, it is really powerful. But when you come to me, I'm afraid it's not just important things to tell me, right? Orochimaru licked his lips, he had already seen through this person Shimura Danzo. From the beginning of the two people studying forbidden arts, to the later when he reported the Big Snake Pill, and the Big Snake Pill defected, all this is related to Shimura Danzo. Even later, even if Orochimaru defected from Konoha Village, there was a connection between Shimura Danzo and him. This time the Konoha collapse plan, Shimura Danzo is also one of the masterminds behind it. The purpose is simple, that is, to kill the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / and then put himself on the position of Hokage. Humph, last time your experiment failed, leaving only one experimental subject, but the strength is far from the ability of the original Hokage-sama. This time I need you to help me do another experiment. Shimura Danzo said gloomily. Do another experiment? About Uchiha Sen? Orochimaru asked with a smile. That's right, you must know his father's experiment at the beginning, and he, who has the same bloodline as his father, will definitely be able to complete this experiment. Thinking of Uchiha Sen's father, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but turn a little dark. If it hadn't been for setting up the sealing technique and controlling Uchiha Mori's father in his hands, Shimura Danzo wouldn't have found nothing in the end. This time, Shimura Danzo absolutely could not tolerate any mistakes. Sorry, I didn't want to do you a favor. It's just that to Shimura Danzo's surprise, Orochimaru actually rejected him. Orochimaru. Do you know that you have escaped the pursuit of Konoha Village over the years, almost all thanks to me? What else do you want to do? Shimura Danzo was a little angry. But I also left you a Muto experimental subject, and then I also taught you the correct experimental method. This time I came for only one purpose, that is, to kill Sarutobi sensei, and other things have nothing to do with me. Orochimaru shook his head, he had no interest in Shimura Danzo's affairs at all. And Shimura Danzo can't help him, even if he tells Sarutobi that Orochimaru came to Konoha Village, then the ending may not be so friendly to Shimura Danzo. As long as Sarutobi lives for one day, Shimura Danzo has no chance to become Hokage. Orochimaru, don't regret it, be careful not to leave Konoha Village. Shimura Danzo's face was ugly, and without the participation of the big snake pill in this experiment, he really had no idea in his heart. It's just that for the threat of Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru has never put it in his eyes, because in his opinion, now in Konoha Village, there is really no one who can fight. Of course, this is also the premise that the big snake pill does not know a certain madman, as a man who almost kicked out the finale. As long as the Emperor opens the 8 doors of Dungia, I am afraid that the big snake pill will die in seconds. But the tenacity of the life of the big snake pill, and if you exchange it with him, it is called a loss. Tuanzang, I wish you a successful experiment as soon as possible, just hope you don't get hurt by your prey. Remembering Uchiha Sen's combat power, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. This is not a problem, you bother. I hope you don't get killed by that old man of Ape Fei. Chapter 30. The first session of the Chuunin Exam is in full swing, and the exam time is already halfway through, and many people know what the purpose of this exam is. Although Uchiha Sen is not a top student like Sakura Haruno, he is also one of the best in at least this aspect, so for these questions, Uchiha Sen does not need to copy the answers at all. But that's it. It also made Uchiha Sen see what it is called to cross the sea and show their powers. There are those who let dogs peek at other people's roles, there are sands condensed into eyes, peeking at other people's roles, there is also the use of writing wheel eyes to imitate people's handwriting, there are also those who judge other people's answers based on the sound of their writing. Anyway, Uchiha Sen saw that the ninja world really has a variety of methods for cheating. Although these methods were all seen by Mori Ibiki, he did not stop them in the slightest, because this exam was compared to the candidate's intelligence-gathering ability. Of course, if you can do all these questions, it should also test your basic ability. Therefore, for these are high-end cheating methods, Seni Ibiki does not care, but for those low-level cheating, Seni Ibiki is all driven out. Time passed bit by bit, and Uchiha Sen finished the roll early, sitting on the waiting and closing his eyes. Suddenly, he could feel that his scroll began to move slowly. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, and a weird wire was dragging his roll, causing it to move to the side. How to say this cheating? It's a bit low-end indeed. Uchiha Sen lightly snapped his fingers, and the steel wire broke directly, and a scream was heard not far away. This guy was broken by his own steel wire, I am afraid that he will not be able to complete this exam at all, and his screams naturally attracted the examiner. There was a commotion in the examination room, you were disqualified, teammates on number 51, number 33, and number 12, you were out at the same time. Mori Ibiki read out the 3 people and left with an expressionless face, and he could see everything just now. For Uchiha Sen's counterattack, he did not say anything at all. Although he does not have much affection for Uchiha Sen, it must be admitted that in the middle of obtaining intelligence, it is easy to be discovered. And if you find it, maybe it's the end of death. So Uchiha Sen's counterattack is no problem, but in Mori Hibiki's opinion, it is more in line with his psychological expectations. Most of these collected intelligence on the first exam were pretended to be invisible or deliberately leaked flaws for the candidates to copy, so the effect was not much. There is only one meaning, that is, to let the candidates see through the essence. Soon, the time came to the last 10 minutes. Okay guys, I'm going to announce the last question next, and I have one thing to announce before announcing this question. First of all, you can choose to take this question or not. If you choose not to take the test, then your teammates will also leave with you and wait until next year to continue taking the exam. If you choose to take the test, then if you can't answer this question, you will never be able to become a Naka ninja. As soon as Mori Hibi's words fell, the entire classroom exploded. This is not an ordinary thing, there is no doubt that this is a ninja's career and future. If this time, this question cannot be answered, then in the future, you can only be a subordinate endurer. How is this possible? By what? Why can't we take the Chuunin exam in the future? Some students couldn't help but ask. With me being the chief examiner this time, all the rules are made by me. If you are afraid, you can naturally choose to give up, walk out of this name, and choose to come back next year. But if you decide to accept the last question, you have to bear the consequences. Ninjas are not family, so it's time for you to choose. Mori Ibiki slammed the table, suppressing the chaotic voices of the audience, and suddenly there was a very strange atmosphere in the examination room. The heavy pressure weighs on everyone's heart, especially some people who have little confidence in themselves, and they are even more afraid. If it is not successful this time, then it will not be possible to upgrade the middle endurance in the future, but if you give up this time, maybe there will be a chance in the future. This choice is in front of everyone. I quit. Sorry, I chose to come back next year. At this time, a shinobi stood up. Well, since you choose to quit, then your teammates will also leave this examination room with you. Saying that, Mori Ibiki clicked 2 more numbers, and the 2 shinobi stood up dejectedly and went out with them. It can be seen that in fact, they all want to come back next year. After all, there is still a chance next year. Me too. I also choose to come back next year. This kind of rule is really too much. One after another, people stood up and chose to leave, and his teammates also left the examination room with them. The atmosphere in the examination room once again dropped to the freezing point, and this dull atmosphere was really uncomfortable. Okay, you still have 2 minutes to think about it. If no one has left at this point in time, then I will default to you taking this exam. At this time, Mori Ibiki was still putting heavy pressure on the candidates. But it was also here that he discovered a different person. This person is Uchiha Sen, and now Uchiha Sen is still wrapped around his chest with his hands around his chest, closing his eyes and recuperating. It feels like he's not affected by this pressure in the slightest. What a little ghost, it's a pity for his father. Mori Hibiki shook his head and sighed a little. At this time, Haruno Sakura in the 7th group was ready to raise her hand to announce her departure. In Haruno Sakura's opinion, Naruto Uzumaki's dream is to one day become a true ninja and prove himself in front of everyone who looks down on him. For this dream, Naruto Uzumaki never thought of giving up no matter how much he suffered. So Haruno Sakura can't let Naruto Uzumaki take risks. So Haruno Sakura intends to replace their group and decides to give up. But at this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded. If the consequence is that I can only endure it for the rest of my life, then I will also strive to become a Hokage and make everyone identify with me. This is the shinobi of my Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki's oath made Uchiha slowly open his eyes. There is no doubt that Naruto Uzumaki's shout woke up many candidates who were still afraid. The thing called hot blood in my heart burned inexplicably, and the fear disappeared. I have to say that Naruto Uzumaki is indeed a leader in some ways. Uchiha Sen smiled, he was looking forward to Naruto Uzumaki's growth. Chapter 31. The first exam, in the shout of Naruto Uzumaki, was over. The woman who was as nervous as Naruto Uzumaki also rushed out and shouted a bold word. In fact, it is not difficult to be regarded as a grandiose statement, because the mode of the second game is like this: the two scrolls of heaven and earth, to make do with and pass the level, at least defeat a small team. Therefore, reducing the number of candidates by half, this is not a joke. After signing the so-called life and death certificate, Uchiha Sen also saw the big snake pill after transfiguration again. Although this time was different from the last time, Orochimaru's body did not exude a gloomy and cold feeling, but the snake-like tongue and strange voice, Uchiha Sen listened to it vividly. "Mori-kun, what should we plan next? Do you have any comments?" Hood smiled and looked at Uchiha Sen. According to Pocket's plan, he will go to find the traces of Sasuke Uchiha after Orochimaru makes a move on Sasuke Uchiha. Thus collecting information on Sasuke Uchiha, who was planted with the heavenly curse seal, and then handing it over to Orochimaru. According to the original plan, let's separate, everyone will collect the scroll, and the scroll we originally had will be placed on me. Saying that, Uchiha Sen took out a scroll with the word heaven and said with a smile. There is no opinion between the Pocket and the red copper armor, the three people have an understanding of each other's strength, although the red copper armor is the weakest among the three people, but the strength should not be underestimated. As long as you don't meet these people from my AI Luo, the strength of the bronze armor is still okay. Well, we agreed to meet at the central tower, I hope you won't be late. Hood smiled. Uchiha Sen put the scroll into the ninja bag, and without much to do, the figure disappeared in place. Pocket and Copper Armor looked at each other, and the two of them didn't say a word, and left here directly. The central tower is very tall, and Uchiha Sen can easily see the location of the tower, because the rules of the exam must not only get the heaven and earth scrolls, but also the squad must be complete. Therefore, going to the central tower and waiting for others to enter is actually the best time to capture the scroll. The rules only regulate what happens outside the central tower. Therefore, as long as you can stop a team that collects all the scrolls, it is acceptable. It's just that what Uchiha didn't expect was that he didn't plan to hunt, but he was treated as a prey. Did you see that kid? He came out by himself. I don't know if he came to collect intelligence or what to do. We have to find a way to get the scroll from him. A team of ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village are quietly observing Uchiha Mori, and they are determined to do it. Boss, how do you know that this person has scrolls? Since he came out to listen to the intelligence, he shouldn't have carried the scroll with him. A Rain Ninja was a little puzzled. Stupid, even if he doesn't have a scroll on him, wouldn't it be the same if we took his life to exchange scrolls with his teammates? The captain of this Rain Ninja village couldn't help but pat this Rain Ninja's head. He was really puzzled, why was his teammate so stupid? This small sound obviously alarmed Uchiha Sen. Originally, Uchiha Sen did not intend to take care of these people, but obviously did not expect that these people actually had ideas about themselves. Therefore, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but slow down, since a fool sent to the door, Uchiha Sen would not refuse. Boss, he seems to be stopping and resting. Seeing Uchiha Sen stop inexplicably, another Yoshinobu hurriedly said. Okay. Then let's prepare and catch him off guard. Boss Yoshinobu showed a cruel smile. Several people disappeared quickly, but they didn't know that their every move was all watched by Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled and casually slaughtered a rabbit found on the road, which happened to be close to the river, and Uchiha Sen specially chose such a place. The campfire was raised, and Uchiha put the rabbit on the fire and took out the sauce he had brought. Living and cooking in this situation is simply looking for death, but Uchiha Sen is not afraid. Other shinobi will provoke enemies because of this incident and are easy to be besieged, but Uchiha Mori liked to come with a lot of people, and it was easier to collect scrolls at that time. The aroma of rabbit meat gradually spread around, and the three Rain Ninja hid in the trees and couldn't help but sniffle. This scent was so tempting that these people began to swallow frantically. Big brother, how long do we have to wait? I'm really a little hungry. A Rain Ninja touched his stomach, and he really couldn't bear it. Wait, when he starts eating, that's when we go up. But at this time, dare to live, it seems that it is really the first time to graduate, I don't know this rule. Boss Yoshinobu's face showed a smile. In his opinion, Uchiha Sen was a newcomer who didn't understand anything. For this kind of newcomer, it is too easy to deal with. It's just that this Yoshinobu boss forgot why he is still alone until now. If Uchiha Sen is really so easy to deal with. The rabbit was already baked, and Uchiha Sen was not polite, directly tore off a rabbit leg and began to eat. Looking at the way it looks, it tastes really good. And that rain ninja boss still endured, and when Uchiha Sen picked up the second leg, he finally couldn't bear it. Up! Suddenly, the 6 kunai flew directly in the direction of Uchiha Sen, and at the same time, in the woods, the figures of the 3 of them also jumped out and attacked Uchiha Sen. Shui shui duan. Needles are like rain and dew. Boss Yoshinobu turned the umbrella in his hand hard, and the steel needle on the side of his umbrella immediately gushed out, and together with the water droplets in the sky, all attacked Uchiha Sen. Shui shui duan. Water gun technique. The other rain ninja is with his hands folded, and with this rainy water, he used a water ninjutsu. And Uchiha Sen was still sitting on the ground eating his roasted rabbit as if he hadn't noticed it, as if he hadn't noticed that the attack was coming. Got it! Boss Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of joy. But everything that happened next made him see a picture he had never seen before in his life. All the ninjutsu and dark weapons stopped in midair. That's right. It's just stopped in midair. It's like having a hand that grabs all these dark weapons in the air, and can't move. You guys finally made a move, it seems that you are still quite patient. Chapter 32. Uchiha Sen raised his head and looked at the 3 people who were stunned in place, and the scene was very strange. Above the heads of the 4 of them, there were countless water droplets and weapons in the sky, while below, the 3 Yoshinobu were motionless, while Uchiha Mori was eating a roasted rabbit. If you shoot it with a camera, I am afraid it is really a very good scene painting. But for the Yoshinobi trio who were in the field, this was a very terrifying thing. Hey, I didn't expect that someone would really send me to the door, I didn't want to cause more trouble. Uchiha Sen put the remaining half of the hair on the fire and continued to roast, then stood up and beckoned to the air. Something that made the Yoshinobu trio even more frightened happened. The water gun they had just performed turned into a pool of water and appeared next to Uchiha Sen. The water flow is like tap water, pouring on Uchiha Sen's hands, helping Uchiha Sen clean the oil stains on his hands. This. How is this possible? What kind of devil are you, what kind of person are you? Boss Yurin couldn't help but take a step back, what happened in front of him was really unbelievable. Uchiha Sen flicked the water droplet in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and looked at Boss Yoshinobu with some helplessness. It doesn't really matter who I am, the important thing you want to kill me, then this matter is not so simple. Uchiha Sen shrugged his shoulders and raised his right hand to prepare the rain shinobu trio. Wait a minute. I give you the scroll, please let us go. Saying that, Boss Yu Ninja took out a ground scroll from his ninja bag, slowly placed it on the ground, and then took a few steps back. How about it, you take the scroll and let us go, this way you can just accomplish your purpose, and we. It's just that before Boss Yurin finished speaking, his neck was choked by a pair of hands. Uchiha Sen didn't know when he came to his side, holding the earth scroll in his left hand and choking his neck with his right hand. I'm sorry, but I don't let the tiger go home to those who try to cause me harm. Although you are not tigers either. Uchiha Sen's right hand was forceful, and he directly lifted this Yoshinobu. Fight. Above. The 2 Yoshinobu on the left and right saw that the negotiation was unsuccessful, and immediately took out the kunai in their hands and stabbed towards Uchiha Sen's ribs. Uchiha Sen smiled, waved his left hand lightly, and those dark weapons that stopped in midair began to move at the same time. The target is precisely these 2 people who attacked Uchiha Sen. They never expected that such a close distance would be the distance between them and the Grim Reaper. Countless dark weapons directly pierced their bodies, and the huge inertia directly knocked them out, and in an instant they became 2 hedgehogs. You. With your strength, how can it be inferior? Could it be that Konoha Village really has any thoughts in this Chuunin Exam? What surprised Uchiha Mori was that this rain ninja had not suffocated to death so far, and his vitality was still very tenacious. It's just that Uchiha Sen won't talk more nonsense with them, and directly twisted it hard, ending the life of this Yu Shinobu. However, strange things appeared, the picture slept generally, and when the ripples rose, a different picture appeared in Uchiha Sen's field of vision. Suddenly, Uchiha Sen didn't seem to move, and the roast rabbit in his hand only had 2 front legs left. And that Yu Shinobu trio was already lying on the ground with a dull face, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. The moment they appeared, they had already entered Uchiha Sen's illusion, and everything they saw just now was an illusion. Although Uchiha Sen can do everything in illusion, he will not do it easily. Who knows if anyone is watching him now, and Uchiha Sen doesn't want to expose all his strength at this time. These 3 Yu Shinobi have been destroyed by Uchiha Sen brain tissue and have completely become fools. Even if you analyze their brains, you will definitely not find anything, so Uchiha Sen does not have to worry at all. After collecting the earth scrolls on their bodies, Uchiha smiled. He didn't expect to collect 2 kinds of scrolls so easily. That being the case, Uchiha Sen also has new plans. Otherwise, now go and contact my arrow and collect the Shourhi chakra in his body. The idea was spinning wildly in Uchiha Sen's mind because he felt completely okay. According to his current strength, he can completely contact Ichigo Shoujuru without everyone noticing. As for how to collect it at that time, I am afraid that the system will have its ability. Since he thought of it, then Uchiha Sen planned to do this directly, so he immediately opened his perception and directly covered the surrounding far away. At the same time, Xia Shinobu, who had a keen perception, couldn't help but feel a feeling, but he couldn't say it. It was as if someone was spying on them, but they quickly disappeared. Uchiha Sen's current perception cannot fully cover the forest of death, so he must sense while moving. Although this is a little more expensive, it is very efficient. So, Uchiha Sen set off directly. The second exam can be regarded as a little revealing the cruelty of the ninja world, where you are either killed or killed. There is no doubt that if you don't do anything to the other person, then the other person can't be soft on you. So in this exam, it is the one with the greatest mortality rate. But for the top officials of the villages, this was known in advance, and it was a plan they had made long ago. Once the Zongnan exam is successful, then it will be Zongnan, and Zongnan is not as naive as Xia Shinobi. So at this time, the forest of death really reflected his name and witnessed countless deaths. Miserable shouts, roars, and even cries. Uchiha Sen saw a lot along the way, and even on the way, he also saw a lot of corpses. But Uchiha Sen did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation, and he had already thought about this. When he was 8 years old, he dared to kill those 7 people. Now let Uchiha Sen kill 70 people, he will not have any hesitation. In any case, the path you choose will definitely continue. After searching for about a day, Uchiha Sen finally found the whereabouts of my Ai Luo, and at this time, Ai Luo also happened to dispose of the 3 Yu Shinobu who did not know the height of the sky. Everything is about to begin. Chapter 33. In addition to Iroi, there are 3 shivering teenagers next to him, and they are the Inyazuka Tooth group. Ever since watching my arrow's performance, they really felt scared. Even Inyazuka Yat, who has always been unafraid of heaven and earth, finally felt what cruelty is this time. 2. It's terrible, is this really human? Inyazuka couldn't help but say, his teeth still collided involuntarily at this moment. Yo, it turned out to be 3. I didn't expect to meet here. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their fear. This person was none other than Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen had already thought about it. Instead of sneaking up, it was better to pretend to accidentally bump into each other, so that even if it started, no one would say anything more. Uchiha Sen? How could he be here? Did he not die? Inyazuka turned around and looked at Uchiha Sen's figure with a face full of disbelief. He felt that Uchiha Sen was looking for death. Ai Luo's brutality he has already seen. If nothing else, Uchiha Sen is definitely not his opponent. Now Inyazuka finally knows why the intelligence says that every time I go out on a mission, I am unscathed. It's you. Uchiha Sen. Seeing that it was Uchiha Sen, my AI Luo's emotions seemed a little excited, as if he was about to break through some kind of barrier. Kankuro and Temari immediately took 2 steps back, staring at Aira very warily, but very worried. I love Luo, don't forget our plan, don't, Kankuro couldn't help but remind. Shut up. If you say one more word, I will even kill you together. Iroh glanced back, Kankuro only felt cold, and then did not dare to speak. Uchiha Mori stood in place, quietly watching Iroh get angry. In fact, in his opinion, luring Ichigo Moritsuru out would not do him much good. At that time, the target is too big, and Konoha Village will definitely send someone to check it out. At that time, if Uchiha Sen wanted to accomplish his goal, I am afraid it would be even more difficult. Therefore, Uchiha Sen intends to fight quickly. It's just that what he didn't expect was that before he could make a move, Iai Luo would strike first. Your blood must taste beautiful, so I'm going to kill you and die. Sand coffin. My AI Luo's right hand turned into a claw-like shape, and the surrounding sand began to move rapidly in an instant, directly enveloping Uchiha Sen in the sand, and then flying in midair. Looking at the excited eyes of my arrow, Uchiha Sen smiled, and his body strained slightly. Something that made me Iroh unbelievable happened. These sands, as if betraying my Luo, began to break away from Uchiha Sen's body. At this moment, Iroh felt that my chakra was no longer able to control the sand. Do you feel like you can't control the sand anymore? Uchiha Sen smiled and clasped his hands together, and a wave of energy burst out from his body, and the sand that was floating in the air began to dance wildly. The big reason why Uchiha Sen can control the sand of my AI Luo is because of the blood in the sand. After AI Luo kills with sand, the blood on it will be immersed in the sand, which will be conducive to enhancing the murderous aura, but it is restrained by Uchiha Sen. At this moment, Uchiha Sen can control a variety of metals, including those trace metal elements in the blood. Saying that, the sand beside Uchiha Sen has synthesized an awl, and judging from the sharpness, it can definitely pierce my arrow. Uchiha Sen's right hand waved heavily, and this awl immediately flew in the direction of my arrow, extremely fast. Sand shield. My AI Luo's reaction is not slow, he does not dare to rely on the automatic defense of the sand at the moment. With the degree of this attack, the automatic defense is impossible to prevent. So my AI Luo's hands slapped the ground, and a huge sand shield wall immediately rose up, blocking my AI Luo's face. AI Luo did not let down his vigilance, but saw his hands converge inward, and the sand also gathered inward in the direction of his hands, enhancing the thickness and defense of the sand shield wall. Bang! Just listening to a loud noise, the awl-like sand directly hit the sand shield wall, and a crack immediately appeared on the shield wall. With the increase of subsequent power, the awl suddenly pierced the sand shield wall and came directly to my AI Luo. When the awl stopped, it was only about 3 centimeters away from my AI Luo's face. The automatic defense on his body didn't even have time to react. AI Luo stood in place stunned, but in the next second, his body flew out directly. Bang! Uchiha Sen punched directly in my arrow's face, and with the naked eye, several sand-like things fell off my arrow's body. In midair, AI Luo couldn't react, so he could only protect his vital point with both hands, but his stomach hurt violently, and Uchiha Sen kicked him in the stomach. Wow! AI Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, but the attack was not over. Uchiha Sen lightly snapped his fingers, and AI Luo was directly bombarded to the ground like a cannonball. The magic of the power of the phoenix is invisible and colorless, and no one can see it. Uchiha Sen landed lightly on the ground, raised his right hand to the sky, and a sand wall appeared directly, blocking Temari's wind escape ninjutsu. Then his hands made 3 seals, and a huge wind force spit out from his mouth, directly blowing the dark weapon launched by Kankuro. Uchiha Sen walked up to Iroha's side, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Let go of my love Luo. What exactly are you trying to do? Temari and Kankuro immediately stood behind Uchiha Mori, they were ready for battle. I love Luo and can't afford to lose, whether it's their brother or the weapon in their village, there can't be a problem. Go away. Otherwise I'll kill you. I love Luochi like a gossamer, obviously beaten not lightly. By this time, he still let the others go. I saw him trembling and stretching out his hands and making a seal. Fake sleep. It's just that before he could shout the name of that technique, he was dragged into an endless hell by Uchiha Sen. At this moment, Uchiha Sen has come to a very dark place. In front of him, there is only light, and this light is an altar-like thing. On the altar, there is a huge monster blocked. This is a crane. Little ghost. What the hell are you? You actually stopped Uncle Ben from going out. I'll kill you. Uchiha Shaojuru roared, obviously very dissatisfied with Uchiha Mori's behavior of preventing him from going out just now. Uchiha Mori smiled and looked at Ichigo Mori Tsuru, who was about to move, and raised his hands. Chapter 34. Repression. With a boom, a nameless force suddenly suppressed Ichigo Shaoruhi, making him unable to move. Ah! I'm going to kill you! Gremlin! In this endless space, there seemed to be only the roar of a Shaojuru, but Uchiha Mori didn't care, and slowly stepped forward and came to the side of Ichigo Shaojuru. I saw Uchiha slowly crouching down, looking into the eyes of Ichigo Mori Tsuru, and his hand was also placed on his head. Seeing Uchiha Mori's appearance, Ichigo Mori Tsuru couldn't help but shrink his pupils. You are the man. The man who followed the old man. Ichigo Morizuru looked at Uchiha Mori like a ghost. The tailed beasts have no entity, so they will not die at all, and they still remember things thousands of years ago. When Ichigo Shaojuru saw Uchiha Mori's appearance, he was obviously shocked and speechless. Oh? It seems that you still remember me. I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Uchiha smiled. You? How could you possibly have lived for so many years? What exactly is your conspiracy? Ichigo Shaojuru struggled hard, but he felt that he could not escape Uchiha Mori's grasp at all. Uchiha Mori smiled and did not answer Ichigo Shaojuru's words, but began to meditate on the system in his heart. The host only needs to place its hand on any part of Shaojuru's body, and the system can start absorbing chakra. With the support of the system, Uchiha Mori put his hand on the top of Ichigo Shaojuru's head with confidence. And Ichigo Shaojuru also felt the chakra in his body passing quickly. What are you doing? How could you possibly absorb my chakra? It's just that no matter how much Ichigo Shaojuru roars, after all, it is just incompetent and furious, and he can't move at the moment, and he doesn't even have any ability to resist. Therefore, he could only watch Uchiha Sen frantically absorbing his chakra, and he gradually felt weak. In fact, generally speaking, tailed beasts do not die, but in a broad sense. Each tailed beast dies, but after they die, after a while, a corresponding tailed beast will reappear between heaven and earth. Therefore, the tailed beast is immortal does not mean that its body is immortal, but similar to the big snake pill, the spirit is immortal, can be resurrected at any time, and then continue to plague the world. I'm going to kill you. Let me go, I'll definitely kill you. Ichigo Shaojuru is still in an incompetent rage, but with the loss of chakra, he feels weaker than ever. As visible to the naked eye, his fat figure began to slowly lose weight, and he gradually stopped roaring. Absorbed. The host can get rid of the tailed beast. With the system's prompt, Uchiha Sen also let go of his hand and stood up. Uchiha Sen's hands raised slightly, and the phoenix power that had suppressed the tailed beast quietly disappeared, and the Ichigo Morizuru regained its freedom. Because there is an original seal, although this seal is very common, it can suppress the tailed beast. Therefore, Uchiha Sen does not need to know any sealing techniques, he only needs to use the power of the phoenix, with simple strength, to restrain Ichigo Morizuru and make him unable to move. So it seems that Uchiha Sen is very strong and can suppress the tailed beast, but in fact, this is just locking the tailed beast. Glancing at Ichigo Mori Tsuru, who was still motionless, Uchiha turned his head and left the altar. It's just that it's too late and fast, and Ichigo Morizuru jumped up directly, and its thick claws directly grabbed Uchiha Sen's body to pieces. Miscellaneous, I said I would kill you. Have you forgotten? Looking at Uchiha Mori's already completely shattered body, Ichigo Shaojuru roared excitedly. As if he had taken revenge for a deep hatred, the current Uchiha Shaojuru is really excited. It's just that something strange happened. Uchiha Sen's head still didn't fall in mid-air, and he turned his head to look at the furious Ichigo Mori Tsuru. Hi! An animal is indeed an animal, although it has spiritual intelligence, but after all, it is just an animal. Looking forward to the next meeting, you can be stronger than this time, maybe you can kill me by then. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's body returned to normal, and then disappeared into this dark space little by little. In this dark space, only the endless roar of a crane remained. I'm going to kill you. Mankind. The spirit world has passed for a long, long time, but the real world has passed less than a second. I Luo only felt a weakness in my body, and then fainted directly in the next second. Looking at I Luo, who had fainted, Uchiha Sen let go of his hand, allowing Iroh to fall to the ground like this, and turned away without looking. Temari and Kankuro raised their weapons and puppets in unison, facing Uchiha Sen, who easily defeated Myara. They didn't dare to be careless. What do you do with me, Iroh? Temari shouted loudly. No, I didn't do anything to him, I got what I wanted, he just slept. Uchiha Sen shrugged his shoulders and raised his foot and walked directly to the periphery. Kankuro also tried to stop Uchiha Sen to say something, but was stopped by Temari, and after Uchiha Mori left Myara, the two of them quickly stepped forward to check on Myara's status. Fortunately, as Uchiha said, there was nothing wrong with Iroh, I just passed out. But now they have a question, why is this Uchiha Sen? For reals? No way. Because the scrolls were all on Kankuro's body, and when he left, Uchiha Sen did not ask for the scrolls. To fight with Iroh? That's even more unlikely. Because Uchiha Sen's strength is here, I Luo is not an opponent at all. So Uchiha Sen, for what? Could it be? Temari suddenly thought of an answer, but felt that it was impossible. If Uchiha Mori wanted the tailed beast, then impossible. Looking at the back of Uchiha Mori leaving, Kankuro and Temari were very vigilant and nervous. Such a terrifying person appeared, which really made them a little at a loss. And Inyazuka Yat, who was hiding on the side, did not dare to breathe. For the first time, they knew that Uchiha Sen, who had never been seen by them, was so strong. Ai Luo who can frighten them. Under the attack of Uchiha Sen, there is no way to fight back, and even it seems that Uchiha Sen didn't have much effort. This is something they simply do not dare to imagine. Not to mention, they don't know if Uchiha Sen is using his full strength. This Uchiha Sen? A little too scary, right? Is he really, the one who graduated in the same class as us? Chapter 35. Having solved the problem of Uchiha Mori Tsuru, Uchiha Mori can clearly feel that his phoenix power is strengthening. This is not the enhancement of the power given to the phoenix by the tailed beast chakra, but the power of the phoenix is slowly unlocked on its own. Uchiha Sen can clearly feel that he is slowly getting stronger, although it is rare, but it is indeed growing. So for the next few days, Uchiha sat around the tower, waiting for the arrival of the pocket. Finally, on the last day, the figures of Pocket and Bronze Armor appeared in front of Uchiha Sen. The pockets looked scarred, and so did the Bronze Armor, which looked as if they had gone through a battle. Ah, I didn't expect Mori-kun to be unharmed, it's really powerful. Seeing Uchiha Sen standing leisurely at the door, Pocket's face couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Uchiha Sen pulled the corners of his mouth. This Pocket really can't believe at all, with his strength, as long as he doesn't want to get hurt, who can touch him in these lower ninja? If nothing else, after the Chuunin Exam, he intended to kill Sasuke Uchiha in the hospital, but was discovered by Kakashi Kiki. He fought back and forth with Kakashi Kiki, and managed to escape, and this strength must be acknowledged. Senior Yu is so embarrassed, it won't be because he helps his juniors, right? Uchiha said with a smile. There was not the slightest pause on Pocket's face, and he even showed a surprised expression. Mori-kun guessed. I saw a group of shinobi who graduated with you this year, and it seems that there are still your clansmen in it, so I helped them. Pocket admitted very generously, without any intention of concealing it. The highest level of deception is that I tell you the truth, but the most important thing is not to tell you. The so-called 9 truths and 1 falsehood, that one false sentence, is much more important than the 9 true words. But you can't tell this person lying. I didn't expect Senior Dude to be such a passionate person. Did you get the scroll? If not, I've got a copy here. Uchiha smiled and took out the scroll. Unlike the plot, this time the pocket did not take out the scroll at all, but spread out his hands. No way, originally I already got the scroll, but unfortunately it was lost in the battle, so fortunately you got the scroll. Pocket looked at Uchiha Sen, his face full of apologies. Uchiha Man shrugged, threw both scrolls to him, and went to open the door. Anaka Shinobu, who Uchiha didn't know, came out of the scroll and said some old-fashioned introductions about the words heaven and earth before leading a group of people into the door. There are already many people gathered here, including the San Shinobu trio who were defeated by Uchiha Mori. When they saw Uchiha Sen walk in, their faces were not very good looking. After all, they were defeated. The most terrifying thing is that Uchiha Sen really hasn't even seen a little dirt. Still, a tirade of 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, about the balance between countries, the Naka Shinobi exam became a place for various countries to show their strength. And because the number of people in the exam has increased this time, there will be a qualifier in advance. In fact, Uchiha Sen knows that the battle is just to eliminate some unwanted people, saying that there is no black box manipulation. Then Uchiha Sen absolutely does not believe it. And the pocket is also like in the plot, pretending that he cannot continue, so he directly abstained. Pocket's reaction made Sarutobi suspicious, but for Pocket, everything didn't matter, and this time should be the last time he lurked in Konoha Village. After agreeing to the waiver, the qualifiers before the 3rd exam will begin. As before, Sasuke Uchiha was the first to appear, and the goal of the battle did not change: bronze armor. This battle really feels like being manipulated, and the heavenly spell mark on Sasuke Uchiha's neck doesn't feel so simple. It's just that what surprised Uchiha Sen a little was that the battle between these two people was a little different from the plot. In the original plot, it was the copper armor that forced Sasuke Uchiha into a corner, and in the desperate situation, Sasuke Uchiha burst out of potential and killed the copper armor. It's just that this time, Sasuke Uchiha's strength seems to have increased significantly. Although at the beginning, the bronze armor defeated Sasuke Uchiha through physical skills, but Sasuke Uchiha used a move that Uchiha Sen once used. Of course, not exactly the same, but improved by Sasuke Uchiha. At the beginning, Uchiha Sen used that move to defeat Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, and it was that move that fire. It's just that the move was beaten by Sasuke Uchiha with a steel wire to increase the attack range, although the power has decreased, but it still has a role against the red copper armor. The ability of the red copper armor could not be used, so he was inadvertently taken away by Sasuke Uchiha in a set. It can be seen that due to the appearance of Uchiha Sen, Uchiha Sasuke's strength is much stronger than that of the same period. Therefore, the burden that the spell mark brought to him did not seem to be as serious as he imagined. The big snake pill standing on it has long been salivating, and no one has ever been able to use ninjutsu when it is eroded by the spell seal. Uchiha Sasuke was the only one, so he couldn't help but be excited by Orochimaru. After Uchiha Sasuke defeated the bronze armor, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally found Uchiha Sen, and there was a faint provocation in his eyes. Uchiha Sen was expressionless because he saw the candidate for the second game. The second game is none other than Uchiha Sen, who is going to play. As for his opponent, it is Toth's teammate who was trampled under the feet of Uchiha Sen in the first game, Sark. Second game, Uchiha Mori from Konoha Village. Ahem. Against Sark from Otonobi Village, please come below. Moonlight coughed twice, his voice was very weak, and he could turn his back at any time. Uchiha Sen came downstairs and looked at Thoth, who jumped directly from the second floor, with a strange face. Is this ape flying to the sun to ensure that he will enter the third final tomorrow? It's just that it's a little different from what Uchiha Sen thinks. In fact, it's not that Sarutobi wants to do this, but that he has to do it. After weighing the various aspects, it was found that Konoha Village had the most shinobi, so it was said that Sarutobi could only send a part of the family's ninjas to the finals. Uchiha Sen's strength is stronger than everyone else's, so Sarutobi would rather Uchiha Sen go to fight Toth. Sark and Uchiha Sen stood on the field, the two looked at each other face to face, and Sark's face showed a smile. Last time Thoth was attacked by you, this time I will definitely let you know what cruelty is. Chapter 36. For Sark's confused confidence, Uchiha Sen does not want to express anything, but wants to solve it in battle. This person in front of him, Uchiha Sen really hates it. His strength is very average, but he always likes to pretend to be X. The two stood still, looking at each other, and Uchiha Sen could clearly see the arrogance in Sark's eyes. Moonlight Swift came forward, looked at the two men, and read the rules of the competition. Both weapons and ninjutsu can be used, and if one side cannot continue to hold on, I will decide the winner. After speaking, Moonlight Swiftwind jumped directly back and gave up the space to them. Sark pulled up the sleeve of his right hand while looking at Uchiha Sen. For this exam, he has gradually understood what it means, especially after seeing the spell mark on Sasuke Uchiha. He understands the thoughts of Orochimaru. Orochimaru asked him to kill Sasuke Uchiha, but planted a spell mark on Sasuke Uchiha. In Sak's impression, the spell seal will only be given to the core subordinates of Orochimaru, so why does Sasuke Uchiha have it? In the end, the three of them were nothing more than obstacles prepared by Orochimaru for Sasuke Uchiha. But Sak wants to prove that he is not that pawn. To do this, you have to start with defeating Uchiha Sen. Die. Look at the move. Chop the sky wave. Sak faced Uchiha Sen with both hands, and the two holes in his palm immediately gushed out super air pressure, directly attacking Uchiha Sen. For his move, Uchiha Sen has long understood it in his heart. Uchiha Sen jumped back, quickly formed three seals with both hands, and then slapped it to the ground. Shu. Dirt flow wall. An earthen wall immediately rose on the ground, but this earthen wall was not the same as normal, mixed with various metals to enhance the defense. This is Uchiha Mori's ability, and he hides these in earthen walls, not only to strengthen the defense, but also not to let others discover their abilities. Although ordinary earth flow walls can defend against Sark's attacks, Uchiha Sen is to use combat to enhance his actual combat ability and prepare for the future. Bang! The air cannon bombarded the earthen wall, and the outermost layer of soil of the earthen wall was bombarded into powder, and suddenly a lot of rock and soil appeared on the entire battlefield. Sark's eyes quickly searched for the surrounding tracks, beware of Uchiha Sen's sneak attack at this time. But what everyone couldn't understand was that Uchiha Sen was sitting on that earthen wall, looking at Sark motionlessly. Do you want to kill me with such a little skill? Uchiha Sen's face was expressionless. Sark looked at Uchiha Sen, his fists clenched tightly. He could feel Uchiha Sen's contempt. It's like not treating him like a human being, not even wanting to do the minimum counterattack, or even sitting in place, waiting for Sark to continue the attack next. Abominable. Don't underestimate people, I will definitely kill you. Sak aimed his hands at Uchiha Sen, and the chakra in his whole body surged wildly, gathering towards his hands. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, and the riding wheel eyes of the three hooks of his eyes turned slightly, and he could see through the running line of chakra in Sark's body at once. Wind escape. Storm air bombs. This time, the pores in Sark's hands were wide open, and countless air cannonballs erupted from his hands. This time it was not a continuous wind, but a wind ninjutsu similar to the vacuum jade, but it seemed to be weakened. Because of the pores in his hand, he didn't need a seal to use this ninjutsu, but at the same time, it also weakened the power and speed of this ninjutsu. Uchiha Sen looked down and dodged one of the shells, which directly bombarded the wall on the second floor, and the wall was bombarded with cracks like spider webs. Many broken stones fell from above, and it can be seen how powerful this ninjutsu is. Don't think that these buildings are easy to break, these buildings are enhanced by chakra and are not so fragile. There are 8 shells this time, as if there is a tracking, wherever Uchiha Sen goes, they will follow. Uchiha Sen flashed and moved, although he avoided the attack of the shell, but did not completely avoid this move. Give up, if I don't hit the target with this move, it will definitely not disappear. This is based on my unique chakra, and then add the tracking of the voice, as long as you make a sound, my attack will follow. Sak's face was full of pride, this trick he had never performed before, just to show the big snake pill. It's just that at this moment, the big snake pill, the figure has already disappeared on the second floor, and he doesn't know where to go. Uchiha Sen smiled, if it weren't for hiding his strength, I'm afraid that these shells wouldn't hurt Uchiha Sen at all. But since Sark told him the principle of this technique, then he would be an idiot if he didn't use it anymore. While moving quickly, Uchiha Sen's hands began to seal and the ground under his feet began to shake violently. The stone flew up from the ground and directly turned into a fortress, covering Uchiha Sen inside. 7 shells then bombarded the fortress, and suddenly the fortress was blown to pieces. Sark's eyes were glued to where Uchiha Sen stayed, and his face was full of expectation. But something that surprised him happened. When the smoke cleared, there was no one in that small fortress. But before Sark could guess what the reason was, he only felt that his whole body was suddenly torn back by a powerful force, directly tying him to the earthen wall just now. That technique. It's Suzuki's. Seeing Uchiha Sen's starting action and the order of sealing, Harano Sakura upstairs immediately reacted, this ninjutsu is very similar to the one used by Uchiha Suzuki in the second exam. It's just that only the first 3 seals are the same. Fire. Long Yan's art of singing. Uchiha Sen's mouth immediately spit out 4 fire dragons, and for fire ninjutsu, Uchiha Sen controlled the best. Because the representative of the power of the phoenix is fire, fire is like an arm for Uchiha Sen. 4 fire dragons attacked Sark from 4 directions, up, down, left and right, and Sark, who was tied to the stone wall, had no power to fight back. I admit defeat. As Sark screamed and admitted defeat, a wall of water immediately appeared on the ground, blocking 4 fire dragons. But this wall of water obviously could not completely resist the attack of the fire dragon, and after only a few seconds, the fire dragon broke through the wall of water and directly bombarded the past. Bang! As the fire dragon frantically hit the wall, the explosion sounded. Chapter 37. It's just that Uchiha Sen doesn't have any smile on his face, because he has an extra shinobi behind him. The son of Sarutobi Hinata, Ape Flying Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma's right hand was placed on Uchiha Sen's shoulder, and although he didn't use force, he held Uchiha Sen. Well, a small Chuunin Exam actually used such a powerful fire. Should I say that I am worthy of being a member of the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Asuma said to herself. Uchiha Sen didn't answer him, but looked in another direction. The flames were still burning, but next to the flames stood Mati, and on the ground lay Sark. According to Mati's speed, a few seconds of defense in the wall of water just now was enough for him to act. It's just that Uchiha Sen is curious about why these 2 upper shinobi came to join forces to save this lower shinobi. Why would an assessment that belongs to lower patients have upper patients participate in it? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. Matkai glanced at Uchiha Sen and then at Sark lying on the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Since he has already admitted defeat, then Konoha Village will guarantee his life, so is this reason appropriate? Sarutobi Asuma stood behind Uchiha Sen, and although his tone was unwavering, it revealed a different emotion. It's the same disgust for Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen turned his head to look at him, and without saying a word, he walked directly and silently back to the second floor. The other subordinates were already shocked and speechless. This Uchiha Sen, sleepless, is also a little too strong. How did he get out of that fortress just now, and how did he tie up Sark? Nara Shikamaru left a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. This kind of opponent is the most terrifying, and it is useless to use trickery. More importantly, he thought for a long time and found that this was a typical strength suppression, and the scheme was useless. And his move to escape, is he really forbearing? Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although their family is not a ninjutsu family, but at least they are well informed and know some ninjutsu. In Yamanaka Ino's opinion, this ninjutsu has reached at least B level or above, or even a level. If it is a B grade, then it is good to say, after all, with more practice, it is also possible to learn. But if it's A-level ninjutsu, it's really a little scary. It's so strong, it looks even stronger than Sasuke, it seems that I must defeat him. Naruto Uzumaki was not frightened by Uchiha Sen, but in his opinion, the person who is stronger than Uchiha Sasuke is the one who wants to surpass, and Uchiha Sen is counted as one. As for the others, Naruto Uzumaki has not found anything yet, but with his personality, even if he is a strong person, he will not feel afraid, and he only wants to find a way to surpass them. Uchiha Sen silently returned to the rest area on the second floor, and the others were some distance away from Uchiha Sen, but their eyes stayed on him. As a shinobi, he used some ninjutsu that he could not use, which made everyone wary. It's just a qualifier, and smart people have long known that there will be another game to come. It's so strong, but the tricks he used are completely different from the ones he used in the second exam. If he uses the strength to deal with my AI Luo to fight this person, I'm afraid this person won't even have a chance to make a move, right? Kankuro looked at Uchiha Mori with horror on his face, his hands clutching the railing tightly, trembling all over. I always thought that this Showdown exam, except for my AI Luo, he had no opponents. But when I got to the scene, I knew that Uchiha Sen didn't say, and that Uchiha Sasuke, it was not something to mess with. Kankuro, you're trembling. Mayura's voice came leisurely, and Kankuro was stunned in place. That person is indeed very strong, but you are also more waste than I thought, right? Just one battle scares you out? I don't know why, the first time I've said so much, which surprised Kankuro and Temari a little. But he said it was completely fine, and Temari thought so too. Don't worry, for our plan, he will not change anything, and there will naturally be someone to deal with him when the time comes. Temari sighed, not knowing why, she always had a sense of foreboding in her heart. Iroh didn't speak again, but his eyes never left Uchiha Sen. During the second exam, in the Forest of Death, after Iroh was attacked by Uchiha Sen, it was the best sleep I had had in so many years. Although he was in a coma, I don't know why, the crane in his body turned out to be unusually honest. Even today, he didn't have the same reaction as before, which made people feel very strange. What I can be sure of is that it must have been after that battle with Uchiha Sen that Morizuru became like this. And the time he remembered most clearly was when he was about to use the false sleep technique, when he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Then, Iai Luo went straight into a coma. As for the rest, Iai Luo woke up and listened to what Temari and Kankuro told him. What the hell are you? Why can you restrain Morizuru? This is a question that I love Luo deep in my heart, but until now, no one can answer him. Uchiha sat cross-legged on the ground on the second floor, as if he was recovering chakra, but in reality, he was sleeping. The battle behind is so boring that the only thing that can interest Uchiha Sen a little is the fight between Iroh and Lee Locke, but that's in the back. So Uchiha Sen chose to close his eyes and cultivate his mind and began to warm the power of the phoenix in his body. The third game was different, it was Kankuro facing Toth. Toth's strength was good, but against Kankuro, he was still a little tender. All of his sonic attacks hit Kankuro's puppet, which doesn't listen to sound. Therefore, in another attack, he was locked up by Kankuro's puppet and completely disqualified. The subsequent exam was the same as before. Nothing changed at all, the victory was still won, and Lee Locke also failed. It's just that my arrow's ability to control the sand is increasing, and it seems that during the time that Uchiha Sen helped him suppress Xiaojuru, he was not bothered by Xiaojuru, but stronger. The last scene is Shino the Oil Girl and Dingji Akimichi. When the Oil Girl Shino released a lot of bugs, Kenichi Dingji fainted directly to the ground. At this point, the qualifiers are all over. Chapter 38. Because of Uchiha Mori's victory, he took Toth's place and needed to fight Nara Shikamaru before that. And seeing this grouping, Nara Shikamaru was a lot more thankful. Because even if he abstained, Ape Flying Asuma would not say anything to him, but it would reduce a lot of trouble. After the grouping was over, Sarutobi said some more tirade, and after the day of the next competition was set, everyone was about to leave. It's just that when Uchiha Sen left, a hand was placed behind his back. "Can we talk?" Uchiha Sen turned his head and found that it was Kakashi Kiki, and although his tone was gentle, his voice was full of undoubted taste. "It seems that Pocket has gone to attack Sasuke Uchiha and managed to escape from Kakashi Kiki." Uchiha Sen nodded, and then led by Kakashi Kiki, came to a rooftop. For Uchiha Mori, in fact, Kakashi's emotions are very complicated. The first time he met Uchiha Sen was not actually at the practice range where Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were defeated, but 6 years ago. At that time, it was Kakashi Kiki who went to find Uchiha Mori and brought him to the Hokage office. It's just that Kakashi Kiki at that time was wearing a mask, and Uchiha Sen naturally hadn't seen him. "Do you know anything about your teammate pharmacist?" The two people stood on the rooftop, and Kakashi Kiki looked at Uchiha Mori, and the exposed eye emitted a trace of essence. Hearing Kakashi's question, Uchiha Sen probably knew what was going on. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Uchiha Mori frowned, pretending to be puzzled. "You just need to answer my question, how much do you know about him?" Kiki Kakashi didn't explain. "I've been teammates with him for less than 3 months and don't know much. I just know that his medical ninjutsu is good, his physical skills are average, and he has not used ninjutsu much." Uchiha Sen didn't ask much, and answered the question about the Pocket truthfully. "Then do you know if he usually has that kind of particularly strange behavior, such as will collect some intelligence or something?" Kakashi Kiki's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Mori. "The reason for this, Kiki Kakashi, is to observe whether Uchiha Sen is lying. Because after this incident, whether it is Uchiha Sen or Akatsuki armor, the two of them will be questioned. Yes, he has a habit of collecting intelligence, and no matter whose intelligence it is, he will collect it. For example, in this Chuunin Exam, he has the information of most of the candidates, whether it is from the village or not." Uchiha Sen nodded. These are all recognized facts, and Uchiha Sen followed Kakashi's words and said, "It must be fine. What about the rest, did you find anything when you went out with him on a mission?" Kakashi Kiki still followed the inquiry because it concerned his favorite disciple, Sasuke Uchiha. It has to be said that during this period, Kakashi Kiki treated Sasuke Uchiha better than Naruto Uzumaki. During the month of the Chuunin Exam, Kakashi Kiki personally taught Sasuke Uchiha, while Naruto Uzumaki was given to Ebisu. What kind of person Ebisu is, although he is also a shinobi, but his strength is really not comparable to Kakashi Kiki. If it weren't for Naruto Uzumaki's hard background and meeting Jiraiya, maybe he might not be able to beat Hinata Ninja. When he goes out on a mission, he also goes to collect intelligence, and we will not follow. And when we were together, we didn't find anything unusual about him. Could it be that something happened to Senior Chu?" In the end, Uchiha Sen asked with great concern. "He is now a rebel, killing 3 dark parts, and also going to attack Sasuke. So when you see him, be sure to report it in time." Kiki Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Mori, and he didn't know what kind of emotion was in his eyes. Uchiha Sen had a surprised expression on his face, but finally nodded, indicating that he understood. Just when Uchiha thought the question was over, Kakashi Kiki started another topic. "About Sasuke. There are some things I want to ask you." Kakashi Kiki looked at Uchiha Mori. "Sasuke? I don't know him well, and don't tell me that he betrayed the village too." Uchiha replied. "It's not because of this, since you are also from the Uchiha clan, you must also know Uchiha Itachi, right?" "Uchiha Itachi?" Uchiha Mori raised an eyebrow. He really wasn't Kiki Kakashi asking this for. "Of course I know that the S-class rebel of Konoha Village killed the entire Uchiha clan. I am just glad that the Uchiha clan refused to arrange me in the clan land. Otherwise, I would probably be like the rest of the Uchiha people, and I would be a dry bone in the grave." Uchiha Sen shrugged his shoulders, his face full of mockery. Kakashi was a little silent. He knew more or less about Uchiha Sen and the Uchiha clan. But he doesn't have a say. "Do you think Sasuke's hatred for Uchiha Itachi? To what extent?" I don't know why Kiki Kakashi suddenly asked such a question. Hatred for Uchiha Itachi? If Uchiha was in front of him right now, he would probably rush straight up. Or in other words, if God wants to exchange one life for another, then he will definitely agree without hesitation. Uchiha Sen smiled. Now that he thought about it, Uchiha Itachi really took on all the responsibility. If it weren't for him, maybe Sasuke Uchiha wouldn't be alive right now, there is no doubt about that. But when he did so, he bore a lifetime of infamy. Then do you think Sasuke will make something for the sake of power? Crazy moves? When he said this, Kiki Kakashi paused a little, he didn't know what adjective he should use. Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed. It seems that Orochimaru's words had a great impact on Kakashi Kiki. Crazy move? Don't you, as his guide, still don't know what kind of character he is? If there is a chance to kill Uchiha Itachi, even if Uchiha Sasuke wants to sacrifice his soul to the devil, then he will not hesitate. This. Maybe you know better than I do. Chapter 39. Yes, that's right, Kakashi knows this better than Uchiha Mori. To put it bluntly, Sasuke Uchiha is a person who exists for revenge, and if he is not allowed to take revenge, I am afraid that he will be the enemy of everyone. In other words, for power, Sasuke Uchiha can sell everything. Is it? That's true, but as a teacher, you must put Sasuke on the right path, and that's the teacher's responsibility. Kiki Kakashi looked at the clouds in the sky, not knowing why, he thought of his teacher Wave Feng Shuman. And, of course, his best friend. That's your business, not mine, and I'm not interested. He once invited me to kill Uchiha Itachi, but in my opinion, I have to thank Uchiha Itachi. The family that once forced my mother to die must not die well. Uchiha Sen glanced in the direction of the once gathering place of the Uchiha clan. This sentence was half true, just to deceive Kakashi Kiki. Kakashi Kiki did not speak, turned his head to look at Uchiha Mori. In fact, he also couldn't understand Uchiha Mori. If you talk about qualifications, Uchiha Sen's qualifications may be better than Uchiha Sasuke, although he is 3 years older, but his strength is really very different. Of course, the speed of Uchiha Sasuke's progress was also beyond Kiki Kakashi's expectations. That's all I know about Pocket, and so is Sasuke Uchiha. So, if there is nothing else, then I will go first. I will still go to cultivation and meet the exam in a month. Uchiha Sen glanced at Kakashi Kiki, and the other party also nodded, indicating that there was nothing to do. So Uchiha Sen turned around and left the rooftop directly, leaving Kakashi Kiki alone. Kiki Kakashi hugged the back of his head helplessly, looked at the sky, and couldn't help sighing. With soil. Are all your people so difficult to deal with? In the next month, Uchiha Sen had already planned, he was not going to cultivate, but to investigate the truth of that year. On the night that the Uchiha clan was extinguished, Uchiha took out a photo from his mother's house, which contained a secret past. There was an address in the photo. It was a very remote place in Konoha Village, and when Uchiha Mori followed the address to find this place, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This should belong to the back mountain of Konoha Village, where some dilapidated houses were built, and now no one lives in them. Uchiha Sen stepped over a garbage pile and came to a reasonably sound-looking house. The background of the photo is exactly the same as here, except for the erosion of time, there is no difference. Uchiha Sen gently put his left hand on the door, and the power of the phoenix instantly wrapped the entire house, invisibly strengthening the entire house, and also searching for the contents of the house. There was no sign of life in the room, indicating that there was no one inside, but in a room, Uchiha sensed a sense of prohibition. Pushing open the door, Uchiha Sen walked into the room, which looked pretty good inside, and there was nothing strange except for the thick dust. The door to the drawing room was closed and locked. Uchiha Sen gently raised his hand, and the lock made of metal opened automatically, then fell to the ground, and the door opened automatically. What comes to the face is a moldy smell, and a house that has not been inhabited for many years will indeed have this unpleasant smell. The power of the phoenix instantly seals Uchiha Sen's sense of smell and automatically isolates harmful substances from the outside of the body, which is the power of the phoenix, which can do everything. Entering the house, you enter a small, but very cozy living room. There were some common pieces of furniture in the hall, and I don't know why a familiar feeling welled up in Uchiha Mori's heart. A long wooden knife was placed on the shelf, and Uchiha Mori stepped forward and picked it up. The knife was heavy, and Uchiha Sen pulled it out of its scabbard, finding that the knife was already rusty. Uchiha Sen blew the dust on the scabbard, and there was always a voice in his heart that asked him to put this knife on his body. So, Uchiha Sen took this knife with him. The room was not large, with only 4 rooms except for the drawing room, and the first thing Uchiha Sen noticed was a place similar to a study. There are a lot of books on the shelves, all of which are some introductions about ninjas, and there is even a book Strong Perseverance Ninjaden written by Jiraiya. Uchiha Sen opened the book and found that there was Jiraiya's signature on the title page of the book, and it seemed that the owner of the book was a big fan of Jiraiya. Uchiha put the book in his ninja bag and looked at the table. On the table is a picture of a man and a woman holding a child, smiling very happily. That woman is Uchiha Sen's mother, and the man is Uchiha Sen's father. And the child in their arms should be Uchiha Sen himself. This was the first time Uchiha saw a family photo, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. It was a smile from the heart. How long had it been? Uchiha Sen had forgotten how long he hadn't smiled like this. Ever since he knew that Konoha Village had thoughts about him, Uchiha Mori acted every day, hiding his truest emotions in order to survive. Uchiha Sen took a deep breath and put the picture back in place. He wouldn't take anything from here. Behind it, there is a large house with wedding photos of Uchiha Mori's parents hanging on the wall. Next to the big bed, there is also a small stroller, which looks handmade, although it is not very good looking, but it is very careful and careful. Uchiha smiled and walked straight to the innermost room. In that room, Uchiha felt restrained. The door to the room seemed to be locked, but Uchiha could feel that the door was not locked. So there is only one explanation: prohibition. Uchiha Sen took out the book The Legend of Strong Perseverance Shinobi, and on the penultimate page of the book, Uchiha Sen found the handprint that lifted the prohibition. The order of this handprint is complicated, a full 23 seals, none of which can be wrong. Uchiha Sen read it 3 times, memorized the order, and began to seal and unlock the ban. Open. With Uchiha Sen's low drink, the door began to emit a light. The light was very dazzling, and a chakra was about to burst out. However, Uchiha Sen has already used the power of the phoenix to isolate the entire house, and the outside world will not find out what is happening here. The blinding light directly engulfed Uchiha Sen, and when Uchiha Sen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely strange place. Chapter 40. Here, like the hall of an ancestral hall, it is very old. But it can be vaguely seen that this should be the ancestral hall of a large family. Whether it is decoration or design, it is very particular and demanding. One thing looks a little different, though, is that there's not a hint of dust here. That's right. It was as if someone cleaned it every day. There was no dust, it was very clean and tidy, so that Uchiha Sen couldn't help but raise his vigilance. Is this the place he is looking for? Ah! Are you already this old? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen turned his head for the first time. When Uchiha Sen turned his head and saw the familiar faces of a man and a woman, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but show a smile. Father! Mother! That's right, these two are none other than Uchiha Sen's father and mother. At this moment, the two of them were standing here intact, as if they had been waiting for Uchiha Sen's arrival. It seems that the technique I studied with Watergate is really useful. Uchiha Sen's father crossed his hands at his waist and looked at Uchiha Sen with a smile on his face, his eyes full of relief. And next to him, Uchiha Sen's mother also nodded slightly, looking at such a big Uchiha Sen, only a smile remained on her face. 4 generations? Father, do you know the 4th generation of Hokage? Uchiha Sen was a little curious, but he had read all the information about his father and did not find that he knew Bofeng Shuman. My name is Uzumaki Gan, you should know why I know Bofeng Shuman, right? When he heard the 3 words Uzumaki dry, Uchiha Sen finally understood why. It's just that Uzumaki Gan's emotions are a little excited, and Uchiha Rei stroked Uzumaki Gan's back twice, signaling him to relax. Uzumaki turned his head and smiled, grabbing Uchiha Rei's hand. Uchiha Sen's mother is called Uchiha Rei, which is considered the younger sister of Uchiha Fugaku, so Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke can be regarded as cousins. We'll talk about those things later. Sen, you've been wronged over the years. Uchiha Rei stepped forward and gently stroked Uchiha Sen's face, and his eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Uchiha Sen smiled, then shook his head vigorously. In fact, I didn't suffer any grievances, and I gave them all the little bit. This place in Konoha Village is too hypocritical, everyone is like this, said Uchiha Sen lightly. Uchiha Rei took Uchiha Sen in her arms, and without saying a word, just gently stroked his head. She didn't know what kind of experience made a teenager who was still a child what he is today. But she must know that Uchiha Sen has suffered a lot. Okay, don't cry yet, come in, let's sit down and talk. Uzumaki pointed to the futon in the ancestral hall and motioned for Uchiha Sen to sit down and speak. Uchiha Sen walked inside, chose a futon to sit down, and then looked at Uchiha Rei and Uzumaki with both eyes, full of questions. I know you'd love to know about what happened back then, but I have to tell you little by little. After listening to this story, you will know why I was wanted by Konoha Village as a traitor. Uzumaki Chien also sat on the futon, but his tone was much flatter, and he was not as excited as before. Uchiha Sen nodded, what he had was time, he didn't need to rush. Back then, the country of Whirlpool was attacked by the enemy and sent people to Konoha Village for help, but Konoha Village seemed to be intentional, and the speed of support was very slow, resulting in the direct destruction of the country of Whirlpool. As Miss Kushina's escort, I was brought to Konoha Village together and became a shinobi. It was at that time that I met Bofeng Shuman and became friends with him. Uzumaki's eyes looked at the sky in the distance, and his thoughts suddenly extended to a long, long time ago. The Third Shinobi World War, one made great contributions to Konoha, and one also met your mother. The two of us made a private agreement for life, but your mother was also driven out by the Uchiha clan. Even so, your mother's good friend Mikoto Uchiha still interacts with us, and when you were more than a year old, you still met and played with Itake. Thinking of this time, Uzumaki-gan couldn't help but look at Uchiha Ling. And Uchiha Rei had already wiped away her tears, looking at Uzumaki with a smile and no complaints. I thought we would raise you to grow up together and live happily together in the future, but what I didn't expect was that the accident happened at this time. I was called to the route for a mission, but I was actually secretly captured to complete an experiment. I don't know how the people of Konoha Village obtained my blood, and after my blood fused with the primary cells, I found that the blood of the Uzumaki clan was highly fused with the cells of the original Hokage. And my body was also injected with the wood cells of the original Hokage, and the experiment was successful. It's just that when Tenzo wanted to set a spell mark in my brain, I suddenly realized it. We, the Vortex clan, but the ancestor of the sealing technique, how can he hide this little trick from me? So in the hopeless situation of my resistance, I chose to directly control the mutant cells in my body, let them run away, and then directly destroy the laboratory in the root. Speaking of this, Uzumaki stopped talking and looked at Uchiha Rei. It's up to you to do the next thing. Uzumaki said with a smile. Uchiha nodded and continued to speak. Ever since your father left, I have always had a doubt in my heart, because every time your father goes out on a mission, he will come to the house to say something. If it's urgent, he'll also use his psychic beast to notify me, but this time, your father didn't inform. Speaking of this, Uchiha Rei's eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly changed from a gentle wife and mother to a ninja with countless blood in her hands. The eyes of the three-hook jade riding wheel rotated in Uchiha Ling's eyes, and the whole person exuded a faint killing intent. So, I secretly entered the base of the root and found some clues inside. I used the magic of Sharinan to control a ninja who was in charge of the experiment at the time, and I knew the whole process of everything. At that time, my first reaction was to help your father avenge, but I thought of you again. So, I think Lee Kei escaped from Konoha Village with you. It's just a pity. It's late. Chapter 41. Uchiha Ling's tone exuded a faint regret. In her opinion, if she had found out earlier, maybe the current situation would be completely different. Uzumaki gently patted Rei Uchiha's shoulder as a sign of comfort. It's just that what I didn't expect was that it was the third Hokage and his disciples who personally led the team to arrest me. Jiraiya. When he heard this name, Uzumaki's body shook slightly, but he quickly relaxed. Maybe you don't know the relationship between your father and Zilei, who once pointed out your father, and can be regarded as your father's teacher. I really didn't expect that he would be involved in this matter and even come back to arrest me. Uchiha Ling's voice was a little low, maybe a little sad, maybe some other unspeakable emotions. In her opinion, if anyone can help their family, it may be Jiraiya. But what I didn't expect was that Zilei also became the one who came to arrest her. That's when I learned that your father was declared a traitor by Konoha Village on charges of killing the Dark Ministry and seizing the secret information of the Roots. And the Roots also found many corpses of ninjas to confirm this statement. At that time, I learned that everything was originally arranged by them, and if it succeeded, your father would be their puppet. If it doesn't work, your father will also become a traitor. At that time, I fought to the death, and before I died, I finally saw my cousin. Uchiha Fugaku. When Uchiha Ling talked about Uchiha Fugaku, there was no resentment, but it was very flat. The Uchiha clan has never married a foreign race, and if a clan member is found to be married to a foreign race, it will be directly killed to ensure that the blood succession boundary will not flow out. And I was just kicked out of the Uchiha clan, so I'm very grateful to cousin Fugaku. At that time, before I died, he brought you here, and you were still an infant, just learning to walk. He was in front of me, assured me of your safety, and then I died in front of him. I'm not afraid that I will be used for research after I die, because the Uchiha clan will not allow the corpses of the clansmen to be taken away by others. Uchiha Rei looked at Uchiha Sen, and by this point, she had already told all the things she had experienced. In fact, from the very beginning, this matter was all the plot of Konoha Village. They delusionally want to restore the glory of the original Hokage period, and Shimura hides after the successful experiment, but wants to control the whirlpool. And now, they are targeting Uchiha Sen. So that's the case. It turns out that there is not a single good person in the entire Konoha village. Uchiha Sen smiled, listening to the narration of Uzumaki-kun and Uchiha Rei today, which strengthened Uchiha Sen's idea of destroying Konoha village. Mori, you see us now, which means that you are still in Konoha village. You must be more careful. It's just that I don't know what happened to the Uchiha clan. If there is a difficulty, you can go to cousin Fugaku. Uchiha Ling said with concern. The Uchiha clan was already exterminated 6 years ago, and it was exterminated by a group of S-class rebels. And Konoha village, in order to ensure their dominance, acquiesced to this happening. In fact, as Uchiha Sen said, while Konoha village repeatedly persecuted the Uchiha clan, it also said that the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel. As a family that originally established the village, and now it has been squeezed out of the center of power in the village, which family can easily stand it? Therefore, Konoha village did this after all, just to destroy the Uchiha clan and maintain their rule. It turns out that the Uchiha family did not escape their fate in the end. Uchiha Rei sighed. It seemed that everything had disappeared. Sen, the secret art of the Vortex clan has always been preserved in the ancestral shrine of the Vortex country, and this is what you see now. If you have the opportunity to go to the country of Vortex in the future, remember to find it there and I will pass on the Madra to you. Saying that, Uzumaki walked up to Uchiha Sen and tapped lightly on his forehead. Uchiha Sen's brain instantly had an extra picture, a picture of the root and unsealing the hand print. It seems that you have really become a strong person now, and the chakra in your body is much stronger than I am now. At that moment, the powerful perception of the Uzumaki clan had already made Uzumaki feel the energy in Uchiha Mori's body, which made him very happy. Uchiha Sen smiled. He didn't explain his phoenix power, as if it was chakra. It was okay. What about the Sharingan? Have you already opened the Sharingan? Uchiha Ling looked at Uchiha Sen a little eagerly on the side, as if a little unwilling to be outdone. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, then opened them again, and 2-3 hook jade chakra eyes appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, our son is really a genius, at this age is already a 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, kaleidoscope. Sen, there's one more thing to tell you. When he said the words kaleidoscope, Uchiha Ling's tone suddenly became serious. After the kaleidoscope chakra eye is opened, each use will reduce the user's eyesight, which is a curse of the Uchiha family. However, the Uchiha clan once had an ancestor named Uchiha Madara, and together with the original Hokage Senju, he established the Konoha Ninja Village. His kaleidoscope is another level of kaleidoscope, and it is said that he can only reach that level after his biological brother's eyes are changed. You don't have a biological brother, so your chakra eye can only stay in the kaleidoscope stage forever. So once you open the kaleidoscope, you must remember to use this sealing technique. Saying that, Uchiha Rei left such a sealing technique in Uchiha Sen's mind. This sealing technique was developed by your father for me, just to prevent the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil power from being overconsumed. With this sealing technique, you will know to what extent it will damage your eyesight. Remember, don't forget. Uchiha instructed. I know, if I can open the kaleidoscope, I will definitely set this seal. Uchiha Sen nodded. Rei Uchiha and Uzumaki glanced at each other, and both saw the smiles on each other's faces. Sen, our chakra is almost exhausted, so I have to say goodbye to you. If given the opportunity. No, I hope you never meet us on Huangquan Road, although we know that is not possible. Uchiha Rei put her arm around Uzumaki's waist and quietly listened as he said the last words to Uchiha Sen. But we love you forever. Chapter 42. With another huge light, Uchiha Sen felt that the scene around him was slowly disappearing, and the last sight in front of his eyes was Uchiha Rei and Uzumaki Chien hugging each other, waving goodbye to him. When he just wanted to reach out, the surrounding environment changed drastically. He was back in this house, and everything he had just experienced was like a dream. It turns out, the truth of everything is like this. Uchiha Sen looked at his right hand, smiled silently, and then lowered his right hand again. Everything has returned to reality, and everything that happened just now is like a dream, but it is real. Closing the door, Uchiha Sen walked out of the house, looking at the already slightly dilapidated mansion. Uchiha Sen sighed slightly. I saw that his hands were slightly pressed down, the ground began to shake, and this house actually began to sink into the dirt. The ground seemed to be gradually descending, allowing the house to sink into the earth. Then, the surface land began to close and turn into a vacant land again. Uchiha didn't want anything that belonged to his parents to stay in Konoha, as he felt it was an insult. Since learning the truth today, Uchiha Mori finally understood why he had been being noticed by Konoha Village. It turned out that Konoha Village just regarded himself as a spare tire for mutant cells. Uchiha Sen let out a soft breath, and he looked at his surroundings and found that the time was not quite right. When he came, it should have been close to noon, but now it seemed that the sun had just risen in the east, as if a day and a night had passed. Is this kind of time schedule different from the normal time? Uchiha Mori returned to the bustling streets of Konoha Village, and the moment he returned here, he immediately sensed that someone was watching him. But it's more just surveillance, and there is no intention to do it. Glancing at the time on other stores, I didn't expect Uchiha Sen to go for 3 days. No wonder someone came to watch over him immediately, lest he leave this place. Uchiha Sen squinted at the dark part that monitored him, and then came directly to a waterfall. He knew that he should also be here, guiding Naruto Uzumaki in cultivation. There are some things that Uchiha still has to ask clearly. Coming to the waterfall, I happened to see Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya chatting, as if they were contacting psychic. Uchiha Sen walked to the side, and Zilla obviously found him, but he didn't know Uchiha Sen. Sen? Why are you here? Naruto Uzumaki also saw Uchiha Mori, and his face also showed some doubts. I came to cultivate, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Uchiha said with a smile. Haha, I will definitely defeat you. And it's to beat you before Sasuke, and then go and beat Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki laughed, as if he was very happy with the progress now. Uchiha Mori smiled and did not speak. Uchiha Mori bowed slightly to Jiraiya, then walked to the waterfall on the side and began his cultivation. When Uchiha Sen walked away, Jiraiya looked at Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, I only heard that there is a classmate in your class named Uchiha Sasuke, how come there is another one named Uchiha Mori? I don't know much about Uchiha Sen's life, but I have a faint sense of familiarity. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Jiraiya curiously, not knowing why he asked that. Actually, I don't know, I just know that they are both surnamed Uchiha, and the relationship between the two seems to be not good. But I heard. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly became mysterious, and he beckoned to Jiraiya, signaling him to come closer. Jiraiya didn't know what Naruto Uzumaki meant, but he leaned his head over anyway. I heard that Uchiha Mori's father was a traitor, and this seems to be something that our whole school knows. When he heard the words traitor, he couldn't help but be shocked. He instantly thought of a name. I know, since he is your classmate and met me again, as an immortal of Mayama Mountain, I always have to give 2 instructions. Your psychic skills have been learned, all that's left is practice, and when you can really psychic toads instead of this tadpole, then you've succeeded. Watching Naruto Uzumaki once again psychic a 2-legged tadpole, he couldn't help but hold his forehead a little. Why are his parents' qualifications so good, and Naruto Uzumaki's qualifications so poor? It's just that Naruto Uzumaki didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Originally he was the tail of the crane, and now he has learned a powerful ninjutsu, which is enough for Naruto Uzumaki to practice. Jiraiya temporarily left Naruto Uzumaki and came to the place where Uchiha Mori contacted on the other side. Fire. Long Yan's art of singing. With Uchiha Sen's loud drink, 4 huge fire dragons spit out from his mouth, directly towards the surface of the water. The surface of the water was blown up in a huge wave, and then fell back into the water, faintly boiling. Zi Lai also looked at everything in front of him. This move is at least B+ level ninjutsu, and even can reach a level. It can be seen that Uchiha Sen's talent is really much stronger than Naruto Uzumaki. Little ghost, why are you practicing here alone, without a teacher? Jiraiya jumped out of the bushes and jumped directly next to Uchiha Mori, laughing a little cynically. Jiraiya adults said and laughed. What is wrong with practicing by yourself? At least I know where my shortcomings are. Uchiha Sen did not look back, but continued to cultivate his seal speed. For Jiraiya, Uchiha Sen is really holding back his killing intent, and when he thinks that Jiraiya and Sarutobi led the team to hunt down and kill his mother, Uchiha Sen can't help it. So you know me? Jiraiya smiled. I'm not Naruto's thick line. I was still taught in school about the legendary Sanshin. Uchiha Sen turned his head and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, is this determined to take Naruto as an apprentice? Uchiha asked with a smile as he put his hands in his pockets. Ah. Maybe. This kid is very close to me. Zi Lai also said paradoxically. Look, I should be a good teacher. Uchiha Sen looked at Jiraiya, and there seemed to be something in his words. No, in fact, I am not a good teacher, not even qualified. If I hadn't been so naive and thought a little more about myself, maybe the whole thing would have been completely different. Chapter 43. If you don't know, you must feel that you are also talking nonsense. This day, what is it talking about? But Uchiha Sen knows what Jiraiya means, which is nothing more than the act of chasing and killing Uchiha Sen's mother back then. Do Jiraiya-sama make mistakes when they are young? If this is the case, then why not correct it in time? Uchiha Sen didn't seem to understand what Jiraiya was saying, and his questions began to sharpen a little. Jiraiya did not speak, but looked up at Uchiha Mori's face. In Uchiha Sen's face, Zilla also found some familiar shadows, and these shadows were also very uncomfortable to see. Little ghost, are you willing to be my disciple? Jiraiya asked suddenly. Uchiha Sen was slightly stunned. He obviously did not expect that he would suddenly ask such a question. But subconsciously, Uchiha Sen was going to reject him. Lord Zilei took me as an apprentice, which I should have been thankful for, but I know that my talent is average, and if I really worship Lord Zilei as a teacher, I am afraid that I will insult your name. So, I just want to ask Jiraiya-sama to sign this book. Saying that, Uchiha Mori took out the copy of Strong Perseverance Shinobi Den from his ninja bag and handed it to Jiraiya. Zai also picked up the book and looked at it blankly for a while. He obviously thought of some things back then. Uchiha Sen could see that Jiraya's mood was changing subtly. Forget it, I didn't bring a pen today, I'll sign it for you in a few days. I will always be in Konoha Village during this time, if you change your mind, then come to me at any time. Jiraiya waved his hand towards Uchiha Sen, and then with an instantaneous technique, he disappeared in place, not knowing where he went. Uchiha Sen lowered his head, opened the book, looked at the signature on the first page, and smiled silently. Jiraiya. After all, you can't escape the condemnation of your conscience. This month is undoubtedly the golden period of progress of Konoha's 12 small powerhouses, and everyone has made great progress under the corresponding guidance. It must be admitted that the gap between them and Uchiha Sen is decreasing, but the height of Uchiha Sen, they cannot reach. For a month, Uchiha Sen hadn't seen Jiraiya again, only to hear that shortly after that day, Naruto Uzumaki was admitted to the hospital, and he didn't wake up until the exam. As for Uchiha Sasuke, everyone has never heard from him, but Uchiha Sen knows that he is following Kakashi Kiki. I have to admit that Kakashi Kiki was indeed a genius back then, and he created an A-class ninjutsu at a young age, not to mention the S-class Raichu it developed later. It is said that the Sharingan helped him a lot, but it did become a drag on him. If it weren't for that chakra eye, maybe the current Kiki Kakashi's achievements would be comparable to the 3 shinobi of the past, right? Of course, all this is just Uchiha Sen's speculation, and there is no actual evidence to support it, just talk. As for the others, they all began to cultivate further with the help of the family. Among them, only Harano Sakura is alone, and her strength is standing still, for the simple reason that she has neither a background nor a family. It is said that Naruto Uzumaki was recognized by everyone through his own efforts. But many people forget that Naruto Uzumaki's father is the 4th generation Hokage, so Sarutobi will allow Naruto Uzumaki to mess around, rather than treating him as a real human pillar power weapon. It is precisely because of this that he will also accept Naruto Uzumaki as an apprentice, and Naruto Uzumaki can be regarded as having a real master. There is no doubt about this, if Naruto Uzumaki is just a child of a civilian family, even if he is not a 9-tailed human pillar force, I am afraid that he will only be a medium ninja in this life, right? Not to mention that he also inherited the super physique of his mother, the Uzumaki Juzune clan, which could not be obtained through hard work. In the end, Naruto Uzumaki's success, in name only, is indeed a history of struggle, but if you dig up the surface to look inside, in fact, in the end, it is also a contest between blood and background. If he didn't have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, then he couldn't harness the power of the 9 tails. Similarly, without his father, Naruto Uzumaki would not have been accepted as an apprentice by Jiraiya and thus learned fairy arts. If you really want to count the history of civilian struggle, only Bofeng Shuman can barely be called. Hard work and opportunity, and most importantly, talent, made Wave Feng Shuman the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha Village. It's just that Naruto Uzumaki doesn't know all this, and he is still the one who is kept in the dark. Even if he finally knew the truth of everything, Konoha Village's brainwashing for so many years would only make him stop blaming Konoha Village. The closer to the exam, Uchiha Sen found that there were many more people from other villages in the village, especially Kaze Kage also came to Konoha Village, which meant that Konoha's collapse plan was about to begin. It was at this time that the surveillance around Uchiha began to become more. Except when Uchiha Sen returned home, they would gather around and stare at Uchiha Sen, and as soon as Uchiha Sen went out, they would immediately follow. This seemed to be a prelude to a start, and some time ago Uchiha Sen inexplicably disappeared for 3 days, which surprised them. These people are not people in the dark part, but more like people in the root. Uchiha Sen also does not intend to do anything to them, these people will show their foxtails sooner or later, and Uchiha Sen is waiting for that time. The last Chuunin exam finally began in this chaotic environment. The venue chosen this time was a very large kind of venue, surrounded by all the people, as well as many high-ranking officials. Among them, in the highest position, the ape Flying Sun Chop has already sat on it. And the Wind Shadow. No, it should be said that it was Orochimaru, and also began to walk towards the seat. It can be seen that when the big snake pill walked over, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also stood up to greet him, giving the wind shadow face. After the two shadows sat down, this exam officially began. Okay, I'll host the third exam next, please bear with me. I don't know that Huogenma held 1,000 books in his mouth, looked at these shinobi standing on the field, and raised his right hand. First match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Ninja. The two of you stay, and the others go to the second floor to wait in the preparation area. Uchiha Sen returns to the preparation area, and he finds that Nara Shikamaru has been staring at him, because between the two of them, there must be a winner in order to continue the competition. During this time, Nara Shikamaru was no match for Uchiha Sen no matter what he thought, so he planned to try it out, and then he admitted defeat and gave up. Chapter 44. In the first match, Naruto Uzumaki won as in the plot, and he convinced him of another enemy with his own mouth. Naruto Uzumaki's victory was something that many people did not expect at all. After all, Hinata Ninja has a reputation and has always been a genius. This time, Naruto Uzumaki proved himself and also brought Hinata Ninja back to the right track. Well, those people want to see the right track. After the first game, Uchiha Sen felt that something began to change around him, especially the dark parts around him, which felt more or less strange. Uchiha Sen looked to the side of the stand, where he sensed a familiar figure. Medicine Man Pocket. When Uchiha Sen's gaze came over, the pocket under the mask couldn't help but show a smile. He knew that even if Uchiha Sen recognized him, he would not report anything to him, because Uchiha Sen's attitude towards Konoha was honestly worth pondering. Holding up his mask, his right hand casually made a gesture, and then acted as if nothing had happened. But this gesture, which Uchiha Sen recognized, was a common gesture in their group, meaning dangerous. It seems that Pocket is quietly transmitting a message to Uchiha Sen, and although he doesn't know why he did this, Uchiha Sen also returned him with a gesture. Understood. While the two were secretly communicating, the second match came as promised, but when Arrow went down to wait, I was embarrassed to find that Sasuke Uchiha did not appear. According to the rules, if Sasuke Uchiha does not appear within 5 minutes, then Iroh will be awarded the victory. So when 5 minutes had passed, I didn't know that the Fire Genma was about to announce the result. Only at this time, Wind Shadow spoke. I heard that the orphan of the Uchiha clan also participated in this competition, and he has not arrived at the moment, but I would like to see the competition about him. If I can, I hope to make an exception to postpone his competition and wait for him to arrive. Kaze's words, Sarutobi Hinata did not refuse, and directly ordered Uchiha Genma to postpone the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Sand Falls Era backwards. Directly postponed to the last game and waited for the arrival of Sasuke Uchiha. As soon as the game was postponed, the third competition was about to begin, but Kankuro directly raised his hand to admit defeat just like in the plot, which aroused the suspicion of many people. Because since they have all come here, and the oil girl Shino is not a strong opponent, so he directly admitted defeat. Anyway, this time he admitted defeat, which made Ape Fei Chop a little wary in his heart. It's just that he could never have imagined that this Wind Shadow sitting next to him turned out to be his favorite disciple. He also couldn't have imagined that as the shadow of a village, the Wind Shadow would be killed by the big snake pill, and it was silent. I have to say that Konoha Village is indeed just like what the big snake pill said, it has gradually decayed, and the reason why the big snake pill wants to design this plan is nothing more than to kill the Ape Flying Sun. In fact, killing the Ape Flying Sun Chop is not a bad thing for him, but a good thing. An elderly Hokage who died on the front line for the safety of the village was enough to erase all his previous sins. At least in the hearts of some. Orochimaru said that he was going to kill Ape Flying Sun and implement Konoha's collapse plan, but in fact he was sending Ape Flying Sun / the last ride. Died in such a battle, at least the Ape Flying Sun Chop died with nostalgia. If one day those darkness is revealed, I am afraid that the Ape Flying Sun Chop will really be unstable after death. The Wind Shadow disguised by the big snake pill sat on the high platform so dignified, sitting with the Ape Flying Sun. Uchiha Sasuke's match was postponed, and Kankuro directly admitted defeat, so the match between Uchiha Mori and Nara Shikamaru was about to begin. The fourth match, Uchiha Mori from Konoha Village, against Nara Shikamaru from Konoha Village, please prepare for both. Unbeknownst to him, Genma looked at the preparation area, and Uchiha Mori jumped directly from the railing and came to the middle. Nara Shikamaru stretched out his right hand, decisively intending to give up this battle, but was slapped down. It's really troublesome, and you can't give it up. Nara Shikamaru touched his head, and when he fell, he was dropped, although he was protected by chakra, but it still hurt. I've always heard that the Nara family wins with wisdom, and I'm also eager to see it. Uchiha Sen smiled, and had to say that Nara Shikamaru was indeed one of the few smart people in the Hokage world. Most of the others feel like reckless men, although in the world of Hokage, this kind of reckless man is needed, but smart people can do things more easily than reckless people. Otherwise, Nara Shikamaru would not be the only shinobi who made the cut. Those are all rumors, and it is really nerve-wracking to fight against monster-like people like you. Nara Shikamaru sighed, looking unmotivated from the beginning. For Uchiha Mori, an opponent, Nara Shikamaru really didn't want to fight, because the gap was too big. During this time, he had been thinking about ways to deal with Uchiha Sen, but to be honest, there was really no good way. The gap in absolute strength cannot be completed by intelligence, this is certain. Especially under the premise that Uchiha Sen also knows the information of Nara Shikamaru, the space that Nara Shikamaru can operate is too low and low. Okay, you two stop talking nonsense, the battle is about to begin. The fourth game of the third exam has officially begun. After speaking, the unknown fire Genma immediately retreated to the side, leaving the stage to Uchiha Mori and Nara Shikamaru. Although he said that he didn't want to fight, Nara Shikamaru began to attack at the first time. Because he knew that if he waited for Uchiha Sen to attack, then he really had no chance. 4 shurikens came directly towards Uchiha Mori's facade, and Uchiha Sen picked up the kunai in his hand and knocked it away one by one. With a slight flash of reflection in the sun, Uchiha Sen directly lowered everything to Kuwu, and a steel wire was directly cut off. Don't take out the trick used in the second exam. Uchiha Mori smiled, this is the method that Nara Shikamaru came up with when he fought against the female ninja of Otonobe. After being debunked by Uchiha Sen, Nara Shikamaru did not panic at all, and still threw his shuriken at Uchiha Mori. Some of these shurikens were mixed with steel wire, and some were not mixed with steel wire, but they were also blocked by Uchiha Mori. It wasn't until Uchiha Mori blocked the last shuriken under his feet that Nara Shikamaru made a second move. Got you. Chapter 45. Nara Shikamaru was half kneeling on the ground, leaning forward as much as he could, lengthening the length of the shadow. Uchiha Sen frowned, this distance, Nara Shikamaru should not have reached this level. But the shadow connected one shuriken after another at a very strange speed. Uchiha Sen instantly understood what Nara Shikamaru was thinking. Therefore, Uchiha Sen jumped directly into the air and directly dodged this time the shadow's attack, but he didn't strike immediately, he wanted to know what other plans Nara Shikamaru had. For this kind of opponent, Uchiha Sen has always cherished it, and fighting them can make you think of a lot of unexpected things. Although this move just now did not cause any harm to Uchiha Sen, it could see the wisdom of Nara Shikamaru. He began to keep Uchiha Sen on the defensive by constantly throwing shurikens, and then mobilized Uchiha Sen's observation points so that Uchiha Sen did not observe the shuriken on the ground. These shurikens are all calculated, and the exact angle becomes a line under Uchiha Mori's feet. Nara Shikamaru just wanted to use this thread to extend the distance and length of the shadow mimicry technique. A very smart child, worthy of the Nara family, who is famous for their wisdom. What a shocking wisdom! Kazekage admired Nara Shikamaru's performance, and as outsiders, they observed more self-study than Uchiha Mori. And because of their extreme strength, it is easy to understand Nara Shikamaru's approach. Hi! Lord Kazekage said and smiled, he was still just a child, he couldn't be too proud. Sarutobi said. Seen through. But that's okay, all you want is to get off the ground. Nara Shikamaru smiled slightly, and a shadow avatar immediately appeared beside him. Although Nara Shikamaru was not like Naruto Uzumaki, he could use the shadow avatar casually, but one was still fine. I saw that this shadow avatar rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen, his hands crossed in his chest, and there were 2 kunai in each hand. Let's take it. The shadow avatar directly threw all 4 kunai at the same time, and Uchiha Sen could easily see that behind each kunai, there were 2 thick and clear steel wires tied to it. This trick again? Uchiha Sen took out the kunai, the same 4, and threw it directly. The 4 kunai hit the 4 kunai of Nara Shikamaru at the same time, directly knocking them off the sky. At this time, Uchiha Sen also landed again. As soon as Uchiha Sen landed, Nara Shikamaru's doppelganger had already rushed up and launched a suicide attack. That's right, the shadow avatar can also do this. Anyway, even if the shadow avatar is injured, the body will not have the slightest scar. It's just that what makes Uchiha Sen strange is that Nara Shikamaru's doppelganger actually laughed. Shadow mimicry. Uchiha Sen was slightly shocked. How could Nara Shikamaru's shadow doppelganger use this technique? At the moment of thinking, Uchiha Sen was successfully locked by shadow imitation and stood opposite Nara Shikamaru. So it turns out that you are the essence, that is your shadow avatar. Uchiha Sen glanced at the shadow doppelganger who was slowly walking, and suddenly realized. Watching the shadow doppelganger pull out the kunai, Nara Shikamaru wiped the sweat on his forehead, and Uchiha Mori did the same. You're just careless, you're sure it's my shadow doppelganger who rushed up, not me. Everything I did before was actually just to confuse you, and the real purpose was to narrow the distance between you and me. Okay, now that my shadow avatar is going to do it, are you really not going to surrender? Nara Shikamaru looked at Uchiha Sen. To be honest, he didn't expect to be able to defeat Uchiha Mori. The process was hard, and Nara Shikamaru had done his best. Uchiha Mori smiled and raised his hand slightly, and Nara Shikamaru's hand couldn't help but raise it. Hey! How is this possible? How can you still move? Nara Shikamaru quickly sealed his hands to maintain the shadow mimicry technique, because Uchiha Mori was moving, so Nara Shikamaru could also feel this movement. More importantly, the movements of the 2 sides at the moment are synchronized, and Nara Shikamaru also relied on his own shadow to control Uchiha Mori. If Uchiha Sen cracks this technique, I'm afraid that Nara Shikamaru will be the turtle in the urn by then. Hi! I was really careless, but I didn't expect everything to be an illusion. However, how can you be sure that the one you are trapped in now is really my real body? Uchiha Sen smiled, and not far away, another Uchiha Sen appeared here. That Uchiha Sen didn't say a word, and his hands began to seal. Fire! The art of dragon fire. A fire dragon erupted directly from Uchiha Mori's mouth, targeting Uchiha Mori and Nara Shikamaru standing here. It may be a bit of a mouthful to say this, but it is abominable. This turned out to be a shadow doppelganger. In the next second, Nara Shikamaru directly lifted the shadow imitation technique, and his body immediately began to retreat rapidly. At this time, Uchiha Sen's face brought a smile. This shadow doppelganger Uchiha Sen actually began to escape. It's not good, the one just now turned out to be his real body. This Uchiha Sen is so ruthless, he even burned himself. At this time, Nara Shikamaru finally reacted. What he trapped just now was indeed the true body of Uchiha Sen. It's just that he was frightened by that fire ninjutsu at that time, so he didn't analyze it for a while. The Uchiha Sen who had just released the dragon fire art directly turned into a cloud of smoke, and the fire dragon directly hit the ground, setting off a burst of rubble. Uchiha Sen smiled. He was no longer ready to continue playing for Nara Shikamaru, he wanted to end this match. I saw that his hands began to seal quickly, and 8 seals were completed in his hands in an instant. Fire! Fire on fire! With the direction of Uchiha Mori's head swinging, Uchiha Sen's mouth began to spit out a flame. Unlike how dragon fire, this technique had a large range, but it did not take shape. This technique does not require very precise chakra control, but it does require enough chakra. Uchiha Sen doesn't need chakra at all, and the phoenix power in his body, although not all of them have been unlocked, is already enough to be proud of most people in this ninja world. Abominable. With this level of ninjutsu, is he really a shinobi? Nara Shikamaru ran the chakra on both feet and went directly to the wall to avoid the attack of the flames. But just now, once using the shadow avatar and twice using the shadow imitation technique, there is not much chakra left in his body. If it drags on like this, he will definitely lose. Examiner, I admit defeat. Chapter 46. Nara Shikamaru raised his hand very bare and surrendered, without the slightest concept of unacceptability. Smart people are like this, they have long thought about the end of the matter, and to be able to fight like this with Uchiha Sen, Nara Shikamaru is already very satisfied. And more importantly, in Nara Shikamaru's heart, he has always remembered the words of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun. Those who win do not necessarily become middle patients, and those who lose do not necessarily have no chance, everything is based on performance. If it is based on performance, then wisdom should also be regarded as a kind of performance, and Nara Shikamaru has no problem. Hearing Nara Shikamaru shouting out surrender, I don't know that Fire Genma immediately appeared beside him. He has a very good relationship with Narashika Issa, and Narashikaku is also his senior. When I didn't know that Hagenma was working as a shadow guard with the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shuman, Narashikaku was a military master. Therefore, Nara Shikamaru can also be regarded as a junior who does not know the Fire Genma, so naturally he should pay more attention. Shui Shui Duan. Rain showers. Unbeknownst to the imprint of Huo Suanma's hands, a drizzle immediately appeared in the sky, which soon turned into heavy rain. Heavy rain successfully extinguished the fire, but the field appeared a little muddy. In the 4th playoff match, Uchiha Sen played against Nara Shikamaru, and Uchiha Sen of Konoha Village won the victory. The people on the surrounding stage more or less broke out in some applause, and many people recognized Uchiha Sen, and they didn't want to applaud at all. Uchiha Sen didn't care if they applauded, didn't say a word, just stood in the opposite battle zone, motionless. Sarutobi Hinata looked at Uchiha Sen's figure and couldn't help but squint. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sen had grown to this point. The fire escaped just now, the ape flying sun slash can be seen, the level should not be low. With this kind of strength at a young age, will Uchiha Sen become the pillar of Konoha in the future? I don't know why, Sarutobi began to regret that he didn't take more care of Uchiha Mori in the first place. Even if it was just like Naruto Uzumaki, maybe there would not be a scene where Uchiha Sen was hated by so many people now, right? But it's too late to say anything, and Sarutobi knows that Uchiha Sen may betray the village sooner or later, but it's just a matter of time. Therefore, for the stability of the village, Ape Flying Sun Chopper will definitely not allow himself to be soft-hearted. Uchiha Sen, you can choose to take a 10-minute break before moving on to the next match. It's just that before Naragenma finished speaking, Uchiha Sen shook his head and rejected his proposal. No need, let the next one continue. Uchiha Sen said lightly. I don't know that Huogenma glanced at him, and then looked at the preparation area. The 4th match is official, Uchiha Sen vs Temari, please get ready. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Hagenma's voice fell, Temari was about to be carried down from the 2nd floor, but he was stopped by Kankuro. Temari, that person's strength is too strong, let's not expose the strength. Kankuro said. No, I just want to see his true strength, I'm afraid he will cause some trouble. Don't worry, although I can't beat him, I will shout and admit defeat when necessary. After that, Temari directly climbed down the railing and jumped to the battle zone. Walking closer, Temari looked at the indifferent Uchiha Mori, and couldn't help but think of what happened that day in the Forest of Death. Soon, though, the ninja's psychological qualities came into play, and Temari quickly calmed down. The 4th match, main match, Shinobu Village Temari vs Konoha Village Uchiha Mori, the match begins. Just like the last time, I don't know that Huogenma directly jumped out of their battle circle, only this time it was more serious than the last time. Since seeing Uchiha Sen's strength, I don't know that the Fire Genma feels a little tricky, and if the player admits defeat at that time but does not save people, then this matter will be interesting. Especially the other party is still the daughter of Feng Ying, and her identity is not ordinary, so I don't know that Huo Suanma is even more energetic. At the moment of starting, Temeri directly raised the fan and fanned hard towards Uchiha Mori. Suddenly, a strong wind began to surge around and swept towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen frowned. This level of wind had no effect on him at all. I don't know why Temeri had to spend so much chakra to create this environment. But soon, Uchiha Sen discovered the cat Greasy. Su. Just when Uchiha Sen was not paying attention, a wind blew across his face, and a hole opened in his face. So it is. There are even changes in chakra's attributes in this wind, and chakra is hidden in the wind, making people not know the angle and direction of the attack, completely random. Nice ninjutsu. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't hesitate. His eyes immediately turned into the Sharingan eye of Son Goyu, and when he opened the Sharingan, he felt that the whole world had changed. I have to say that Sharingan is indeed the nemesis of many ninjutsu, because Uchiha Sen sees the flow of chakra in the wind. And, according to the feedback from Sharingan, Uchiha Sen also saw the location of Temeri. In that case, then don't blame me for being unkind. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Although this ninjutsu is just a sea-level wind ninjutsu, the environment at this moment has strengthened his power a lot. The two strong winds collided, and as Uchiha had expected, the two winds began to cancel each other out, and those winds that carried the wind chakra became more and more obvious. Abominable. Give it to me. Temeri swung his fan again, and those wind chakra immediately turned into sharp knives and struck towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha smiled, and his hands began to seal again. Tu Shu. Dirt flow wall. An earthen wall appeared in front of Uchiha Sen, fending off all these wind blades. The wind finally cleared, and the audience was finally able to open their eyes and enjoy the performance on the field. Nice ninjutsu, it seems that you are much smarter than that younger brother of yours. Uchiha Sen smiled. Temeri did not speak, but stared at Uchiha Sen with full attention. She was afraid that Uchiha Sen would make a sneak attack. However, Uchiha Sen did not intend to sneak attack, but began to seal in front of Temeri. Shui Shui Duan. Shui Kingbo. As Uchiha Sen's right hand slapped heavily on the ground, countless large amounts of water immediately gushed out from under the ground, directly rushing towards Temeri. The ape flying sun on the high platform couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This was already the fourth attribute used by Uchiha Sen. Fire, wind, earth, and the water that has just been used. In addition to Lei Duan, Uchiha Sen can use various escape techniques, which seem effortless. Once again, Sarutobi felt a trace of regret for his decision. Chapter 47. The water on the field had begun to flood, and both Uchiha Mori and Temeri stood on the surface of the water, looking at each other. Temeri stared at Uchiha Sen tightly. She wanted to know what Uchiha Sen was going to do. Because from the current point of view, Uchiha Sen should be most proud of his fire escape technique, but now he uses water escape, which is mutually restrained with fire. But Temeri can't manage so much. She feels that she must fight quickly. Wind escape. Scythe. The fan in Temeri's hand swung hard towards Uchiha Sen, and the huge storm directly struck, using the vacuum created by the collision of air currents into many vacuum blades, all of which attacked Uchiha Sen. This move is to prevent Uchiha Sen's fire escape. Temeri's trick scythe specializes in restraining all kinds of fire escape techniques, because inside the scythe is a vacuum. Without oxygen, the flame cannot burn. So, this is also why Uchiha Sen uses Shuideo. Shui Shui Duan. Water spout. Uchiha Sen jumped backwards. His hands quickly sealed, and three tornado-like water jets rose directly from the surface of the water and attacked Temeri's wind ninjutsu. Wind and water, in fact, cannot say who restrains whom. Wind can easily cut off water, but water is endless, cannot remove the roots. So for a moment, the two ninjutsu collided together, and water droplets began to fly in all directions. This is not ordinary water droplets, because the high-speed wind causes these water droplets to be extremely fast, and it is abnormally painful to hit the person's body. So a wall of water rose in front of Uchiha Sen, specifically to ward off these raindrops. After a while, this ninjutsu collision finally ended, the wall of water in front of Uchiha Sen also fell, and the two people faced each other again. Only this time, Uchiha Sen didn't plan to entangle with Temari more. I saw two claws suddenly appear on the surface of the water, tightly grasping Temari's 2 feet. At this moment, Temari immediately felt unable to move his steps, and could only watch Uchiha Sen rush up. Bang! The fan resisted Uchiha Sen's first attack, but the same fan was also kicked away by Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Mori's second punch was also blocked by Temari's hands, but after blocking it, Temari felt his hands tingle. The power is too great. In the third attack, Uchiha Sen directly threw out 2 kunai, and Kyu slashed along Temari's shoulders, and immediately cut 2 cuts on her 2 arms. This is the most painful place for human arms. As long as it hurts here, many people can't lift their arms. Of course, Temari was not one of these people, and even if she endured severe pain, she raised her arm strongly to block Uchiha Mori's attack. Only this time, Uchiha Sen is going to get real. Uchiha Mori's hands flew so quickly that it was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what mark he had knotted, but when the seal was completed, Temari suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Leiduan. Thunder Tiger kills. Uchiha Sen gathered the thunder and lightning in the palm of his hand, and a dazzling light appeared in an instant, which was the 5th chakra attribute used by Uchiha Sen. In a competition, using 5 chakra attributes, isn't this showing your abilities? This is something that must be possessed in the Chuunin Exam, and Uchiha Sen is definitely qualified to become a Naka ninja, but Sarutobi Hinata's face is unusually ugly. The lightning gathered in his hand appeared around Uchiha Sen in the form of a tiger, a total of 2 tigers, all made of thunder attribute chakra. This move is actually Kiki Kakashi's move, but Kimmo Kakashi's thunder tiger is actually just a thunder dog. And Uchiha Sen's thunder tiger is a serious thunder tiger. The only difference in this move is that the damage of the thunder tiger is definitely greater than that of the thunder dog, because it can be seen from the size. But also on the surface of the water, because water and thunder are not restrained to each other, and water can also conduct electricity, so lightning and water complement each other. Up! With Uchiha Sen's low drink, the 2 thunder tigers roared, and then immediately rushed towards Temari. Temari couldn't move at the moment, and even the seals of his hands couldn't be used, so he could only watch as 2 thunder tigers rushed closer. This is the first time Temari has been so close to death. Wind escape. Thousand-faced knife. Suddenly, a voice appeared not far away, followed by countless wind blades. The speed of the wind blade was extremely fast, and when the thunder tiger rushed to the front of Temari, it directly cut on the body of the thunder tiger. Thunder tiger screamed, and its body gradually began to disintegrate under the attacks of countless wind blades, and finally disappeared into invisibility. Uchiha Sen looked at the place where the voice had just been made, and Kakashi Kiki and Suzuki Uchiha were both standing there. Temari, on the other hand, had already been rescued by the unknown fire Genma and left the place. This technique, I feel like the shadow of Kakashi's technique. Matkai in the stands looked at Uchiha Sen, and for some reason, he had a very familiar feeling. The thunder done used just now is like a derivative version of Kimmo Kakashi Richi, the same gathering chakra in the hand, the same makes the thunder chakra change. Could it be that Kakashi also taught him? Nice little devil, tell me, did you create this technique yourself? Kakashi Kiki stepped forward and looked at Uchiha Mori, although there was no expression in his voice, but his heart was surprised. He naturally saw the familiarity of this technique, but he didn't teach it to anyone other than Suzuki Uchiha. And Suzuki Uchiha just learned today, and it is impossible to pass it on. So, for the most part, this ninjutsu was created by Uchiha Mori himself. Yes, what's the problem? Uchiha Sen frowned, he didn't like this way of questioning very much. It's nothing, you're excellent, and you'll definitely be a strong ninja in the future. Kakashi Kiki patted Uchiha Sen's shoulder, then looked at Suzuki Uchiha and jumped directly to the audience area. Uchiha Suzuki looked solemnly at Uchiha Sen with both eyes. He thought that if he learned this technique, he would narrow the gap between him and Uchiha Mori, but the reality was different. Uchiha Sen would even have a similar move, and even felt stronger. Uchiha Mori of Konoha Village vs Tamari of Sand Shinobi Village, Uchiha Mori wins. This time there was a little more applause than the last time. Maybe Uchiha Sen's performance conquered some people, but these did not matter to Uchiha Sen at all. While leaving, Uchiha Sen passed by Uchiha Sasuke's side, and Uchiha Sasuke spoke. "Wait for me, I will definitely defeat you." Chapter 48. For Uchiha Sen, this sentence of Uchiha Sasuke actually makes no difference between saying it and not saying it. The current Uchiha Sasuke, even if he learns Chidori, will not let Uchiha Sen put it in his eyes. After all, he is just a child. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, Sasuke Uchiha was just a child, and only the moment he knew the truth, he could be regarded as truly growing from a child to an adult. After Uchiha Sen returns to the preparation zone, the battle between Sasuke Uchiha and Sasuke Era is about to begin. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke, against Sand Ninja Village Sand Falls I Love Luo, the battle begins. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides began a fierce confrontation. To be precise, it was Sasuke Uchiha who launched a rapid attack. After the stimulation of the Thunder Attribute Cell, Uchiha Sasuke's speed was much faster than before, and although the first attack was blocked, there was a very strange situation. Uchiha Sasuke's movements are exactly the same as the physical techniques used by Lee Rock when he fought against Iroh before. I have to say that although Lee Rock's actions after liberation are not as good as Uchiha Sen, they can compete with two moves. In terms of speed, Uchiha Sen has never used his full strength, and has even been hiding his strength. It's just that this competition is meaningless to Uchiha Sen. At this moment, his mind has been completely placed in other places. He wants to find out the truth. So, Uchiha Sen got up directly and walked towards the passage. Kakashi Kiki obviously noticed Uchiha Mori's movements, and although he didn't know what he was going to do, he had a vaguely different feeling. Through the dark passage, Uchiha Sen completely walked to the periphery of the venue, but at this moment, 5 dark parts appeared around Uchiha Sen, surrounding him. "Uchiha Sen, please come with us, Danzo-sama wants to see you," the head of the dark part said. "Danzo-sama? Who is Danzo-sama?" Uchiha Mori showed a sense of confusion. "Root leader Shimura Danzo-sama, this is Naruto-sama's warrant, you can tell the authenticity." Saying that, they actually threw out a warrant issued by the ape Flying Sun and threw it to Uchiha Mori. Uchiha took it, checked it, and found that it was indeed true, and threw the warrant back to them. "Lead the way," Uchiha Sen said lightly. One of the dark parts walked up to Uchiha Mori's side, gently placed his left hand on his shoulder, and then left with a teleportation. After a while, inside the dark passage, another figure came out from inside. "It's still Uchiha Sen." Sure enough. Are these people already so impatient? Uchiha Sen glanced in the direction where the Root Ninja and the Shadow Doppelganger left, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo's invitation, and the Hokage warrant written by Sarutobi Hinata himself, all of this means that Konoha Village is going to do something to Uchiha Sen. Although I really want to destroy this village, now is not the time, but before that, let's give you a big gift. The corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth hooked a smile, and his body gradually disappeared in place, and finally left no trace. The road was not far, and the venue of the third Chuunin Exam was a relatively remote place from the village, so after a while, 5 root ninjas took Uchiha Mori to a strange place. This place belongs to the outskirts of Konoha Village and is sparsely populated, so it is the most suitable place to do something. I thought they were going to get ready to start, but what they didn't expect was that the root ninja at the head began to seal and lift an enchantment that existed here. After the enchantment was lifted, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of them. Without speaking, several root ninjas walked into this seemingly small cave with a hole in it. Through the dark opening, the group began to march underground, torches lit on both sides of the passage, and everything seemed normal except for the occasional darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, Uchiha Sen and his group finally came to a base-like place. Once here, all the root ninjas stopped. "Go to the guard, I'll do the rest." "Uchiha Sen, you come with me, I'll take you to meet Danzo-sama." After that, the other 4 root ninjas disappeared in place, and only the ninja who led him just now led him forward. Passing through a tunnel again, they came to a very large room with lights on and a lot of things around. For example, something like a petri dish is just a giant petri dish with only water in it, and nothing strange. In the room, sat an old man. This man wrapped his right eye, bandages also wrapped around his right hand. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Mori has brought it. The lead root ninja knelt down on one knee. It's hard for you, let's go to rest first. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, the root ninja saluted Shimura Danzo again, and then left here. Uchiha Sen carefully observed Shimura Danzo, and he could see that this was indeed an old immortal. There are very few ninjas who can reach his age, and it is because he is in a high position in Konoha Village, so he does not die. Uchiha Mori, is it? Welcome to the roots, this time I came to you in the hope that you can help us with a task. Shimura Danzo's sad voice echoed in the empty room, and the only eye he showed was also staring at Uchiha Mori, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh? What quest can't be posted in the Hokage building and still come here? Uchiha Sen stared at Shimura Danzo with interest, because in his opinion, Shimura Danzo was about to show his horse's feet. It's a great experiment, and if it's done, we'll be able to recreate the glory of the original Hokage. Shimura Danzo's voice slowly rose, as if to say to Uchiha Sen that he was accomplishing something very great. It's just that Uchiha Sen, who knows all the answers, how can he be deceived by Shimura Danzo? Even now, Uchiha Sen has already thought about how he will deal with Shimura Danzo in front of him. Is it? Then Danzo-sama, why don't you take a look, maybe now outside, you can already regain the glory of the original Hokage? Uchiha Mori smiled, the original Hokage reborn from the dirt. I'm afraid Shimura Danzo doesn't know, right? What do you mean? Shimura Danzo's face suddenly became cold. I mean, you can go to hell and recreate the glory of the original Hokage. The power of the Phoenix. Full. Chapter 49. Before Shimura Danzo could react, a huge and incomparably large chakra erupted from Uchiha Sen's body, directly knocking Shimura Danzo out. This chakra directly shattered all the surrounding petri dishes, and the ground began to crack. Uchiha Sen opened his hands, his eyes were blank, his hair was windless, and his body began to float slowly. Stop him! Shimura Danzo's eyes were torn, he never thought that Uchiha Sen had this kind of power in his body. What kind of power is this, huge and full of oppression, which makes Shimura Danzo a little regretful for a moment? More than 24 root ninjas appeared directly around Uchiha Mori, and after hearing Shimura Danzo's order, they immediately rushed forward. Fuck off! Ants? Uchiha Sen's hands were slightly raised, and the short knives behind these root ninjas flew up at the same time, coming to Uchiha Sen's face and facing these root ninjas. In the next second, these short knives rushed directly towards these root ninjas, extremely fast. Watch to dodge! One of the root ninjas' hands at the head began to seal rapidly, and an earthen wall immediately rose on the ground, blocking these short knives. At the same time, a shining sphere appeared in Uchiha Mori's hand, although small, but very strange. Solve him quickly, you must not let him spoil here. Shimura Dange hid behind everyone, his eyes were glued to Uchiha Sen in this state, and his teeth were about to be crushed. It's just that there are some things that he can't do if he wants to, especially now. Thunder. The art of four-pillar bondage. 4 ninjas jumped on the earthen wall, the whole body chakra erupted, and 4 pillars appeared directly. Approaching, dazzling thunder and lightning erupted from the 4 bamboos, directly hitting Uchiha Sen's body. It's just that this has no effect on Uchiha Sen. No, this can't trap him, you guys hurry up. One of the ninjas shouted. 2 Shu. Coffin band. Thunder. The art of 16 pillars of bondage. One ninjutsu after another smashed into Uchiha Sen as if they didn't want money, as if they only needed enough ninjutsu to make them firmly trap Uchiha Sen. The eruption of a large number of chakras caused the surrounding terrain to begin to falter, and stones began to fall in many places. As the surroundings gradually returned to normal, everyone looked at where Uchiha Sen was. At this moment, a sarcophagus is sitting in place, and around him is the binding technique of thunder, and through perception, you can know that Uchiha Sen is in that coffin. It worked. A root officer couldn't help but shout. The faces of the others also showed smiles, although they could not be seen through the masks, but the atmosphere in the house was obviously much better. It's just that what they couldn't believe happened. So that's all you can do. Uchiha Sen's voice came from the coffin, which immediately made the hearts of these root ninjas tighten. They even thought that Uchiha Sen was dead. But now it seems that Uchiha Sen not only did not die, but even survived intact. I saw that the coffin slowly cracked, and Uchiha Sen actually slowly floated out of the coffin. That's right, it really floated out of the coffin. There were no wings behind it, and there were no flying psychic beasts on the soles of his feet, and Uchiha Sen stayed in midair. I thought there were some powerful ninjas in the roots, but I didn't expect you to be just this kind of strength. It's really disappointing. Forget it, if you only have this kind of strength, then I will give you a small gift. Uchiha Sen clasped his hands together, and in his hands, a pure white lotus slowly appeared. This lotus flower is exactly the same as the one used by Uchiha Sen when he was on his mission, and although it looks ordinary, it actually erupts quite terrifyingly. Shimura Danzo obviously saw this lotus flower as well, and I don't know why, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Don't let him unleash that ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but shout. Suddenly, the other ninjas immediately began to seal their hands and began another round of ninjutsu bombing towards Uchiha Sen. Fire. The art of fireballs. Wind escape. Vacuum big jade. Thunder. Ground go. Fire. Fire dragon bomb. Suddenly, these ninjas began to use all kinds of ninjutsu, and the level of ninjutsu directly increased by 1 level. It's just that Uchiha Sen stretched out his left hand and put it in front of him, and these ninjutsu that were about to touch him actually stopped in front of him. The power of the phoenix, elimination. I saw Uchiha Sen gently wave his left hand, and those flames and thunder and lightning that stayed in midair disappeared strangely. That's right, it just disappeared out of thin air, as if it never appeared. This is a move that can be used after the power of the phoenix is fully opened to wipe something directly. With Uchiha Sen's current phoenix power, he can only use it 3 times at most, because this is a doppelganger, so if he uses it once, there is no other way. More importantly, the current Uchiha Sen can only erase dead things, but if the power of the phoenix reaches the top, let alone a living object, it is not a problem to erase the entire planet. It's just that those are still a little far away from Uchiha Sen, and his current spiritual power cannot control such a powerful phoenix power. How is this possible? Is this Uchiha Sen the devil? A root ninja looked at Uchiha Sen in disbelief. He confirmed that everything was not an illusion now. Cheer up! He is not a devil, he definitely has some flaws that we have not found. Another root ninja shouted, apparently not believing that Uchiha Sen had no weaknesses. In fact, he is right, Uchiha Sen does have weaknesses, but these weaknesses are not something they can touch. Okay, no more nonsense, I'm not interested in you guys anymore. Shimura Danzo, if you can survive this attack, it means that your life is great, so next time I will come and take your name. The power of the phoenix. Extinction. The speed of the lotus is extremely slow, but no one dares to touch it. As long as it touches, it will explode directly. At this point, it is nothing more than waiting for death, and Shimura Danzo at this time, his left hand made a seal. Meet the trial. Shimura Danzo. Boom. With Uchiha Sen's loud drink, the lotus suddenly burst open, and a huge and incomparable force continued to impact everything around. Seems. I'm going to destroy everything. Chapter 50. Outside, Konoha is in full swing at the moment, and Otobi and San Shinobu invade at the same time, which makes the ill-prepared Konoha have huge casualties. However, after the initial casualties, the ninjas of Konoha Village began to fight back and fought the enemy. Shimoshinobu at the venue had already gone to chase the trail of Iroh, but Uchiha Sen did not go to them, but turned into a dark part and came to the side of the enchantment. The battle between the Great Snake Pill and the Ape Flying Sun Slash has just begun, and both sides are only in the probing stage, and the killing moves are not used. It's just that after a while, Ape Flying Sun Slash will regret that he didn't kill the big snake pill in time. Mr. Ape Fei, don't play this little trick, although you are old now, but you are not so weak, right? The big snake pill laughed unscrupulously at the Ape Flying Sun Chop. He did not expect that in the end he would be almost killed by the Ape Flying Sun Slash. Ape Fei Ri was dressed in a combat uniform, and if he didn't think about it in advance, it would definitely be a lie. Uchiha Sen quietly watched the two masters and apprentices chat. He had been waiting for a signal, the signal of his shadow avatar. Bang! Only listening to a loud noise, a violent explosion came from the east of Konoha Village, and Uchiha Sen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. As the memories of the shadow avatar were transmitted to the brains of the body, Uchiha Sen also knew what had happened. It hurts a little. I didn't expect that my shadow doppelganger would make such a trouble. Uchiha Sen was in a good mood, although the root was not destroyed, or only a small base was destroyed, but Uchiha Sen was also a bad breath. What's going on? What happened? The dark part beside Uchiha Sen looked to the east at the same time, and even Sarutobi Hinata and Orochimaru looked there. The vibration caused by the explosion made many people feel panicked, and even caused a lot of panic. There. Is it a group hide? What happened to Danzo? Ape Flying Sun Chopper immediately judged the situation. Ha 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 ha, Tuanzang won't be killed by that child, right? It seems that he is like his father, he always surprises people. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had thought of something funny. Orochimaru. What are you talking about? You don't know anything, you're just a traitor. Sarutobi obviously couldn't let Orochimaru say their purpose, and now there was a problem there again in Shimura Danzo, which made Sarutobi have a bad premonition in his heart. Isn't it? What he feared finally happened. Go check out the village, help the others, and leave it to me here. Uchiha Sen said lightly. How does this work? Naruto-sama is still here, how can we possibly leave here? A dark part is a little anxious. It's useless. We can't enter this enchantment, we can only do it here in a hurry, and we can't do anything. Instead of having this time, we might as well protect the villagers than do nothing here. What Uchiha Sen said was reasonable, and for a moment these dark parts were a little hesitant. You guys go, you don't need you here, I will solve this traitor, and the rest of the village will be handed over to you. At this time, Ape Flying Sun Chopper spoke, and hearing Ape Flying Sun Chopper say this, several dark parts nodded, and collectively looked at Uchiha Sen. It's up to you here, if anything, send a dark signal. Dark whispered. Uchiha Sen nodded, he didn't know what the signal was, he was just fooling these dark parts. After a few dark glances at each other, the figure disappeared directly on the roof, leaving Uchiha Sen here alone. They never suspected that there was a traitor mixed in between them. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Ape Fei, I didn't expect you to be so anxious to shorten your life, and let them all go. You only have one dark part left as the last reserve, are you in a hurry to die? Orochimaru opened his hands, as if he was enjoying the current time, and this is also true love, maybe it is a performance, no one knows. At this moment, the big snake pill was laughing very rampantly, and the Ape Flying Sun Chop was full of calmness. I don't know what I was thinking. Uchiha Sen looked at everything in front of him, he did not approach easily, but waited for the two people to erupt. Orochimaru. I regret not killing you back then. Ape Fei Ri said lightly. Yes, ha 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 ha, it's just that you don't have a chance now, old man, you're already old and not presentable. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi with a mocking smile on his face full of wrinkles. It can be seen that at this time, the big snake pill is really in a time of complacency. Not only has the rebirth technique been completely successful, but he has also achieved the rebirth of dirt. It can be said that the great snake pill has really achieved the achievement of immortality. It's just that this technique is really unavoidable to weaken the soul, which is why Orochimaru is so eager to get Uchiha Sasuke's body. Only the Sharingan can fight the Sharingan, this is an immutable truth. Don't talk nonsense, let's make a move. Big snake pill. Saying that, Sarutobi threw out two shurikens. Ninfa. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger. The two shurikens thrown out by the ape flying sun immediately changed into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. Dozens of shurikens suddenly appeared. Not to be outdone, the big snake pill quickly sealed his hands, and a large number of chakras burst out. The art of dirt rebirth. The ground began to tremble violently, and a coffin soon appeared on the ground, and the second coffin also blocked in front of the big snake pill, blocking all the shurikens in front of him. Don't worry, there's a third. Saying that, a third coffin began to appear in front of the big snake pill. Nope. Can't let this out. Saying that, Ape Feiru crossed his hands in front of him and used chakra in an attempt to suppress this coffin. It's now. Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed, his figure disappeared directly in place, and when he appeared again, he had already come to the side of the ape flying sun. Bang! Uchiha Sen directly kicked the ape flying sun, and the coffin, which had been gradually suppressed, rose again. Orochimaru was also shocked by the sight in front of him, and the dark part of Konoha attacked Konoha's Hokage, which was a new thing. What are you? Why? Bang! Before Ape Flying Sun finished speaking, he kicked out again, only this time, he made a defensive move. A long ravine appeared at the foot of the Ape Flying Sun, and the man also went out a long way. These 2 feet are returned to you for my mother. Chapter 51. Mother? When he heard this term, Ape Flying Sun Chopper still didn't guess who this person was, but just frowned deeply. Sarutobi didn't remember whose mother he had done this to. When this person was in danger in Konoha Village, he disguised himself as a dark department and mixed into Konoha Village. What was the purpose of? And looking at the appearance of the big snake pill, he should not know this person, so it is ruled out that he is the accomplice of the big snake pill. Who is your excellency? Could it be that you didn't know that this is Konoha Village? Ape Feiru looked at this dark part with full attention. He now faintly regretted that he should not have transferred the dark part. Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, only to see him take off his hood, revealing a black hair. Black hair is normal in the ninja world, and you can't tell anything at all, but when Uchiha Sen took off the mask on his face, Sarutobi Hinata's eyes were a little shocked. It turned out to be Uchiha Sen. Ape Flying Sun never expected that it was Uchiha Sen who was standing in front of him at this moment and sneaking up on him. Uchiha Sen? You're not by. Ape Flying Sun stopped talking. Hi. Do you want to say that I should be captured by Shimura Danzo now and do human experiments? In order to restore the original glory of Konoha Village, let me be willing to accept the experiment of mutant cells, right? The original Hokage-sama? At this time, the coffin behind had been opened, and 3 people slowly walked out. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage. The first 2 are the most famous ninjas in the ninja world, once known as the gods of the ninja world and the first speed in the ninja world. Although the 4th generation of Wind Shadows is not as good as them, it is at least a village shadow, and its strength cannot be underestimated. It turned out to be a monkey. I didn't expect you to be so old. The original Hokage Senjutsu said with a little sigh. Was it this young man behind us who summoned us? What a great young man! Senjo looked at the appearance of the big snake pill, his face expressionless. I didn't expect that the big snake pill not only killed me, but also summoned the 2 of them at the same time, and it is really my honor to meet the 2. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow bowed slightly. The Thousand Hands Pillar and the Thousand Hands Pillar looked at the 4th generation of Wind Shadow, obviously discovering the clothes on his body. Wind Shadow? What generation are you? Senjima asked. I am the 4th generation Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow is very polite, and the 2 people he faces are the men who ended the chaos of the warring states. And also their predecessors. There is nothing wrong with being polite. I didn't expect that this rebel disciple actually shocked the 2 of them. What a damn it, said Ape Flying Sun Chopper. The art of soil rebirth? It seems that this person called the Great Snake Pill has a deep study of forbidden arts. It's just that before Thousand Hands finished speaking, Uchiha Sen's body suddenly erupted with a huge chakra. This chakra directly caused the surrounding ground to begin to crack, and even the roof was faintly at risk of collapsing. Enough familiar chatter, now to answer my question, Sarutobi Sunko, you and Shimura Danzo once used, did you use my father as a test specimen for mutant cells? When he fought to the death, he was judged to be a traitor and subjected him to a lifetime of infamy. Uchiha Sen's eyes couldn't help but turn into Son Goyo's chakra eyes, and at this moment he couldn't wait to step forward and kill this ape flying sun. However, reason is telling him that the ape flying sun / also has a sealing technique, which has sealed the ghouls of the Nine Tails for 4 generations. Until he is sure of it, Uchiha Sen is not going to do it. Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Sen with some silence, he didn't know how to answer him. Monkey, did you really do that? Thousand-Hand Pillar stepped forward, looked at the ape flying sun with a serious expression, and questioned. Uchiha Sen, I can only tell you that your father did the experiment voluntarily, and we never forced him. Ape flying sun chopper admitted this. Voluntary? Then please tell me that being controlled by the Shimura group is also my father's will? Uchiha Sen's question was like a sharp knife that pierced directly into the heart of Sarutobi Hinata. Ape Feiriko didn't know how to answer. It turned out to be Uchiha's clan, but I didn't expect that Uchiha's clansmen could match your big brother's cells. Holding his chest with his hands in his hands, watching all this coldly, to him, all this was already meaningless. No, if my father was from the Uchiha clan, maybe you would forgive him, right? Uchiha Sen turned his head and faced Senjima with a very weird smile, and his tone was very mocking. But you can't imagine it, my father is a member of the Uzumaki clan, yes, the original Hokage, a member of the Uzumaki clan who belongs to the same country of the Vortex as the noble lady. After your death, Konoha betrayed the Vortex country, and when the Vortex country was attacked, no troops were sent to the rescue. In the end, only 2 orphans of the Vortex country were found, and my father was one of them. Uchiha Sen looked at the Senjujukuma, whose face changed drastically, and a smile appeared on his face. You never thought that the 2nd generation Hokage, this successor you personally selected, this person who took over Konoha from you, would be such a person. Uchiha Sen looked at Senjima, but Senjima didn't have any expression. Senjukuma stepped forward a few steps again, walked in front of Uchiha Sen, and suddenly bowed towards Uchiha Sen. Sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of the monkey for everything he did to your family. Senju's face was suddenly very ugly, he couldn't imagine that the eldest brother, known as the god of the ninja world, actually apologized to a hairy little ghost. What's more? No, I don't need your apology, and I'm not here today to ask you for an explanation. Since your Konoha village made me an orphan, then I will let Konoha village have countless more orphans. Saying that, Uchiha Sen smiled at the ape flying sun, this smile is very cruel. Presumptuous. If you dare to do anything to Konoha village, I will kill you. Senju rushed towards Uchiha Sen for the first time, and Orochimaru immediately launched a spell seal, wanting to stop Senju Kuruma. How to look, Uchiha Sen is the enemy of the ape flying sun, and the enemy of the enemy is a friend, this is still known by Orochimaru. It's just that what makes the Great Snake Pill hard to believe is that he can't control the filthy earth rebirth he summoned. Looking at the 1,000 hands that rushed towards him, a smile curled up at the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth, and I saw him open his hand slightly and put it in front of him. In the midst of 1,000 hands, he was directly hung in the air. Chapter 52. That's right, it's hanging in the air. It was as if someone had locked his hands between the 1,000 hands and lifted him into the air. The 1,000 hands struggled violently, but it was useless, and he couldn't even move. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, and he could clearly feel that his mental power was consumed very quickly. The current state of 1,000 hands is only less than half of the strength of the heyday at most, and it consumes spiritual power so much. Most of the application of the power of the phoenix relies on its own spiritual power, although the power of the phoenix will also have more or less the bonus of spiritual power, but it is too little. Just like Jean Grey in Marvel Comics, she is a mutant with huge mental power, and she will be chosen as the host by the power of the phoenix and use the power of the phoenix. Therefore, Uchiha Sen felt that the basis for using the power of the phoenix was spiritual power. Don't move, I'm just returning the plan of the Great Snake Pill to the original node, you guys just keep your eyes open and take a good look to see what will happen to all this. Far away in the forest beyond Konoha, Iroh had just completed the transformation of the false sleep art and confronted Naruto Uzumaki. At Naruto Uzumaki's feet is a huge toad, that is, Toad Buntat. Both sides were using ninjutsu to bombard each other at the moment, and the torrential rain formed by wind and water was directly poured on everyone's body. At this time, there was one more person on Ichigo Shaoruhi's body. Shaojuru, it's been a long time since I saw you, said Uchiha Mori half-crouched next to Ichizo Shaojuru's head and said with a smile. Ichigo Shaojuru turned his head and saw a mask and hood in the dark part. What kind of person are you, how dare you stand on Uncle Ben's shoulders? Ichigo Shaojuru couldn't help but roar. Uchiha Mori smiled and directly moved the mask in front of him so that Ichigo Mori Tsuru could see his face. When he saw that it was Uchiha Mori, Ichigo Shaojuru's pupils couldn't help but shrink. You're that little ghost. How could you possibly be here? Ichigo Shaojuru looked at Uchiha Sen with some horror. The last time he was almost drained by Uchiha Sen, this time he saw Uchiha Mori, he couldn't help but be a little scared. But soon, this fear disappears, and he wants to seek revenge on Uchiha Sen. Don't worry, I'm not here to absorb your chakra this time, I need you to do something for me, how about it? Uchiha Mori's attitude was so good that Ichigo Mori Tsuru couldn't believe it, because last time, Uchiha Mori didn't discuss it. So this time, Ichigo Shaojuru didn't quite believe him. What do you want to do? Ichigo Shaojuru asked with some doubt. Let's not talk about this, I'll take you to a place, let's go. Uchiha Sen put his hand on the top of Ichigo Moritsuru's head, and in the next second, its huge figure disappeared directly. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the situation in front of him with a confused expression, a monster that was so huge just now, why is it missing now? Only after less than 5 seconds, Uchiha Sen's figure reappeared next to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, is it? Uchiha Sen is still dressed in a dark part. Yes, are you the dark part? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Sen with a curious expression. That's right, you're doing a good job. So the next thing is to go back to Konoha and help the others. Uchiha smiled and patted him on the shoulder. What about that big monster, where is that big monster? Naruto Uzumaki was a little puzzled. That. I'll talk about it later, now I have something very important to find you, look me in the eyes. When Naruto Uzumaki looked into Uchiha Mori's eyes, 3 black goitama appeared in his blood-red eyes. This is riding wheel eyes? As soon as he said this, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly lost consciousness, and Uchiha Sen also came to a strange place in an instant. To say that this place is strange is actually not strange, because whether in manga or anime, Uchiha Mori has seen it countless times. This is the place where the 9 tails are sealed. Uchiha Sen strolled forward and saw a large iron gate, and Uchiha Sen stopped. There was a voice in the underworld that was tempting Uchiha Sen to walk inside the door. This was the voice of the 9 tails, and Uchiha Sen was very familiar. Approaching the gate, just as the 9 tails plan was about to be accomplished, Uchiha Mori stopped. Little ghost, why don't you step forward? If you walk in, I can give you the power to rival the entire ninja world. The voice of the 9 tails appeared in Uchiha Mori's ears, full of seduction. Since you can rival the entire ninja realm, why are you sealed here? 9 tails? Uchiha Sen raised his head and looked at the huge 9 tails with a smile, his tone full of teasing. Little ghost. Are you looking for death? The claws of the 9 tails slammed into the iron gate at once, but this was followed by a violent electric current and the howl of the 9 tails. This seal completely restrained all of the 9 tails' habits, and even his claws could not be extended. 9 tails, you look really embarrassed like this. Uchiha Sen shook his head, sat on the ground, sat in front of the seal of the 9 tails, and looked at the 9 tails carefully. But at this moment, the 9 tails, who had just laid down, stood up again, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Sen without blinking. Are you the son of that man? No. No, it's too similar, but the age is not right. Little ghost. What is your name? There was a little tremor in the voice of the Nine Tails, as if he had met someone who was more afraid. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. He had not seen the Nine Tails since he crossed into this world. As for his father, I'm afraid he has never been to Konoha Village, let alone the Nine Tails. Little ghost, who are you, Uchiha Mori? The Nine Tails barbed their fangs again and roared angrily at Uchiha Mori, as if they had encountered something unbelievable. Uchiha Sen? I don't know what you're talking about, but Uchiha Sen is me. Uchiha Sen looked at the Nine Tails, and the thoughts in his heart turned 1,000 times. Just like Uchiha Mori Tsuru before, the Nine Tails have also seen themselves. In this way, what Uchiha Mori Tsuru said is not false, it is very likely that the whole thing is true. Nope. No way. Who the hell are you? At this moment, the Nine Tails have completely stood up, their whole body is full of aggression, and the Nine Tails are dancing wildly behind their backs. At this glance, you can see that the Nine Tails are about to attack. It's just a pity that all of his abilities are locked in this seal, and even if he has the ability to kill Uchiha Sen in seconds, he can't use it. Hi. You already know who I am, don't you? Chapter 53. I said, I am who I am, I will not impersonate others, and I will not let others impersonate me. As for coming to see you, it's just an accident within an accident, but since we are so close, then I will take you a little something, I hope you don't mind. After speaking, a chain appeared again from Uchiha Sen's sleeve and directly entered the seal. King Kong chains. You really are that person. What are you doing? This chain directly locked the left front leg of the Nine Tails, and the sharp place at the front of the chain pierced directly into the body of the Nine Tails. A steady stream of chakra was sucked away from the body of the Nine Tails, and Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that there was a very tyrannical chakra in his body. The seal of the Nine Tails is different from that of the Uchiha Morizuru, and once Uchiha Sen enters the seal, it is definitely to fight with the Nine Tails. The current Uchiha Sen doesn't have that much time, so he directly asked the system to turn the tool that absorbed chakra into something like a chain. But what I didn't expect was that it was mistaken by the Nine Tails for the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. But there is nothing wrong with the Nine Tails understanding it this way, after all, Uchiha Mori is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. Ah! Damn Vajra chains, damn Vortex clan! At this moment, the Nine Tails, who were blocked, could only be incompetent and furious, and the tailed beast jade that appeared in his mouth bombarded the seal one after another, but the seal stood tall. The biggest feature of this seal is that no matter what kind of attack it encounters inside, it will not harm the seal, and only let people unseal it from the outside. It was too simple for the people outside to want to do something to the Nine Tails, but the Nine Tails' counter-attack was useless. Finally, at the prompt of the system, Uchiha Sen finally stopped absorbing chakra. Nine Tails, this chakra should be nothing to you, right? It's okay if I borrow it, right? Uchiha Sen looked at the Nine Tails with a smile. At the moment the Nine Tails was still incompetent and furious, but there was nothing he could do about Uchiha Sen. Looking at the Nine Tails, who was still roaring, Uchiha Sen shook his head, and his body flew directly in midair. Nine Tails, maybe in the near future, we will meet again. But before leaving, I will give you a small gift as a thank you after using so many chakras. The chain in Uchiha Mori's sleeve stretched out again, slowly poking the corner of the seal, and in the suspicious gaze of the Nine Tails general, he tore off a little bit. This move immediately surprised the Nine Tails. Because that seal is the source that traps the Nine Tails, as long as that seal is lifted, the Nine Tails can be unsealed. Little ghost, I don't care who you are, as long as you can help me unlock the seal, I promise you one thing, anything can be done. The Nine Tails' tone was a little eager, and there was a little pleading in the middle, which was really rare for the Nine Tails. However, Uchiha shook his head and rejected the Nine Tails' proposal. This seal, I didn't open it, once I unlock this seal, the man who sealed you back then will appear again. Haven't you felt it for so many years? He's been around you all the time, but he hasn't been there. Uchiha Sen pointed to the location of the sky, and he said that it was the 4th generation Hokage wave Feng Shuiman. At this moment, the slight loosening of the seal has alarmed the wave Feng Shui gate, but this loosening is not worth him coming out. Because he can only come out once, and can only appear at the most critical moment. The Ninetales shrank his pupils, and when Uchiha Sen said this, he also thought of something. Okay, Ninetales, that's all I can do, whether you can successfully control this little devil to help you lift the seal, then it's all up to you. Hope there will be another day. After speaking, Uchiha Sen's figure gradually disappeared into this sealed space. The Ninetales glanced at where Uchiha Sen had disappeared, and he seemed to have thought of something. Old man. Is this what you are talking about, someone who needs attention? In the real world, because of the relationship between the Sharingan, Naruto Uzumaki fainted directly on the back of Toad Buntat. Toad Buntat also lifted the psychic at this time, because without Naruto Uzumaki's chakra, he could not stay in this world and had to return to Mount Myoki. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke rushed over and looked at Uchiha Mori warily. Although Uchiha Sen's dress is a dark part, he has experienced that the dark part is pretended by someone else, and all Uchiha Sasuke is very vigilant. Ah! You're his companion, right? This shinobi chakra overdosed and has passed out. I have other things to do, so you take him back. Saying that, Uchiha Sen waved his hand at Uchiha Sasuke, and planned to leave here. After he took a few steps, he was called down by Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sen, are you planning to lie to me like this all the time? It is clear that there is such a strong strength, why hide it? Uchiha Sen was a little surprised, he didn't know why Uchiha Sasuke knew it was him, he felt that he didn't show any horse's feet. Ah! You may have been mistaken. But there is one thing I can tell you, in fact, no matter how strong or weak a person's strength is, it is necessary to hide a part. This part of the thing is called the whole card. It is clear that you can defeat the other party with 7% force, then don't use 10% force, over time, your opponent will think that you only have the strength of 7% force. But when it's important, you use the remaining 3 points of strength, that's life-saving. Uchiha Sen seemed to be clueless and said something, the reason is simple, it can be regarded as a parting gift for Uchiha Sasuke. People like him, who know a ninjutsu, use it all the time, and never leave whole cards, that is, people who have the aura of the protagonist. Put it in a dragon trap, I'm afraid it will die a long time ago. In the end, Uchiha Sen did not admit whether he was or not, but said such a thing. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Sen's distant back, as if he suddenly thought of something, and then carried Naruto Uzumaki and walked towards the place where Haruno Sakura fainted. Temari and Kankuro are wide-eyed, they don't know where Iara has gone. Where the hell are they going to find Miero? Or what's next? They don't know. It's just that in the distant Konoha Village, there was a huge and incomparable movement, and Otobi and San Shinobu, who were originally about to lose, now have the strength to attack the opposite side again. Because Ichigo Mori Tsuru appeared in Konoha Village. Chapter 54. With the appearance of Ichigo Shaojuru, the entire Konoha village immediately set off a huge sense of panic, because this is a tailed beast after all. The night of the 9 tails 12 years ago was still vividly remembered, and now another tailed beast appeared. How could it not make the people of Konoha village feel alarmed? Inside the seal on the roof of the high platform, Uchiha Sen smiled and looked at everything in front of him, digesting the memories of the shadow doppelganger. He looked at the eye-torn ape flying sun, and couldn't help but bring a smile on his face. This is my gift to you, of course, in fact, this should be the normal process of Konoha's collapse plan, don't care. The next thing is your game, I won't get involved much. Saying that, Uchiha Sen controlled Senju and placed him in front of Orochimaru. Control him, Mr. Orochimaru, otherwise if you are killed by him, it will really become a joke. Orochimaru didn't speak, not only did he feel a little angry, but he even had a slightly interested look on his face. Uchiha Sen is the person he has always observed, but he has never observed that Uchiha Sen has such strength. This ability to control people through the air, could it be Uchiha Sen's blood succession limit? But before this, the big snake pill took out 3 handfuls of Kuwu, and the Kuwu had a spell mark on the top. The spell seal was directly integrated into the brains of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, and in an instant, the second generation Hokage stopped struggling. Uchiha Mori. Die. At this time, a flying sun chopper rushed directly over, his hands quickly froze, and his chest bulged slightly. Tu Shu. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire. Fire Dragon Bomb. Another move of fire and earth combined to form a magma with extremely high temperatures. There is only one goal of this magma, and that is Uchiha Mori himself. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't care, only to see him stretch out his hand, wave his hand towards the ape flying sun, and then let these magma drown him. In the next second, the explosion sounded, but Uchiha Sen's figure had already reached outside the enchantment. It's a pity, you almost killed me. Uchiha shook his head with great regret, and then put his hands in his pockets. Next time, if you can still live next time, I hope you can kill me next time. Only this time, you can enjoy the gift that your beloved apprentice gave you. Saying that, Uchiha Mori's figure disappeared on the roof again, as if he had never been here. At the mouth of Konoha, huge snakes are wantonly attacking everything they can see, whether it is ninjas or buildings, they can destroy them. Because they are the vast majority of psychic beasts, these ninjas have no way to take them and can only choose to resist hard. Everyone, pay more attention, don't be attacked, drag them outside the village for the time being, and don't let them enter the village. Mori Hibiki shouted loudly. Now there is already a crane in Konoha Village, and if you let these big snakes in, I'm afraid Konoha Village will be gone. But this way of delaying, the casualties are too great, many ninjas will lose their combat effectiveness if they are hit, and some people will even lose their lives directly. Crush the vendor. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared above the sky, and this black shadow sat directly on the body of the big snake pill, and the big snake immediately made a miserable sound. Everyone looked at the black shadow, which was a toad with white hair on it. Ah, Ibiki, I didn't expect that after so many years, you have become like this. Jiraiya turned his head and looked at Mori Hibiki. Jiraiya-sama, a hint of joy appeared on Mori Hibiki's face. Ah, what about the 3 generations of old men? Jiraiya turned his head and looked at Mori Hibiki, who came to the back of the toad, and couldn't help but ask. Naruto-sama is in the venue, and now there is a Morizuru in the village. Jiraiya-sama, please go and support. Mori Hibiki is also very anxious, although these big snakes are very annoying, but the destructive power is not so amazing. But Uchiha Moritsuru is now raging in the village, and no one knows what will happen. Uchiha Moritsuru? The big snake pill really joined forces with Sashinobu, I know, solve them in one go. Toad Zhong, use oil. Jiraiya shouted. After speaking, Zi Lai also began to seal quickly, and this toad's mouth also spit out the oil of Mayama Mountain. Fire. Flame bomb. This is a unique secret technique of Zilet. His fire escape combined with the oil of Mayama Mountain, will greatly increase the power of the fire escape technique, and it will also increase the temperature of the fire escape, which is very powerful. The flames directly engulfed the remaining 2 large snakes. Ordinary fire done was useless to them, but Zilei's fire done was very effective. The 2 big snakes kept rolling on the ground, but the flames still did not extinguish, and soon there was a smell of meat in the air. These big snakes have all been solved by Jiraiya. Go, follow me to support the village, and be sure to drive out the Ichigo Morizuru. Saying that, Zi Lai also directly and quickly put the village forward, but there was another idea in his heart. Don't die. Old man. At this moment, in the village, the trio of the previous generation of pigs and deer butterflies are fiercely fighting against Ichigo Shaojuru. Although the doubling technique of Akimichi Dingza is comparable to Ichigo Moritsuru in terms of body size, the gap in the amount of chakra is too big. In particular, Ichigo Moritsuru also likes to use the wind escape, which increases the difficulty. Wind escape. Practice empty bombs. Another 4 or 5 aerial bombs hit nearby buildings, and another building in Konoha Village was destroyed. Ha 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 ha, Uncle Ben is so happy, I didn't expect him to really fulfill his promise. Ichigo Moritsuru's voice was very arrogant, and from time to time he spit out a wind ninjutsu to force back some ninjas from Konoha Village. With fewer and fewer Odo ninja and Sand shinobi around, more and more Konoha ninjas came here and began to attack Uchiha Mori Tsuru together. Uchiha Morizuru is not an invincible defense, and it will hurt to be hit, so over time, he feels that he is already a little overwhelmed. Especially when the familiar toad appeared in front of him again, Ichigo Morizuru was even more uncomfortable. Jiraiya, why did Moritsuru appear in Konoha Village? Just now I remember that he was taken elsewhere by a dark department. Toad Buntat, who had just seen a crane guard at Naruto Uzumaki, was a little puzzled at the moment. Zi Lai was also very confused, he didn't understand what Toad Wentai meant. At this time, a figure with a black hood and a mask landed on the shoulder of Ichigo Shaojuru, and Toad Fumita recognized this person at once. It's this dark part, he brought Shaojuru here in the first place. Chapter 55. This dark part? Jiraiya stared at this dark part on Ichigo Shaojuru's shoulder with both eyes, he didn't know who the other party was. According to Toad Buntat, the person on the other side definitely knows spatial ninjutsu, otherwise it would be impossible to bring Uchiha Moritsuru to Konoha Village from that far away. And his move shows that he and Konoha Village are confrontational. What are you? Jiraiya stood on Toad Buntat's head, although he seemed to be very relaxed, but the muscles in his whole body were obviously tight, and as long as something went wrong, he would react immediately. I'm just a nobody, and my name is really not worth mentioning to Jiraiya-sama. Uchiha Sen's voice was processed by the power of the phoenix and became a very strange sound, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Humph! Hide the villain, what exactly is your purpose? Jiraiya frowned, he had to figure out the purpose of the person in front of him. My purpose? My purpose is simple, to destroy Konoha, nothing else. However, your Konoha village has been pursuing to restore its former glory, and now Orochimaru has helped you restore your former glory, and he summoned the first Hokage and the second Hokage with the art of soil rebirth. Your beloved 3 generations of Hokage are now fighting with the 2 Hokage, what do you think? Uchiha Mori sat cross-legged on Ichigo Shaojuru's shoulders, seemingly unconcerned. It's just that when everyone didn't notice it, the eyes of Ichigo Shaojuru's turned into 3 hook-jade riding wheel eyes. The moment Uchiha Mori came to Ichigo Shaojuru's shoulder, he had already controlled it with his Sharingan. Because this is just a version of the false sleep art Ichigo Shaojuru, the strength is not as strong as itself, so the 3 hook jade is enough to control it. Hearing Uchiha Sen's description, many people couldn't help but look at the roof over there, and they saw a very terrifying scene. In the enchantment, it is already full of big trees. Mew done. It's really the original Hokage-sama's wood secret technique. How is this possible? Many people don't believe it, because of the legend about Mew Duan, they have heard a lot, especially in one sentence, only the first Hokage alone in the entire ninja world can know the Mew Duan secret technique. Now when they saw it again, they immediately confirmed that it was the original Hokage. Jiraiya's heart tightened, and he had a sense of foreboding at the thought that his teacher would have to face the first Hokage and the second Hokage at such an age. Abominable! Are you a helper of the big snake pill? Why did you invade Konoha? A ninja next to him couldn't help but shout. Stupid question, why invade Konoha? As I said before, I chose to invade Konoha in order to destroy it. If you ask me why I destroyed Konoha, then you, Konoha Village, killed my parents. Is this considered hatred? Uchiha Sen glanced at the Konoha ninja lightly, and suddenly, the leaf ninja hugged his neck tightly, and then tilted his head and died here. Everyone looked at Uchiha Sen in horror, they didn't know what was going on. 2 people are obviously so far apart, why is this the case? Uchiha Sen frowned, because he controlled Ichigo Morizuru again, so Uchiha Sen's spiritual power was almost at the bottom. In order to ensure the completion of his plan to cover his retreat, Uchiha Mori intends to directly let Ichigo Morizuru amplify his moves. On the other side, Jiraiya, after hearing Uchiha Sen's words, fell silent. Konoha killed his parents, so Uchiha Sen came to Konoha to take revenge, who dares to say that there is a problem with this? So now that Uchiha Sen is taking revenge on Konoha, how can he stand on the moral high ground again and teach others a lesson? No matter what, I'll catch you. Jiraiya whispered. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I will never be caught by you. Since there is no 4th generation Hokage in Konoha Village, none of you can use space ninjutsu, so you want to capture me, at least show some ability, right? But the next thing is not whether you can catch me, but whether your village can survive unharmed. Uchiha Mori stood up and patted Ichigo Shaozuru's head, and Ichigo Mori Tsuru immediately opened his mouth. The chakra, visible to the naked eye, began to gather towards the mouth of a tailed crane, which was a prelude to the preparation of the tailed beast jade. It's the tailed beast jade, you definitely can't let him release it and stop him. After all, he was well informed, he naturally knew the destructive ability of the tailed beast jade, and because there were 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shuman, the tailed beast jade of the 9 tails did not explode in the village. And now, they no longer have the wave Feng Shui gate, and naturally there is no one who can transfer the tailed beast jade. Therefore, the only way to prevent the village from being destroyed is to prevent this tailed beast jade from forming. As soon as he gave the order, all the ninjas around immediately began to attack, and even formed a cooperation between 3 and 3. 2 Shu. Rip the earth and turn your palm. Shui Shui Duan. Water clear. The combination of Shuadun and Tudun suddenly made the solace of Ichigo Shaozuru's feet begin to turn into dirt, and the actions of Ichigo Shaozuru began to be damaged. It's just that these Uchiha Sen don't care, as long as they don't destroy the gathering of tailed beast jade, then everything is fine. Fire. The art of fireballs. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. The blessing of the wind and fire escape technique. Towards the Ichigo Mori Tsuru, Uchiha Sen glanced at the various ninjutsu that attacked from all directions, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and directly raised his hands. The fragments of those buildings on the ground all rose at the same time. And these building fragments, as if they were alive, were temporarily pieced together to form a barrier and block around Uchiha Sen. These buildings all have metal materials, which happen to be controlled by Uchiha Sen to form these shields. At the same time, Zilla also rushed up. He had already seen the sleeping sand waterfall Iai Luo, he knew that as long as he woke up my Ai Luo, everything could be solved. It's just that Uchiha Sen won't let him win easily, and with a flash, Uchiha Sen came to Jiraya's side and began to fight him. Fists and feet collide, fists to flesh, duels between physical skills and physical skills, Uchiha Sen is slightly inferior. After all, Jiraya's combat experience is much richer than Uchiha Mori. But for Jiraiya, this kind of upper hand is not what he wants, and he wants to solve Uchiha Sen as soon as possible to stop the formation of the tailed beast jade. It's just that everything is gone, and the tailed beast jade in the mouth of a tailed crane has been completed. At the same time, everyone around felt a very oppressive force, which was the stunt of the tailed beast. Tailed beast jade. Chapter 56. It was slightly different from the tailed beast jade of the 9 tails, and the tailed beast jade of the 1-tailed crane was the same as the training bullet he used before, but the color was slightly darker. The chakra of the tailed beast also has attributes, such as 1 tail of the wind attribute, and 5 tails of the magma type, which are all attributes. There are also the water attributes of the 3 tails, which are all representatives of the attributes possessed by the tailed beast. At this moment, Ichigo Morizuru roared, directly towards the center of Konoha Village, spitting out this tailed beast jade in his mouth. Not good. Get out of the way. Jiraiya shouted at the ninja in that direction, but the speed of human beings, how can it be compared to the speed of the tailed beast jade? Before most of the people fled, the tailed beast jade had already arrived. Goodbye Konoha Village, I hope the next time I see you, you will be like this. Uchiha Sen smiled, the figure jumped back slightly, a space directly wrapped him, and then left here with him. And then, it's a huge bombardment. The gloomy weather, accompanied by a light rain, appeared on Konoha's memorial monument. 3 days have passed since Konoha's collapse plan, and this day is the time for everyone to worship the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun. The village of Konoha was destroyed by nearly a third, and a fifth of the ninja died, with 1 upper shinobi and the rest being Naka shinobu and lower shinobu. As for the number of civilian deaths, it is still being counted and there are no detailed data. A light rain crackled and fell on the people, all dressed in black coats, and presented flowers to the 3 generations of Hokage one by one. Not far away, Jiraiya was wearing a black kimono, leaning against a tree, looking at the sky in the distance. After Ichigo Shaojuru released the tailed beast Jade, he woke up Aira, and after the false sleep technique was lifted, he took Iroh into custody, and he is still in Konoha Village. Unlike the plot, Abe Flying Sun used ghouls to seal the first Hokage and the second Hokage, but he couldn't seal the 4th generation of Hokage, and at this time, Zilla also appeared. He helped Abe Flying Sun / suppress the 4th generation of Wind Shadow, giving Abe Flying Sun / a chance to seal the hands of the Great Snake Pill. It's just that when he was chasing, he didn't chase the big snake pill, but stayed. This time the attack caused Konoha to lose a lot, not only losing the Hokage, but also losing a lot of mid-range combat power, so Jiraiya had to sit in Konoha Village during this time. When the injuries of those kami shinobi are almost healed, he will leave Konoha Village. Now in Konoha Village, his only bond is gone, so there is really no reason to stay. Kakashi, how are your injuries? Jiraiya suddenly asked. Ah! It's almost good, it hurts. Kiki Kakashi came out from behind the tree, and because of the use of writing and injuries, Kimmo Kakashi lay in the village hospital for 3 days before coming out. I'm going to take Naruto out and find Tsunade to come back and succeed the 5th Hokage, so for the next period of time, Konoha Village will be handed over to you. Jiraiya said. In the past 3 days, there are also 3 Hokage candidates selected, although Shimura Danzo very much wants to become the 5th generation, but the problem that has just occurred makes him have no chance. In that ruin, Shimura Danzo really found Uchiha Mori's body. However, for reasons that were tacit but could not be said, Shimura Danzo's option to become the 5th generation Hokage was directly vetoed by the 2 Hokage staff officers and replaced with Tsunade. Ah! The 5th generation Hokage-sama, has it been determined to be Tsunade-sama? Kiki Kakashi smiled. Why, do you want to be Hokage too? Jiraiya smiled and looked at Kiki Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama said and laughed, this kind of trouble, let's leave it to others. Kiki Kakashi shook his head. Jiraiya smiled and didn't say anything more. This time out, in addition to finding Tsunade, there is one more thing to deal with. That is about the seal of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki has repeatedly used the 9-tailed chakra, although he has increased his strength, but he is also worried about the seal. Naruto Uzumaki can control the power of the 9 tails normally, which is what everyone should do. Just like Iai Luo's false sleep technique, it can also be regarded as a way to use the tailed beast, which is the representative of human pillar power as a weapon. Naruto Uzumaki doesn't know this at all now, so Jiraiya needs to teach him too. Take Naruto out, is it okay? Kiki Kakashi was a little worried. No problem, I will be responsible for teaching Naruto Uzumaki. You are going to teach Sasuke Uchiha now, and then let you teach Naruto. I'm afraid you will be difficult to separate, right? Jiraiya smiled and did not say anything about Kiki Kakashi teaching Uchiha Sasuke alone. To put it bluntly, Sasuke Uchiha is still a member of the Uchiha clan, and there is a natural feeling of evil for people in the Naruto lineage and for the Uchiha clan. But the Uchiha Sen thing. Sasuke Uchiha has been asking me all this time, and there are many rumors in the village. Uchiha Mori. Is it really dead? Kiki Kakashi still had some questions. The body has been found, and in the collapsed root base, it is confirmed that it is me, and there is no breath. As for where it was buried is a classified matter, anyway. Dead indeed. Jiraiya's tone was a little silent, and he had nothing to say about Uchiha Sen's affairs. Neither Uchiha Sen's father nor Uchiha Sen himself had spoken at first, and now. It's just that Zilaya has always had a doubt in his heart, that is, the dark part that day, Zilaya also feels very familiar. Although there is no evidence, there is a voice that keeps telling Jiraiya that that person is Uchiha Mori. Forget it, this is also something I shouldn't ask, I just hope that Tsunade-sama can come back and preside over the overall situation, because now the people in the village are panicking, and it is really a bit troublesome. Although Kakashi Kiki looked a little lazy, he was very attentive to the situation in Konoha Village. As for Jiraiya, he didn't want to be Hokage, so he recommended Tsunade. I know, we'll leave tomorrow, and recently I heard that the Xiao organization has started activities again, so I took Naruto with me, and it was relatively safe. Konoha Village will be handed over to you, the old man's lifelong effort, you must keep it. Saying that, Jiraiya patted Kiki Kakashi's shoulder. In the current Konoha, Kiki Kakashi is already the top combat power. Kiki Kakashi nodded and looked at the rainy sky. I don't know why, an indescribable solemnity, but in their hearts. Chapter 57. In a desolate cemetery, where countless corpses are buried, I don't know how many years. In the silence, a newly erected grave bag began to shake, and in a short time, a person actually broke the ground. The person who came out turned out to be Uchiha Sen. No, to be precise, it's not Uchiha Sen, because when this person came out, his appearance slowly changed amazingly. Not long after, a white Jew appeared here. Ah! It's really troublesome, buried for so long, and now it can finally come out. Baiju twisted his waist, turned his neck, and moved the joints of his body, which looked very funny. But this picture, if seen by the people of Konoha Village, I am afraid it will not be so funny. I have to wrap this grave, and if I find it, maybe I'll be beaten again. Saying that, Baiju's hands made a seal, and some branches began to appear on the ground, rolling the surrounding dirt and rebuilding the tomb. It's okay now, it's time to go back and report. In a dark cave, Uchiha Sen was sitting in the cave, silently closing his eyes and recuperating. This time fake death is something that Uchiha Sen has long thought of, and finding Kuroju to help is also a deal made between Uchiha Sen and Kuroju. The specific transaction content is simple. Uchiha Sen will help the Black Beast to collect the Tailed Beast, and will not tell anyone the truth. And Kuroju wants to use Baiju to transform into Uchiha Sen and help Uchiha Sen leave Konoha Village. As for why he didn't defect from Konoha Village, the reason is simple. Uchiha Mori also wants to surprise the people of Konoha when he visits Konoha in a few years. And this battle is not without benefit for Uchiha Sen, because after he collected the chakra of the 9 tails, the system gave him a new lottery opportunity. Congratulations to the host for completing major plot tasks and winning the S-level lottery once and the ordinary lottery 3 times. Now because of the system upgrade, the host can draw some of the moves used by mutants and use them through the power of the phoenix or other energy. The upgrade of the system this time made Uchiha Sen feel the power of the system, and also knew why the system collected the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Powerful energy will make the system upgrade, and after the upgrade, something new will appear, which is unexpected. S-rank lottery, the lowest prize drawn is grade S, and the highest is unknown level, but grade S items account for 99.9% and other tier items account for 0.01%. This is a reward with a very fixed upper and lower limit, which almost locks in the surprise level of Uchiha Sen. S-level items are already very strong, although they are not as good as the phoenix power that Uchiha Sen has now, but they are already extremely rare items in the system. Therefore, Uchiha Sen does not want to be strong, but only wants an ability that can be his own spiritual power. The basis of the power of the phoenix is spiritual power. If there is spiritual power, the speed of unlocking the power of the phoenix will be faster. System, draw it, S-class lottery. Uchiha Sen said lightly. The S-class lottery starts, and the system draws. After the lottery is complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ex-professor mental power training method. In an instant, Uchiha Sen's head actually had a method to exercise spiritual energy. This method came from X, a man with a strong mutant world. Once X used his psychic ability to set a confinement in Jean Grey's brain, helping him imprison the power of the phoenix. Although he was easily broken through by the power of the phoenix in the end, it can also be seen how strong his spiritual power is. So now, this training method has reached Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen can exercise on his own. With the advent of the training method, Uchiha Sen will also bid farewell to the era of unable to cultivate spiritual power, and it can be expected that he will definitely be able to further control the power of the phoenix. Nice ability, compared to a template, is what I need now. There is no upper limit to this training method, which is better than many S-level templates. Uchiha smiled, which was indeed good news for him. At this time, Uchiha Sen felt a familiar person appear in his perception. Black and White. Not long after, the two people of Black and White came to Uchiha Sen, and the two were still one. Yo, hello Uchiha Sen, we meet again. As soon as they met, Baiju, who had the temperament of some sand sculpture netizens, greeted Uchiha Sen like an old friend. Kuroju looked at Uchiha Sen with a gloomy face, but his face was black, and Uchiha Sen didn't know what his emotions were. How's it going? Have the people of Konoha Village lied to it? Uchiha asked. Of course, they checked me 7 times, even dissected me, and finally got nothing. Baiju spread his hands, looking very helpless. Those people in Konoha are like this, they try to obtain all your secrets, as long as you are not in their control, they will make you unable to live. Uchiha Sen smiled coldly, such as Konoha White Fang, such as Wave Fang Shuman, if their deaths were all accidents, then Uchiha Sen definitely did not believe it. How many people were persecuted by Konoha and died, and these apes were silent, he did not agree, the ghost believed. Stop saying that, Uchiha Mori, are you going to keep your promise? Heiju interrupted their conversation. Uchiha Sen looked at Kuroju, he knew what Kuroja had promised. Of course, I will join the Xiao organization to help you capture the tailed beast, but you must also promise me that when it comes to attacking Konoha, I will also participate in it. Uchiha said with a smile. This is just a superficial agreement between the two people, and the inner agreement is that when Uchiha is resurrected, Uchiha Sen will help Kuro definitely pay Uchiha Ban. That's right, Uchiha Obito is just a pawn, and even Uchiha is a pawn in the eyes of Heiju. Okay, then I'll take you to get changed tomorrow, and then you will join the Xiao organization. Kuro glanced at Uchiha Sen. The secret between the two of them is known only to the two of them, and everything is silent. Uchiha Sen smiled, for the Xiao organization, he knew everything, including the identity of everyone. But join in, maybe there will be more interesting things, maybe. Chapter 58. Early the next morning, under the leadership of Kuroja, Uchiha Mori came to the Land of Rain. As its name suggests, the Land of Rain is a country that is constantly raining, but the raindrops are mixed with Pain's chakra, which is used to detect everyone who enters the Land of Rain. Not long after Jie and Uchiha Mori came to the Land of Rain, Konan, known as Angel, appeared in front of them. Absolutely, who are you bringing this time? Xiao Nan looked at Uchiha Sen under the mask and asked with some doubt. This is the person recommended by Uchiha Ban, who has just defected from Konoha Village, and his strength is very strong. Ju said with a smile. Is it Konoha's people again? It seems that Konoha Village is also dark enough, and in such a short time, there have been 2 rebels. Konam glanced at Uchiha Sen. When she came just now, Pain told her that the person who came was very strong, and Chakra reacted very strongly. But after seeing the real person, Xiao Nan found that the person in front of him felt like an ordinary person, and there was no momentum at all. It's just that after saying this, Xiao Nan didn't say much, directly raised his wings and began to fly in the sky. After glancing at Uchiha Sen, he can't fly if he flies, so he looks at Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen did not hesitate and flew directly with Xionin. This is the time to show his strength. A flying ninja is much stronger than a group of flightless ninjas, at least this proves that you have the means that others do not have. According to what is now known, there are very few ninjas who can fly in the air, such as Pain can fly, completely using gravity and repulsion to take his body into the air. And now, Uchiha Sen flew up with Xionin, and even stood shoulder to shoulder with her, which impressed Xionin. Nice wings, worthy of the name of angels. Uchiha said with a smile. Xiao Nan glanced at Uchiha Sen, did not speak, and directly accelerated away from Uchiha Sen and flew towards the tallest tower in front. Uchiha Sen didn't feel embarrassed either, kept up with Konan's speed, and flew towards where Pain was. Not long after, the 2 men came to the tower, where an orange-haired figure was standing, looking into the distance. This person is Pain, or Heavenly Dao. People brought, this is. Xiao Nan landed beside Pain, half a step behind Pain, and looked to be led by pain. At this time, the absolute figure also came out of the ground, and the speed was not weaker than that of Uchiha Sen and Zionin. It seems that everyone has arrived, so let me introduce you, this is... But before he could finish speaking, Pain directly interrupted him. No need, I'll just introduce it myself, you can call me Zero, the leader of the Xiao organization. Pain looked at Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled, since he wanted Xiao, then Uchiha Sen was not polite. You can call me Muo, as for my real name, I've completely forgotten it for too long, so just call me Muo. I'm from Konoha Village. Oh no, I came from Konoha Village before, and when Orochimaru attacked Konoha Village, I escaped in silence, and finally I was found and invited to join the Xiao organization. I have been famous for a long time about the Xiao organization, and even in Konoha Village, I have a lot of information about you. Uchiha Sen put his hands in his pockets and looked at the expressionless Pain with a smile on his face. You said Konoha Village has our intelligence? What is it exactly? Xiao Nan continued. Since I want to join the organization, then these are just a petition, and I will tell you some information I know. Most of Konoha's information about you is passed on in secret, and I don't know who the transmitter is. But what I do know is that Jiraiya, one of the 3 shinobi of Konoha, has been investigating your organization and vaguely knows your purpose, so he took the 9-tailed human pillar force. As for other intelligence, it seems to know that the Xiao organization is all composed of S-class rebels, and Konoha's S-class rebel Uchiha is also in this organization, and I don't know about some other intelligence. Uchiha Sen said some of the information he knew, and secretly sent a petition. When he heard the name Jiraiya, Xiao Nan was obviously stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. For Zilei, they have always had a different feeling for him, but they have always buried it deep in their hearts. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 shinobi? I didn't expect it to be him. Pain's voice was also a little low. Yes, but lately he seems to be going to find another one of the 3 shinobi, the princess of the Senju clan, Senju Tsunade. The purpose seems to be to go back and inherit the 5th generation Hokage. After all, the 3rd generation of Hokage has just been killed by the Great Snake Pill. Uchiha shrugged his shoulders and revealed some information about Jiraiya again to confirm his identity. So what are your abilities? Or what are you good at? Xiao Nan continued to ask. I'm only good at my own blood succession limit, teleportation. Saying that, Uchiha Sen looked at the log on the opposite side, stretched out his hand and beckoned to the wood, and the log came to his hand very obediently. Xiao Nan looked at this ability with some novelty, a very strong blood succession limit. So it seems that the ability is indeed not weak. Since you want to join the Xiao organization, then in the evening, I will introduce you to others. As for your code name, use one of the symbols in your name, fish. Pain glanced at Uchiha Sen. Of course, it's just a code name, and the name is just a code name, it doesn't matter what it is. Uchiha Mori laughed. Well, you stay in the land of rain first, and someone will give you what you should have later. Saying that, Pain turned his head and counted it as a send-off. Uchiha Sen smiled, and under the guidance of Ju, he came to a guest room. Is this the spokesperson you chose? The spokesperson of the Eye of Reincarnation? Uchiha Sen asked knowingly. It's not about you, you just need to know that during this time, you just have to listen to his orders. The rest is not important. Tomorrow I will take you to meet Uchiha Madara. Kuro glanced at Uchiha Sen. For the identity of Uchiha Obito, he never said it, but hid it. Uchiha Sen also didn't want to poke it, and it was not interesting to debunk many things, so Uchiha Sen chose to play the fool. However, the purpose of the Xiao organization is the same as that of Uchiha Sen for the time being, and Uchiha Sen is also to collect the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, which is the same. So temporarily cooperate with the Xiao organization, Uchiha Sen can save a lot of things. Chapter 59. The meeting with Uchiha Obito allowed Uchiha Sen to really see what it is to pull the Tiger Pila banner. Uchiha's name is in the ninja world, and it can be regarded as a well-known character. Although as time goes by, fewer and fewer people know the name of Uchiha Madara, there are still some ninjas of the older generation who still can't forget the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha and Senju teamed up to create Konoha Village that year, they were both pillars. But in the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Ban's murderous name is more prosperous, because Uchiha Ban's murder will not be soft-hearted. The Senju pillar, on the other hand, will not easily use force, and even at the first Five Shadows conference, he abandoned the dignity of the god of the ninja world and took the initiative to ask various countries to deal with it peacefully. Therefore, many people's fear of Uchiha is far greater than that of the thousand-hand pillars. Although Senju promised Uchiha Madara, it's just that no one expected that Uchiha was defeated in the Battle of the Ending Valley, although he lost to Senju, but he did not die. The consequence is that Uchiha has lived for decades longer, relying on the continuation of the golem of the outer Dao, and abruptly waiting for a successor who belongs to him. Uchiha with soil. Next, Uchiha asks Uchiha to take the soil to witness his best friend and kill the woman he loves the most. From this point of view, Uchiha is simply a master figure in manipulating people's hearts. Naturally, Uchiha pulled Uchiha into the darkness and drew a large pie at the same time. Eye of the Moon Project. Legend has it that will bring a beloved back to life in another world. Uchiha Obito believed in this story and was also willing to serve this story. Of course, he also left a hand. It's just that in Uchiha's opinion, the hand that Uchiha took with Tuliu is no different from a child's household. The process of Uchiha seeing Uchiha Obito was very short, and Uchiha Obito only showed his kaleidoscope chakra eye to prove that he was Uchiha Madara. Other things, they didn't discuss at all, because Uchiha Obito felt that the two of them were not people of the same level. As everyone knows, Uchiha Sen is the big boss who knows the truth of everything. Ah! My hands! Damn old man, he actually took my hands. Does he think it's going to make me lose everything? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What about Sasuke Uchiha? In a dark room, Orochimaru was sitting on a chair and wailing wildly. The burning pain in his hands made him a little unbearable, and he couldn't even feel his hands. He held up his glasses. He had never seen what Orochimaru looked like at the moment. These hands were as important as Orochimaru's life, and it was difficult to accept that Sarutobi took his hands away now. Lord Orochimaru, now Uchiha Sasuke is being guarded very tightly, and our people can't touch him at all. We're going to take care of your pair now. For Uchiha Sasuke, the subconscious refused, but because of the order, there was nothing he could do. The big snake pill gasped slightly, and a feeling of heat came from his hands, which made him a little confused. How to deal with this injury, your medical ninjutsu, is there really a way to deal with it? Orochimaru frowned. With my ability, naturally I can't handle it, but Lord Orochimaru can forget one person, one of your friends. Pocket smiled, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Are you talking about Tsunade? Orochimaru fell into deep thought. That's right, if Orochimaru-sama you exchange the two people that Tsunade-sama loves the most, you may be successful. He is talking about the art of rebirth of dirt, which resurrects Tsunade's lover Kato and his younger brother Senjiropaki with the art of rebirth of dirt, and then treats his hands at the cost of this. Orochimaru pondered for a while, telling him to go to Tsunade, but in fact, he felt that there was not much hope. It's just that while he was thinking, a ninja suddenly ran in. Lord Orochimaru, a mysterious figure has called in and said that he wants to find you. Outside the door, Uchiha Sen looked at the four heavenly kings under the great snake pill seat lightly, and his eyes were full of indifference. Onitamaru, Teiwa, left near right near, Jirobo. All four of them were given the earth spell seal by the great snake pill, and it cannot be said which is better between this spell mark and the heavenly spell seal, but if it is about potential, the heavenly spell seal will be better. Because Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Sasuke as a backup for his own rebirth, he would definitely not overdraw Uchiha Sasuke's potential in advance. From this point of view, the heavenly spell seal should be better. What are you? What happened to Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Mori, full of hostility. It has nothing to do with you, just call the big snake pill. For this pretend criminal, Uchiha Sen felt that he really didn't need to say anything more to him. Humph, it seems that you are not a good person either. Do it. Ghost Boy Pill snorted coldly, his hands began to seal quickly, and the other three people also moved together. Secret law. Spider bondage. Orochimaru shouted. Immediately, a spider web came towards Uchiha Sen, and the spider web was full of chakras. As long as it touched, it would be immediately stuck and unable to move. Tu Shu. Tuliang Dango. Jirobo directly raised a large stone in his hand and threw it directly towards Uchiha Sen. The other two looked at Uchiha Sen very vigilantly, throwing out the shurikens and detonation charms in their hands. Bang! With one explosion after another, the direction where Uchiha Sen was standing just now had become a sea of fire. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sen with a sneer on his face. He thought that he had solved him. What are you doing? Uchiha Sen's voice suddenly came from behind them, and the four people looked back in unison, but they were locked by an invisible force. Then, all the ninja tools on their bodies were taken out, instantly turned into a ball of iron, and then changed into various chains, firmly locking the four people. Even Uchiha Sen sealed all of their mouths with pieces of iron. Okay, is there anyone to help me tell Orochimaru that someone is coming to visit him? Uchiha Sen said lightly. Sen-kun, I didn't expect you to come to me, these people who don't have long eyes, didn't bother you, right? At this time, Pocket walked out of the doorway and recognized Uchiha Sen at a glance. It turned out to be Senior Pocket. Could it be that the Great Snake Pill is now scared by the ape flying sun? Don't even want to see old friends? Uchiha Sen said lightly. No, Lord Orochimaru is already waiting for you inside, please come with me. Chapter 60. As for the four, they were still hanging on a high place, and when they saw that Pocket was going to walk in with Uchiha Sen, they began to struggle violently. No one wants to be ridiculed on a high place, especially the four of them with such strong self-esteem. Naturally, he heard their voices, stopped, glanced back, and then looked at Uchiha Mori. Sen-kun, how about untying them? It's kind of giving me face. Hood said with a smile. Uchiha Sen was silent for a while, and with a soft laugh, the metal on the four people was directly loosened. Since that's the case, then give you a face, but there are still some things to do. I saw Uchiha Sen gently waved his hand, and the metal that fell off just now immediately turned into 4 metal spears, and when the Oni boy pill fell, it directly attacked. Orochimaru's limbs were directly nailed to the wall, and the severe pain made him can't help but shout. Since you say it, then your body has to bear the corresponding price, otherwise everyone is talking about it, won't I be very bad? Uchiha Mori laughed. In fact, just now he was testing Uchiha Sen's attitude, and although Uchiha Sen gave him face, he soon hit him in the face again. Pocket didn't say anything, just turned his head and took Uchiha Sen and walked towards a dark cave. It turned out to be Mori-kun. This is a long time since I saw it. Orochimaru on the seat looked at Uchiha Sen, who walked in, and couldn't help but lick his lips. This is not the first time he has coveted Uchiha Sen's body, but before Uchiha Mori was the prey of Konoha Village, and now the prey bites the hunter and escapes. But the big snake pill is extremely jealous of Uchiha Sen's strength. Just that short exchange on the roof, the big snake pill can know that Uchiha Sen's strength is definitely not simple. Just the talent in space ninjutsu is enough to make people mouth water. Big snake pill, it looks like you are really miserable enough, after being defeated by the ape flying sun, can only nest in this small place. Uchiha Sen looked at Orochimaru, his appearance was indeed embarrassed enough. Hi! Sarutobi took my hands, thinking I wouldn't be able to use ninjutsu again, but unfortunately he was wrong. The big snake pill did not have any emotional ups and downs, because before, he had vented enough. The only thing he was curious about now was why Uchiha Sen came to him, and what was his purpose. Look at the clothes you are wearing, it turns out that you have already joined Xiao, it seems that the Xiao organization has joined a fierce general. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sen and said with a faint smile. It's nothing, I just think that this organization, the leader of the organization turned out to be the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Uchiha Sen glanced at the big snake pill intentionally or unintentionally, because the purpose of entering this organization was also this. Ah, do you mean pain? That's true. But you came to me today, is there anything important? Although the two people knew each other, they were not yet very familiar, and from the beginning to now, the two had only met once in the battle on the roof. And this time, it was the second time that Orochimaru and Uchiha Sen met. I can tell you a story, but you need to give me a part of Muduan's cells. How do you see this deal? The purpose of Uchiha Sen's coming this time is for Muduan's cell, because he is about to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Although Uchiha Ling gave him a sealing technique, but after all, it is a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause, and if you want to apply the kaleidoscope Sharingan forever, then in addition to transplanting the eyes of your own brother, there is only Muduan. Uchiha Obito used a kaleidoscope for so many years, and he used it unscrupulously, because half of his body was made up of Baiju. And Baiju is the product of Muduan cells, there is no doubt about this. Therefore, if you want to avoid the sequelae of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, you only need to use wooden cells. Mudu cells? I still have a part of that kind of thing, but you want to exchange a story for my Mudu cells, isn't it too whimsical? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Sen smiled, he knew that this story Orochimaru must be interested in, and most likely fascinated by it. In this way, I will tell you this story first, and if you feel that it is not okay, then I will send you a story. If you think it helps you, then give me the Mudu cell, what do you think? Uchiha asked with a smile. Orochimaru nodded, glanced at the pocket, and the pocket retreated very sensibly, and then closed the door. The pocket eyes behind the door couldn't help but light up. He also wanted to know what kind of story Uchiha Sen was going to tell, but Orochimaru wouldn't allow him to listen. So in order to know this secret, Pocket needs to pay something else. Okay, now you can tell that story you called. Orochimaru smiled and said. The 6 Dao immortals must know that the legendary person who created Chakra is also the ancestor of the ninja. But what many people don't know is that the 6 Dao immortals have 2 sons, the eldest son Indra and the younger son Asura. The descendants of the 2 people slowly evolved into the 2 families they are today. Uchiha Sen's words were simple, but Orochimaru slowly understood Uchiha Sen's meaning. The family of the eldest son, Indra, inherited the eye of Indra, that is, the eye of the immortals. The family of the youngest son Asura inherited the body of Asura, that is, the body of immortals. Later, their descendants formed 2 families, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Uchiha Sen lightly told about the origin of the 2 families, but Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter. In fact, Orochimaru is not unaware of these things, he has studied a lot of literature, and some things can prove that the Uchiha family and the Senju family are related. But there is no actual evidence to prove this strongly. And for the Uchiha family, the most common state of the writing wheel eye is 1 hook jade to 3 hook jade, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is encounterable but not sought. But the Thousand Hands clan is even more miserable, and the people who have awakened from the body of the immortals are only 1 person among the original Hokage Thousand Hands pillars so far. The current Uzumaki Naruto has not awakened the immortal body, so Uchiha Sen did not put him in it. And even if Naruto Uzumaki awakened, Uchiha Sen would not say, he would not reveal too much irrelevant things. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is indeed a very precious eye. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips. Chapter 61. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Sen shook his head instead. Kaleidoscope chakra eyes are precious, but there is a risk of blindness, and the moment you open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, one day you will lose your light. This is the curse of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and it is also a curse for the Uchiha family. Uchiha Sen looked at the big snake pill, and at this moment, the big snake pill's eyes were already full of interest. Then what you said, the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid that the curse of the kaleidoscope chakra eye is on the Senju clan, right? The big snake pill is worthy of the big snake pill, and just from these 2 paragraphs, he heard what Uchiha Sen wanted to express. In fact, in Uchiha Sen's opinion, it doesn't hurt to tell Orochimaru about this kind of thing, maybe there will be some surprises. Hi! Clever! It is worthy of being a big snake pill. Uchiha nodded. So it is, it seems that you are very clear about the things of the Warring States period, and you are also very clear about the things of the 6-Dao immortals. I always feel as if you lived through that era. Orochimaru took a deep look at Uchiha Sen, his eyes exuding very different emotions. Uchiha Sen was non-committal about Orochimaru's question. He felt that there was no need to answer such a question. What do you think of this story? Is it worth exchanging intercolumnar cells for this story? Uchiha asked with a smile. What would happen to you if I said no? Orochimaru was a little curious. Actually, I can't do anything with you, I just kill all the people with the spell mark one by one, and then kill you. I don't know what Mr. Orochimaru thinks. A big smile appeared on Uchiha Sen's face, harmless to humans and animals. But I don't know why, Orochimaru felt that Uchiha Sen was a little unfathomable. Because every spell mark is a trace of the spirit of the big snake pill, as long as the person who has the spell mark is still there, the big snake pill will not die. This is the real secret of the immortality of the great snake pill. This secret, even if it is a pocket, I don't know why, Orochimaru doesn't know why, Uchiha Sen will be so clear. Hi. If Mori-kun is happy, then you can kill these people at will. But I'm still very interested in your story, and I was greatly inspired after listening to it, so the mutant cell was handed over to you. Saying that, Orochimaru stood up and came directly to the front of a wall, which suddenly turned. Orochimaru walked straight in, and Uchiha Sen followed in his footsteps and walked in together. There were 3 or 4 people inside, all of them looking like researchers of the Great Snake Pill, and on the table were not only corpses but also living people. Take out the contents of bottle number 53. Orochimaru ordered. A researcher immediately went inside and soon took out a small bottle. This small bottle contains some green liquid to the naked eye. The liquid seems to be still moving. Is this the cell of the original Hokage? Uchiha held the bottle in his hand and observed the condition inside it with interest. I have to say that it looks really non-energetic, and Uchiha Sen can feel the energy inside through the bottle. That's right, as long as you put in the nutrient solution, these cells will remain fully viable, and if you are not in a hurry to use it, then use the nutrient solution to raise it. As for how to use it, I think you should know, otherwise you wouldn't have asked me for it. Orochimaru smiled. In fact, Uchiha Sen doesn't know how to use it at all, but he can study and study with the power of the phoenix. Uchiha Sen has already thought about it. One of the characteristics of the power of the phoenix is regeneration and resurrection, and regeneration can heal wounds, which is the same meaning as wood cells. Uchiha Sen has no interest in Muduan, but he needs the sequelae of Mudun cells being able to contact the kaleidoscope Sharinon. So, Uchiha Sen came up with a way. But your hands, I'm afraid Tsunade won't be able to save you. Uchiha Sen looked at your big snake pill's hands. From the perception of the power of the phoenix, the cells of these hands have been completely necrotic and will not grow. However, the power of the phoenix is obviously treatable, but Uchiha Sen does not want to treat the big snake pill. It doesn't matter, although Tsunade is called the first divine doctor, but this is a sealing technique, and in my opinion, the medical technique cannot be saved. Orochimaru hid his next whereabouts, and he didn't want to share it with Uchiha Mori. Because at this moment, he feels that Uchiha Sen is too terrible, as if he can see through people's hearts. No matter what is on his mind, Uchiha Sen can guess a little more, which is a little weird. And Uchiha Sen knows a lot of things, not at all like something he should know at his age. So here in Orochimaru, his vigilance towards Uchiha Sen became heavier and heavier. It seems that you also have other methods, then I won't bother much. We completed the transaction, I hope we can continue the next transaction. Uchiha Sen smiled and put the wooden cell into the ninja bag, but through the mask, Orochimaru couldn't see his expression at all. Even the big snake pill wondered if the current Uchiha Sen had been reincarnated by an old immortal. Just as Orochimaru often occupies other people's bodies, is Uchiha Sen now also occupied by others? In fact, Orochimaru's guess is correct, but the one who occupies Uchiha Sen's body is not an old immortal, nor has he just occupied it, but has come here a few years ago. That's where the historical inflection point of everything happened, and everything was different. Uchiha Sen's figure gradually disappeared into the air, and Orochimaru's face also showed an interested look. The story that Uchiha Sen told him today was so interesting that Orochimaru suddenly found an idea. Mutant Cell plus the writing wheel eye, the big snake pill vaguely felt that he had a very unique idea. Lord Orochimaru, it looks like you're in a good mood. At this time, the pocket walked in from outside. Hi. Today's story, I am very interested, I can't wait to try it. It's just that your hands don't allow it, otherwise, Orochimaru's affection became gloomy again. Pocket stood by and lowered his head without speaking, but things went back to the original beginning. Uchiha Sasuke. Let the four go find Sasuke and bring Sasuke back. Let's go find Tsunade's traces first. The only way for Orochimaru is to reincarnate, but now that Sasuke Uchiha is gone, he will be reincarnated into someone else. There is a restriction on rebirth, that is, you cannot be reborn again for 3 years, and if you miss Sasuke Uchiha this time, you will only have to wait 3 years later. Chapter 62. In Uchiha Sen's secret base, Uchiha Sen is busy. If you just look at the surface, Uchiha Sen does not seem to be busy, but like two hands spinning in circles in the air. In fact, this is Uchiha Sen using the power of the phoenix to wrap the wooden cells between the 1,000-hand pillars, and is studying and analyzing the mystery of this. Although Uchiha Sen didn't know how to do it, the power of the phoenix could sense it. The power of the phoenix was slowly analyzing the things of the wood cells, and Uchiha Sen gradually understood something. The reason why those who inject mutant cells always dies is because mutant cells are too domineering and will swallow other cells in the human body in an instant. The human body's normal cells work, and with the phagocytosis of mutant cells, the human body will eventually become a big tree. But Uchiha Sen's body is different. He used the power of the phoenix to simulate a body, injected a little wood-done cells into it, and he found that the phoenix power completely suppressed the wood-done cells. This is the power of the phoenix power. Seeing this, Uchiha Sen is also full of confidence in his body. Therefore, he directly extracted all the mutant cells with a syringe and plunged them directly into his own body. 5 days later, it was still Uchiha Sen's secret laboratory, and Uchiha Sen was lying on the test bench. All the devices recorded all of Uchiha Sen's physical data for the past 5 days, and they continue to record it. At this moment, Uchiha Sen opened his eyes, and his eyes had turned into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Unlike all kaleidoscopes, Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is divided into 4 parts. The other 3 hook jade have 3 identical patterns after evolution, but Uchiha Mori has 4. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope chakra eye? Uchiha Sen touched his eyes, and his face couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Because Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscopic chakra eye actually had a trace of connection with the power of the phoenix in his body. That's right, the power of the phoenix is slowly transforming Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscope chakra eye, which is why Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscope chakra eye is different. Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscope pattern is like a 4-petal lotus flower, but a black lotus flower. Like a dancing master, he painted a Chinese painting lotus in the eyes of Uchiha Sen, which is very beautiful. As for the ability of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, it is actually similar to the ability that Uchiha Sen has. For example, the left eye can control the time flow rate, and as Uchiha Sen's mental power becomes higher and higher, the time flow rate he can control is getting faster and faster. Previously, Uchiha Sen could only change the speed of time flow around him, but now he can influence others. This means that if Uchiha Sen has enough ability, he can make a baby instantly become what he was when he was old. It can also make a gray-haired old man live for a lifetime. The ability of the right eye is somewhat peculiar, the ability that Uchiha used to erase something as long as it is as far as the eye can see. That's right, it's erasing, and it feels the same as killing people, but it doesn't leave any traces. Of course, this also depends on the situation, such as a technique, if the energy consumed by erasing is not much, but if it is a person, especially a shadow-level powerhouse, then Uchiha Sen may have to work hard. It's better to go head-to-head with this person, it's a lot simpler. So the abilities in these 2 eyes are useful, especially when fighting, and are more effective. As for Susanoo, Uchiha Sen hasn't tried it yet, but he feels that his Susanoo can open to the ultimate version in one go. There is no need for an eternal kaleidoscope at all, an ordinary kaleidoscope plus the power of the phoenix is the final version. As for the mutant cells in the body, in fact, they have already been transformed by the power of the phoenix, and mutant has not inherited, but the sequelae of the kaleidoscope writing wheel I have been removed. Whether you want mutant or not, in fact, it doesn't matter, Uchiha Sen has no feeling for mutant. Now this result, Uchiha Sen is also very satisfied. There is not much art in the fine, Uchiha Sen has these abilities, it is enough for him to use. Uchiha Sen glanced at the ring on his finger and actually began to flash slightly. This ring is very magical, as long as there is chakra input, it can transmit information, and it can also convey people's thoughts to one place. This black technology Uchiha Sen also felt very curious, but when it flashed, someone was looking for him. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, and in an instant he came to a completely unfamiliar place. Fish, is your place safe? Entering the faces of Pain and Konan, Uchiha Sen looked around and found that there were many other people here. Ah, it's still safe, is there something to find me? Uchiha Sen nodded. We really met an arrogant teammate who made us wait for him for so long. Before Pain could speak, a shark-faced guy next to him spoke. This person is the Dry Persimmon Ghost Mackerel, an S-class rebel of the Mutant Village, who regards Meti as a lifelong enemy. It seems that this senior has a very good opinion about me. Bang! As soon as Uchiha Sen's voice fell, the whole person of the Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel fell directly to the ground, and one hand was directly pressed on his head, so that the Dry Persimmon Ghost Mackerel's head and the ground came into close contact. Have an opinion, can you keep it? Uchiha said with a smile. The image just now has completely disappeared, and Uchiha Sen's figure has arrived here, and everyone is looking at him. Space ninjutsu. Angle narrowed his eyes, obviously remembering a certain man. The Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel turned his head slightly, looking at Uchiha Sen wearing a mask, and the muscles behind him shot up. Uchiha Sen left here in an instant, and the Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel got up and immediately began to seal his hands. Go and die. Water escape. Blaster of water. The Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel spat out a huge jet of water from its mouth and directly attacked Uchiha Sen. But the water column directly penetrated Uchiha Sen's body and exploded directly towards the back, and suddenly the entire space was already full of water. Everyone jumped directly into the distance, leaving the battlefield to two people, with a good posture. Shui Shui Duan. 5 eatable fish. It's just that the attack of the Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel is not over. He patted his right hand to sleep, and several sharks immediately appeared on the surface of the water. Uchiha Sen smiled, it seems that this Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel is also a hot temper. It's just that since the fight has started, then Uchiha Sen will not stop. Chapter 63. Everyone was looking at the two people fighting with a very interested look, and they felt that they could be companions because they recognized his strength. But this new person who came now, they don't know the strength, so they don't feel that they can become companions for the time being. This time the battle is just a battle to understand the strength of Uchiha Sen, and many people treat it as if they were watching a play. It's just that the spatial ninjutsu used by Uchiha Sen has already impressed many people. Aren't you going to stop it? Xiaonan looked at the two people on the field with some worry, although Xiaonan and Pain did not believe them, but at least they were still a gang, if there were casualties. No need, just test the strength of this wooden fish, just understand it in advance. However, judging from the degree he has shown, he is a master of space ninjutsu, a relatively rare talent. Pain looked at Uchiha Sen, who was making a seal, expressionlessly, not knowing what he was thinking. Uchiha Sen in the field moves quickly, because the shark under his feet can attack at any time, so he must be careful. Uchiha Sen is very fast, and this time he uses the fire dun, a fire dun that he is very good at. Fire. Long Yan's art of singing. Under Chakra's urging, Uchiha Sen spat out a large amount of flames, and the flames transformed into 4 fire dragons in the air, all of which rushed towards the Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel standing in place. Seeing this technique, Uchiha shrank his pupils, and his eyes couldn't help but appear shining on. This technique is unique to the Uchiha family, and he has seen it once in the family tree. Because too much chakra is consumed, the Uchiha family is a family with fewer chakras, so this trick is basically not learned. Now that he saw this technique here, Uchiha was more or less surprised. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel was not idle, the muscles in his hand slapped heavily to the surface of the water, countless water sprays were splashed, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel simply made a seal, and a wall of water rose directly. Shui shui duan. Water array wall. When the fire met the water, the sizzling sound after the collision instantly reached everyone's ears, and a large amount of disgust began to rise, permeating the surroundings, covering the sight of the two people. At this moment, the 5 sharks in the water directly gushed out of the water, and all of them pounced on Uchiha Sen. And these sharks only pounced on a shadow doppelganger. After 3 rounds of slimming, the dry persimmon oni took the upper hand, because when attacking, Uchiha Sen did not use his Sharingan and Phoenix power. The dried persimmon oni mackerel also did not play a whole card, and his combination with the mackerel muscle is very strong, but even if he uses it, I am afraid that it is not Uchiha Sen's opponent. Uchiha Sen didn't want to expose too much strength, so he only used some very basic techniques to fight. It seems that this new member is not bad, I don't know what it looks like. Deidara held her head and looked at the two of Uchiha Sen with a leisurely face, as if she was evaluating the battle. The red sand scorpion glanced at him and snorted coldly. Don't worry, little ghost, you can't beat either of these two people, especially the newcomer, you are definitely not his opponent. Although the red sand scorpion is a puppeteer, there is no problem with light, and you can see Uchiha Sen's strength at a glance. If nothing else, Uchiha Sen can even kill Deidara before he releases the bomb. How is it possible? One of my C4 shots can kill him directly, he doesn't even have a chance to run. Deidara was clearly not very satisfied with this assessment. As long as he dodged your C4 with space ninjutsu, do you have any other moves? The red sand scorpion glanced at Deidara, and said nothing. Deidara was a little speechless, so he turned his head directly and continued to watch the battle. The dry persimmon ghost mackerel looked around, looking for the trace of Uchiha Sen. The space ninjutsu was haunted, although the dry persimmon ghost mackerel had not fought, but it had heard of it. The last one to make a name for himself in the ninja world with space ninjutsu was Konoha's 4th generation Hokage wave Feng Shuman. At that time, his speed was comparable to that of Lei Ying at that time, and if he hadn't died young, I'm afraid that his current achievements might not be weaker than some other shadows. Therefore, with Zuyu in front, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel is indeed very vigilant about the current battle. Su. Uchiha Sen appeared directly on his left hand, and a flash of thunder appeared in his right hand, and Uchiha Sen threw it directly. The speed of the thunderball is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the side of the dry persimmon ghost mackerel, and the dry persimmon ghost mackerel immediately lifted its muscles in a vain attempt to absorb the chakra inside. But at this time, the thunderball thrown by Uchiha Sen exploded directly, bursting into dazzling light. In the next second, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was directly kicked and flew out. I don't know if this senior has any other thoughts now. Uchiha Sen smiled and looked at the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. Lei Dun was released in the water, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel felt that his hands began to numb slightly, which was the sequelae of Lei Duan. Fortunately, just now, the muscles blocked a part of the Lei Du chakra, otherwise his whole body would have been numb by now. Hi. Sure enough, there are new people, but this level of attack, I'm afraid it's not enough. Before the words fell, the right foot of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel stomped directly to sleep, and immediately flew countless splashes, and after the blessing of chakra, the water spray immediately turned into 4 shark-shaped water bombs. The water bomb flew directly into the air and struck towards Uchiha Sen, and the speed was very fast. Uchiha Sen smiled, directly took out 4 kunao, and threw them directly at the 4 water bombs. Syllable. The sound of the explosion did not appear, but the 4 water bombs split into thousands of small shark water bombs, and once again rushed to the location where Uchiha Sen was. Ha ha ha, this is my secret technique. Rain for mackerel. As long as it is physically attacked, it will split into 1,000 baby sharks, suffer death. The dry persimmon ghost mackerel looked up to the sky and laughed. He had already seen it, and Uchiha Sen was completely unable to hide at the moment. It's just that he forgot that Uchiha Sen's space ninjutsu doesn't need to be sealed, and he doesn't need preparation time. Bang! With an explosion, a huge splash immediately appeared on the surface of the water, and everyone looked at the direction of the splash. It's just that the expected thing is not discovered, and Uchiha Sen once again appeared behind the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. It's just that this time, he has an extra handful of kunao in his hand, and this kunao is placed on the neck of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. Senior, don't move, if you accidentally lose your life, then I won't be responsible. Uchiha Sen's voice sounded from behind the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, and the dry persimmon oni mackerel suddenly stiffened a little. Okay, let's stop. It's over. Chapter 64. Pain stepped forward and stopped the fight from continuing. The purpose of this battle seemed to many people to be just to observe the combat effectiveness of the newcomers, but what they didn't expect was that the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was defeated so quickly. Of course, maybe the dried persimmon ghost mackerel has other whole cards, but from now on, he has indeed lost. After Pain spoke, Uchiha Sen did not hesitate, directly put away his kunao, and then retreated to the other side. This is the end of the ceremony to welcome the newcomer. Since you have already arrived, then I will introduce you to the members of the organization. The person who fought you just now is the dry persimmon oni fish, a ninja from the mist-hidden village, codenamed Minami. And his teammate is Uchiha Itake, who is from the same village as you, and you should have heard of his name. Pain pointed to the dried persimmon ghost mackerel and Uchiha ferret next to him, and looked at Uchiha Sen. Is it the rebel of Konoha Village again? It seems that Konoha Village is rich in rebels, big snake pills, Itake, and now this. Feilu on the side couldn't help but say. It's just that no one pays attention to him, and everyone doesn't want to talk to him. Naturally, I know, the deeds of the senior Itake, I often hear about it. Uchiha Sen smiled. Well, next is the red sand scorpion and Deidara, one of the two is good at puppet art, the other is good at explosion, and there will be a chance to understand slowly in the future. Pain pointed to the next two men. The daimyo of the red sand scorpion naturally knows, once destroyed a country by one person, how powerful it is. Uchiha Sen nodded slightly, but did not mention Deidara next to him in the slightest. Hey newcomer! Isn't Uncle Ben famous at all? Don't you know Uncle Ben? Deidara is clearly gone. Sorry, in my intelligence system, there is no information about you for the time being, maybe if you behave well in the future, you will enter my intelligence system. Uchiha Sen shrugged. Deidara almost ran away, and if it weren't for Pain's sharp eyes, he really wanted Uchiha Sen to taste the bomb. As for the two people behind, one is Kakuto, who is a figure of the same era as the original Hokage Senjukuma, who once assassinated Senjukuma, and the one next to it is the flying segment, the immortal body. Pain's introduction almost made Uchiha Sen laugh. Kakuto once assassinated Senjukuma? Although Uchiha Sen really can't look at Konoha Village, he doesn't have any problem with Senju Pillar. Kakuto's so-called assassination of the Thousand-Hand Pillar was just a kunao thrown at the Thousand-Hand Pillar in the distance, and the Thousand Hands Pillar wanted to chase and kill, but was stopped by the Thousand-Hand Pillar. If the Thousand Hands really chased after it, the current Kakuto grave grass covered the grave. Okay, the members are finished with introduction, you can introduce yourself again. Pain said with a glance at Uchiha Sen. Okay then, my name is Muo Daiyu, good at fire escape and space ninjutsu, from Konoha Village in the land of fire. I hope that all seniors can take more care. Through the mask, they couldn't see Uchiha Sen's expression at all, so if they didn't really let these seniors take care of them, then they didn't know. Uchiha Sen's self-introduction is short, but it highlights his abilities, and the abilities he explains are similar to those he has shown in actual combat, so there is no objection. Fish, we know that the next action of the organization is very simple, raise funds, and wait until the right time to attack. The ultimate purpose of our organization is to capture the nine-tailed beast and seal it, creating a completely peaceful world. It's just not now, now we still need to accumulate strength and wait for the right time. So from tomorrow, you will form a team with Ju, you have space ninjutsu and secret arts, and you are responsible for intelligence, right? Pain asked. Of course, no problem, leave the newcomer to me. Ju said with a smile. I don't have a problem either, I happen to be an expert in intelligence. Uchiha said with a smile. Uchiha Sen's identity in the Xiao organization is a person who collects intelligence, and although the combat effectiveness is good, Pain does not let him go to the group that fights. Intelligence plays a vital role in battle after battle, so in terms of intelligence, Pain does not dare to be sloppy. At least the specific location of the nine-tailed beasts, what is the situation of the human pillar force, the difficulty of capture, and which group is the most suitable to capture, all of which require intelligence analysis. So Uchiha Sen got one of the easiest and deadliest tasks. You can go and do your own thing, and when the wind blows, it's time for us to appear. This is the first few newcomer briefings organized by I don't know, and the first few introductions were because of the death or departure of other people, and there would be newcomers to make up the record. It's just that this time, the arrival of Uchiha Sen can be regarded as temporarily filling all the positions. Uchiha Mori and Ju left the cave, and not long after they walked out, they were stopped by a voice behind them. I have something to talk to you about, I don't know if I have time. Uchiha Sen turned his head and found that it was Uchiha Weasel who spoke, and Uchiha Sen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel behind Uchiha Weasel left his side directly, muttering something in his mouth as he walked. The rebels in the same village cherish each other, but I didn't expect the people of Konoha Village to have this habit. He didn't intend to eavesdrop on the conversation between Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Itachi, neither of these two people was easy to mess with. Uchiha found a direction and walked forward, Uchiha Sen followed, and neither of them spoke. The two of them walked some distance, and Uchiha stopped. Sen, you broke your promise. Uchiha said lightly. Uchiha Sen knew that Uchiha Itachi was talking about the night of the original extinction, and Uchiha Sen said that he would take care of Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, you're still so naive. Uchiha Sen sighed, sat directly on the ground, and looked into the distance. I remember the first time we met when we were very young, you gave me your favorite wooden kunao, although now the wooden kunao is gone, but I remember it. You can sacrifice everything for others, but you forget that Sasuke Uchiha will not come as you think. He will only seek shortcuts to make himself stronger, not gradually improve little by little. Uchiha Sen glanced at Uchiha Itachi, in fact, the two of them knew each other when they were very young. It's just that the person of Uchiha Itachi, who has lived for others all his life, is really a little pitiful. Chapter 65. Uchiha was silent, and the bloody night that night was still spinning in his mind. At that time, it was absolutely right or wrong, Uchiha Itachi could no longer tell, and now the only thing he cared about was his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. When the third generation of Hokage died, Uchiha Itachi also made a special trip back to Konoha Village, in order to remind Shimura Danzo of these people and not forget that he Uchiha Itachi was still alive. There is no need to mention the past, as for what will happen to Sasuke in the future, that is the path he has chosen. I just want to know now, why did you join the Xiao organization, what is your purpose in coming here? Uchiha looked at Uchiha Sen with a serious expression. Uchiha Sen smiled, crossed his legs, and put his hands on his knees to hang down naturally, looking defenseless. Itachi, don't you think you're too broad? Konoha Village treats both of you brothers as pawns, and you still want to work for Konoha Village. Do you dare to bet with me? It won't be long before your younger brother Sasuke Uchiha is forced to sentence Konoha. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha and took off the mask on his face, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Uchiha Weasel couldn't help but show his kaleidoscope chakra eyes, and his eyes were very serious. You know what? In order to restore the glory of the original Hokage, Konoha captured my father to experiment. Before that, my father had made great contributions to Konoha, rushing ahead in every battle, but in the end he became an experimental subject. What's even more heinous is that after this incident, Sarutobi Riko and Jiraiya also participated in hunting down and killing my mother, and finally after forcing my mother to death, they put the name of rebel on my father. If you ask me what the organization is doing, then I will tell you that I will destroy Konoha, destroy Konoha. Well, are you satisfied with this answer? The kaleidoscope in Uchiha Sen's eyes slowly rotated, as did the Uchiha ferret on the other side, and the two of them kept looking at each other here, not knowing what they were thinking. Finally, Uchiha seemed to be released, and his eyes changed from a kaleidoscope back to Son Goku. Since you are determined to destroy Konoha, then I will stop you when the time comes, you must be mentally prepared. After that, Uchiha turned around. Oh yes, I hope you don't tell Konoha Village about my life. If the people I stayed in Konoha knew that I was still alive, it would only be you alone. I'm a person who is proficient in space ninjutsu, and if I want to kill someone, it's easy. Uchiha Sen stood up and looked at Uchiha Weasel stopped back with a smile, his eyes exuding a faint murderous aura. It's just that when Uchiha turned his head to say something, Uchiha Sen disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Uchiha put away the kunao in his sleeve again, and then walked to the other side expressionlessly. For the intelligence of the tailed beast, each country keeps it very closely, and it is actually a very hard job to collect intelligence. In order, it is necessary for a crane to start the seal, and then finally the 9 tails. Therefore, according to this, the intelligence of Uchiha is important and must be prepared first. However, before Uchiha Sen joined the Xiao organization, the Xiao organization had a lot of intelligence income, and they even had a comprehensive understanding of Ichigo Zulai Luo. In addition to Uchiha, the two-tailed cat did not escape the absolute intelligence tracking, because the two-tailed human pillar force and the eight-tailed human pillar force both belong to Chuunin Village, so the eight-tailed also have a little intelligence. The rest of the information is scattered, all of which have a little, and even in order to hide their identity, the village of Mist Hidden Village, which is controlled by Uchiha Obito, but there is no information about Mio. Mori-kun, gathering intelligence is a very hard job, so let's start with the 9 tails, which you are most familiar with. Although we have to capture the 9 tails pillar force in the end, after all, you are from Konoha Village, and you are the most familiar with the 9-tailed pillar force, so it's okay to hand it over to you, right? Chu looked at Uchiha Sen and directly gave Uchiha Sen the job of collecting information on the 9 tails pillar force. Uchiha Sen shrugged, saying there was no objection to this. Konoha Village is a good place, but it's a pity that without your kind of spatial ninjutsu, ordinary people can't enter at all. Even if it's Madara, you can't enter easily, it's a pity. Uchiha Sen didn't know what it was a pity for, but what Uchiha did know was that he was going back to Konoha Village again. In fact, this feeling is still very strange, just betrayed from Konoha Village, but he wants to go back. Now Konoha Village has added Uchiha Mori to the list of missing persons, and the crime of suspected defection has been written on the back. The technique is the same as Uzumaki-kin, using Uchiha Sen as an experimental subject, but in the end the pot is placed on Uchiha Sen's body. In this case, whether Uchiha Sen is dead or not, he will be blamed. Well, the information of the 9-tailed pillar force is handed over to me, and I will be responsible for investigating it clearly. Uchiha Sen nodded. This situation is actually the easiest intelligence investigation, after all, the 9 tails is still in Konoha Village, and Uchiha Sen still knows where to look. The hardest thing to find is that people like 4 tails and 5 tails have escaped from their original villages, and now they have no fixed place to live, and they don't know where to find them. So this kind is the most difficult to find, and it takes a little bit of searching for their traces. Well, I have to go find some other information, so Senkun should revisit the old land. However, I heard that Konoha Village is very strict now, and I hope that Mori-kun can pay attention to safety. After speaking, the absolute figure slowly sank into the ground, leaving Uchiha Sen alone. Uchiha Mori knew what Ju was talking about, and after Tsunade returned to become the 5th generation some time ago, he made a request for the village's defense. She believes that the strength of the guards should be strengthened so that Konoha Village can be further protected. It's just that all this is meaningless to Uchiha Sen, or to the owner of space ninjutsu, everything is meaningless. Uchiha Sen turned around and left here, and for him, Konoha was no longer his hometown, but a place that could be destroyed at any time. When Uchiha Sen left, he reappeared here. What a strange and mysterious guy. The ability shown this time is completely different from the last time. Which is the real him? Or are both real him? Chapter 66. Time passed like a white horse, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 years have been a very dull 3 years for Uchiha Sen, but for many, it was an extraordinary 3 years. First of all, in addition to collecting intelligence, Uchiha Sen has occasionally done some bounty tasks in the past 3 years, raising funds for the Xiao organization and developing funds in the future. In the past few years, even members like Uchiha Sen, who have relatively few hands-on, have at least 7 or 8 lives in their hands, and the middle and lower shinobi are ignored, and the money received is hundreds of millions and billions. Among them, there are many upper ninja of the 5 major ninja villages, and some people spend money to buy their lives, then some people use their lives to exchange money. In the past 3 years, most of the Xiao organizations have done these things, which is very simple. As for Uchiha Sen himself, he has experienced a great breakthrough in the past 3 years, because his phoenix power has a very novel way to use it. All the power of the phoenix was used to attack before, but Uchiha Sen thought of a way. It is similar to Naruto Uzumaki's 9-tailed mode, where the 9-tailed chakra turns into a cloak and protects Naruto Uzumaki. Therefore, Uchiha Sen used the power of the phoenix to simulate a Xiao coat outside. From the outside, this coat is unremarkable, but you should know that even if you casually come to a trick now, it is impossible to destroy Uchiha Sen's clothes. Of course, S-level ninjutsu is still possible, but how many people in the ninja world today have S-level ninjutsu? Then there is Uchiha Sen's phoenix power, and with Uchiha Sen's 3-year spiritual power training method, his phoenix power has been unlocked to about 37%. The further back, the slower the phoenix power will unlock, not because the growth of strength has slowed down, but because the phoenix power is slowly getting stronger. Uchiha Sen has already sensed that although the power of the phoenix is a template, it is not fixed. For example, when Uchiha Sen just obtained the power of the phoenix was unlocked to 100%, and the ability could reach 10 points. But now, if Uchiha Sen unlocks 100%, that ability can reach 20 points. This is a doubling of the ability, which is in line with the statement that the power of the phoenix can enhance itself. So in this regard, Uchiha Sen's strength has not improved by 1.5 stars, but by many, many more. As the power of the phoenix increased, Uchiha Sen also acquired more and more interesting things, such as mind control. That's right, it's the legendary power of the mind. The power of the mind can probe the thoughts of the other party's brain, control the other party's brain, and even annihilate the other party's spirit in an instant, completely killing this person. This ability is too perverted, but it belongs to one of the uses of the power of the phoenix, and there are many abilities waiting for the development of Uchiha Sen. Of course, Uchiha Sen is still not able to teach X, arbitrarily manipulate other people's memories, modify other people's memories at will, and cannot completely erase a person's spirit. But Uchiha Sen can control a person, or plant a seed in the individual's heart, hinting at him day and night, making him Uchiha Sen's subordinate. With this method, Uki already had 7 or 8 of his own spies in each of the 5 major villages. Most of these spies are inconspicuous, have access to some secret information, and do not attract attention. In addition, Uchiha Sen also learned a lot about the tailed beasts, such as the wild 3-tailed Isofo, who has been absorbed by Uchiha Sen chakra. 1 tail Shout Tsuru, 3 tails Isofo, 9 tails 9 Llama, this is Uchiha Sen has collected the tailed beast chakra. Of the remaining 6, Uchiha Sen also knows their place and their abilities. It's just that Uchiha Sen doesn't need to collect it himself, because the Xiao organization is already about to start acting. Everyone came to this place again, this is where Xiao organized the assembly, and every time something important, Pain would announce it here. This time, everyone also came, but they all thought it was a routine meeting or something, but only Uchiha himself knew that this time the Xiao organization was going to really attack. Pain and Xiao Nan appeared in front of everyone's eyes, both looking a little serious. Guys, what we are about to face this time is completely different from before, and now we are going to really begin. Pain didn't drag on and went straight to the most important topic of the meeting. This time, we have collected the abilities of all the tailed beasts from 1 tail to 9 tails, and the detailed information is all in Uchiha, so now we are going to start our plan. There was a rare hint of excitement in Pain's tone, and it could be seen that Pain. No, Nagato is indeed very obsessed with this matter. Oh? So, are we going to start moving together? Deidara said. That's right, the first thing is that Deidara, the red sand scorpion, you two are in charge, and the target is the wind shadow of the sand shinobi village in the land of wind, and the sand waterfall I love Luo. There is a Uchiha Shaojuru sealed in his body, so your target is him, and the red sand scorpion happened to be a person from the sand shinobi village before, so you must be familiar with it. Pain looked at the small figure next to Deidara, who was the red sand scorpion. Sand shinobi village? I didn't expect to be able to go back and take a look at it in my lifetime, which is really emotional. The red sand scorpion's voice was a little hoarse. The information of the specific person Zulai, go to find Juheu, and then I will teach you a sealing technique. Saying that, Pain made a seal, and the rings on everyone's hands began to flicker slightly. Uchiha Sen connected to his chakra, and suddenly a sealing technique appeared in his brain. This move is called the 9 Seals of the Phantom Dragon, and it takes 10 people to use this sealing technique at the same time, and you can pull the tailed beast out of the body of the human pillar force and seal it into this stone statue. I hope that before the Ichigo pillar force captures and returns, you can learn this sealing technique. Everyone else was not interested in this sealing technique, just learned it routinely, because the requirements were too high. 10 ninjas are used at the same time, and they are ninjas of their level, which is a little too difficult to put together. That is, Xiao, an organization that can accommodate S-class rebels, can gather so many ninjas. It's just that when Uchiha Mori learned this ninjutsu, the system seemed to have modified this ninjutsu. When Uchiha Sen uses this technique, the system can also use this technique to absorb a part of the tailed beast's chakra. In this way, it saves Uchiha Sen a lot of trouble. Chapter 67. Although this is the mission of Red Scorpion and Deidara, Uchiha Sen is also sent to pick them up. The strength of the two of them is beyond doubt, especially Deidara, who belongs to the Air Force and is a bomber, and ordinary people cannot attack him at all. Not to mention, the Red Sand Scorpion is better than Deidara, both in terms of combat effectiveness and combat experience, so the combination of the two of them, the strength is still not much of a problem. Therefore, Uchiha Sen generally does not need to show up, just needs to pick them up. Uchiha Mori was like a tourist, blending into the Sand Shinobi village, eating, drinking, and strolling around, like a person who had nothing to do. I have to say that although the geographical conditions of Sand Shinobu village are not as good as those of Konoha, the economic development is still good. It has also spawned many unique industries, such as when roasting meat, you will see many desert animals, camels. There are also many accessories full of unique style, and Uchiha Sen even bought a string of wind chimes to hang around his waist. As you walk, the wind chimes will gently shake and make a little noise, which is very wrong for a ninja, but for Uchiha Mori, it doesn't matter. While Uchiha Sen was shopping, a familiar figure walked by the road. Kankuro. The child who was easily defeated by Uchiha Sen has now grown up and looks like a man. He is patrolling the streets with a team of ninjas, looking very heroic. Uchiha Mori walked forward quietly, his steps were not chaotic. Kankuro also walked forward, and when the two people staggered past, Kankuro suddenly stopped. At that moment, Kankuro seemed to have a familiar feeling. But Kankuro was sure that he had never known the person just now, or even had never met. Wait! You stop! Kankuro turned around and put a hand directly on Uchiha Mori's shoulder. Uchiha slowly turned his head and looked at Kankuro through the mask, without the slightest intention of panic. Why are you wearing a mask? Take your mask off and let me see your face. Kankuro said lightly. Wearing a mask naturally gives people the feeling that this person has definitely done something wrong, which is why he did it. Therefore, when he saw Uchiha Mori wearing a mask, Kankuro felt that this person was not a good person. The patrol behind Kankuro also raised their vigilance, faintly encircling Uchiha Mori, and the civilians next to him began to quickly move away from here, for fear of any accident. Uchiha Sen smiled and raised his right hand, but was suddenly drunk. "What are you going to do?" Kankuro couldn't help but shout. "Ninja-sama, you made me take off my mask, and I'm taking it off now." From behind the mask, there was a ten-voice sound, like sandpaper rubbing, which was difficult to hear. Kankuro frowned and shook his head at the patrol behind him, and Chiba took off his mask. Uchiha Sen slowly approached the mask this time, and the mask was removed, revealing a very hideous and terrifying face. "I'm sorry Ninja-sama, I was hit by a fire, so most of my face burned, so I had to go out and wear a mask. That fire damaged my vocal cords, that's why I made this sound. I'm sorry if it scared you." Uchiha Sen bowed slightly. Kankuro was stunned, he obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. Looking at Uchiha Mori's burned face, Kankuro didn't know what to say for a while. Around the person in front of him, no signs of using chakra were found, so this person did not use the transfiguration technique. Looking at the perceptual ninja next to him and shaking his head slightly, Kankuro also let go of his hand. "Sorry, I overthought it." After that, Kankuro led the patrol to set out again, but just 3 steps away, he suddenly thought of something. But when he turned his head, he found that just now Uchiha Sen's figure had merged into the crowd and disappeared. The more Kankuro thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong with this, so he went directly to the stall that sold things just now. "Did a man in a mask come shopping just now?" Kankuro asked with a serious look. "Yes, Kankuro-sama, the same person you stopped just now." The vendor nodded. "So what does his voice look like, do you still have an impression?" Kankuro asked. "Sound. A very clear boy's voice, listening to the voice is a very good teenager, but I don't know why he covered his face with a mask." The hawker's words suddenly made Kankuro stunned in place. A very clear young voice? Thinking back to the husky voice just now, and the look in the eyes of the last person before putting on the mask again, Kankuro finally knew that he had been deceived. Almost instantly, the figure of that person disappeared into the crowd. "Abominable. Tell other patrol members that suspicious persons have been found in the village." The personnel were dressed as wearing a mask that was half black and half white, and wore a black trench coat, and the voice was a clear juvenile voice or a very ugly voice. Finally, that person also has a string of wind chimes around his waist, which is a specialty of our wind country, and this is emphasized. Looking at the back of Uchiha Sen leaving just now, Kankuro could only grit his teeth and issue an order. Just now, Kankuro thought that spies from other villages had entered the village, and this person had an extraordinary talent for at least changing his voice. As for whether this person will change his clothes and appearance, this is not something that Kankuro can control. Therefore, they can only try their best to find this person and not let them cause any harm to the Sand Shinobi village. Hi! Is this man's sixth sense? What a keen intuition! Almost caught. Uchiha Sen, who was hiding in the corner, looked at the back of Kankuro leaving, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. "I thought I wouldn't be recognized, but I didn't expect Kankuro to have such a keen intuition." Fortunately, the power of the phoenix has the ability to change his appearance, so Uchiha Sen directly changed his appearance. As for the change in voice, it was purely a flaw that Uchiha Sen found funny, so he deliberately revealed. And Uchiha Sen also specially reminded Kankuro that his vocal cords were damaged, but he didn't expect Kankuro to ignore it at the first time. But this matter is just a small episode after all. For Uchiha Sen, the most important thing. Bang! With the sound of an explosion in the Wind Shadow office, the two figures flew out directly, and the most important thing for Uchiha Sen arrived. Hi! The fun begins. Chapter 68. Not long after this moment, there was no trace of anyone else in Cheyenne village, especially when the battle broke out, and the people in those villages ran faster. Uchiha Sen raised his head and found that there was a white giant bird in the sky, and there was sand chasing behind it. This look was Deidara, this idiot, such a swaggering way, it was simply looking for death. Obviously, he only needs to sneak in and take away the human pillar force, but who would have thought that he would eventually develop into a one-on-one battle? There is no one on the street anymore, so if Uchiha Sen stays here again, I am afraid that there is still a risk of exposure, so Uchiha Sen directly targeted the dark part of a sand ninja village and directly killed him. After killing him, he changed his whole body into his outfit and hid on the rooftop to watch the scenery. I have to say that the people of Cheyenne village are really a little stupid. I love Luo fighting, they just stand below and watch, motionless. What's even more frightening is that some people don't even know what the situation is, and they all rely on me AI Luo to support it alone. In midair, Deidara was standing on a bird, dodging the attack of the sand, and Uchiha Sen could see through the Sharingan that Deidara's hands began to use chakra. This is Deidara's ability to make bombs out of clay, which is powerful enough to explode and is suitable for group attacks. Soon, explosions began one after another, and many bombs even came to my AI Luo's face, but AI Luo was not harmed. Ichio Shaojuru's self-defense mechanism is still very strong, especially as the strength of my arrow increases, the speed of defense is also accelerating, that's for sure. What a trouble, Uchiha Sen sighed a little helplessly, but was noticed by the dark part next to him. Why are you sighing? The dark part is somewhat serious. I just sigh that I can't help Kazekage-sama right now, so I feel very frustrated. For fooling this gang, Uchiha Sen has a way, not panicking at all, and even came up with an excuse for righteous words. Listening to Uchiha Sen's words, the dark part next to him also sighed, he also knew that they couldn't help. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly, and there were no other dark parts around except the two of them. So, Uchiha Sen made a seal, and the hand that had been invisible slowly appeared on the neck of the dark part. I'm sorry. Who got you in the way? Uchiha smiled. Then in the next second, that hand directly pinched the neck of this dark part, and twisted it neatly, twisting his neck. From the beginning to the end, this dark part did not make a sound, except for the sound of the neck bones, there was no sound. Now that this explosion is coming and going, this sound is completely ignored. The ground gradually cracked a crack, and the body fell directly into the sand, and then the sand automatically closed, and it was impossible to see that there was a dead person here. Uchiha Sen continued to raise his head, and the hair meridian progressed to a white heat. Deidara's left hand had been torn off by the sand of my arrow, but Dara did not fail, and his right hand directly threw out a huge white bomb. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. The chakra contained in this bomb can almost raise this fifth of the village to the ground. If no one blocks it, I am afraid that something big will happen. Ah! It's a bomb! Run! Some villagers immediately started screaming. Tell everyone, start moving people now, be sure to stay away from the range of the explosion, go quickly. Some ninjas began to quickly evacuate civilians. Once this bomb explodes, the consequences are unimaginable. Of course, AI Luo would not let this happen to his beloved village, so he directly raised his hands, and countless sand rose on the ground, blocking the fall of this huge bomb. That is sand? I love Ro. Many people have seen these sands, once these sands were their nightmares. AI Luo can't control these sands to kill, so many people are very scared when they see them. They never imagined that one day these murderous sands would become a strong barrier to protect them. At the same time, they didn't expect that AI Luo, who they had always regarded as a monster, would really protect all the people in the village after becoming a wind shadow. I love Ro. If you do this, you won't have much chakra, right? Kankuro looked at AI Luo above the sky. As a brother he couldn't help me AI Luo fight, which made him feel very guilty. But at the same time, he was also very worried, because using so much sand at once, the cost of my Iroh's chakra was too large. Not long after, with a huge explosion, the bomb finally exploded above the sand ninja village, but it did not affect the village. Sure enough, AI Luo above the sky had already begun to pant. Hi! Sure enough, it is worthy of the wind shadow, for the sake of your village, to do this, it is really strong. However, this battle. Or did I win? Boom! With a shout from Deidara, a clay bird flew right in front of my arrow. Bang! Just listening to a huge explosion, the flames suddenly drowned out the sand where my AI Luo was, and everyone was shocked. But only Uchiha Sen, his eyes narrowed. The chakra eyes in Uchiha Sen's eyes began to turn slightly, because from the sand, a chakra that AI Luo's body began to erupt that was not there before. This kind of chakra Uchiha is very familiar, a crane. It's just that Deidara, in the sky, doesn't know about this, and he is still immersed in the pleasure of his clay bomb, which has seeped into the sand. It's useless, your sand is already completely my bomb, accept fate. Explode. As Deidara shouted again, the sand that exploded just now experienced an explosion again, only this time, countless sands were directly exploded, and the scene was even different. It's just that when the sand gradually disappeared, the smile on Deidara's face gradually disappeared, because he saw an incredible picture. I love Luo unharmed. Bang! The sand around my AI Luo hit Deidara's abdomen directly, knocking Deidara out, and a strange chakra began to appear on the surface of my AI Luo's body. So it is. Because I originally took away the chakra of Ichigo Shaojuru and controlled Ichigo Shaojuru, did I somehow build a bridge between Aira and Ichigo Shaojuru? Now that I've been able to use some of the abilities of the Ichigo Shaojuru. Uchiha Sen glanced at AI Luo in the sky, but he didn't expect his appearance to bring a different place to the plot. Chapter 69. If this is the case, Uchiha Sen suddenly thought, could the Nine Tails be the same? It's hard to say this to Uchiha Sen, but Uchiha Sen is sure that Naruto Uzumaki will definitely not be as weak as the original, and his abilities will be strengthened even more. At this moment, Deidara's obviously didn't have any reaction, the blow just now was too painful, and Deidara's whole body was shattered. At this moment, AI Luo stretched out his hands, and two streams of sand swarmed directly, firmly binding Deidara's legs. As long as AI Luo's right hand pinched, Deidara's legs would break. This is the best way to protect the enemy's life and at the same time make it impossible for the enemy to escape. The coffin. Syllable. It's just that this move has not yet unfolded, these two strands of sand are directly cut by a force, and in an instant AI Luo felt that something was wrong. Bang! A fireball slammed directly into the improvised defense that Arrow had built, and it suddenly turned into an explosion. With the addition of the second figure, the ninja below began to get more nervous, and some even began to swallow. Is there any support from the other side? Fast! Follow my orders and support Kazekage-sama. As soon as Marky gave an order, countless bows and arrows flew in the direction of Uchiha Sen and Deidara. Fortunately, Deidara still had the strength to control the bird, otherwise he would really be pierced by 10,000 arrows. You're really embarrassed, Deidara. Uchiha still had the mind to laugh at Deidara, while Deidara, who struggled to get up, covering her stomach. Humph! Why are you here, don't you have other tasks? Deidara snorted coldly. My mission is to pick you up, but I didn't expect that now I will become the main output. Uchiha Sen flew away with a wind, blowing away many arrows with detonation charms, and the arrows exploded in the air, causing a burst of fire. Abominable! I don't need your help, give him to me. Deidara was still hard-mouthed. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but not now. Zero gave me the task of picking you up, so you can't look for death now. Now obediently go to find the scorpion, I will immediately take a tail of human pillar power to find you. Remember, clear the way out, I'll be there right away. Saying that, Uchiha Sen lightly tapped the clay bird with his foot, and this clay bird actually flew directly in the direction of the red sand scorpion with Deidara. Uchiha dodged the sand's attack, casually interrupted the sand that was going to chase Deidara, and then faced Iaro. I love Luo, you can't use the power of Ichigo Shaojuru in intelligence, but you really gave us a huge surprise. But this is the end of the matter, you better follow me to where you should go. Uchiha Mori smiled, clasped his hands together, and a stream erupted directly from his body. Fire! The art of dragon fire! A huge fire dragon spit out from Uchiha Sen's mouth, flying towards my AI Luo at an extremely fast speed. AI Luo stretched out his hands, and the sand quickly gathered, directly blocking in front of him. The collision of sand and fire, no one restrains anyone, a large amount of sand, but can extinguish the fire. It's just that Iai Luo didn't expect that Uchiha Sen appeared directly behind him in the next second. Ichio's chakra? It's been a long time since I saw you. After saying these words, Uchiha Sen directly put his hand on the back of my arrow's neck, and an indescribable force appeared directly in my arrow's body. Chakra, who is guarding the crane, is slowly being forced back into the seal by this force. My Ai Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, which was incredible to him. But at this time, Ai Luo did not give up, mobilized a tail of chakra in his body, and began to resist Uchiha Sen. At the same time, Ai Luo slowly opened his hands, but did not attack Uchiha Sen, and the sand that originally appeared above the sand shinobi village actually began to move slowly. What? I love Luo in this situation, actually want to move the sand. Kankuro was a little incredulous. No, if Arrow is defeated, then these sands will not have the blessing of chakra, and without the blessing of chakra, these sands will flood the village and cause danger. So Ai Luo wanted to move the sand out of the danger zone to prevent any villagers from getting hurt. Marky looked at the moving sand with complicated eyes, and now he finally found that all those prejudices against my Iroh deserved to die. The ninja next to him naturally heard Marky's analysis, and his eyes began to turn red. Oh! For the village to have achieved this step, I have to say, I love Luo, you are indeed a responsible wind shadow. It's a pity that the people here don't have half respect for you. Have you forgotten what happened to you in your childhood? Uchiha Sen's voice sounded faintly in my arrow's ears, and Iroh turned his head hard to look at Uchiha Sen's half-black and half-white mask. I don't know why, Iai Luo suddenly had a very familiar feeling. He felt as if he had seen this person somewhere, but he couldn't tell who it was. You? Who exactly are you and why? Why is it so familiar to me? As if using all his strength, I'm asking Uchiha Sen the last question. Uchiha Sen smiled and did not answer him. He knew that there was a high probability that Iai Luo would not die, so there were some things that Uchiha Sen would not tell him. I'm just a passerby and don't have much to do with you. Now that you've completed your mission, I'm going to move on for the rest. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's phoenix power penetrated out and directly re-entered all the chakras of Ichigo Mori Tsuru into the seal. Uchiha Sen could even hear the roar of Ichigo Morizuru inside the seal. Uchiha Mori. It turned out to be you again. It's just that Iai Luo has already passed out, and he can't hear the voice of Ichigo Shaojuru. Uchiha Sen smiled and directly carried my Ai Luo on his shoulder, and then flung his hand backwards, directly knocking all the countless arrows that attacked his back. The people of Sand Shinobi Village could only watch Uchiha Mori take me arrow away, but there was nothing they could do. Uchiha Sen came directly to Deidara and the Red Scorpion and threw Iroh to them. It's really annoying you fish. I didn't expect Deidara not only to make me wait longer, but also almost died there. The Red Sand Scorpion glanced at Deidara, who was obviously not very blessed, and turned his head directly. Okay, let's leave, Zero said, we must hurry. Because of the ceiling-tailed beast, it is imminent. Chapter 70. Regarding the linkage between Iai Luo and Ichigo Shaojuru, this is something that Uchiha Sen did not expect. The reason is simple. In Uchiha Mori's impression, the relationship between Ichigo Morizuru and Iai Luo is not good. Because of Ichigo Shaojuru, Iai Luo's childhood was completely in the shadows, and he couldn't even sleep because he was worried that Ichigo Morizuru would lose control. And for the human pillar force that seals himself, Ichigo Shaojuru is also not to be outdone, and has been interfering with Iai Luo. But it is because of the appearance of Uchiha Sen that these two people have a certain cooperation, which is very terrifying. Fortunately, it was early to catch, and Pain put the time for the capture to the front, and did not give Arrow more time. If I give him a little more time, I'm afraid that I'll learn to tail beasts by then, and things will be much more difficult than they are now. Uchiha Sen sat on Deidara's clay bird, watching the two people recklessly leave footprints and marks. He really wondered if the Red Sand Scorpion did this on purpose. Especially when Uchiha Sen sensed that Kankuro was chasing after him in the distance, this made Uchiha Sen confirm this. An ant has followed. It seems that the Sand Ninja Village has not given up yet. The red sand scorpion's voice was a little low, as if it had thought of something. After all, it was their wind shadow, so easily gave up. I feel a little disappointed. But such a big sand ninja village, did you send such a person over? A little ghost whose strength is far inferior to this wind shadow? Deidara was also a little puzzled. Uchiha Sen smiled and did not express any opinion. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. This time the mission is that of Red Scorpion and Deidara, and Uchiha Sen only made a move because of an accident. So now that there are pursuers coming, they still have to solve it. You almost messed up this just now, so you go with the fish first, and I'll do the rest. I'm responsible for killing this little ghost, and then meeting with you. Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. Let others wait for a long time, it's not my habit. Saying that, the red sand scorpion turned his head and waited for the arrival of this Kankuro. Uchiha Sen glanced at Deidara. This time Deidara did not insist, and with a soft hum, he created a white clay bird, and the two birds flew into the sky together. Fish, why in Sand Ninja Village, you can control my clay bird? These things made of clay are only under the control of my chakra, why can you control them? Finally, not far after flying out, Deidara finally couldn't hold back her questions and began to ask questions. What he experienced just now made Deidara's feelings a little difficult to let go. After all, his ninjutsu was used by others, and how to say it will make people feel a little uncomfortable. Haha, that's just a little illusion, don't care so much. Uchiha Sen smiled. Magic? Deidara's little didn't believe it, but since Posen said so, Deidara's choice was only to believe it. Humph. If it weren't for the power he emitted, I was a little caught off guard for a while, otherwise how could I have lost to him? Is that power the power of Ichigo Morizuru? Deidara's expression was a little strange. That's right, it's just that this is only the most rudimentary way to use the tailed beast chakra. If you can really use it skillfully, I'm afraid you are really not his opponent. Uchiha Sen actually didn't say nonsense. Although the power of the one-tailed Shaojuru is the lowest among the tailed beasts, it is at least a tailed beast. More importantly, each tailed beast has a tailed beast mode, although it is different, but it is undeniable that after use, the ability of human pillar power will obviously be greatly enhanced. For example, Naruto Uzumaki, before the Nine-Tails mode, was casually teased by Uchiha Obito. Even with the Nine-Tails mode of the first state, he still can't beat Uchiha Obito. But the Nine-Tails mode enters the second state, and then Uchiha Obito becomes a weak chicken and defeats him casually. Of course, there is still room for upgrade in this state, that is, the later 6 modes, but the 6 modes are the exclusive plug-in of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, and it is impossible for other people to have pillar power. But from this point, it can be seen that as long as the human pillar force communicates with the tailed beast, many things will be different. Humph. Not necessarily, maybe later. Deidara seemed to have thought of something, and in the end did not say the next words, and Uchiha Sen did not ask. The two people flew for more than 10 minutes, and immediately felt a very familiar chakra, the red sand scorpion. After a while, the red sand scorpion caught up. I didn't expect Big Brother Scorpion's speed to be so fast. I thought that when I met a ninja from the same village, you would have to play a little more. Deidara said with a smile. Humph. I met a puppet ghost, but he was far behind. The red sand scorpion said. Ha 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 ha, the puppets he won't use are all made by you Big Brother Scorpion, right? Deidara couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that after so many years, Sand Ninja Village has not made any progress, and it still uses the puppets I made. I don't know why. Uchiha Sen can always hear a regret in the tone of the red sand scorpion. And the red sand scorpion, who does not need to expose his identity, wants to expose his identity, and at the same time spare Kankuro's life. In the end, Kankuro brought the information back and attracted the old woman Cho. Perhaps all this was also planned by the red sand scorpion. I suggest you be careful, after all, there are still capable people in Sand Ninja Village. Don't be careless in their hands. Uchiha Sen said something as if he had no intention, but it seemed like he was deliberately reminding. The red sand scorpion glanced at him, did not reply, and continued to walk forward. And the disappearance of Ichigo Renzhuli, who is also the wind shadow of Sand Ninja Village, caused a sensation. First, Konoha Village directly sent a support team headed by Kakashi Kiki, consisting of the nine-tailed man Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, a disciple of the fifth generation of Hokage Tsunade. The country of wind has also strengthened its vigilance, and when others go out, they must defend the village. If Kankuro hadn't chased them out, I'm afraid they would have lost the traces of the others long ago. In addition to the Kimukakashi team, Matkai's team was also assigned an S-class mission at the moment they first entered the village, and they went directly to Cheyenne Village. As for Uchiha Sen, Akaza no Scorpion, and Deidara, they have already arrived at the destination of their trip, Kawanakuni. Here, this is where the seal is sealed. After unsealing the seal, everyone else had already arrived, waiting for the three of them. Chapter 71. Is this the Ichigo Pillar Force? But Deidara, you're really embarrassed. Fei Duan's annoying voice sounded, although the people in Xiao's organization were teammates, but most of them looked at each other unfavorably, so this kind of taunt often appeared. Humph! It's not your turn to do that. Deidara snorted coldly, controlled the clay bird to throw Iroh to the ground casually, and then lifted the spell. Okay, we're going to prepare to seal the Ichigo Morizuru next, so let's take your places. Pain opened his eyes. Then, Pain made a seal, and a huge statue rose directly from the ground, revealing two pairs of hands. Uchiha Sen looked at the huge outer path golem, all 9 eyes were closed, and not a single tailed beast was sealed. Looking at the figures of several other people, they should all be capturing tailed beasts in other places. 1 tail of cranes, and 2 tailed cats began to capture at the same time. After sealing 1 tail, Uchiha Mori is going to deal with the 3-tailed Isofo. Get ready, it's time to begin, Pain said lightly. Everyone jumped on their fingers one after another, and at the same time began to seal and launch the sealing technique exclusive to the tailed beast. Sealing. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. As 9 people used this sealing technique at the same time, a chakra immediately appeared in the outer path golem, directly wrapping my AI Luo lying on the ground inside. My AI Luo's eyes immediately opened, but there were no eyeballs and whites, and my mouth began to open. Chakra, who was guarding the crane, began to emerge outward, and at this point, the sealing process officially began. Abominable. Inside the Sand Shinobi village, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Kankuro lying on the bed and couldn't help but hit the wall. Naruto, you have to calm down, we have to use our brains to think of a way, not our brains to vent our anger. Kiki Kakashi Masashi Masachido. After speaking, Kakashi Kiki patted Naruto Uzumaki on the shoulder and motioned for him to sit down and take a break. Naruto Uzumaki sat on a stool, his head bowed and not knowing what he was thinking. Perhaps Iroh, who he considered a friend, was captured, and he suddenly lost his optimism and calm. He just wants to fight with Xiao now and save my AI Luo. Sakura Haruno is working hard to expel the toxins from Kankuro's body, and it seems that Kankuro's condition has stabilized a lot. Well, he shouldn't be in danger of life. Taking out the last trace of toxin in Kankuro's body, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cho stepped forward and looked at Haruno Sakura, who had refastened her forehead, and this action and posture made her think of a person. 5th generation Hokage Tsunade, who are you? Cho couldn't help but ask. Ah! Tsunade-sama is my division. Konoha is really talented, I didn't expect Tsunade to have apprentices, Cho couldn't help but say. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth. Tsunade was over 50 years old, but he was younger than Cho no matter how he looked at it. What's more, Tsunade looks no different from being in his 30s, and he is Haruno Sakura's master, so Haruno Sakura will not answer this question. This is... where? Kankuro, who had just been treated, had woken up and couldn't help but ask. Kankuro, this is the hospital, are you all right? Tamari couldn't help but ask. I'm okay. What about I love Ro? Did you find me Iroh? Kankuro seemed to have suddenly thought of something. But everyone else was a little silent. Iai Luo is still missing, and they don't know the exact location. Our next step is to find the trace of my AI Luo. Since you have chased the enemy, you provide a general direction, and then we will chase. Kiki Kakashi stepped forward and said. No need, you should have recycled my puppet, right? Help me get the puppet. Kankuro said. After a while, two ninjas brought Kankuro's damaged puppet, and Kankuro opened one of the puppet's hands, revealing a piece of cloth from inside. I took it from the enemy, and you can track it based on the smell. Kankuro said. Seeing this piece of cloth, Kiki Kakashi raised his eyebrows. It's worthy of being a sand ninja, but in the case of losing consciousness, but still leaving clues of the enemy, really powerful. After speaking, Kiki Kakashi directly cast a psychic spell and channeled all the 8 ninja dogs. Kankuro, why did you lose so badly, and these puppets were all damaged, is the opponent very strong? At this time, Cho finished observing these damaged puppets and found some strange traces. These puppets are broken from weak points, which shows that the opponent is very familiar with the weaknesses of the puppet and the puppeteer, which is very confusing. So, Cho chose to ask Kankuro to see what happened. Cho-sama, actually. He said. His name is Red Sand Scorpion. When Kankuro said the name, Cho was directly stunned in place, unable to calm down for a long time. This name is very familiar to her. This used to be his favorite grandson, has disappeared for more than 20 years, and now it is suddenly mentioned, and it is still hooked up with the Xiao organization. Are you sure he said his name, Red Sand Scorpion? After a long while, Cho spat out such a sentence from his mouth, with a hint of unspeakable meaning in his tone. That's right, he personally admitted that his name is Red Sand Scorpion. Kankuro nodded. The atmosphere in the room fell silent again, as if some taboo had been violated. Who is this Red Sand Scorpion? Is he strong? Naruto Uzumaki finally couldn't help but ask. The Red Sand Scorpion used to be the most talented puppeteer in our village, and most of the puppets used by the puppet troops in Sand Shinobi Village are made by his hands. He was once known as the first genius of our village, but he disappeared more than 20 years ago, Tamari said. And he is still the grandson of the old age. I didn't expect the old age to have such an indisputable grandson. Cho's face didn't have any expression on it, but only her brother, who was standing next to her, knew how painful Cho was. Uzang patted Cho's shoulder, looking a little uncomfortable. Well, with this piece of cloth, Parker will be able to find my arrow's whereabouts very quickly. Let's rest here for a while today, and leave tomorrow morning. Kiki Kakashi directly asked Parker to find the whereabouts of the Red Sand Scorpion, while the others dispersed. Not far away, the Kai team was moving quickly in the direction of the Land of Winds. Inside the cave of Kawanakuni, Uchiha Mori Tsuru is in the process of sealing. It's just that except for Uchiha Sen, no one knows that a big war is about to break out. Chapter 72. The next day, Kiki Kakashi's team found the trail of Arrow, and Ninja Parker found Maytek and their 4-person squad. After explaining the situation to Matkai, Parker immediately took Matkai and they rushed to Kawanakuni. Behind them, a desperate figure slowly appeared. It's a big deal, Konoha Village has already arrived with support, divided into 2 teams, one team will arrive here soon, and the other team is starting from Sand Ninja Village, and the speed is also very fast. Ju, who was originally a phantom, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Oh? Found it so quickly, it seems that you didn't clean up your back, said the dry persimmon ghost mackerel. So, what are we going to do now? If they find here, I'm afraid the seal will be interrupted. Angle said lightly. Just use that technique, that Medi squad from Konoha, which of you goes? Pain asked. Who is Medi? Is there anything good at it? Feiduan asked. It is an upper shinobi of Konoha Village, who is good at physical skills and has strong strength. Uchiha opened his eyes. Ah! Is it the rare beast? This time it's better for me to go, after all, I still have a little personal holiday with him. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel grinned, revealing a mouth full of shark teeth, looking very hideous. According to your ability, it is best to use this technique, but among us, your chakra is the most. Pain nodded, agreeing with the dry persimmon ghost mackerel. What about the Konoha team? Who else? Pain continued to ask. Copy ninja Kiki Kakashi, and 2 Shimo shinobi from Konoha Village, one of which is the Nine-Tails Man Pillar Force. There is also an old woman of Shinobu, a ninja of the previous generation, whose name seems to be Cho. Ju said. Kakashi, Konoha's people, leave it to. Pain looked at Uchiha. The people of Konoha Village should be handed over to me, I haven't seen them for a long time, and it's okay to go and reminisce now. Uchiha interrupted Pain, and took the matter on his own. Is that so? But you don't know that technique, just a shadow avatar, is it okay? Pain glanced at Uchiha Sen. No, I have a unique and doppelganger. Uchiha Sen smiled, and a person exactly like him slowly appeared beside him, who seemed to have good strength. Pain narrowed his eyes, and with his reincarnation eyes, he could see the ability of this doppelganger. It looks like a complete copy of Uchiha Mori himself, and this technique seems to be the same as the sealing technique outside, copying the person who unsealed it. But that technique can only copy ordinary people, like Uchiha Sen's level. I am afraid that there is no way to copy it. Okay, then this matter will be left to you, just hold them out for enough time. After speaking, Pain closed his eyes again, and everyone also printed the tailed beast. Naruto Uzumaki and his group were quickly rushing to Kawanakuni, their speed was very fast, and they seemed to be moving at full speed. Seeing that Kawanakuni was about to arrive, he suddenly appeared in front of them. Alert! There are enemies! At the first moment, Kakashi stopped and looked at the person in front of him with guarded eyes. This person is none other than Uchiha Sen's doppelganger. Ah! I really didn't expect to meet familiar people here, what a blessing. Uchiha Sen tilted his head. It's just that on the face wearing the mask, there is not a trace of a smile on it. Red clouds on a black background. Are you someone who knows the organization? Kiki Kakashi was on guard. Smart, Kakashi, it seems that you are much stronger than 3 years ago, and you have not been wasted in these 3 years. And of course Naruto and Sakura, you've all grown. Uchiha Sen's voice sounded very emotional, it was really like meeting old friends. What the hell are you? Why is our name so clear? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but yell. Calling a person's name is a very affectionate act, and everyone who addresses each other except very good friends will add a jun after the name to show respect. But Uchiha Sen didn't use this word, so Naruto Uzumaki was a little confused about who this person in front of him was. Ah! Naruto, I didn't expect you to forget me, then I was so sad. Saying that, Uchiha Sen put his hand on the mask and began to move slowly. The eyes of several people were all focused on Uchiha Sen's face, and they wondered who would be under the mask. You've been looking for me, Crane Tail. When Uchiha Sen took off his mask, a face that Naruto Uzumaki was extremely familiar with appeared in front of him. Sasuke Uchiha. The same scarlet 3-hook jade chakra eyes, familiar appearance, the same black hair. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki really felt that this person in front of him was the Uchiha Sasuke he had been looking for. Sasuke? How could it be you? How could you possibly join Xiao? Naruto Uzumaki looked incredulous, because in his opinion, Uchiha Sasuke could still turn back. But once he joined the show organization, there was no doubt that Sasuke Uchiha became a helper in capturing his friend Aira. What's even more terrifying is that Uchiha Sasuke also appeared in front of him. Why can't I join Sho? I killed Uchiha Itachi and then took his place in order to create an era of complete peace. Uchiha Sen imitated the tone of Uchiha Sasuke's speech, his voice was very similar, with some slight differences. After all, 3 years have passed without a single change, which is unlikely. Sasuke. Are you coming back? Don't be obsessed with it anymore. Harano Sakura cried directly. The 3-hook Tama chakra in Uchiha Mori's eyes turned, and with a flash, he left the place directly, dodging one of Kakashi's attacks. Naruto, Sakura, don't let him fool you, he's not Sasuke at all. Kiki Kakashi said coldly. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Harano were both stunned, they didn't know what Kakashi Kiki meant. Whether it's the way he speaks, or the way he dodged my attack just now, this is not Sasuke's regular move. What's more, I just met Uchiha Itachi some time ago, and there has been no news of Uchiha Itachi's death during this time, so what you said can't be true. Kakashi stared at Uchiha Sen, and the three-hooked jade chakra eye in his left eye slowly turned, as if he had seen through Uchiha Mori. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to be seen through, then this scene will not be performed. Chapter 73. Uchiha Sen put on his mask again, and his voice returned to his original appearance, as if nothing had happened just now. Naruto Uzumaki is already trembling with anger at this moment. Sasuke Uchiha seems to be his lifeblood. As long as he touches it lightly, no matter who it is, he will suffer from Naruto Uzumaki's sanctions. Who the hell are you? Why are you disguised as Sasuke? What exactly is your purpose? Haruno Sakura was more or less calm, and Naruto Uzumaki, who was in the front, began to breathe roughly. Kakashi Kiki looked at Uchiha Sen with a solemn face. Judging from the brief attack and defense just now, Uchiha Sen's strength should not be underestimated. Who am I? Ha 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 ha, as for who I am, you don't have to guess anymore, I know everything about you. But you don't know who I am, it's a really unique feeling. Uchiha Sen touched the mask, and the black and white mask seemed to converge into a circle, and others looked at it for a while. They might be intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Kakashi's chakra eyes began to turn slightly, and this guy was a lot trickier than expected. Kiki Kakashi, I didn't expect that you, as a foreigner, really exerted the power of the Uchiha clan to the extreme. But how much has your eyesight decreased now? Uchiha Sen looked at Kakashi's three-hooked jade chakra eye, and to be honest, he still had a little admiration in his heart. For so many years, since the Uchiha family, there are only a handful of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that have been opened, but Kakashi, as a foreigner, actually opened the kaleidoscope. If the Uchiha family were still alive now, I am afraid that they would have died of anger a long time ago. Who are you, and why do you know so much about the Uchiha clan? Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Why does it have to be someone from the Uchiha clan to be clear about the history of the Uchiha clan? I know the rules of this world, I can see through the essence of everything in this world, so I'm no longer bound to one family, one ninja village. Uchiha Sen looked at Kakashi Kiki, because once a person knows all the secrets, his state of mind will be completely different. From the beginning, Uchiha Sen's mindset was different from all of them. Although the plot of history has changed a little in my era, everything is still under Uchiha Sen's control. I see you're a madman. Spiral pills. Naruto Uzumaki directly separated a shadow doppelganger, and quickly rubbed out a spiral pill with his right hand, and then he rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki, although much stronger than 3 years ago, but in the eyes of Uchiha Sen, he was still just a child. Uchiha Sen smiled and let Naruto Uzumaki come to his approach, and at the moment before Orochimaru was about to touch his mask, Uchiha Sen shot out and directly grabbed Naruto Uzumaki's wrist. I have to say that your Konoha village is really different for people, and the nine-tailed human pillar force actually goes out on a mission at will, and it is still this kind of task. It seems that I can leave here today with you. After speaking, Uchiha Sen twisted hard, and Naruto Uzumaki's right hand couldn't help but bid farewell to the right, and the spiral pill in his hand suddenly disappeared. Naruto. Haruno Sakura rushed straight up. In the direction of Uchiha Sen, Haruno Sakura directly swung his fist, and Uchiha Sen let go of Naruto Uzumaki's hand and quickly retreated. Haruno Sakura's punch directly bombarded the ground, and the ground immediately shattered. Nice momentum, it looks like you inherited the power of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Just as Uchiha Sen's body retreated rapidly, Kakashi Kiki instantly came to Uchiha Sen's back, and a kunai stabbed directly at Uchiha Sen's temple. Uchiha Sen raised his right arm to block the attack directly, then flipped his body in the air and kicked Kakashi Kiki out. It's just that Kiki Kakashi turned into a stake in mid-air, and the real Kimu Kakashi rushed out from the ground. And a dazzling light appeared in his right hand, which is Kakashi's famous stunt, Raish. Let's take it. Ratchet. With Kakashi Kiki drank loudly, Ratchet directly cut Uchiha Sen in half from bottom to top. Well done, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but be excited. It's just that Kakashi Kiki is retreating quickly, but the application on his face has not disappeared. Naruto, don't be careless, I feel that the other party is not so easy to deal with, and… Kiki Kakashi did not finish speaking, because the fallen Uchiha Mori actually stood up again. It's just that this time it's even weirder that Uchiha Sen, who was obviously cut in half, was actually divided into two complete people. It's just that for you, I'm invincible, so you better give up. This time, it was two Uchiha Sen who spoke at the same time, their voices overlapped, not harsh, but making people feel very irritable. Abominable. Spiral pills. Naruto Uzumaki rushed up again, and against one of them, Uchiha Sen, was a spiral pill. It's just that this time Uchiha Sen didn't dodge at all, and let this spiral pill hit him. No, two people stood up on the ground again, Uchiha Sen, and now in everyone's sight, it was three people. You better give up, if you can't pass my level, you don't have to go later. My AI Luo is already dead, even if you arrive, it is just to collect his corpse. This time, it was three voices overlapping each other, which made Naruto Uzumaki feel more uncomfortable than the previous one. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but clench his fists, his teeth slowly began to sharpen, and the beards on both sides began to become more obvious. The hands also began to slowly turn into claws, which was a harbinger of transforming into a nine-tailed chakra. It can be seen that the nine tails have begun to slowly penetrate Uzumaki Naruto. As long as Uzumaki Naruto's mood rises and falls, the nine-tailed chakra in his body will take the opportunity to tempt him. It seems that the nine tails did not choose to cooperate with the human pillar like the Ichio Shaojuru. Ah! You damn fellow, I'm going to kill you. Naruto Uzumaki has visibly changed, his eyes have become the pupils of the nine tails, and his teeth have begun to sharpen. I saw that he rushed up directly, the speed was much faster than before, and the blessing of the nine-tailed chakra did have some effect. Uchiha Sen was directly sent flying out, but it was the same as before. Down 1, stand up 2. Chapter 74. Naruto. Calm down. This is definitely not his essence, this is his unique technique. Think about it, what Jiraiya-sama taught you, what else did he tell you before leaving? Kakashi Kiki feels very tricky now, just Uchiha Sen, it is already making them feel difficult. Now Naruto Uzumaki is in this unstable state again, which makes Kiki Kakashi very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Naruto Uzumaki in this state did not lose his mind, and although his emotions fluctuated greatly, he was still able to control his strength. Hey, have you ever thought that this is actually an illusion? At this time, Cho, who has been invisible, made a sound, and from the beginning to now, he has been cold-eyed, and has never made a move. It seems that he is observing Uchiha Mori's movements. From the beginning when you fought, he dodged and attacked normally, but since you attacked him with your technique, the scene has never been normal. He only uses words to disturb your hearts and make you attack blindly, mistaking the doppelganger for a spell. But you forgot that this is actually an illusion. Cho's old voice explained the difference from the beginning to the present, and although her eyes were not large, she carefully saw everything clearly. Especially during the time just now, several Uchiha Sen spoke at the same time, and her mind was not chaotic at all. Young man, pay attention to exercising your state of mind, don't be provoked to death by people in 2 or 3 sentences. If you have time, I suggest you go fishing more. Saying that, Cho's hands froze, and a stream of other chakras burst out directly. Visible to the naked eye, the surrounding environment began to slowly change, and the dozen or so Uchiha Sen who were originally standing on the opposite side gradually disappeared. Ah! I didn't expect it to be cracked by you. It seems that although the age of the person is a little older, the experience is still very sufficient. Uchiha Sen lowered Yuan's hand, he was very curious about how Cho saw it. Haha, don't underestimate the old man, little ghost. Cho yawned to hide his exhaustion, and there were a lot of chakras that erupted in an instant just now, pulling 4 people out of the illusion at the same time, and also destroying Uchiha Mori's illusion. Cho, who was already old and weak, was afraid that there was not much chakra left at the moment. Abominable! How dare you tease us? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but roar. Ha 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 ha, then let's fight with real knives and guns. Let me show you how lucky you are to be teased by me. Because the person who let me use all my strength has no good end. Saying that, two shadow doppelgangers appeared around Uchiha Sen, and the three people began to seal at the same time. Two Shu. Great rivers of earth. Fire. Long Yan's art of singing. Wind escape. Crushing. Three Uchiha Sen finished the seal at the same time, and three ninjutsu with different attributes were sent out at the same time. How is it possible? He actually knows three genus techniques. Kakashi was shocked. But even so, a ninja's instinct could make him start to dodge this attack, but this time the attack was too terrifying. The earth began to turn into muddy water, and the flames were strengthened by the wind, and their power increased by at least another level. And the wind blowing by the wind made Kakashi and the others' vision begin to be blocked, and they couldn't see the direction of the attack at all. Two Shu. Multiple soil flow walls. It's just that Kakashi's experience has taught him that he must protect against the attack in front of the pillar, otherwise they will die. So Kakashi slammed his hands violently on the ground, and an earth wall combining multiple earth flow walls immediately appeared on the ground, and the earth wall looked very hard, directly blocking in front of them. The flames directly bombarded this earthen wall, and the sudden burst of heat shocked everyone. This man! What the devil is? There is such a strong chakra, why must this kind of person join the Xiao organization? Naruto Uzumaki was a little unwilling to half kneel on the ground, and once again he felt the weakness of his strength. The last time was when Uchiha Sasuke defected. Naruto Uzumaki ended up not bringing Uchiha Sasuke back, and could only watch his best friend go away and become a rebel. This time, another of his friends was arrested by the Xiao organization, and his life and death are unknown. But he was dragged halfway and couldn't move forward, and Naruto Uzumaki's mentality began to be a little unsteady. Little ghost. Need my power? As long as you accept my power, the person on the other side will have no problem for you. At this time, the seductive voice of the Nine Tails once again sounded in Naruto Uzumaki's head, because the corner seal that Uchiha Sen had lifted allowed the Nine Tails to tempt Naruto Uzumaki. The more Naruto Uzumaki used the power of the Nine Tails, the looser the seal would become, which was the hope that the Nine Tails saw. Get out of here, Nine Tails! Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but shout. This sentence was directly shouted, and after Kakashi next to him listened, he was also in a cold sweat. If Naruto Uzumaki makes some trouble at this time, then they don't have to deal with the person on the other side at all, they only need to deal with Naruto Uzumaki. Calm down, Naruto. I know how you're feeling, but we're going to be consistent now. Kakashi patted Uchiha Mori on the shoulder, and at this time, the fierce fire just now was finally over. Naruto Uzumaki nodded and jumped onto the earthen wall for the first time, and he saw Uchiha Mori's figure again. Good defense, I didn't expect this move to kill you, then next, I will use it. Uchiha Sen opened his hands, intending to use his phoenix power, but suddenly as if he knew something, he lowered his hands again. No need, it seems that some things are over, my task has been completed, you can pass from here. Saying that, Uchiha Sen smiled, and even stretched out his hand and waved at them. Visible to the naked eye, Uchiha Sen slowly turned into a puddle of dirt and disappeared. His chakra. Gone. He left here. As the most perceptive Harano Sakura here, she didn't react either. What exactly does this person on the opposite side mean? In order to hit halfway, it's over. Be careful, prevent him from cheating. Kakashi said. After a few people waited carefully for a few minutes, they were relieved to find that the masked man really had no trace. Let's hurry over, Kakashi-sensei, I don't know why, I have a kind ominous foreboding. Chapter 75. Looks like you're done. Inside the cave, Pain opened his eyes again and looked at Uchiha Sen and the dried persimmon oni mackerel. Well, the strength of that rare beast is really not to be underestimated. Konoha is full of talents, I didn't expect a rare beast to be so strong. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel grinned, apparently he was defeated by Metkai, who opened 5 doors. It's just that the dry persimmon ghost mackerel is not convinced in his heart, that chakra, whose body is only part of him, is not completely physical, so it is not very willing to be defeated. But what the dry persimmon ghost mackerel doesn't know is that fortunately he went to the doppelganger, and if it is the body, then Matkai will open the 6th and 7th doors, and he will die even worse at that time. What about you? Fish? Pain looked at Uchiha Sen. It's okay, it's just that Kiki Kakashi's strength is not bad, after all, he is the son of Konoha White Fang. Uchiha said with a smile. It turns out that Kiki Kakashi is the son of Konoha White Fang, but I didn't expect to be defeated by a ninjutsu from Itake. The dried persimmon oni mackerel obviously had an impression of Kiki Kakashi, but the impression of Kiki Kakashi was his name, a ninja who copied thousands of ninjutsu. This was also the first time he had heard about Kakashi's background. Hi! The kaleidoscopic chakra eye of the weasel, no matter who is in an illusion, I am afraid it is not so easy to break. After all, the kaleidoscope Sharingan is one level higher than ordinary Sharingan. Uchiha Sen chuckled, but the other members were not talking, because the seal had reached its most critical time. As the last bit of the chakra of the tailed crane was pulled out, Iroh fell directly to the ground, completely without a trace of life. The first eye finally opened on the golem of the outer way, which also heralded the beginning of the plan. Unlike the original now, the outer golem has opened its third eye, but now there is only one. However, this does not affect anything, because the second group of people has already found the location of the four-tailed human pillar force, and the next step is to go to the village of Mist Hidden to capture the three-tailed Isofo. Okay everyone, hard work, Itaki and Ghost Fish, you are responsible for capturing the four-tailed human pillar force, and after being caught, you will meet at the designated place. As for the people coming, Scorpion and Deidara are responsible for elimination, and if the fish are okay, you can also help them. Pain ordered. Uchiha Sen nodded, since he could see Kakashi's kaleidoscope chakra eye of Kiki, then Uchiha Sen would not leave so easily. Although I know that Kakashi's pupil technique is a kind of kamui, which belongs to a type of space ninjutsu, after all, I have not personally experienced it, so the specific operation method is still unknown. So, Uchiha Sen plans to take a look this time. Okay, let's disband. After that, Pain's virtual image disappeared directly, and the images of the other members began to disappear one after another, leaving only Uchiha Sen and the three of them. Fish, since you are from Konoha, you must know what the nine-tailed pillar force looks like, right? Deidara asked. Hi. You'll see it later. As long as it is the one who is most emotional, the one who shouts, and the one who rushes up first, it is the nine-tailed pillar force. In fact, there is so much left for Naruto Uzumaki's Inchi Bosen. Seriously, if Naruto Uzumaki didn't have the aura of the protagonist, according to his reckless attitude, I am afraid that he would not survive more than 3 episodes and would be killed. Oh? It's really interesting to comment, I kind of want to see this nine-tailed man pillar force. After speaking, Deidara sat directly on the body of my arrow. Uchiha Sen smiled, jumped slightly, jumped directly to a high place, and hidden. Then this matter will be left to you, if you need my help, remember to call me at that time. Uchiha said with a smile. Don't worry, we don't need you at all, we can get this gang. Deidara assured. Uchiha Sen shrugged, Deidara's end was very miserable, and he was even beaten up by them in the end. Of course, this is something that Deidara's hands are done, not very weak, just a little miserable. Uchiha Mori hid in the cave, closed his eyes, and seemed to be sleeping. The Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara, below seemed to be chatting about something, which probably means that the Red Sand Scorpion asked Deidara not to hold back. Deidara argued that it was an intelligence mistake last time, and this time it will definitely not happen. These two people often fight in a team, and Uchiha Sen is used to it, but the dispute is a dispute, but the two people will not really do it. The main reason is that the two people's pursuit of art is not the same, and Deidara calls it art for instant explosion. The Red Sand Scorpion feels that eternity is art, not old and immortal, this is called art. Anyway, the art duo organized by Xiao is them, so they have been arguing about whose art is art. Before long, Uchiha Sen heard a voice from outside, and then the seal was unsealed. The avatar of Uchiha Sen is borrowed from this ability, but it copies about half of Uchiha Sen's power, and space ninjutsu cannot be used. Bang! Just as Uchiha Sen was thinking about this, the boulder at the entrance of the cave was suddenly bombarded, and 4 people directly burst in from outside, that is, the Kiki Kakashi team. "What did you do to me, Iroh?" Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to rush in and the first to shout. "Ah! It seems that the wooden fish is really good at grasping characteristics, this is the 9-tailed human pillar force, right?" Deidara looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who had yellow hair like him, and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki also saw Iai Luo under Deidara's ass, but at this moment, Iai Luo has already had no reaction. "Get out of my way! Give my arrow back!" This time, Naruto Uzumaki's mood fluctuated even more, and he had directly begun to leak the chakra of the 9 tails. It's just that he just wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Kakashi Kiki. "It seems that the 9 tails pillar force is really motivated, but our battlefield is not here." Saying that, Deidara made a seal, and a bird appeared in his right hand. The bird grew larger directly and held the corpse of Iroh in its mouth, and then Deidara looked at the red sand scorpion. "Big brother Scorpion, your so-called eternal art is not called art at all, only my explosion can be called art." After speaking, Deidara dodged the attack of the tail of the red sand scorpion and jumped directly onto the bird. "You give me back my arrow!" Naruto Uzumaki roared. "Ha ha ha ha, if you want to get my arrow back, then come after me. As long as you beat me, you can do whatever you want." Chapter 76. Deidara flew out directly, and Kakashi Kiki and Naruto Uzumaki also chased out, leaving only Cho and Sakura Haruno facing the red sand scorpion. To tell you the truth, the combined strength of these 2 people is indeed inferior to the red sand scorpion. How to say that the red sand scorpion is also a figure in the middle of the combat effectiveness in the Xiao organization, and will be killed by an old woman and a little girl, I am afraid that he himself is looking for death. As for why I want to think, I am afraid that I have seen the old man and cannot control my emotions. So emotions are the biggest enemy of many people, such as Naruto Uzumaki. As long as he can't control his emotions, he will be 9-tailed, and his companions will not be able to control them at that time. Uchiha Sen sat on a high place, quietly watching the 2 groups of people reminisce, but after thinking about it, he finally made a seal and separated a shadow doppelganger. This shadow avatar stayed here, only responsible for observing the situation and not making a move. As for the body, Uchiha Sen plans to go to Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Kiki because he wants to see Kamui. Although it is also a space ninjutsu, the use of each space ninjutsu is different, such as the Flying Thunder God art and Shinwei, these 2 are different. The Flying Thunder God technique is to tear open space with chakra, and then instantly reach the mark point of Ku-Wu, which is to tear space with chakra. But Kamui looks like it distorts space, sending people or objects to alien space, which is an introduction to Kamui, and Uchiha Mori needs to experience it himself. The battle under his feet has begun. This is a battle belonging to the puppeteer. Uchiha Sen does not understand and is not interested. So Uchiha Sen jumped directly into the space behind him, and the body had disappeared. Bang! As Deidara threw the bomb, explosions sounded one after another, and the flames flickered. Uchiha Sen's figure suddenly appeared on the clay bird, standing beside Deidara, startling Deidara. "Fish! Can you say in advance next time, if it weren't for this experience before, I'm afraid I would have been scared to death by you." Looking at Uchiha Sen, who suddenly appeared beside him, Deidara couldn't help but complain. In the past 3 years, this has often happened, and without others knowing, Uchiha Sen will appear next to others, and sometimes it really scares people to death. For example, in the current situation, Deidara was fighting, and suddenly there were more people around him, so frightened that he almost blew himself up directly. "I'm here to support you, after all, you alone have to face the 9 tails pillar force and Kiki Kakashi." Uchiha Sen smiled, not taking Deidara's complaining to heart, because he had heard it too many times. Humph, that nine-tailed imp doesn't look very smart, at least that Kiki Kakashi is indeed a little tricky, you have to dispose of him first. But your ability is indeed convenient, after I subdued the nine-tails human pillar force, I helped me take the human pillar force away. With that, Deidara threw another clay bird, and Uchiha jumped on a clay bird. Kakashi, who was chasing below, looked at the scene, and the expression on his face was a little serious. See you in this person, Kiki Kakashi. It was the person who was responsible for blocking them before, but before the battle was over, that person became a lump of dirt and disappeared. Now that he was here, Kiki Kakashi wasn't sure he could kill the two of them. It's just that Uchiha Mori seemed to see Kakashi's mind and sat directly on the clay bird. Don't worry, the opponent of the two of you is the yellow-haired man, I won't make a move. Uchiha Sen shouted at Kakashi Kiki, his attention focused on Naruto Uzumaki, because through the eyes of the chakra that overflowed from the nine tails, he could see it. Although it has not yet materialized to the point of the tailed beast's coat, if he is stimulated again, I am afraid that Naruto Uzumaki will directly transform. Abominable! Both of you! Give my arrow back! Naruto Uzumaki roared, and his speed increased by a point again, only to be greeted by Deidara's bomb. Bang! Bang! There were 2 explosions in total, and Naruto Uzumaki was directly scarred by the explosion, but for the repair ability of the nine tails, these wounds were almost the same as nothing. In Uchiha Mori's eyes, he could clearly see that the wound on Naruto Uzumaki's face had begun to heal. It can be said that in order to break the seal, the nine tails have lent many abilities to Naruto Uzumaki to use, and even sometimes take the initiative to lend Naruto Uzumaki chakra. Ever since the time of the Chuunin Exam, when Naruto Uzumaki could use the Nine-Tails chakra to break through the Hyuga clan's seal, the Nine-Tails had already begun to slowly corrode Naruto Uzumaki's body and spirit. It seems that the nine-tailed pillar force is still very strong, and this kind of explosion has not hurt much. Deidara couldn't help but praise, but listening to his tone, it seemed to be getting more and more excited. Don't underestimate him, his control over the nine-tailed chakra is much better than the one-tailed human pillar power. Don't you feel the evil chakrama in him? That's the chakra of the nine tails. Uchiha Sen looked at Deidara, although Deidara's strength is very strong, but there are still weaknesses. For example, he has poor means of attack, only bombs, long-range bombing is good, but if he is caught up, I am afraid that he can only use self-detonation. Kakashi, who had been chasing, did not speak, but closed his right eye, and his hands were in a state of imprint. Uchiha Sen knew that this was Kakashi Kiki's pupil technique that gathered chakra and opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. For Kakashi Kiki, Sharingan is an ability, but it is also a burden. The pupil technique of the kaleidoscope chakra eye needs to consume a lot of chakra in an instant, so Kiki Kakashi needs to gather chakra and release this ninjutsu. Although it seems that the two people are chasing blindly, they seem to have a plan of action in advance. Although Uzumaki Naruto faintly leaked the chakra of the nine tails, it seemed to have stopped at this moment, as if Uzumaki Naruto slowly controlled his emotions and stopped the nine tails. Humph! Solve this Kiki Kakashi first, and then solve the nine tails pillar force next. Deidara muttered to herself, and the mouth on her right hand devoured the clay and began to make the bomb. A few seconds later, Deidara casually threw out several small white spiders, which directly passed over Naruto Uzumaki and flew towards Kiki Kakashi. When these spiders came to Kiki Kakashi's side, they instantly exploded, but Kiki Kakashi's reaction was not slow, and he directly dodged the blow with a substitute technique. Finally, Kakashi's chakra of Kimu has gathered. Kamui. Chapter 77. When Kakashi Kiki used his divine power, Uchiha Mori, who was very sensitive to space, immediately felt the spatial fluctuations around him. As Uchiha had expected, Kamui did not instantly lock onto enemies. In fact, in this case, instantly locking the enemy means that as long as the eyes are locked on a certain place, when the technique is completed, it will attack a certain place of the enemy. But looking at Shinwei like this, it is locked all the time, while distorting the space around the enemy, while locking the enemy's position. This seems a bit chicken. In this way, as long as the target breaks free or escapes in the process of casting, this trick is nullified. Of course, this pupil technique is not so chicken. For the lock of space ninjutsu, there are not many people who can escape freely, only a single case. It's just that for Uchiha Sen, this technique is not threatening. What's going on? Deidara, too, had sensed a twisted sensation around his body, a strange sensation that Deidara's couldn't describe at all. However, as a ninja, his keen sixth sense told him that it was very dangerous now. However, even if he sensed the danger, he could not break free, and could only move his body desperately. If most of his body or head were attacked, Deidara's death would undoubtedly, so Deidara's only had to find a way. Abandon the pawn and secure the car. Because of Kamui, the clay bird was no longer able to move on, so Naruto Uzumaki had already circled from the side wall, ready to attack Deidara. As long as Kakashi Kiki succeeds, he can directly attack the clay bird and save my arrow. Kamui! I saw Kakashi shout again. Deidara's only remaining right arm was also torn off, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It's just that to Uchiha Mori's surprise, Kakashi Kiki didn't end there. His kaleidoscopic chakra eye was aimed directly at Uchiha Sen and spun again. Kamui! Uchiha Sen also sensed the changes in the surrounding space, but he was more sensitive than Deidara, and he could even sense the direction of the space distortion. Be careful. This mantra is very weird. Can't see or touch. Deidara reminded in a loud voice. Uchiha Sen smiled, and in this distorted space, raised his right hand. If the distorted space is twisted counterclockwise, then Uchiha Sen gently twisted his wrist in a clockwise direction, and then, something that Kakashi Kiki could not forget happened. The space of Shinwei has actually been rebuilt. That's right, Kamui's ability is essentially to teleport enemies to this process, which requires opening the passage between the real world and the other space, and the process of distortion is the process of the channel. The key to open the passage is this kaleidoscopic chakra eye in Kakashi's left eye. But now, there is no key posen. When Kakashi Kiki opened this passage, he directly closed this passage and returned to normal. This is something that Kakashi Kiki can't believe at all. Fish, I didn't expect you to solve this trick perfectly, it seems. Deidara just wanted to say something. Give my arrow back. Before Deidara's words could finish, Naruto Uzumaki's voice suddenly came from below. A azure blue spiral pill was in his hand, and Naruto Uzumaki had come underneath the clay bird. Orochimaru cut off the head of the clay bird at once, and soon hit Deidara, who lost his hands, but his feet could still move. So Deidara jumped directly onto another clay bird and started flying forward. The two Uzumaki Naruto's shadow doppelgangers caught Eira's body, and the body once again chased after Uchiha Sen and them, as if they must be caught. Kakashi couldn't stop either, because Naruto Uzumaki was much more important than this dead Eira. I'd rather have another problem with Eiro's corpse than let Naruto Uzumaki have that little problem. Not only because Naruto Uzumaki is the son of his teacher, but also because Naruto Uzumaki has the 9 tails in his human body and can't let the 9 tails have problems. What's more, the man in the mask was so unfathomable that even Kiki Kakashi's strongest divine power could not threaten him, which made Kiki Kakashi very uneasy. Oh? Did the 9 tails man pillar force chase after him again? Didn't all the corpses of the Manzuli be returned to him? Deidara looked at Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Kiki, who were chasing him, a little unaware of the situation. Hey! You killed his friend, and he wanted to avenge his friend, so he chased after him. But such a hot-blooded and reckless little ghost, Konoha Village dared to let him chase us, is it really to send the 9 tails to the door? Uchiha Sen was a little puzzled. Until now, Uchiha Mori could not understand Konoha's approach. If it weren't for the fact that the Xiao organization was here, there were only 2 people here, the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara, but everyone was here. Wouldn't Naruto Uzumaki just give up to the Xiao organization? So what does Konoha Village think? Anyway, if it weren't for Naruto Uzumaki's so-called protagonist aura, I'm afraid he would have been gone a long time ago. Then since that's the case, let's be responsible for catching this little ghost. Deidara said with a smile. Forget it, since Zero didn't give this order, it means that there is no need to arrest him for the time being, wait until later. But it's not a good thing to let him chase like this, you go first, I'll break the back. Saying that, Uchiha Sen jumped directly off the clay bird and landed on a tree. Deidara wanted to say something, but saw Uchiha Sen stretch out his left hand and wave his hand with his back to him, so he had to give up. Naruto Uzumaki chased ahead and saw Uchiha Sen stop, but he subconsciously wanted to chase Deidara, so he chose to fly over Uchiha Sen's head. Merely, things didn't go his way. As if he had been grabbed by a hand, Naruto Uzumaki was directly thrown back by the back of his neck. During this period, 3 large trees were broken, and if Kakashi hadn't saved him, I'm afraid he would have to break a few more. When you see me, you even want to chase my companion, maybe you don't take me seriously, right? Kiki Kakashi, didn't you teach your disciples not to fly over the enemy's head? Uchiha Sen whispered. Kakashi Kiki also did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Mori, although there were not many chakras in his body, but he could not fall. Because this person wearing a mask in front of him is too dangerous. Chapter 78. Naruto Uzumaki stood up from Kakashi's arms. The moment just now was not a simple impact, it seemed very light, but it was actually very heavy. Uchiha Sen's hands naturally hung down, hidden in the trench coat of the Xiao organization, and did not move. So, you guys got the corpse of a human pillar force but are not satisfied and want to kill us. There was no anger in Uchiha Mori's voice, and the expression on his face could not be seen through the mask. But Naruto Uzumaki's emotions became more and more difficult to control, and when he heard the words corpse, he looked extremely irritable. Are you from Konoha Village? Why does it feel so familiar to you? Kiki Kakashi finally felt that something was wrong, because he inexplicably had a sense of familiarity from the person in front of him. Although this may be just an illusion for ordinary people, as a ninja, you can't let go of the slightest feeling. Because Uchiha Mori is too familiar with the form of Konoha Village, both people and relationships. Even the relationship between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha is clear, which is not known to ordinary people. Ha 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 ha, Kiki Kakashi, don't ask me who I am anymore, because even if I say it, you won't believe it. Maybe I'm Uchiha Obito and come back to see you, or maybe I am Wild Aaron and die at your hands, so I reincarnate to kill you. Or maybe I'm some ghost from Konoha Village and want to come back to take revenge on Konoha Village. Or, I'm Sasuke Uchiha and told you from the beginning, but you don't believe it. Uchiha Mori listed countless examples, each of which made Kakashi Kiki's heart sink slightly. These names had left an impression in his life, but now they were all gone. Ah! You give Sasuke back! Bang! With a loud noise, a layer of red chakra was visible to the naked eye on the surface of Naruto Uzumaki's body, which was the tailed beast coat of the 9 tails, and a red tail had appeared. Kiki Kakashi instantly thought of what Jiraiya had said to him, and immediately took out the sealing talisman from his ninja bag and wanted to stick it on Naruto Uzumaki's forehead. It's just that what he didn't expect was that before he could make a move, the whole person was directly knocked off. Hi! How could such an interesting scene interrupt you? The chakra of the 9 tails has spread to this point, and it seems that it is no longer an ordinary person's pillar power. Uchiha Sen looked at Naruto Uzumaki, not knowing why, he had already sensed it, and the 9 tails were aware of him. Therefore, during this time, the 9 tails did not give up the temptation of Naruto Uzumaki, and finally when Uchiha Sen said the 5 words of Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki completely broke out. Ah! As Naruto Uzumaki roared again, a second tail slowly appeared behind him, and the chakra of the 9-tailed tail increased visibly. Naruto Uzumaki, who had 2 tails, could still maintain his sanity, so he attacked Uchiha Sen as soon as possible. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki's body was kicked away by Uchiha Sen, and although his speed and strength were greatly enhanced by the blessing of the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki's fighting style was simpler. It will only forcibly rush in front of the opponent and fight with each other. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki still took a half squat and did not land on all fours, indicating that he had not yet reached the point of 9-tailedness. It's just that the outer-tailed beast coat can already provide him with some of the protective ability. Phoenix Power. Lock. Uchiha Sen clasped his hands together, and an invisible forward force directly locked Naruto Uzumaki in place, unable to move. Uchiha Sen is testing the limiting effect of the power of the phoenix on the tailed beast, and the two-tailed Uzumaki Naruto cannot escape the blockade of Uchiha Sen for the time being. This time, Naruto Uzumaki began to roar again. It's just that this time the roar sounds more like a beast roaring, which shows that the nine-tailed chakra has completely penetrated into his body. The third tail also appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki's skin began to fall off a little. Uchiha Sen smiled, his hands began to seal rapidly, and the phoenix power in his body penetrated his body. Blaze. The flames enhanced by the power of the phoenix erupted directly from Uchiha Sen's hands, and the temperature of the flames was extremely high, about twice as high as that of ordinary fire. Of course, the temperature can still be raised, but Uchiha Sen feels that it is not necessary. The weak. It is only worthy to be reduced to ashes in the flames. Uchiha Sen said these words lightly, and the flames immediately began to burn around Naruto Uzumaki. It was just a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the flame used by Uchiha Sen was directly teleported to the other world by Kakashi Kiki. Together with the shackles on Naruto Uzumaki, teleported into another space. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki got rid of the shackles and rushed up again. This time the speed was faster than before, and almost in the blink of an eye, Naruto Uzumaki came to Uchiha Sen, and the claws formed by the nine-tailed chakra were aimed at Uchiha Sen's face. Uchiha Sen's body also disappeared in an instant, and Naruto Uzumaki's attack fell into vain. Forgot, I didn't expect you to be here with Kiki Kakashi. Uchiha Sen shook his head, he forgot about Kakashi Kiki. Shinwei's ability can be attacked and retreated, and it can be regarded as a means of both attack and defense. It's just a pity that Kiki Kakashi doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan, especially the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, is too much of a burden on him. Naruto Uzumaki did not give Uchiha Sen time to breathe, and the three tails directly extended infinitely, sweeping all the trees under Uchiha Sen's feet and letting Uchiha Sen fall to the ground. At this moment, visible to the naked eye, Naruto Uzumaki's body began to reveal something blood-red. The fourth tail is slowly sticking out. Uchiha Sen instantly disappeared in place, punched Naruto Uzumaki in the face, and directly knocked him out, only this time Uchiha Sen did not stop attacking, and a cloud of thunder and lightning appeared in his right hand. Thunder. Thunder Tiger kills. The tiger composed of two thunderbolts directly rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto, and the two tigers directly bit his arm, and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but let out a scream. Although it is already in a beast state, the pain can still be felt. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Sen's hands were imprinted with several marks, and one sword blade after another appeared behind him. Occult. First sunshine after the snow. Uchiha Sen's right hand wrote a few words in the air, and the blade behind him suddenly flashed with light. Up. Chapter 79. Dozens of hundreds of blades rushed directly towards Naruto Uzumaki. This move was adapted by Uchiha Sen based on another anime he watched in his previous life, and it looked huge. It's just that Uchiha Sen made such a move on a whim and used the characteristics that the power of the phoenix could simulate. This move looks very bluffing, but the power can only be regarded as average, not as good as the flame just now. After all, Uchiha Sen simulated it just for handsomeness, and the others didn't think so much. Bang! As the attack came, the earth began to tremble slightly, the trees around Naruto Uzumaki collapsed one after another, and a large area of trees was directly destroyed by Uchiha Sen. Naruto. In the next second, Kiki Kakashi came to Naruto Uzumaki's side. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki has exited the tailed beast mode, and the scars on his body are slowly recovering. Just now, when the fourth tail was about to come out, he was stunned by the continuous attacks, and he was already unconscious at this moment. The nine tails in the sealed space couldn't help but roar. If it reached four tails, it would be a good opportunity for the nine tails. Su. Suddenly, Uchiha Sen felt a gust of wind behind him, and his right hand immediately raised to block the attack of one leg. Shun Uchiha Sen slightly forced, and directly threw out the person who attacked him. Mat K, the man who almost kicked out the finale. For this Meti in front of him, Uchiha Sen does not want to entangle with him more, because Uchiha Sen knows the strength of Metkai. Obviously, if Metkai opens all 8 doors, Uchiha Sen may have to pay a little price to defeat him. This is not in the interests of Uchiha Sen, and the Meti who opened the 8 doors is still left to Uchiha to deal with. Since Uchiha likes to evaluate others so much, let him experience it. The ring on Uchiha Sen's hand flickered slightly, and news came from Pain that Uchiha and their group had captured the four-tailed human pillar force. The four-tailed pillar force was not absorbed by Uchiha Sen, so he could not be absent from this sealing operation. Konoha's reinforcements? Meti? Looking at the guarded Metkai, Uchiha smiled. Do you know me? Why do you feel like everyone in your organization knows me? Meti is also very curious, more because of the previous dried persimmon ghost mackerel. Metkai always feels where he has seen it. Hey! It doesn't matter, since you have already come with reinforcements, then I will retreat. It's just that there is a word to advise you. The character of the nine-tailed man Zulai is very irritable. If you are really killed by him one day, then don't blame me for not reminding you. Uchiha Sen glanced at the others around him, and it was obvious that they all had very serious faces. Hinata Ninja's white eyes had only seen clearly what was happening here, and naturally he also saw when Naruto Uzumaki erupted. That evil, violent chakra was indeed very terrible, and they felt it. Merely. Lee Rock rushed straight up and kicked Uchiha Sen's head, but kicked a phantom. Whatever you say, Naruto is our companion, we ninjas of Konoha, not like your organization. Uchiha Sen's figure gradually disappeared, and the last thing that caught these people's eyes was a mysterious gesture from Uchiha Sen. This gesture is very strange, no one can understand it, and they don't know what it means. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. Are you alright? In the distance, Haruno Sakura's voice came, and she was holding Cho while carrying the corpse of Aira on her back. What about Kai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Naruto? Where are they? When he saw Meti, Haruno Sakura relaxed a little and quickly asked. They're behind, Naruto seems to be injured, you go and take a look. Mat K said. Haruno Sakura immediately rushed over, and at this moment Naruto Uzumaki was lying on the ground, and many places on his body were dyed red. Without saying a word, Haruno Sakura knelt directly beside Naruto Uzumaki, and a green chakra appeared in her hands. 4 broken ribs, a fractured sternum, signs of fracture in the right lower leg, and a slight dislocation of his hands. There are also damage to the internal organs, and the outer skin is peeled off. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with Naruto, why is he so badly injured? Haruno Sakura couldn't help but ask. Treat it first, and when it's cured, I'll. It's just that at this time, Kakashi Kiki still didn't hold back after all, and his body couldn't help but fall backwards. Metkai appeared directly behind him and held up Kiki Kakashi. At this moment, a clay bird appeared in the forest again, and on the bird was Deidara. Deidara has lost her hands, but she is chewing something in her mouth. I didn't expect the fish to solve you, so I just happened to solve you. Saying that, Deidara's body actually began to expand, just like before, giving people the feeling that they were about to explode. At this moment, it was too late to escape, so everyone had to protect the point, hoping to avoid this blow. The explosion roared again, and the flames exploded at once. It's just that something strange has happened to everyone, and the fire is slowly disappearing. Just like the explosives were taken away, the flame that was still burning violently just now disappeared without a trace after 3 seconds. Kakashi finally fell on Matkai's leg this time, and his body began to gasp. This time, it finally succeeded. Kiki Kakashi said with a smile. Matkai looked at Kakashi's left eye, which was like a sickle, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Kiki Kakashi, this saved them. Just now. What happened just now? Haruno Sakura was a little scared. It's okay, I transferred the explosion to a different space, don't worry. Kiki Kakashi said breathlessly. This technique. Kakashi, you really deserve to be my lifelong opponent. Matkai's words did not come out, but the surrounding atmosphere obviously became a lot more relaxed. When Naruto Uzumaki woke up and looked at the corpse of Ero, he could only cry silently, unable to say a word. But Cho chose to use the technique of self-rebirth to transfer her life force into my Ero's body. Just as everyone was crying for Cho, Jima's figure once again emerged from the ground. Is this the art of self-rebirth that Uchiha Sen said? It looks very strong. It's time to collect some information about this technique to prevent some people from thinking differently. Chapter 80. After 5 days, the four-tailed human pillar force was finally sealed into the outer path golem, and the three-tailed man in the misty hidden village did not have human pillar force and belonged to the wild state, so it was handed over to Uchiha Sen and Z. The two-tailed cat is in charge of Kakuto and Hida, the three-tailed Isofu Uchiha Mori and Ju have already gone to capture, and the five-tailed is still in charge of Uchiha Itaki and the dried persimmon Oni mackerel. Now that the Xiao organization has completely entered the fast lane of capturing the tailed beast, after the capture of the one-tailed crane, the protection intensity of the tailed beast in each village is increasing, so everyone is speeding up. There are a few people pillar force who are not in the village, so it is very simple to capture those people, and in order to save time, Pain will also personally take action to capture the six-tailed pillar force. After sealing the four-tailed human pillar force, Uchiha Mori rested for a day, and then came to the mist-hidden village with Ju. It seems that the people of Wuian village are more vigilant than other villages. Uchiha Mori walked down the street, looking at the ninjas and vigilantes everywhere, and couldn't help but sigh. Because Madara has just given up control of the mist-hidden village, they all have a natural resistance to outsiders. But it still managed to get us in. At a time when all the villages were extremely vigilant against the Xiao organization, these two people were still wearing the clothes of the Xiao organization, staggering around the road. Even the passing ninjas did not notice them, as if they did not see them. It's just a small illusion. I didn't expect that the defense of this mist-hidden village is worse than that of Konoha Village. Shouldn't the village that has just suffered a change be more guarded against it? Uchiha Sen was also a little curious. It is said that the new Shui Ying is a woman with 2 blood succession limits. It is best not to provoke. For Terumi's intelligence, it was all found out early, because Uchiha took control of the 4 generations of water shadows, so the information about Mist-Hidden Village was definitely the clearest. Zaomei can become a water shadow. In fact, it is also a compromise between the major families. Zaomei is naturally also a person in the family, and now Wuian Village can have the current appearance. She plays a very important role. Who Shui Ying is has nothing to do with us. He is not a human pillar force. Our target this time is Mio Isofu. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, relying on his own perception to walk, although he was not afraid of Zhao Mei, but if he was targeted by the people of Mist-Hidden Village, trouble was still indispensable. Although you want to avoid trouble, it seems that we are still being targeted. Jie said with a smile. Those who can find them must be characters above Shangnan, so the one who follows them should be a Shangnan. After the corner, you go forward with your doppelganger, and I'll solve him. Saying that, Uchiha Sen turned directly and walked into a relatively quiet alley. Never said anything, followed you into this alley, and the people who followed behind them hesitated for a while, but still gritted their teeth and followed. This alley is a residential area, and it is very quiet because they all go to work during the day. Ghost Lantern Mist Moon is a superior shinobi of Mist Yin Village, from the Ghost Lantern clan, and since the end of the Blood Mist, he has also been entrusted with a heavy responsibility and became the leader of the garrison. Today he was going to the entrance of the village to join the squad, but on the way, he found 2 people wearing red cloud trench coats on a black background. As one of the upper ninja in the village, Ghost Lantern Wu still knew the organization clearly, so he followed. The 2 people from the Xiao organization in front are still walking forward. Ghost Lantern Wu has been hesitating, whether he has been following, or go to Shui Ying to report first. It's just that before he could make a decision, a voice appeared directly behind the ghost lamp fog moon. It was Uchiha Sen. I didn't expect that there were still a few capable people in Wuian Village. and they could still find us. Ghost Lantern Wu's body froze all of a sudden, because the fierce murderous aura coming from behind made him unable to move. If you don't follow up, I'll let you live, but when you follow up, I will assume that you don't plan to live, so I'll send you to the Grim Reaper. Saying that, Uchiha Sen stretched out his right hand, and a kunao appeared on his hand. At this moment, Ghost Lantern Wu was motionless, not that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't move. Ku Wu directly slashed between his necks, scarlet blood gushed out directly, and the ghost lamp fog moon fell directly to the ground. Uchiha Sen glanced at the corpse on the ground and walked directly over, without looking back. Around the other corner, the cold sweat of the ghost lamp fog moon was already soaked through his back. If he hadn't used the doppelganger technique at that moment, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Uchiha Sen a long time ago. Fortunately, I wasn't discovered, otherwise said Ghost Lantern Fog Moon to himself. What else would you do? Suddenly, Uchiha Mori's voice appeared in front of him again. This time, Uchiha Sen's speed was faster, and he directly stabbed Ku Wu into his heart. But after all, the Ghost Lamp Fog Moon is also a lower patience, and the body begins to slowly turn into water, which is the blood succession limit of the Ghost Lamp family, hydration. It's just that Uchiha Sen smiled, and dazzling tears directly lit up on his right hand, and the entire body of Ghost Lantern Wu was directly numb in an instant. The most feared thing about hydration is thunder, which is a weakness and cannot be avoided. And Uchiha Sen looked at the Ghost Lamp Fog Moon that had slowly splashed, and the thunder and lightning in his hand immediately burst into dazzling light. Ah! With a miserable cry, countless birds were startled, and the Ghost Lamp Fog Moon completely died here. Uchiha Sen shook his hand, threw the water droplets in his hand, made a seal with one hand, and the body sank directly into the soil. Then, Uchiha Mori's figure returned to Jai's side. Oh? Was it solved so quickly? Jai said with a smile. Well, when will we get to our destination? Uchiha asked. It's about to arrive, our target is on the sea ahead. He pointed to the sea not far away. This is where Mio Isofa sleeps, just need to lead it out. Let's go rent a boat and go to the middle of the sea to lead it out. Uchiha Sen got up and walked forward, randomly found a boat renter, threw him some money, and then rented a boat and headed for the deep sea area. These renters forgot what these two people looked like in a blink of an eye, and they couldn't even think about it, but they remembered that someone paid and rented them a boat and left. The amount paid is more than enough to buy a new boat, which is very strange. Uchiha Sen's capture of Mitsuo Iso has already begun, but in the village of Mist, they also discover that the ghost lamp Kagetsu is also missing. Chapter 81. Lord Mizukage, some members of the garrison team have found a problem. In the water shadow office, a dark part half knelt in front of Terumi, looking a little anxious. What happened? Is there an enemy invasion? The garrison is a very important position, and if the garrison finds a problem, then I am afraid that either the village has been attacked or something has happened in the village. No, there is a detachment leader of the garrison who is missing. Dark said respectfully. Tell me in detail what happened, how did the captain of the garrison disappear? Terumi frowned. That's right, when they were assembling this morning, they found that a detachment leader of the garrison, Ghost Lantern Wu, did not participate in the assembly, which caused their speculation. Ghost Lantern Wu has always performed well and rarely has the habit of being late, so the guards went to his house to look for it. But his wife said that Ghost Lantern Wu went out to the garrison very early and never came back, so the people in the garrison felt that something was wrong, so they reported it. The dark part explained the ins and outs of the matter, and Terume's brows furrowed deeper. Send someone to the village to look for it, and if you find any clues, come back and report in time. But remember one thing, we must not alarm the villagers, our Wuian village has just restored peace, and we must not cause more trouble. Terumi said. Obey. The dark department immediately led the way, and Terumi was once again left in the water shadow office. The situation of this ghost lantern mist moon, Terumi is understood, as a superior shinobi, the top combat power of each village. Ghost Lantern Mist Moon is better at intelligence collection. He had been arranged to go to the dark department, but he refused, so he was placed in the garrison. Unexpectedly, after such a short time, there was a problem. The absence of a garrison detachment leader seems to be nothing, but the meaning inside is chilling, because it means that there is a figure in the village who can make a Shangnan disappear. And according to the investigation, there is no problem with the identity of this ghost lamp fog moon, and it is impossible to become a spy at all. The ancestors can find out for 3 generations, and there is no suspicious point, and even let him go into the dark department to receive more intelligence work. He also refused. If he is a spy, it is unreasonable to do so. The village of Mist is searching for clues, while Uchiha Mori and Ju are already adrift at sea. The power of the Phoenix controls the ship's mast, and Uchiha Sen doesn't have to worry much at all. The sea has been calm lately, but it is a good time to capture Mio Isofo. Can you sense the 3-tailed chakra? Uchiha asked. No problem, I planted a grass in Mio's body, and I can get the position of Mio Isofo through that grass. As a rare person who was not sealed in the 4th generation of Water Shadow when he unsealed and released the 3-tailed ISO, he was definitely ready. After all, this kind of thing is related to whether or not to restore Mu Kagaya, and this is also the best opportunity for Hei in years. Therefore, for him, everything must be solemn and careful. He now knows the location of all the tailed beasts, as long as the people of the organization catch all the tailed beasts. That's good, after all, this is your business, and I am responsible for helping. And there is one more thing, about the ruins of the Vortex country. How did you help me check? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. About this matter, Uchiha Sen only remembered half a year ago, so he looked for Geo to collect intelligence. After all, Heiju has lived for thousands of years and knows things that many people don't know, so under the premise of 2 people cooperating, Heiju will not hide too many things. A whirlpool country. A country that has survived for hundreds of years did not expect to be destroyed like this. If you want to look for the ruins of the Vortex country now, it will be easy to find, but for some legends from ancient times, I have collected a little information. Saying that, Kuro took out a scroll from his ninja bag and threw it to Uchiha Sen. Instead of speaking, Uchiha opened the scroll and looked at the contents on it. The country of Whirlpool is a country and family that has existed for a long time, including the Uzumaki family, although it is now said that the Whirlpool family is a branch of the Senju clan, but in fact this is not the case. Both the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan come from the inheritance of Asuras, the second son of the 6 Dao immortals, but from the perspective of family inheritance, the Vortex clan is obviously more obvious than the Thousand Hands clan. Some people even think that the Uzumaki clan is a branch of Asuras, not a branch of the Senju clan. The reason is simple, as long as he is a clan member of the Whirlpool clan, then he is born with a long lifespan and is born with a huge chakra. In terms of body, it is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. But what about the Senju? In addition to the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillar completed the immortal body, which of the other Thousand Hands clan inherited Mu-Dun or the immortal human body? Even if he is a Thousand Hands, he is famous in the ninja world because of his spatial ninjutsu and water escape technique, but there is also no clan member of the Thousand Hands clan to inherit him. From this point of view, the Vortex clan is much more obvious than the Thousand Hands clan in the inheritance of the blood succession limit. An Asura is the immortal body that inherits the 6 immortals, so many people say that the Whirlpool family is closer to the origin of the ancestor than the Thousand Hands family. These things are recorded in the Black Scroll, and in fact, Uchiha Sen also has this idea. In his opinion, the reason why many people think that the Thousand Hands clan is stronger than the Vortex clan is that it is in the body of the Thousand Hand Pillar. Both of their families are descendants of Asura, but because the Thousand Hands Pillar is the previous generation of Asuras, he has things that other Thousand Hands people have not used. But Naruto Uzumaki is different. Naruto Uzumaki's body, but every Uzumaki clan has it, including Uchiha Mori. There is also a record on the scroll that many people have visited the ruins of the Vortex country, but most of them have inexplicably disappeared and never returned to their original villages. There are even rumors that someone saw a devil in the sky above the country of whirlpools, specifically murdering the lives of passers-by. The only thing that can be confirmed above is about the origin of the Vortex clan, and what I know is that the Vortex clan is indeed closer to the ancestral bloodline. As for who the ancestral bloodline was, Kuro did not say, because he knew, and Uchiha Sen definitely knew. Hey! There are demons in the sky above the ruins, which arouses my curiosity even more. I hope that when I go then, I won't be disappointed. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Hey! When the time comes. Wait, I found the trace of the three tails, just 100 meters ahead of the seabed. Chapter 82. 100 meters? Uchiha Sen nodded, and with a gentle force on his feet, he jumped directly onto the sea. At this distance, it is no longer useful to take a boat, and the reason why he came by boat is just to save Chakra and deal with Mio Isofo. Once Mitsuo Isofo is defeated, they won't have to worry about Chakra's consumption. Right here, I can already feel my Chakra. The two people walked for more than 100 meters, and finally stopped on the sea, and under his feet was the figure of Mitsuo Isofo. Uchiha Sen squatted down, put his right hand into the seawater, and a phoenix force entered the water and directly probed into the bottom of the sea. After a while, Uchiha Sen opened his eyes again and nodded. I sensed it, then it's time to arrest. Do you want to stay here? Uchiha Sen looked at Ju. No, I'd better hide on the side, and the next stage will be handed over to you. After speaking, Ju's body began to retreat rapidly, until it reached a distance that he felt was safe, and then stopped. It is surrounded by a small island, and although it is small, it can still stand people. After leaving the end, Uchiha Sen withdrew his gaze and looked at the solace of his feet. From the outside, there is no trace of Mitsuo Isofo at all, and it takes a little skill to lure him out. I saw Uchiha Sen's right foot lightly dotting on the surface of the sea, and layers of ripples immediately began to ripple on the surface of the sea. Continuously tapping the surface of the sea, Uchiha Sen transmitted the power of the phoenix into the sea little by little, with the purpose of the sleeping Miao Isofu. This unique sound wave cannot be heard by humans, but the creatures in the sea are unusually clear. Usually, the larger the body, the greater the disturbance, so Uchiha Sen was sure that it would not be long before Mio Isofu obediently surfaced. What a unique technique, I didn't expect him to have this hand. It seems that you still have to be careful with him, although we have begun to cooperate now, but to some extent, I don't know what his purpose is. Looking at Uchiha Sen's continuous movements, some thoughts began to arise in his heart. It's just that Uchiha Sen on the sea surface doesn't know what is in his heart, and even if he does, Uchiha Sen won't have any special thoughts about him. After the continuous tapping of his right foot, Uchiha Sen could feel that a huge chakra was about to appear. Crash! With a turbulent wave on the surface of the water, a huge monster rushed out from the sea, a one-eyed one in front, a huge turtle shell behind it, and three tails behind. This is three-tailed Isofo. Who is disturbing Uncle Ben's slumber? What a damn it! As soon as Miao Isofo came up, the ugly voice began to roar, and the three tails behind it frantically slapped the surface of the sea, setting off a wave after wave. Uchiha Mori stood quietly on the surface of the sea, and Oiso looked angry, not moving at all. Bang! As another huge wave flew in, Uchiha Sen jumped up and kicked directly at Mio Isofo's head. This kick directly kicked the three-tailed Iso and flew out. If you can be quiet, I will make you die more comfortably, if not, then say that you toast and don't eat and punish wine. Uchiha Mori was standing in front of Mio Isofo, and at this moment Mio Iso was lying on the sea, and the blow just now hurt very much. It turns out that you are a human being, you actually want to kill me, what a big joke. Eat me. After that, the tail of the three tails swept the sea, and the monstrous wave immediately hit Uchiha Sen. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't panic at all, looked at the huge wave that rushed in, stretched out his right hand, and slashed sideways. The huge wave split directly in the middle, split in two, and after a second, the huge wave burst directly, turning into a drizzle that fell on the sea. Is that what you are capable of? Just like that, then you're damned. Uchiha Sen looked at the three-tailed Isofo lightly. He knew that the tailed beast had a more powerful move, that is, the tailed beast Jade. Although the tailed beasts have powerful chakras, they do not use ninjutsu, and they can only rely on their own characteristics to release some ninjutsu-like techniques. Little ghost! You are too arrogant! Mio Isofa roared. Then, he threw a violent spit at Uchiha Sen, and immediately a large amount of water hit Uchiha Sen. It's useless, the same move is nothing to me. Before Uchiha Sen finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, these water columns turned into one cone-shaped object after another, and in each object, there was a fish-like creature. Swish! One after another, they all directly attacked Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen took out a handful of kunao, resisted it high, flashed and moved, and was not injured by an all. It's just that what makes Uchiha Sen feel slightly surprised is that these alls that fell into the sea did not disappear, but relaunched the attack from the sea. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. One of these fish is in my stomach and absorbs my chakra. I can control them at any time, no matter where they are, as long as they are on this sea, I can control them. Mio Isofa laughed wildly, and he was very happy to see that Uchiha Mori had been dodging. And Uchiha Sen did not have the slightest expression on his face, he already knew the weakness of these things. I saw Uchiha Sen retreating madly, and the group of alls also followed him, but in the process of running, Uchiha Sen's hands began to seal rapidly. The mudra was completed almost instantaneously, and when Uchiha turned his head, his eyes had turned into chakra eyes. Fire! Long Yan's art of singing. With the tracking of the Sharingan, the fire in the sky directly hit those alls, saying that water can overcome fire, but fire can also overcome water. As long as the water can reach the boiling point, then every moment of fire can make the water evaporate. The water on the outside disappeared almost instantly, and the fish inside was suddenly engulfed in flames and became grilled fish. Seeing this, Mio Isofa opened his mouth, intending to use this trick again. It's just that Uchiha Sen won't give him this opportunity, and he saw a cloud of thunder light appear in his right hand, and the thunder light plunged straight into the sky, and suddenly the surroundings turned into clouds. Thunder and lightning are hidden in the clouds, the voice is low, and there is a posture of wind and rain. Uchiha Sen smiled, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a bolt of lightning in the sky slashed directly on Mio Isofa's body. The three-tailed Isofa instantly began a miserable roar. Chapter 83. The lightning directly hit the turtle shell that Santail Isofa was most proud of. This turtle shell had defended against many attacks, even the tailed beast Jade, he had resisted. But what Mio Isofa didn't know was that in fact, this thunder and lightning did not hit all his turtle shell, but the electric current followed the water stains and spread throughout his body, not just the turtle shell. Once you encounter thunder, no matter how strong the defense of a certain aspect is, there is always a vulnerable aspect. Once found, then thunder and lightning will invade. With the power of Lei Dun, the three-tailed Isofa began to roar violently. After all, it is a tailed beast, even if it encounters Lei Dun, it still has a certain ability to resist. Mio Isofa's tail flapped the surface of the water, setting off bursts of huge waves, which had little impact on Uchiha Mori, but it gave a signal to the ninja of the mist-hidden village who were searching. Mizukichi-sama. We found the mark left by Captain Ghost Lamp Fog Moon on the north side of the village, and we followed the mark all the way and found a remote alley. It's just that nothing is found in the alley, just an ordinary residential alley. In the Water Shadow office, the members of the garrison were reporting the situation to Terumi, and judging from the discovery of the mark, the Ghost Lamp Fog Moon definitely did not disappear for no reason. It must have been when tracking someone else, and then something happened. But in the mist-hidden village, quietly kill a Shangnan, how strong is this person? Terumi can't imagine it. Show me. Terumi stood up. After a while, a few people came to the place where the Ghost Lamp Fog Moon was finally marked, and the surrounding area was very quiet, and there were no pedestrians passing by. Ching was also at the scene, and there was a ninja dog beside him, and the ninja dog was sniffing around, looking for the smell of the Ghost Lamp Fog Iu. Lord Mizukage, why are you here? Seeing that it was Zhao Mio, Ching hurriedly saluted. No need to be polite, how did you find it? Found something important? Terumi asked. We have summoned a ninja dog, and then took a piece of clothing from the Ghost Lantern Kirijutsu house, and are searching for his scent, and there is no conclusion yet. Ching replied. Terumi nodded. He looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but scold secretly. This kind of place is obviously the other party deliberately wanted to lure him over, and the ghost lamp Wuyo was really fooled and followed. But what also made Terumi even more curious was who could make Ghost Lantern Mizuki forget these lessons and come to this quiet place. It must be the identity of the other party that makes Ghost Lantern Wuyo very jealous, afraid that they have some bad thoughts about the village. Terumi thought about it. There are only a few characters in the ninja world who will sneak into the mist-hidden village. Lord Mizukage, we found the corpse of Ghost Lantern Mist Moon. Just as Terumi was thinking, a guard interrupted her thoughts. Zaome quickly followed, and the ground had been dug up, and there was a ghost lamp fog moon inside. Ghost Lantern Wuyo's eyes widened, as if he had encountered something incredible. Master Mizukage, just now the ninja dog was here, saying that the last smell disappeared here, so I looked with this eye and found a corpse inside. After digging it out and confirming it, it was found that it was the body of Ghost Lantern Wuyo. Ching touched his right eye, which contained a white eye of the Hyuga clan, something that many ninja villages wanted to have, very precious. What about the cause and time of death? When exactly? Terumi asked. The time of death was about 5 hours ago, this morning, and the cause of death was because the heart was shattered, and it was. A medical ninja took the result in his hand and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. And how? Terumi asked. Moreover, the meridians of the whole body were all shattered, and after testing, they were shattered by the powerful thunder. The words of the medical ninja made Terumi frown, and the meridians of the whole body were shattered. What is the origin of this enemy? Thunder ninjutsu? Except for those few masters in the land of thunder, only Kakashi Kiki of Konoha Village can do this, and his move Ratchet belongs to S-class ninjutsu. Ching couldn't help but start to analyze, and even listed the Lei Dun masters one by one. Those few people in the land of thunder are unlikely. As long as they go out of the village, someone will report it, but I haven't received a report from them out of the village, so it can't be them. Kiki Kakashi fought with the people of the Xiao organization when he rescued Kaze Cage some time ago. He was injured, and now he is still lying in the hospital in Konoha Village. It can't be. Wait. Terumi suddenly wakes up. Xiao organization. That's right. The Ghost Lantern Wuyo must be tracking the people of the Xiao organization. Only the people who know the organization will let Ghost Lantern Wuyo be so careful, but at the same time dare not lose it. But the people from the Xiao organization came here. Do what? Zhao Miu's idea obviously shocked Ching, but Ching thought about it carefully. It was not impossible. Being able to kill a Shangnan silently, this ability is possessed by the members of the Xiao organization, and the appearance of the Xiao organization is indeed in line with the purpose of tracking the Ghost Lantern Mist Moon. It's just a residential building, and further north it's the seaside. There's no other way. Could it be that they discovered the tracking of Ghost Lantern Mist Moon long ago, so they led Ghost Lantern Mist Moon here and then killed him? Ching analyzed. Nope. If it's the Xiao organization, they don't have to do it. The north is the sea. Go north. Not good. Terumi's face suddenly changed, and she thought of a very terrifying thing. Come man. Go and gather all the upper shinobi in the village and follow me to the sea to the north. Ching, you come with me now, let's go to the sea in the north. Saying that, Terumi rushed directly to the front, and Ching seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly began to get nervous. Zaome's teeth on the road were about to be crushed. She should have thought of it a long time ago. What can the Xiao organization come here for? Isn't it for the tailed beast? To the north is the sleeping place of Miao Isofo. Since the death of the 4th generation of Water Shadow, Miao Isofo has not had time to seal it, but now, I am afraid that it will be taken first by the Xiao organization. Thinking of this, Terume's speed couldn't help but speed up, and his emotions began to get excited. Abominable Xiao! Don't let me catch you! If I get caught, I will definitely melt you myself. Chapter 84. There in the village of Kirai, they have already discovered Uchiha Mori's movements, and here Uchiha Mori is fighting with Miao Isofo. Most of Mio-Iso's attacks are useless attacks, some can't attack Uchiha Sen at all, and some will even be used by Uchiha Sen, and then attack Mio-Iso himself. After fighting for so long, Uchiha Sen didn't have a single wound on his body, but Mio-Isofa was already scarred. Abominable little ghost! I'm going to kill you! The three-tailed Isofa directly opened his mouth, and a large number of tailed beast chakra began to gather in his mouth, condensing into a round ball. This ball is the tailed beast jade, a high-density black energy bullet that will explode violently after being hit. Tailed beast jade? It doesn't look much different from Uchiha Mori Tsuru. Uchiha Sen originally thought that different tailed beasts would have different looks when released tailed beast jade, but it seemed that they were all mixed according to the 2:8 yin and yang chakra, and the chakra balls appeared. An attack of this magnitude, to be honest, used in war, is devastating. But if it's a one-on-one battle, as long as the opponent's speed is faster than you, you will never hit. Go and die! Mio-Isofa roared, and the tailed beast jade directly attacked in the direction of Uchiha Sen, and the speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, and came to Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen stretched out his hands in front of him, his palms opened, and at that moment, his hands touched the tailed beast jade. In the slightly expectant eyes of the three-tailed Iso, the tailed beast jade did not explode, but obediently stopped in place, as if it had been tamed in an instant. Uchiha smiled and looked at Mio-Iso, who was full of shock. Feeling surprised? So, now you can try your tailed beast jade yourself. After speaking, Uchiha Sen gently pushed the tailed beast jade forward, and the tailed beast jade flew directly towards the direction of the three-tailed Isofo, more than twice as fast as before. The huge size of the three-tailed Isofo didn't have time to dodge, and was suddenly hit by the tailed beast jade, and let out a miserable cry. Ah! Damn it! It hurts, little ghost! I'm going to kill you! Saying that, the mouth of the three-tailed Isofa once again began to gather chakra, and it seemed that this time it was going to use a larger tailed beast jade. Uchiha Sen flew in midair with his hands on his chest, quietly watching the three-tailed Isofo, intending to pick him up with another shot of tailed beast jade. Hurry up and end, the people of Mutant Village have come to the beach, and the doppelganger I stayed there has found them. At this time, Ju's voice sounded from behind, and in order to keep observing, he also left a doppelganger on the shore. Now his doppelganger observed that the ninjas of the mist-hidden village had gathered and began to cross the sea one after another, coming this way. The reaction is quite fast. I didn't expect to be able to play with you this time, so let's end it quickly. Saying that, Uchiha Mori flashed and came to the top of Mio-Iso's head, and his hands formed three seals, and Mio-Iso immediately felt that there was a huge force suppressed at once. His mouth directly swallowed the unformed tailed beast jade into his mouth, and it exploded. Phoenix power. Blockade. There was a very obscure sense of solemnity around Mio-Iso's body, and he felt that it took a lot of strength to even move, and as time increased, he was almost unable to move. Phoenix power. Flame. A flame appeared in each of Uchiha Mori's hands, and the flame increased rapidly, directly towards Mio-Iso's body and began to burn. It is said that water can overcome fire, but Uchiha Sen broke this concept, and his flame can burn in water. Ah! How can it be? Mio-Iso instantly felt pain. He had never been injured by fire in his life, because against a water attribute-tailed beast, using fire was outrageous. But Uchiha Sen let him see today, what is the pain of fire. Uchiha Mori smiled, he still had some understanding of Mio's abilities. This tailed beast who is good at defense can tolerate this level of pain, and it has to be said that it is indeed very strong. But Uchiha Sen didn't want to delay time with him more, and directly used the power of the phoenix. Uchiha Sen stretched out his left hand, put his thumb and middle finger together, and gently rubbed it. Syllable. After snapping his fingers, a violent explosion occurred around Mio-Iso. All the phoenix power that suppressed the three-tailed Isofo just now exploded in an instant, and along with the phoenix flame, it turned into a brilliant firework on the sea. The ninja of the mist-hidden village not far away obviously sensed it, and Chakra's outburst at that moment made everyone feel a little scared. The explosion just now set off a huge wave after another, and the ship began to shake in an instant. Shangnan, follow me, the others take the boat, keep a distance from us, and stay supportive at any time. Saying that, Terumi jumped directly off the boat, and those upper ninja behind him followed suit and ran on the sea with Terumi. The three-tailed Isofu is the only tailed beast in Muian Village. If this tailed beast is lost, then in the future war, Muian Village will be passive. Therefore, Mio Isofu can't afford to lose, otherwise Zhao Mei can't say it. After the explosion just now, Mio Isofu had fainted, and his body was floating with the sea. At the same time, he also walked over and looked at the unconscious Miao Isofu, and couldn't help but be wary in his heart. Uchiha Sen's victory was too easy, although there seemed to be a fight back and forth ahead, it was just Uchiha Sen playing Mio Isofu. After saying that someone came, Uchiha Sen could end the battle in an instant, which surprised absolutely very much. It seems that our friend has already arrived, absolutely, you leave here with Mio Isofu, I will break it for you. Looking at the figure running in the distance, Uchiha Mori motioned for Jiashi to leave here with Mio Isofu first. Without saying anything, he directly took out a small bottle and took Mitsuo Iso. This is a container for temporarily sealing the tailed beast, and when the time comes, it will be directly absorbed into the outer path golem, and it does not need to exist outside for too long. Let go of the three tails. Seeing that the absolute seal of the three tails, Terumi couldn't help but throw a kunao, but it was flown away by Uchiha Sen's kunao. Let's go, I'll break you off. Uchiha Sen said lightly. He put the bottle away directly in his clothes and quickly thought about running into the distance. This is not the terrain he is good at, so his ability cannot be used at all. Abominable Xiao! You dare to steal the tailed beasts of the mist-hidden village, do you want to start a war? Terumi stared at Uchiha Sen with her eyes glued to Uchiha Sen and said through gritted teeth. War? Hehe. Didn't you find out? Actually, the war has already begun. Chapter 85. Uchiha Sen spread out his hands, and there were already faint signs of rain in the sky because of the thunder and lightning summoned by Uchiha Sen just now. Chu had already left here with Mio Isofu, leaving Uchiha Mori to face off with 24 kami shinobi. What are you? Terumi asked sharply. Me? Why, are you very fascinated by a mysterious man like me? To everyone's great horror, when Uchiha Sen answered this question, he was standing behind Terumi. Moreover, his mouth was close to Terumi's ear, but there was no contact. This also means that Uchiha Sen can attack Miyu at any time without everyone noticing. I'm not interested in a man like you, even if it's old enough to get married. After Zhao Miu finished speaking, two water whips immediately appeared on the surface of the water, vainly trying to trap Uchiha Sen's feet. At the same time, a part of the water also turned into a short knife, and the target was the heart of Uchiha Sen. It's just that Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, jumped up directly, dodged the attack, and distanced himself from Terumi. Have you calmed down? It is worthy of the 5th generation of Water Shadow. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Terumi smiled and took 2 steps forward, looking at Uchiha Sen with a mask and clasping his hands together. If you are not someone who knows the organization, maybe we can become a couple, but who makes you a person who knows the organization? So, give a melted version of kiss. Saying that, Terumi made a flying kiss gesture directly towards Uchiha Sen, and a viscous and strongly corrosive magma gushed directly from her mouth. The magma struck in the direction of Uchiha Sen, but it didn't seem to be hitting accurately, as if it was attacking the position around Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled and put his hands in front of him, as if holding up an invisible protective shield. All the magma was blocked, and most of the magma fell into the seawater, and a faint mist suddenly rose around. As the magma increased, the seawater under his feet still produced a slight heat flow, and Uchiha Sen looked down, but found a very strange thing. All the magma was concentrated on the soles of Uchiha Sen's feet, and did not radiate outward, and this area of water was as if it was separated from other waters. You know, as long as the water area is not too large, then put something with high heat into it, who will boil. Because the average temperature reaches the boiling point of the water will boil, although the foot of Uchiha Sen is seawater, and the boiling point of seawater will be more or less higher than ordinary water because of salinity. However, it is only a little bit higher. So many speeches poured into it, causing the solace of Uchiha Sen's feet to start emitting huge heat. Boiling. The art of the mist. As the surrounding mist slowly rose, Terumi's hands froze, and a large amount of high heat mist that could be freely adjusted for acidity spit out from her mouth. These weapons are fused with ordinary weapons, they are simply pervasive. As long as Uchiha Sen does not pay attention, he will be injured by this mist. Uchiha Sen glanced at the clothes on his body and found that his clothes were also dissolving little by little. It seems that this clever fog technique does have the effect of water drops and stones. If you are willing to tie up and follow our orders, maybe I can spare your life. Why can't someone as strong as you be upright? After the release of the magic of mist, Terumi began a spiritual offensive again, and if it could really be seen, he just wanted Uchiha Sen to surrender. Because they need the intelligence of the organization, and even need to bring Miao Isofa back. Master Shui Ying, be careful, there is no longer his figure in the mist. Qing couldn't help but shout. Terumi was slightly stunned, because she had not noticed where Uchiha Sen had come out at all, and if she came out of the water, the mist would feed the information back to her. And the solace of that masked man's feet are no longer ordinary seawater, and the temperature is particularly high because of magma. Therefore, it is unlikely that the masked man will escape from the sea. Yo, it turned out to be the white eyes of Konoha Village. It seems that you are really lucky to find someone from the Hyuga family. Uchiha Sen directly put his left hand on Qing's shoulder, and his eyes looked at Qing's blindfolded right eye with a smile on his face. At this moment, Qing could no longer move, and although Uchiha Sen only had one hand on him, he felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of power pressing on his shoulders. More importantly, the murderous aura emanating from Uchiha Sen's body made his legs and feet not listen to the command at all. So, I'd better send you to the Grim Reaper. Saying that, Qing's chest was directly pierced by a cloud of lightning, and blood burst out directly at this moment. Qing's eyes widened, he couldn't believe that in a silent situation, he was actually solved. He now finally knows why the ghost lamp Fagayu didn't shout a little until he died. As Uchiha Sen pulled his hand out and Ao's body fell directly to the ground, Uchiha Mori jumped up, dodged Terumi's attack, and then threw the blood on his hand. Qing! Are you okay? Terumi quickly squatted down and asked. Lord Mizukage. I'm afraid not, go quickly, this person is terrible. Ahem. Saying that, Qing couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, which immediately stained his clothes. Don't you talk yet, what about the medical ninja? Terumi shouted. Water shadow. Lord Mizukage, that chakra in the human body. It's really. He was terrible, I observed it with my eyes. Observing him, almost like a tailed beast, the same. Qing was still talking persistently, telling Terumi what he had observed. Terumi could only nod desperately. She knew that once she was attacked to the heart, the chance of being able to save it was very small. The medical ninja quickly stepped forward and hurried to treat Ao, but it was too late. Terumi stood up and looked at Uchiha Sen not far away, his fists clenched tightly, eager to punch Uchiha Sen to death. It's just that she knows that the person in front of her is too weird, just the kind of movement speed just now, which no one can recognize. Oh? It seems that I have cheered up, and I thought that the mist-hidden village, once known as the Land of Blood Mist, would not have any other opinion about the sacrifice of my companions. Uchiha said with a smile. Only those of you who have no heart and no lungs will not be saddened by the death of your companions. Terumi stared at Uchiha Sen deadly, his body trembling with anger. Ha 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 ha, that's what I said, after all, we are bad people. It's just that the taste you taste now, I have tasted before, and it is unforgettable. So, let's let the world taste this feeling. Chapter 86. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's figure gradually flew in midair, clasped his hands together, and looked at these people below. The power of the phoenix surged wildly, and one sword after another began to appear around Uchiha Sen, aiming at this group of misty hidden Murakami shinobu below. The power of the phoenix. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a low groan from Uchiha Sen, thousands of swords trembled slightly, and then rushed directly towards those mist ninjas below. Defense. A Shangnan in Mutant Village drank loudly, and then his hands quickly froze, and a high wall of water appeared directly in front of him. But this attack is this attack from top to bottom, so they must spend a part of the chakra to defend the direction above their heads, otherwise there will be a defensive vacuum. It's just that they still underestimated Uchiha Sen's attack after all. The long swords penetrated the water curtain one after another, and although some of them were blocked out, a large part of them rushed in and attacked the ninjas of these mist-hidden villages. Ah! One after another, the screams rang out, some were penetrated through the chest, some were cut off their arms, and some even died directly. Of course, there are also some who are trying to dodge the attack, and although there is a slight wound on their body, it does not hinder their movement. Terumi also joined, and her mist technique began to be distributed above the ninja of mist-hidden village, and as long as the attack entered the range of mist technique, it would be more or less weakened. In this way, the ninja of the mist-hidden village below will be easier to defend. Uchiha Sen's hands naturally drooped, looking at the struggling ninja of the mist-hidden village below, and suddenly felt that life was so ridiculous. The strong decide the lives of the weak, while the weak must struggle. The ring on the end of Uchiha Sen's right hand lit up slightly, and Uchiha entered a trace of chakra into it and found that it was pain. Pain was telling him that he could withdraw because the 3 tails and 6 tails were to be sealed. The 6 tails were captured by Pain himself, so the speed was fast, almost the same as them, so this time everyone was present. And the 3-tailed and 6-tailed chakra, Uchiha Sen has not yet extracted, so he does not want to spend it here. Well, I had a great time today, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next time. Saying that, Uchiha Sen waved his hand towards the group of ninjas of the mist-hidden village below, and the figure began to slowly disappear. You stop for me! Terumi roared. A water dragon rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen, but unsurprisingly, the water dragon directly penetrated Uchiha Sen's body and fell directly into the sea. Uchiha Sen's figure completely disappeared on the surface of the sea, leaving only all kinds of blood and corpses. Here it comes! In a cave, Pain opened his eyes, and at the same time Uchiha Sen came to this cave. Although Pain can't use space ninjutsu, he can clearly feel the fluctuations around him for space ninjutsu. This is the ability given to him by the Eye of Reincarnation, or rather, this is the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. Ah! It's really a convenient ability. I've been walking for so long, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Jie said with a smile. Looking at this, it should not be long ago, that's why he said so. Okay, call the others, this time to seal the 2-tailed beasts at once, it will take a long time. Saying that, Pain's hands began to seal and once again summoned the outer golem. At this moment, the outer path golem has opened 2 eyes, 1 tail and 4 tails have been sealed inside, plus the 3 tails and 6 tails this time, the tailed beast is almost half. Soon, the images of the other members also appeared in this cave, except for the red sand scorpion, or those familiar people, there was no change at all. Next we are going to seal the 2-tailed beasts, your location is safe, right? Pain asked lightly. No problem. Kakuto said lightly. By the way, come back in a few days with a new member, when the time comes, you will team up with Deidara, and when he arrives, we will introduce you to each other, and now we will start sealing the tailed beast. Saying that, Pain jumped directly on the fingers of the outer golem, and everyone else jumped up as well. Sealing. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. All the members used this sealing technique together, sealing the 6 tails first, and the outer path golem began to absorb the chakra of the 6 tails. At the same time as the seal, Uchiha Sen was also silently absorbing a part of the 6-tailed chakra. The same is true of the 3 tails. Pain did not find anything abnormal, and after the outer path golem absorbed the tailed beast chakra, he also opened his 2 eyes normally. Uchiha Sen knew that the specific amount of chakra did not make much difference to the golem of the outer path. Satisfiedly absorbing the 3-tailed and 6-tailed chakra, Uchiha Sen became more and more interested in the evolution of the system, and then he didn't know which tailed beast Pain was going to target. Now all the tailed beasts that have been stranded have been captured by us, and the rest are either in the village or under protection. Next, according to the order, we begin to seal the 2 tails and 5 tails. The 2-tailed human pillar force goes from the horn to the flying section, and your ability to deal with the 2-tailed human pillar force is just right. As for Gu, Diodara, you go with the new members and lure him out. Pain finished the task. As for the 7-tailed, 8-tailed, and 9-tailed, the chakra of those tailed beasts was too large and needed to be sealed in order. As for the others, you will have 3 months to rest, and after 3 months, we will start capturing the other tailed beasts. Pain said lightly. Although I don't know why I should continue after 3 months, Uchiha Sen has no opinion. Because just after this time, he was going to the ruins of the country of whirlpools to retrieve the things that his father had left there. However, the current timeline has become a little confused due to the appearance of Uchiha Sen. Not only the order of the tailed beasts has changed, but many things that should have happened have been delayed. For example, the angle and the flying section, the 2 of them have not had an accident so far, which means that Asma is not dead. Whether Asma will meet the 2 of them is another story. What will happen later, maybe everything is not certain. Therefore, for the latter things, Uchiha Sen only needs to control the general direction. As for some other details, as long as it does not affect the overall situation, everything is good to say. After the seal, the rest of the time is free. You only need to teleport the doppelganger when sealing the tailed beast. So Uchiha Sen finished the work at hand and ran directly to the former country of whirlpools. Chapter 87. The geographical location of the country of whirlpools is actually very superior, close to the country of fire, which belongs to the coveted place of many countries. However, since the destruction of the vortex country, the fire country naturally took over the territory of the vortex country, and then used most of the place, leaving only the ruins of the Vortex clan. The ruins are not accessible to everyone, and in order to prevent destruction, the Fire Nation has found many ninjas from Konoha to be stationed around it all year round to prevent others from destroying it. But in fact, the country of whirlpools is only in ruins, and there is not even anything valuable. In Uchiha Mori's opinion, in fact, the country of fire or Konoha Village is to find the secrets left by the Uzumaki clan. It's just a pity that for so many years, they haven't cracked the secrets of the Vortex family, so they have stayed until now. According to the Absolute Intelligence, there are a total of 17 ninjas stationed here, of which 3 are upper ninja, 6 are middle ninja, and the remaining 8 are lower ninja. In addition to this, there is a section of ordinary people who are responsible for the daily food and other problems of these ninjas. There are even ninjas who have already started families here, and they have moved their entire families here. Maybe they will never return to Konoha Village and stay here for the rest of their lives. Of course, what they insist on is also the outer places, and they dare not enter the real interior. Because too many people have died inside. The land of whirlpools. I have a familiar feeling. Uchiha Sen, dressed in a red cloud trench coat on a black background, looked at this very remote place, which was the site of the Uzumaki clan. In fact, the ruins of the country of whirlpools and the whirlpool family are not the same concept, but 2 places. First of all, the Uzumaki clan is the master of the Vortex country, but they only live in a small area. This country is called the Land of Whirlpools, but not all civilians are people of the Uzumaki clan, and there are many, many ordinary people. There is a ninja village in the country of whirlpools, which was formerly called the Ninja Village of the Whirlpool, but with the fall of the country of whirlpools, it also disappeared. Uchiha Sen looked at the ruins of the Uzumaki family faintly, although it was far away, but Uchiha Sen saw the general appearance. There was a faint outline of a village, and a small village appeared on the periphery, which was established by these ninjas, and it seemed quite lively. With the eyes of the writing wheel, you can see that around the ruins of the Uzumaki family, an enchantment is set up. This enchantment is inaccessible without the corresponding handprint, and the only entrance is in that village. More importantly, this enchantment technique shields all spatial ninjutsu, and it can be said that it is simply impossible to use spatial ninjutsu from the outside to enter the inside. This made Uchiha even more curious. What kind of secret is hidden inside to allow Konoha Village to spend so much money to stay here? Uchiha Sen's guess is not wrong, not to mention how much it costs these ninjas to stay here, just the manpower and material resources consumed by this enchantment are already a lot. This shows that what is hidden in it is worth more than what is spent. It seems that it is about to break through from the front. Let me find out where is the entrance door. Uchiha Sen slowly walked into the village, and every villager passing by would look at Uchiha Sen with doubtful eyes, and even many people had panic in their eyes. There are very few outsiders from this village, and even if they do, it is the ninjas of Konoha Village who come here to do business. Now a man in strange dress has appeared, which makes them feel a little scared. The Sharingan eye slowly rotated in Uchiha Mori's eyes, and everything around him changed at this moment, and in Uchiha Sen's eyes, he could clearly see the enchantment behind. Connected to the enchantment is a 3-story building in the easternmost part of the village, where there is a large number of chakra reactions. That tall building should be the place where the enchantment is maintained, and some ninjas guard here. The others were all scattered around to patrol the perimeter to prevent the enemy from having other means to break through the enchantment from other places. Not long after Uchiha Sen approached the 3rd floor, 7 or 8 ninjas from Konoha Village appeared, surrounding Uchiha Mori. People who know the organization? The rest of the road is not allowed to outsiders, and if you are willing to retreat, we will not pursue you, please leave. The Konoha ninja at the head looked solemn, but he had no intention of making a move with Uchiha Sen. Even in his opinion, guarding this place is much more important than fighting Uchiha Sen. You know, since Uchiha Sen killed so many ninjas in the mist-hidden village, his name has spread throughout the ninja world. Although Uchiha Sen has never said his name, the outside world already knows Uchiha Sen's code name, Muyo. The news has a lot to do with Uchiha Itachi, and the reason why Uchiha Itachi does not disclose the detailed information of Uchiha Sen to Konoha Village. The only thing to worry about is Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sen's strength, wanting to kill Uchiha Sasuke, is simply a breeze. Oh? It seems that you should be from the root organization, no wonder your method of sealing is so different from Konoha's. Shimura Danzo, this old immortal, didn't expect to be still spying on the secrets of the Vortex clan, but did he really not think that one day he would die on this secret? Uchiha Sen looked at this huge enchantment, and because of the Sharingan, the originally invisible enchantment also saw the shape of this enchantment in his eyes. If your excellency must be obsessed, don't blame us for doing it. Saying that, the ninja at the head took out a handful of kunao, and several ninjas behind him also took out a kunao. Uchiha Mori smiled and turned to look at the ninja at the head. You are so naive, I really don't know how you became this superior ninja, maybe ninjas also rely on relationships. Uchiha Sen squinted and smiled. It's just that when the ninja at the head still wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his waist. And it was both sides of the waist, and there was a sharp pain at the same time. The 2 Naka shinobi who were originally standing behind him actually took kumu and stabbed into the ninja's kidneys. How? How can it be? What are you doing? The leading ninja suddenly fell to his knees, and the severe pain in his kidneys made him a little unable to control himself. It's just that those 2 ninjas are like wooden people, and they began to attack the others. What's even more terrifying is that not only the 2 of them, but also 2 Naka shinobi also extended their butcher knives to their companions. Suddenly, the ninjas of Konoha Village began to fight each other. Chapter 88. The Power of the Heart, a very peculiar power. The moment Uchiha Sen's eyes looked at them, those 2 people were already controlled by Uchiha Sen, and at that moment their bodies and minds did not belong to them. There were 8 ninjas in total, and Uchiha Mori controlled the general and was also strengthened by him. It consumed the vitality of these people and forcibly increased the strength of these people, in order to eliminate this village. This is the place of the Vortex country and the Uzumaki clan, and Uchiha Sen does not allow outsiders to stay here. These people fought very fiercely, and even used the method of exchanging injuries for injuries. As if passing by, Uchiha Sen didn't care about the other people's fights, and walked straight to the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the 1st floor, he noticed that 2 ninjas, who looked like ninjas, appeared in front of him and made a defensive posture. And Uchiha Sen seems to need to pass in the game, maybe he needs to kill these two people before he can enter the next level. Hugh wants to go one step further. You are here. Poof. Two human heads flew directly into the sky, and blood gushed out directly, staining the walls and floor red. It's really verbose. It is said that the villain died of a lot of words, but if you really want to calculate it, I'm afraid I'm the big villain, right? Uchiha Sen didn't look at the bodies of the two people, stepped directly from above, and then went straight to the second floor. Unlike before, there was no one on the second floor, but from the perception, all the ninjas gathered on the roof. Judging from their chakra reaction, this is definitely an elite person. Maybe the ninjas they sent to block Uchiha Sen are actually going to give their lives, even just to delay time. Quick! The enemy's goal is precisely this enchantment behind us, find a way to turn it off. On the third floor, Nobushinobu looked at the ninjas in charge of the enchantment, and his mouth couldn't help but start roaring. Enemies come from the outside to the inside, with only two purposes, either to have a feud with Konoha, in order to take revenge on Konoha, so they come to kill them and then escape. Another purpose is the enchantment entrance behind them, which has a great chance. Danzo-sama once said that this place would rather be destroyed than allowed by the enemy, so we... Suddenly, this root ninja was directly pinched by a pair of invisible hands and lifted up directly. Captain! What happened to you? The team members next to them hurried over, but something very frightening happened to them. A figure gradually appeared in their line of sight, wearing a trench coat with red clouds on a black background and a black and white mask on his face, standing opposite them. Poof! With a burst of blood spraying, a large hole was immediately broken in the hearts of these two people, and the hearts were directly shattered. The other four ninjas looked at this scene and were directly dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the three most powerful of them would be subdued in an instant. Don't act rashly, I don't want to kill you, so don't move. Uchiha said with a smile. You? Who the hell are you? The Naka shinobu who was in charge of the seal sat on the ground, cold sweat slipped down his forehead at this moment, and facing Uchiha Mori, he felt for the first time what death was. Me? I'm just a wandering soul of the Whirlpool family, I just want to go home. So, I want to ask you to show me the way, take me through this enchantment, and I'll let you go, what do you think? Uchiha slowly approached the ninja, then crouched in front of him, his right hand on his shoulder. As if at this moment, Uchiha Sen was like a big brother next door, comforting his frightened brother with care. Go and die. I definitely can't let you pass. Suddenly, another Naka shinobi jumped from Uchiha Mori's back, but as soon as he jumped up, an invisible hand directly pinched his neck, and then pinched him to death like a weak chicken. Look, this is the end of non-cooperation, I hope you help me unlock this enchantment, and then I will let you go. Are you satisfied with the deal? Uchiha said with a smile. Full. Satisfied. I'm satisfied, I can accept such a deal, are you sure you'll let me go? That Naka shinobu stuttered a little. Because in his opinion, Uchiha Sen, a big devil who kills without blinking, will not let him go easily. Of course, as long as you unravel this enchantment, you include these two people, you can leave here at will. I don't have time to pursue you, it's up to you to get out of here. Uchiha Sen pointed in the direction of the doorway, and this Naka shinobu glanced at Uchiha Sen's finger and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The temptation to live is too great, to be able to live, even if it is a traitor, they are willing. Good. We help you unlock the seal of the enchantment. This Nakaninaki gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha, really a smart person, come, please. Saying that, Uchiha Sen stood up directly and gave up the place to them, although it looked extremely relaxed on the surface, but Uchiha Sen had already had a backhand. The three ninjas glanced at each other, and then their hands began to form the same seal, visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding enchantment began to loosen. As their chakras were injected into the enchantment began to subside little by little, and it was clear from the eyes of the chakra that the enchantment began to dissipate in an arc from above. The foreheads of these ninjas were already covered in sweat, which was obviously chakra's overuse. Uchiha Sen watched them so quietly, leaning against a table, not moving. With the slight shaking of the ground, all the enchantments had disappeared, and several ninjas exhaled heavily. It's already possible, now that the enchantment has been lifted, can we go? The ninja who had just spoken to Uchiha Sen stood up, plucked up the courage to look at Uchiha Sen, and asked in a low voice. Of course, I have already said that as long as you can untie the enchantment, you can leave here at will. With that, Uchiha made an inviting gesture and signaled that they could leave. The three looked at each other in surprise, but soon looked at Uchiha Sen warily, and they turned their backs towards the doorway, and then faced Uchiha Sen. They are all wary of Uchiha Sen's sneak attack, at least watching Uchiha Sen's movements, they will relax a little in their hearts. Until they walked out the door backwards, Uchiha Sen did not move, and then they turned around and flew out of here. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, 3 screams were heard outside. I promised to release you, but the outside world is very dangerous. Chapter 89. When the 3 ninjas walked out of the tall building, the first thing they saw was corpses and blood all over the ground. In addition to the corpses of the ninjas, the villagers living here also fell in a pool of blood, and no one knew what happened. Then when they reacted and wanted to escape, there were 4 more black shadows behind them. Then, with a scream of the 3 people, the lives of the 3 of them also returned to the god of death. The 4 ninjas once again hid around the tall building to avoid others disturbing Uchiha Sen inside. At this moment, they can live, all supported by the power of the phoenix of Uchiha Sen. If it were not for the life force given to them by the power of the phoenix, I am afraid they would have died a long time ago. Because of Uchiha Sen, the vitality in their bodies has all been squeezed out, in exchange for the corresponding increase in strength. As long as Uchiha Sen took out the phoenix power in their bodies, then they would be completely dead. When everyone was wiped out, Uchiha Mori stood up and instantly came to a cave. This cave is the passage to the ruins of the Uzumaki family, and although it looks very small, when Uchiha Mori walked through this passage, he found that it was an extremely open area. Although it is very open, like a small village, most of the houses inside have collapsed. The only houses that still stand are in the middle of the village, and Uchiha Mori can see them at a glance. Once here, Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that an invisible force was calling him. It's just that Uchiha Sen is very wary of this call, for the simple reason that when he saw his father Uzumaki-gan, Uzumaki told him everything. Even told Uchiha Sen about the reaction of the Uzumaki clan when he went. The only thing that is not mentioned is this invisible force. If it is an ordinary clan or an ordinary ninja, it will definitely think that this is a call from the bloodline, which is very moving. But the power of the phoenix in Uchiha Sen's body came out directly after Uchiha Sen received this signal. Blocked this signal. That's right, for this signal, the power of the phoenix is actively shielding, which shows that this signal is absolutely strong and strong. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sen became more interested in what was in the Uzumaki clan, and he controlled the power of the phoenix and slightly relaxed the shield of this signal. As soon as he relaxed, the feeling reappeared, and Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, followed this feeling, and came to a house. This house, which looks very ordinary, is not overly embellished, but because of time, it shows a sense of decadence and ruin. Uchiha slowly walked into the house. This house looks old from the outside, but strangely, from the inside, this house looks like a new house. The decoration and materials in this are almost complete: tables, chairs, benches, and desk incense candles. Directly opposite this gate is a very spectacular torii mountain, facing below, almost all of the dead man's torii. It can be seen that all the archways are all with names that begin with the word whirlpool, and it can be seen that this should be the ancestral hall of the Whirlpool family. But one thing that makes Uchiha Sen feel is that the ancestral hall here is not like the ancestral hall that Uchiha Sen has seen. The reason is very simple: although it is very similar, it is still a big gap from what is displayed in the Vortex Dry Fantasy realm. Here it's more like imitation in general. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sen suddenly felt that the surrounding environment had changed, as if the speed of time flow suddenly increased, and everything around him was changing. The red paint on the pillars began to peel off rapidly, cracks began to appear on the snow-white walls, traces of weathering slowly appeared on tables, chairs, and benches, and even the door began to slowly dissipate. Uchiha Sen used the power of the phoenix to protect the whole body, although it seems that the speed of time flow has accelerated, but according to the feedback of the power of the phoenix, this place is more like an illusion. That's right, just like the illusion created by the whirlpool, the changes that have taken place here are also the same. Slowly, chakras began to emerge from these rankings, gathering in midair. In midair, a face that Uchiha Sen was very familiar with slowly emerged. Death. That's right, this is the Grim Reaper who appeared behind the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate and the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun/2 people, using ghouls to seal them. The ghoul sealing technique comes from the sealing technique of the Vortex clan, and it is listed as a forbidden technique because it is to exchange human lives for human lives. But now, the Shinigami they traded has appeared at Uchiha Sen's side. When the Grim Reaper appeared, Uchiha Sen felt what a threat was for the first time. Since Uchiha Sen's phoenix power awakened, Uchiha Sen has never felt any threat. Because no one can threaten Uchiha Sen's life, not even 1%, the chance is 0. But this Grim Reaper made Uchiha Sen feel more or less threatened. Because the body of this god of death is filled with a little causal power. Most of the causal power of death comes from their ability to reap life, and when a person dies, death will come to harvest their soul, which is cause and effect. Because he is about to die, the result is that the soul must be taken away by death. It's just that since the Vortex family can develop this technique, it means that they have definitely signed a contract with the god of death, otherwise there would be no such strange situation. A clan member of the Vortex clan? I didn't expect to see the clansmen of the Vortex clan again, and I thought that someone who was not afraid of death had broken into me without permission. The Grim Reaper actually spoke. Uchiha Mori tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was the weirdest thing he had seen in recent times. He had watched Hokage for so many years, and for the first time he saw Shinigami speak. I didn't expect that it was an honor to meet the Grim Reaper here. Uchiha Mori's body slowly floated, and because he especially hated looking up at people, he flew into mid-air. Hi! The clansmen of the Vortex clan, there is a very powerful force in your body, and this power is different from chakra, which is a higher level of power. Even this force does not belong here, even I must be afraid when I see it. Uchiha Sen suddenly realized, no wonder the god of death could talk to him so calmly. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of the phoenix power in his body. In that case, then Uchiha Sen can ask more things. Something very sensitive. Chapter 90. Uchiha Sen looked at the Shinigami on the opposite side. This was the first time Uchiha Sen looked at the Shinigami so carefully. To tell the truth, if it weren't for Uchiha Sen's closer inspection, he would definitely not see the difference between the Shinigami and the Shinigami summoned by the ghoul. The spells on his body were different, and the string of beads in his hand was also engraved with some characters, but Uchiha Sen didn't know them. More importantly, this Grim Reaper is much more powerful than the Grim Reaper summoned by the ghouls. Since you are the god of death, then why did you stay in the ancestral shrine of this Vortex clan? Uchiha asked. Once a clan member of the Vortex clan, when studying the sealing technique, inadvertently summoned me out of the Yellow Spring, and that was the first time I came to this world. Since that time, I have made a contract with that clan that he can summon me, but every time I am summoned, I must pay enough soul. Later, when he was getting old, he signed a new contract with me. But all the clansmen who have the bloodline of the Vortex clan can use the sealing technique to summon me to help them retreat from the enemy. Of course, the price is the same, enough souls. Later, the ancestral shrine here became a place where I communicated with each generation of the patriarch of the Vortex clan. It's just a pity that a few decades ago, the Vortex clan suddenly disappeared, and I thought that the Vortex clan would be wiped out, but I didn't expect that 12 years ago, someone summoned me. What surprised me even more was that that person was not a member of the Vortex clan, because he did not sign a contract with me, so in the end his soul was also taken away by me. Death looked at Uchiha Mori, and the moment Uchiha Sen walked in, he felt the swirling bloodline in Uchiha Sen's body. Although it was not as strong as the Vortex clan he had met before, it did possess it. Uchiha Sen knew that the person that Shinigami said 12 years ago should be the fourth generation of Hokage wave Feng Shuman. Including the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun to behead the old man, I am afraid that he was also taken away because he did not sign a contract with the god of death. So that's the case, according to what you said, as long as it is a member of the Vortex clan who signed the contract, can he summon you? Uchiha asked in a low voice. That's right, but I'm not omnipotent, and if your hands can't touch each other's body, I can't do anything. Because even if you have a contract with me, mortals cannot use my weapons. Saying that, the Grim Reaper took out his dagger, which was the weapon used to cut people's souls. This weapon is of no use to the normal human body, but it can harvest the human soul. Death said. Uchiha Sen nodded, but this ability was a bit chicken for him. Now Uchiha Sen has the ability of the immortal god to strengthen himself, and even his ability will definitely surpass the god of death in the future, surpassing all the people in this ninja world. If it's just like this, then the treasure of the Vortex clan will inevitably have a child's play. Uchiha Sen shook his head. I don't need your ability, come out, my ability will definitely surpass you in the future. Uchiha Sen said bluntly to the Shinigami, he was telling the truth, and the Shinigami had nothing to say. No, if that's all, then there are so many people who want to come here in a vain attempt to crack the secrets of the Vortex clan. Do you know why the people of the Uzumaki clan live a long life? Shinigami asked. Isn't it the relationship between the bloodline of the Vortex clan? Uchiha Mori frowned. Ha ha ha, think about it yourself, as the ancestor of the Vortex clan, Ashura is only in his 60s and has died, and even the 6 immortals have a lifespan of more than 100 years. But as their descendants, can their bloodlines be stronger than their predecessors? Shinigami asked. Death's question made Uchiha Sen ponder, because everyone knew that the Uzumaki family had a long lifespan, and the reason was because of the gift from their ancestors. But who would have thought that even if it was a 6-path immortal, it would only be 100 years old, and the lifespan of the Ashura would be even shorter? Of course, perhaps it was the reason why Ashura had been fighting for many years, his body was darkly wounded, and his death in his 60s was excusable. But why is it that the Whirlpool family, which is their descendants, can live longer than their ancestors, and everyone is like this? That's a bit unreasonable. Could it be that the reason for their longevity is because of you? Uchiha Mori frowned. That's right, every Vortex clan member who signed a contract with me, if each person uses my ability to kill a person, the remaining life force of the dead person will all be evenly distributed to the Vortex clan. The Whirlpool people here refer to the Whirlpool people who signed the contract, and the vitality is not the final lifespan. Death's explanation made Uchiha Sen can't help but be stunned. This is also a little too terrifying, right? Although vitality is not equal to lifespan, if it is increased by a ratio of 10:1, it is also very profitable. Don't think too much, life force and everyone's life, in fact, the lifespan of conversion is not the same. For example, an ordinary person, in the life of one person, may be able to add 10 years to his life. But if you change to a superior ninja, you only have a lifespan of 5 years. If it's someone like you, maybe it's only a year or 2, or even less. Because your individual life has exceeded most people in this world, you need much more life force than them for each additional year of life. That's why there is such a ratio. Death whispered. Uchiha Sen nodded, he agreed with this view. Vitality is not only quantitative, but also quality. Like Uchiha Sen, the quality is already very good, and the new vitality, if it is to be integrated into the body, must undergo high-strength compression. So that's the case, it seems that the treasure my father said should be this. Uchiha Sen nodded. But I want to ask, how many of the people who signed the contract with you now are still alive? Uchiha asked. There is another person, he is not alive, but there is still a part of her spirit in the world. 3 years ago, there was also a Uzumaki tribe who also lived in this state for a long time, but suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. His name is Uzumaki Gan, you should know. Uchiha Sen nodded. It seems that as long as the contract is signed, even if he lives with a spirit body, he will be perceived by the god of death. However, Uchiha Sen is more interested in this vitality. Who thinks they live long? Chapter 91. Life is a thing, no one dislikes themselves for living too long, and even countless people vainly try to live forever. Therefore, Uchiha Sen plans to sign this contract with the Shinigami to feel what it is. Anyway, Uchiha Sen has the power of the phoenix to protect the body, even if there is any problem, he has the corresponding backhand and life-saving means. Okay, then how can I sign this contract with you, and what do I need to pay? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. You don't need to pay anything, you just need to help me harvest the soul. Although I already know that mortals can't hold this knife, according to the custom, you still have to try it. Saying that, the Shinigami directly threw the short knife in his hand to Uchiha Sen. It's just that the Grim Reaper doesn't have any expectations, and almost all the people of the Vortex tribe can't catch this short knife. The short knife does not hurt them, but directly through their body and falls to the ground. I thought that Uchiha Sen would be like this, but there was a little accident. Uchiha Sen directly caught the short knife with his hand, and he could even put it in his hand to play with it. When Uchiha Sen caught this short knife, he could clearly feel that this short knife had a strange power. This power cannot be explained in words, but Uchiha Mori has a feeling that as long as he is injured by it, he will definitely die. Someone can use my knife. This shows that your body and soul are no longer ordinary human beings. In this way, you can hold my knife in the future, but whoever kills with this knife, you can have their life force. Of course, if other Vortex clan people sign this contract, you need to share the life force equally. Saying that, the Shinigami took out a scroll, spread it directly, and placed it in front of Uchiha Sen, showing it to him. This scroll is full of names, all of which begin with names based on the word Uzumaki, which seems to be a contract signed by the Uzumaki clan with the Grim Reaper. Uchiha Sen found the blank space behind him, bit his finger, and prepared to write his name. But suddenly thought about it, if you use the name Uchiha Sen, it may fail to sign it, so Uchiha Sen changed his name. Uzumaki Mori. Uchiha Sen wrote the name on it, and when he saw the name, Death's pupils shrank slightly. And the Shinigami seemed to suddenly remember something, and began to observe Uchiha Sen carefully. I wonder if you can take off your mask and let me see what you look like. Shinigami asked in a low voice. Uchiha Sen was a little curious, he didn't know why the Shinigami wanted to look at him, but since the contract had been signed, the Shinigami should not betray the contract between the two parties. So Uchiha put his hand on the mask and slowly took it down. When seeing Uchiha Sen's face, God's face actually emitted a look of horror. You? Are you? Death's face was full of disdain. How? Do you know me? Uki asked lightly. I don't know why. Uchizen suddenly had a premonition, he felt that in the future, he would definitely travel through time and space. The reason is simple, the tailed beast knows him, the absolute recognition, even the god of death knows him, and even he is very frightened. It seems that Uchiha Sen did something harmful to nature. That's right, in fact, I know you, but judging by your expression, you don't seem to remember your memory yet. For some reason, I can't tell you what happened, but there is one thing I have to tell you. Follow your heart and don't be blinded by power. After speaking, the god of death immediately disappeared into this ancestral shrine as if he had fled, as if it had never appeared. Uchiha Sen was a little puzzled, and the headless things that this Shinigami said made him still a little puzzled. But since the Shinigami no longer plans to come out again, then Uchiha Sen does not plan to stay here for too long. It's just that there is another place that Uchiha Sen intends to visit, and that is the mask wall here. Using one of the masks, Orochimaru successfully summoned the god of death, resurrected the thousand-hand pillar, the thousand hands pillar, the ape flying sun slash, and the wave feng shui gate, and gathered 4 Hokage. I have to say that the ability of the big snake pill is still very strong, and even studied the connection between the Whirlpool family and the god of death. I am afraid that this mask is also used to summon the god of death, but later the clansmen of the Vortex clan signed a contract with the god of death, so it was placed here and never used again. This wall Uchiha Sen does not intend to destroy, but intends to keep it for the Great Snake Pill. Without the appearance of the 4 Hokages, the battle would be a little too one-sided, and it would have been too boring for Uchiha Sen. When Uchiha Sen left, he set a small seal around him, and if someone entered this ancestral shrine, Uchiha Sen would receive intelligence and even receive this person's chakra reaction. After doing all this, Uchiha Sen walked out of the passage again, and as soon as he walked out, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. Fire. The art of fireballs. Tushu. Great rivers of earth. Thunder. Thunderball of light. As the explosion sounded, ninjutsu smashed into this passage like it didn't want money, and this passage immediately collapsed. The rumbling sound rose and fell one after another, and a lot of rock salt fell off, directly burying this passage mouth. The explosion subsided, and the other ninjas paused to release ninjutsu, all staring at the passage. Captain. Is the person who invaded here really dead? A ninja questioned, not knowing why. His heart was always a little flustered. If a normal person is attacked, there will definitely be some screams, but this person does not. The captain looked at the pile of rocks silently, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Originally, each location needed to report to Konoha Village every day, but today the route has not received information here, so it is judged that there is a problem here. When these 4 teams came here, they found that this place had completely become a purgatory on Earth. And 4 ninjas from Konoha Village actually attacked them, and although they killed them in the end, some of the people who came to support were also injured. According to the smell of ninja dogs, they found that someone had entered this passage, so they ambushed here. Originally, this captain thought that it was impossible for this person to come out of the passage, but he did not expect that this invading enemy actually came out of this passage. And it's still intact. Chapter 92. It's just that what makes this root ninja even more surprised is still to come. Because Uchiha Sen once again stood in front of him intact, as if all the attacks just now were an illusion attack. Ah! It's a reinforcement from Konoha Village. It seems that I underestimate Konoha Village a little. Uchiha Sen looked at these dozen ninjas. Without exception, these people are all elite middle ninja and upper ninja level combat power, did not expect that the root has this kind of combat power. Of course, although this is also a shinobi, they are still far behind Kiki Kakashi's level. Even they are far inferior to one of those present. Yamato. Uchiha Sen immediately discovered his chakra abnormality, because the chakra in his body was too active, just like the wood-done cells used by Uchiha Sen before. But compared to the muta cells, the chakra in Yamato's body seems to have been diluted, and it is very weak. This is probably why, compared to the original Hokage's Mudan, Yamato can only be regarded as a tofu dregs project. Do you know the people of the organization? Why did you come to the place of Konoha Village, and what is your purpose? Captain Gen questioned Uchiha Mori, his right hand secretly playing a code behind him, and made 2 gestures in an instant. A gesture refers to insisting on not backing away, another gesture is to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. This small action of the root captain was seen by Uchiha Sen, although he did not know what these 2 codes represented, but looking at the eyes of others, Uchiha Sen could also guess 1 or 2. Most of these ninjas' eyes had the kind of death-like look, and it looked like they were about to fight hard. What is my purpose? Hehe. My purpose is clear, to kill all of you Konoha ninjas. Also, this is the country of Uzumaki, the residence of the Uzumaki clan, not the station of your Konoha ninja village. Do you understand? Uchiha Sen's eyes were like a knife, and when he looked at that root ninja couldn't help but push back 2 steps. This man. It's horrible. I don't know why, the body of this root captain trembled a little. So, looking at your appearance, you are trying to delay time and wait for more people's support, right? But it's okay, I can play with you. If there are not enough people coming, I still want to go to Konoha Village, go to find Shimura Danzo to reminisce. Saying that, a short knife appeared in Uchiha Mori's hand, and this short knife was the weapon of the Grim Reaper. From the outside, this short knife is unpretentious, but the power in it is only known by Uchiha Mori himself. Ah! With a sudden scream, a Konoha ninja was instantly cut by Uchiha Sen, and unlike all previous death methods, there was not a trace of blood spurting out. Uchiha Sen looked at it. This person did not have any wounds, as if it did not hurt him. But the life force replenished in the body tells Uchiha Sen that the person is dead. Is this knife only for the soul, not for the flesh? Hi. It seems to look good. A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth, and then he looked at the others. In the next second, another person fell, and this person didn't even scream. Be careful, team of 2 back to back, absolutely don't let him attack us from behind. Commander Gen shouted. This Gen captain is still quite experienced, and judging from Uchiha Sen's 2 killing moves, Uchiha Sen likes to come to someone's back and deliver a fatal blow. Although he didn't know why he hadn't seen blood since the beginning, he was sure that these 2 people were dead. Commander Gen gave the order in time, but there were still 2 people who did not react. They were a full 12 people, and they lost 4 in an instant. The other 8 were in teams of 2 by 2, watching ahead back to back, not giving Uchiha Sen room to play. Leaning against Captain Gen is Yamato. Ding! Use the occult. Let him see the strongest power in Konoha Village. Commander Gen shouted. This Ding did not speak, wearing a mask and could not see his expression, but his hands had begun to imprint, and countless tree roots immediately appeared on the ground. Mu done. The 4 pillars technique. With this Ding shouting, one log after another quickly flew around Uchiha Sen, directly forming a cell, controlling Uchiha Sen inside. This cell is not made of ordinary wood, but has been blessed by muted chakra, and it looks solid. It's just that the attack is not over yet, and Ding's hands are still rapidly sealing. Mu done. Tree bound for eternal burial. After the sealing, a large number of vine-like saplings once again appeared on the ground, and the saplings broke through the soil and directly grew into towering trees, trapping Uchiha Sen firmly in the big tree. As the trees got bigger and bigger, Uchiha Sen was slowly suppressed in the trees. Gradually, Uchiha Sen's figure was directly engulfed by the tree, leaving only a towering tree in place. Was it successful? The Captain Gen's tone was full of expectation. I can sense that the attack just now was against him, and it can't be wrong. Ding nodded. Hearing Ding say this root commander was relieved, but he had just relaxed, and a scene that made him extremely frightened appeared. In Ding's hand, a short knife actually appeared. There was a short knife that was not unexpected, but unexpectedly, this short knife was the one that Uchiha Sen used just now. However, at this moment, he wanted to move, but he couldn't move at all, because the wooden branches on his feet were frantically absorbing the chakra in his body. As the short knife pierced Captain Gen's heart, Captain Gen's eyes widened and he fell directly to the ground. How? How can it be? Fourth. You. Why are you doing it to the captain? The other ninjas hurriedly took a few steps back, their faces were very frightened, they couldn't imagine why Ding would betray. It's just that Ding didn't say a word, just stood in place, and the short knife in his hand disappeared. It's not that he betrayed, it's that you're still obsessed. The big tree that originally buried Uchiha Sen was slowly separated, and Uchiha Sen walked out of it unscathed. I didn't expect that Shimura Danzo still had a backhand. It seems that the success of Mu Duan's experiment back then was not useless. At least it's like this inferior, he has produced a lot of it. The moment he controlled Ding, Uchiha Sen knew that this person was actually not Yamato. But like Yamato, it is a test product of Mu Dun cells, but it is from the hands of Shimura Danzo. Okay. Kill them. Chapter 93. The sounds of fighting and explosions followed, mixed with some screams. The ground is full of trees, and the Ding blessed by the power of the phoenix faintly has a hint of the style of the original Hokage. But in the end, the quality is still too much worse, whether it is the number of trees, the attack power, or the toughness and solidity, it is much weaker than the original Hokage. The reason why Uchiha Sen knows is because when Konoha collapsed the plan, Uchiha Sen once felt the wood from the 1,000-hand pillars. At that time, the 1,000-hand pillar was reborn from filthy soil, and his strength was less than 1/10 of his peak. But that level of Mu Dun is enough to kill Ding's Mu Dun in seconds, let alone the 1,000-hand pillar at its peak. With the subsequent birth of the tree realm, the originally bare ground has turned into a forest. Of course, calling it a forest is an overstatement, and it is more accurate to call it a forest. The woods blocked the entrance to the ruins of the Vortex family, and the outside was already full of corpses and blood. Ding once again stood beside Uchiha Sen, respectfully holding the short knife in front of Uchiha Sen and kneeling down on one knee to show his submission. Uchiha Sen smiled, his right hand moved slightly, and the short knife in Ding's hand had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the thumb and middle finger of Uchiha Sen's left hand were stacked together, gently rubbed, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Ding seemed to have been forcibly removed his spine, and his body suddenly went numb. The power of the Phoenix is really very domineering. After the blessing of the power of the Phoenix, the combat effectiveness will increase exponentially, but the consequence is the loss of vitality, and whether the human body can withstand this ability. Uchiha Sen is different. When Uchiha Sen received the power of the Phoenix, he had already been transformed by the power of the Phoenix. Later, he drew the Wolverine template, which further strengthened his body, so that he could use the power of the Phoenix at will. Killing these ninjas, Uchiha Sen's vitality supplemented a part. Although the strength of ninjas is strong, but to be honest, the vitality of ninjas is really strong and weak. The reason is simple: ninjas often fight, and the dark wounds left after injuries and each internal injury consume life force, which is why people who are often injured often do not have a high lifespan. All these life forces have added a little more than 8 years of life to Uchiha Sen, and it feels better than nothing. Because of the power of the Phoenix, Uchiha Sen is far beyond the scope of ordinary humans, so the compression of this mass is really a little too ruthless. But it doesn't matter, it's all earned anyway, and Uchiha Sen will never lose. During this period of time, the ninja world can be described as turbulent, and all forces are a little ready to move. Their goals are very unified, and they are all Xiao group because they do not trust each other, so they have something to hide, so the actions of various countries against Xiao organization are all acting alone. This gave a lot of space to the other members of the Xiao organization, such as the Flying Section and Horn Capital, who captured the second tail, and after capturing the second tail, he took out the country of Thunder unscathed. Because you can't jump over borders at will, causing a war, so the ninja who was pursuing in the land of Thunder could only watch as both Hida and Keiku fled. Soon Gu is also led out of the village because of a mission, allowing Uchiha Itachi and Dry Persimmon Oni to join forces to defeat and bring back to the base of the show organization. Uchiha Sen also followed them to seal the 2 tails and 5 tails respectively, and successfully extracted their chakra, so that Uchiha Sen is only the chakra of the 7 tails and the 8 tails. The tailed beasts in the outer path golem have already collected 6, and only 7, 8, 90, 3-tailed beasts have not moved. Nanao Ranzuli is a ninja of Taki Shinobi Village, which is the village before Kakuto, but Pain decides to send 3 squads this time to capture Nanao. On the one hand, the 7-tailed human pillar force is relatively mature, and it is shown in the intelligence that the 7-tailed human pillar force has been able to communicate with the 7-tailed human pillar force, and the tail is beastly, and the strength is still strong. On the other hand, because other countries targeted the Xiao organization during this time, Pain definitely took 3 squads to arrest them, and the tentative members were 6 people. Dried Persimmon on Mackerel, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuto, Hijuan, Tendo Pain, and Uchiha Sen. These 6 can be said to be the 6 with the strongest combat effectiveness in the Xiao organization now, especially Uchiha Sen and Pain. The strength of the 2 of them is obvious to everyone in the Xiao organization. After the death of the Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara's teammate became Fei, a pseudonym for Uchiha Obito, a pure tease. If that hadn't happened, Uchiha Obito might have really become such a tease. As for Uchiha Itachi, seriously, since his eyesight began to decline, his combat effectiveness has also slipped. But speaking of this, Uchiha Sen suddenly remembered that the Uchiha Itachi, who will fight with Uchiha Sasuke in the future, may be even more ill than now. Even so, in the end, Uchiha Sasuke never hit Uchiha Itachi. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Itachi used a 10-fist sword to seal the spell of the Great Snake Pill, the consequences are still unknown. Of course, it is impossible for Uchiha Itachi to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Even if he still has spare strength, he will choose death. The capture of Nanao was placed 2 months later, and during these 2 months, everyone was in a gap. And Uchiha Sen has already had a hunch that in these 2 months, a lot will definitely happen. It's just that now Uchiha Sen doesn't care about this, because he received news from the Big Snake Pill, and the Big Snake Pill wants to meet with Uchiha Sen. The location was about a base in the north of Orochimaru, and after 2.5 days of hurrying, Uchiha Sen finally arrived here. It's just that Uchiha Sen was a little surprised that this place was empty. Hood was waiting for Uchiha Sen at the door early, judging by his appearance. I am afraid that he had been waiting for a while. Mori-kun is finally here, but I have been waiting since the morning until now. The moment he saw Uchiha Sen's figure, there was a warm smile on his face, but in Uchiha Sen's opinion, this smile looked how fake it was. But Pocket has always been like this, no matter who he faces, it is such a face, and Uchiha Sen does not care. Hi. I don't know what Orochimaru is going to do this time. He took the initiative to invite me to come, but it's really rare, said Uchiha Sen with a smile. I don't know what Lord Orochimaru is going to do, but he's been saying lately that the time is coming soon. According to my guess, maybe it's the time of rebirth, it's almost time. Chapter 94. When is rebirth? Uchiha Sen was slightly stunned, and he reacted to this. 3 years had passed. 3 years have passed since Orochimaru launched Konoha's collapse plan 3 years ago, and was taken away by Sarutobi Hinata, and he had no choice but to reincarnate. In the past 3 years, the Big Snake Pill has always used a very mediocre body. I'm afraid he is not willing, right? During this time, the news of the Great Snake Pill has almost disappeared, and I am afraid that it is also related to the combat effectiveness of his body. Is it already at this point in time? The Big Snake Pill won't be here to explain the aftermath, right? Uchiha Sen made a joke. In fact, he knew that Orochimaru would not live long enough after this time, or even as long as he wanted to. It's just that Pocket's face is a little ugly, obviously guessed by Uchiha Sen. The target of Orochimaru's body change this time was Sasuke Uchiha, and I don't know why, there has always been a sense of foreboding in Orochimaru's heart. But the Big Snake Pill's mind has been decided, and even if he persuades again, it is useless. In the past 3 years, the growth of Uchiha Sasuke is obvious to all, and the talent really has nothing to say. Of course, this cannot be compared with Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen is a monster, but Uchiha Sasuke is different. Uchiha Sasuke has a low starting point and a high growth. But what is more embarrassing is that Uchiha Itake's strength is much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke at his age. Hi. Lord Orochimaru has never needed us to worry about doing things, but he fought with the Nine-Tails Pillar Force some time ago, and he seems to have been injured a little. So this time it may be a little anxious, because this body really can't hold it. This secret may only be known to Orochimaru and Pocket, because Pocket is Orochimaru's deputy, and his reincarnation depends on him. Uchiha Mori smiled and did not speak. It should be the so-called Battle of Tenchi Bridge. Yamato took Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, plus a root of Sasui. It's just that they are like fools. The death of the Red Sand Scorpion spread almost in the first place. How could the Big Snake Pill not know that the Red Sand Scorpion died? And who did the Red Sand Scorpion fight with before he died, and who he had seen? How could the Big Snake Pill not know? Therefore, all this is just a play directed and acted by Orochimaru, and as for why, no one knows. Listening to the meaning of your words, it seems that you have a complaint about the Big Snake Pill. If you are not happy here, it is better to come to me and help me research something. Of course, Uchiha Sen knew that it was impossible for Orochimaru to leave, but he asked anyway. Mori-kun said and smiled, following Lord Orochimaru is the most important thing in my life, there is no one. So this kind of joke Mori-kun still don't make any more jokes, and I didn't complain about Lord Orochimaru. Pocket bowed slightly, and his steps slowly accelerated, showing that Uchiha Sen had a certain precaution. As for why he was guarded against Uchiha Sen, the reason was simple, you just now actually saw through what he was thinking. For so many years, few people have been able to see through the mind of the Pocket, and Uchiha Sen is one. The two walked for a while, and finally stopped at the door. Pocket opened the door and made an inviting gesture to Uchiha Mori, who looked inside and found Orochimaru sitting inside. At this moment, the big snake pill was wrapped in bandages in many places, as if he was seriously injured. Uchiha slowly walked in, but he didn't follow up, just closed the door behind his back. Orochimaru, why do you look so embarrassed? Uchiha said with a smile. Nothing, in order to test the ability of the nine-tailed human pillar force, I didn't expect that only 4 tails were already so strong. Orochimaru's signature hoarse voice appeared, and I saw that he raised his eyes, and his eyes were already scarlet. The 3 black guyu are slowly rotating in the eyes of the big snake pill, looking very beautiful, riding wheel eyes. Oh! It turns out that you have transplanted the Sharingan, and it looks like you have cracked the secret. Uchiha Sen said with a faint smile. No, not yet, although after having the Mutant cell, the Sharingan can be hidden, but it cannot be upgraded to a kaleidoscope. No wonder for so many years, very few Uchiha people have opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and it is really difficult. There was no frustration in Orochimaru's tone, but a look of great interest, because in his opinion, this matter already had a clue, or something new. The secret of the Sharingan is in front of you, and coupled with the Mutant cells, the chemical reaction produced is very wonderful. This opened a new door for the Great Snake Pill. It seems that you have mastered the secrets of Mutant and Sharingan, but your body has become like this, and you are going to be reborn again. Uchiha Sen raised his eyebrows. This body is perfect, to be honest, Mutant cell plus riding wheel eyes, already a strong blood succession limit. Ha 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 ha, of course, Uchiha Sasuke's body really excites me so much, and the talent of your Uchiha clan is really blessed. For the sake of kaleidoscope chakra, I had to be reborn. Orochimaru said with a smile. In fact, people of the Uchiha clan may not be able to open the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and in the same way, people who are not of the Uchiha clan may not be able to open the kaleidoscope. Don't you know yet, Kakashi Kiki has opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and he can also use pupil art skillfully. Kiki Kakashi's talent, Uchiha Sen also has to agree, or that sentence, without this chakra eye, maybe Kiki Kakashi can become a shadow-level powerhouse. After all, you can create S-level ninjutsu as a teenager, which no one has ever done. Is it? I didn't expect Kakashi, the little ghost, to become so powerful. But I believe that Sasuke's body will surprise me even more, and this time I must get him. Orochimaru's eyes were full of fanaticism, as if he had already thought of the future scene. It's just that Uchiha Sen shook his head. This time the big snake pill completely miscalculated. Uchiha Sasuke is not so simple. For such a long time, Uchiha Sasuke must have hidden his strength in order to prevent the great snake pill from devouring his body. In that case, what are you looking for me for? Uchiha asked. I found a very strange thing and wanted to look for you, so you look at the contents of this scroll. Saying that, Orochimaru threw a scroll directly to Uchiha Sen. This scroll was very small and did not record much. Uchiha Sen opened the scroll and discovered something very important. Chapter 95. Are you sure the news you got is true? Uchiha Sen's expression was a little strange. Yes, I'm sure what I found is real, and I've found the evidence, but I can't show it to you now. Orochimaru licked his lips. Uchiha Sen closed the scroll. In fact, he had known about this for a long time, but what he didn't expect was that Orochimaru actually found out about it. I have to say that the detection ability of the big snake pill can be regarded as one of the best in the entire ninja world. Although his absolute strength is not comparable to that of the Thousand Hands Pillar and Uchiha Spot, even when the ape Flying Sun is at his peak, he can easily kill him. But in other respects, both stratagem and observation are part of the very good part. And a lot of things, he can find the truth of the matter by guessing, which is really not easy. I didn't expect you to have found this kind of thing. It seems that you have learned the truth of part of the matter, Orochimaru. Uchiha Sen threw the scroll back to Orochimaru, and his opinion of Orochimaru deepened in his heart. Hi! Thanks to the story you told me that day, I came to this discovery today, but I didn't expect that I missed so many years. What a pity. Orochimaru licked his lips. Listening to what he meant, he had definitely finished this matter. Uchiha Sen slashed at him, and Orochimaru definitely had other things to find himself. You're not going to come to me just because of this, are you? My time is precious. If there is anything, say it quickly. While I am in a good mood recently, maybe I can promise to help you a little. Of course, Uchiha Sen's so-called help is not gratuitous help, and Orochimaru must also understand this, so if he really has something to ask Uchiha Sen for help, then he must pay something. I saw Orochimaru smile, stood up from the chair, and could see that his figure was a little stumbling. He walked to the door, lightly pressed the button, and a huge laboratory appeared in front of Uchiha Sen's eyes. Orochimaru went straight inside, and Uchiha Sen followed, which was basically empty. Orochimaru walked to the bookcase, picked up another scroll, and reached out and handed it to Uchiha Sen. In my southern prison, it is full of people who have been expelled by me, and the people who are in charge there I have given orders, and when you pass, they will all listen to you. I'm going to be reborn soon, but I have a hunch that this time it won't be so smooth. So once I fail, I want you to secretly resurrect me. Orochimaru's tone was very indifferent, as if he was saying something that didn't concern him, but Uchiha Sen heard some clues from his mouth. So, aren't you sure about Uchiha Sasuke's body? Uchiha asked. Orochimaru did not speak, but came to his stage and gently pressed a button again. After the button was pressed, a huge petri dish was pushed out of the gap, and in addition to the culture liquid, there was a naked man's body. This body is my backup plan. In addition to having the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, it also has the mutant cell. During this time, although I have not absorbed mutant cells by living people, I have accidentally completed it, allowing a body to have mutant cells. If I can't devour Uchiha Sasuke, then this body is my spare body. Orochimaru looked at his masterpiece, and his eyes shone with satisfaction. Then since you have such a good choice, why do you have to be so attached to Uchiha Sasuke's body? Is it just because he's Uchiha's younger brother? Uchiha asked. I just want to find a reason to die in peace. Otherwise I can't investigate some things secretly, especially the one you told me. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Ever since Uchiha told him the secret, he has been investigating this time. It really allowed him to investigate a lot of things, but because all forces were staring at him, many times the big snake pill couldn't investigate secretly. If the big snake pill in the plot has no choice, only the option of occupying Uchiha Sasuke's body, then the big snake pill now has a lot of choices, including a backup plan. Therefore, Orochimaru found Uchiha Sen and wanted Uchiha Sen to help. Then why don't you find your faithful subordinates? Looks like you're a crazy admirer. Uchiha said with a smile. No, although he is very loyal, once he has the opportunity to become me, or stronger than me now, he will not hesitate to do so, I know him. So, this matter is going to trouble you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Uchiha smiled, tossed the scroll in his hand into the sky, and then returned it to his hand. Then if I promise you, what good will you give me? The deal between us is not so simple, is it? Uchiha shook the scroll in his hand, which recorded how to release the spirit of the great snake pill in the spell seal. I have to say that the spell mark is simply a divine work. Each spell seal has a part of the spirit of the big snake pill. As long as the big snake pill is willing, he will almost never die. I have consulted a lot of information, and it proves that the Sharingan of Uchiha was higher than that of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. And the ability is stronger, and it is more outstanding. Various sources prove that when he was blind, he transplanted both of his brother's eyes and became a kind of flawless Sharingan, and Uchiha called himself the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. So, according to my guess, changing the eyes between brothers will make the Sharingan go further. If I use your genes to grow a human body exactly like you, you only need to extract his eyes. What do you think of this deal? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Mori, an idea he had thought about for a long time. In his cloning experiment, he can clone almost everything, even the Sharingan. Of course, he hasn't tried Kaleidoscope Sharingan yet, and he doesn't know what the result will be, but he feels that it must be successful. No matter how special the Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is, can it be more special than mutant cells? Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, he didn't expect Orochimaru to make such a deal. No problem, then I'll wait for the good news of your death. Chapter 96. Just like before, Shortly after Uchiha Sen left the Orochimaru base, he heard that Uchiha Sasuke had betrayed Orochimaru and formed the Eagle Squad to track down Uchiha Itachimaru's whereabouts. In Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he killed Orochimaru, which means that he also has the strength to kill Uchiha Itachi. It's just a pity that in the end, Sasuke Uchiha is still a child who doesn't understand anything. Therefore, Uchiha Sen came directly to the southern base of the Great Snake Pill, randomly found a person with a spell seal, and directly knocked him unconscious. According to the technique given to him by the Big Snake Pill, Uchiha Sen successfully resurrected the Big Snake Pill from this experimental subject. Oh? Mori-kun? Looks like I've died once, haven't I? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Mori's appearance and instantly understood his situation. It seems that he planned everything before sealing part of his spirit on the experimental subject. Hi. Now that you're resurrected, what are you going to do next? Uchiha asked. Orochimaru smiled, twisted his head, moved his muscles and bones, and looked at the cell inside. There were still many people in the cell, some of whom carried spell marks and some of whom did not. Mori-kun, wait for me for a while, I have something very important to do. After that, the Big Snake Pill entered the dark cell, and soon there was a scream from inside. Those who were planted with the spell seal died one after another in the hands of the Big Snake Pill, and the spiritual power of the Big Snake Pill was also increasing little by little as visible to the naked eye. It can be said that the Great Snake Pill splits its spiritual body into countless parts, and then seals it to each person separately. After he is resurrected, he will devour other spell marks and slowly increase his spiritual power. This not only quickly regained his strength, but also prevented Uchiha Sen from using this technique to resummon a large snake pill. It's just that what Orochimaru doesn't know is that if Uchiha Sen wants to control him, it is simply easy. When the Great Snake Pill was just summoned, that one with weak spiritual strength was not even as good as an ordinary shinobi, and Uchiha Sen could control him at will. It's just that Uchiha Sen thinks that it is useless. It is better to let Orochimaru use his imagination, maybe he can discover something more interesting. After half an hour or so, the Big Snake Pill finally finished all this, and his body was also stained with a little blood. Okay, I've solved the problem, now I'm going to perform the rebirth technique. After the reincarnation technique, I will prepare a clone for Mori-kun, and Sen-kun only needs to give me a hair. Saying that, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sen, as if he was looking forward to Uchiha Sen's actions. Uchiha Sen didn't say much, took out a handful of kunao, cut off one of his hair, and handed it to Orochimaru. Uchiha Mori's hair has some residual force, which cannot be copied from the hair, nor can it be inherited a second time. Meaning, if the first gene is. Although the Big Snake Pill seems to have a good relationship with Uchiha Sen, there are some things that Uchiha Sen still has to guard against the Big Snake Pill in case something goes wrong. Taking Uchiha Mori's hair, Orochimaru placed it very carefully in a petri dish and then put it in a refrigerator. Although the Big Snake Pill knew that he had been resurrected, this body was too weak. There is no chakra eye, no wooden cell, just the most ordinary body, the most strength of the endurance. Therefore, the Big Snake Pill can't wait to be reborn into that body now. Sen-kun, when the clone is completed, I will contact you personally, and we'll see you then. Now I have a little urgent matter to deal with, so I will leave first, and we will meet again in a while. Saying that, the Big Snake Pill slowly dissolved into the dirt, and finally disappeared. Uchiha Sen smiled, this world is getting more and more interesting, if the Big Snake Pill really researched this, I'm afraid this world will really set off a huge wave. Therefore, Uchiha Sen really wants to see what kind of changes will happen to this world. 4 days have passed since the resurrection of the Great Snake Pill, and during these 4 days, Uchiha Mori has been following the movement and intelligence of the seven-tailed human pillar force, preparing for the next action. It's just that what surprised Uchiha Sen was that Uchiha Sasuke actually came to the door. Just when Uchiha Sen and Ju were rushing in the wild, they didn't expect to be blocked by Uchiha Sasuke. When Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of Uchiha Sen, no one could imagine the weird expression on Uchiha Sen's face. According to Uchiha Sasuke's current thoughts, he definitely wants to probe Uchiha Itachi's intelligence, and in the plot he went to find Deidara, but now, Uchiha Sasuke has found Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sasuke went to find Deidara, and Uchiha Sen could understand, because in terms of strength, Deidara's strength was the weakest. But now, Sasuke Uchiha found Uchiha Sen. Absolutely, your intelligence is not secret enough, you were actually squatted. Uchiha Sen looked at Ju. Hey. After all, he is the younger brother of Weasel, and his strength is still not to be underestimated. Jie said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, I need to know the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi, if you don't want to die, just say it quickly. Sasuke Uchiha had a grim expression, wearing a kimono and carrying a knife behind his back, feeling extremely handsome. But what Sasuke Uchiha didn't know was how ridiculous these words he said. Wow, fish, I didn't expect that you would also have a day when you would be threatened, it was really insightful. Baiju couldn't help but say. Uchiha Sen spread his hands, he can't control other people's mouths, others threaten him, isn't that a normal thing? But people who can say such things actually feel a little wrong in their brains. I didn't expect Uchiha's younger brother to be so funny. Uchiha Sen thought for a long time, and finally came up with an adjective to describe Uchiha Sasuke. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke obviously doesn't think so, the three-hook jade chakra eye has appeared in his eyes, and his so-called eagle squat has also made an offensive posture. 4 people against 2 people is superior in numbers, but the battle between ninjas does not depend on numbers to win. I'm not good at fighting, just wait for you in front, remember to solve it earlier, we have to go to the rest. It's not bad to let the little ones know the other side of the world earlier. Chapter 97. Ju's figure slowly dissolved into the ground, and the eyes of the others were all fixed on this Ju, obviously not believing that he would leave this masked man and leave alone. But in fact, this is the case, when he is gone, this masked man does not even mean to keep at all. There are only 2 possibilities for this matter, one is that the masked man himself is very arrogant and thinks that he can deal with the 4 of them alone. Another possibility is that this half-black, half-white man believes in the strength of his teammate Mask and thinks that he can easily kill the 4 of them. Either way, Sasuke Uchiha felt like he was being underestimated. Since defeating Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke felt that his strength was already very strong, and his strength was no worse than that of Uchiha Itachi. And now, there are still people who dare to underestimate him, which makes Sasuke Uchiha a little unbearable. But the purpose of Uchiha Sasuke's coming this time was to find the trace of Uchiha Itachi, so he rarely endured it. I just want to know where Uchiha Itachi is, who exactly you are, and what you want to do has nothing to do with me, as long as you tell me where Uchiha Itachi goes, I will let you leave. Uchiha Sasuke held the knife in one hand and looked at Uchiha Sen with both eyes, as long as it seemed that he had to ask Uchiha Sen to say a location. This location is what Uchiha Sasuke wants, where Uchiha Itachi goes. It seems that not only did Uchiha Itachi not tell you, but even Orochimaru did not tell you, you must hide and go when you encounter me. The big snake pill died at the hands of a little devil like you, it seems that he is really old. Uchiha shook his head with a smile, took out a handful of kunao in his hand, and put his index finger in the ring of kunao, turning kunao. Everyone stared at Uchiha Sen, not knowing why, they all sensed a feeling called danger. Sasuke, be careful, the birds around him have already flown away, and this person on the other side is very scary. After carefully teasing the bird on his shoulder, Shigigo let the bird fly away freely and opened his mouth to remind Sasuke Uchiha. Xiangfos, on the other hand, has been closing his eyes, his hands are imprinted, and he doesn't know what he is doing. It seems that you really want to hide your whereabouts for Itachi. In that case, I will defeat you first, and then use your life to exchange Uchiha Itachi's address. Sasuke Uchiha pulled out the long knife behind his back and held it in his hand. This used to be Orochimaru's most proud ninja tool, the Kusanagi sword. Syllable. The kunao in Uchiha Sen's hand directly stopped turning and stopped in Uchiha Sen's hand. I didn't expect to help Itachi teach him a lesson about this younger brother first. If I kill you at that time, Itachi won't trouble me. After all, you came to find death yourself. Saying that, Uchiha Sen directly threw out Kuwu, and Uchiha Sasuke took the draft pheasant sword and blocked this blow. Ku Wu cut an arc in the sky and fell directly below. And Xiangfo's seemed to be suddenly awakened, and he took 4 or 5 steps back, and his forehead was already full of sweat. "What's wrong, woman, aren't you scared? It seems that you are such a coward." Ghost Lantern Shui Yu, who was carrying a big knife on the side, couldn't help but mock. It's just that Xiangfo's rarely didn't fight with him, but instead looked at Uchiha Sen breathlessly, his eyes full of horror. "Sasuke. He didn't lie. I'll kill us. And the chakra on him. It's horrible. I've never seen such a horrible chakra." Kakato looked at Uchiha Sen in horror. Just now she observed Uchiha Sen with Kagura's heart eyes, but the information that came back made her feel the horror of the world for the first time. It's just that it's already night, and Sasuke Uchiha has already rushed up. Uchiha Sasuke held the knife in his right hand, and a layer of thunder and lightning had appeared on the knife. He obviously heard the words from his teammates, but he still resolutely rushed forward. Although he rushed over, but Uchiha Sasuke is not a fool, he does not intend to hide his strength. He decided to start exerting the strongest strength against Uchiha Sen at the first time. The Kusanagi sword, which was full of thunder and lightning, looked directly at Uchiha Sen's face, but Uchiha Sen didn't even avoid it, and let Uchiha Sasuke cut it down. It's just that what surprised Uchiha Sasuke was that when he was still a short distance away from Uchiha Sen's face, his knife stopped as if it had hit some hard object. No matter how hard Sasuke Uchiha tried, the knife could not advance a penny. "Is that all you have to do with that power? Can't even hurt my fur, do you want to kill me?" Uchiha Sen stretched out his hand, moved slightly, and Uchiha Sasuke was directly ejected. Shikigo jumped directly and came to the back of Uchiha Sasuke, wanting to catch Uchiha Sasuke, but I don't know why, this impact was greater than he thought. Not only did he not catch Sasuke Uchiha, but he was even ejected with Sasuke Uchiha. The bodies of the two people directly cut a deep ravine on the ground, and it was not until a long distance that the bodies of the two people stopped. Ghost Lantern Shuya secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. This was the first time he saw Uchiha Sasuke defeated without fighting back at all, and even before that person made a move, Uchiha Sasuke flew out. "What about you? Do you want to try it with me too?" Uchiha Sen looked at Ghost Lantern Mizuki. However, Ghost Lantern Shuya was not as intimidating as he appeared, but instead pulled out a decapitating knife from behind and slashed directly towards Uchiha Sen. Only this time, his speed is not even comparable to Sasuke Uchiha. Shui Shui Duan. The art of water and bullets. While running, Ghost Lantern Mizuki released a ninjutsu, only to see that he spit out one thing after another similar to a water cannonball, sharing the essence of Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly, raised his right hand, and the ground directly lifted apart, blocking the water bomb. And the ghost lamp Shuya took advantage of the ground to block his figure, came directly to Uchiha Sen's back, and slashed down towards Uchiha Sen's back. This time, something that made Ghost Lantern Mizuki even more frightened happened, and the big knife actually passed through Uchiha Sen's body. But due to inertia, Ghost Lantern Shuya's body couldn't help but lean forward until the entire big knife passed through Uchiha Sen's body, but Uchiha Sen's left hand was already placed on Ghost Lantern Shuya's neck. The ghost lamp Mizuki was suddenly lifted up by Uchiha Sen and held above his head. "Why, you have been shouting for so long to kill me, are you doing this now?" Chapter 98. The ghost lamp water moon in Uchiha Sen's hand gradually turned into a water body, and his body once again appeared in the position just now. Shui Shui Duan. The art of water dragon bullets. Just now, Uchiha Sen lifted part of the ground and blocked the water cannonball of the ghost lamp water moon. So it was at that time that the water body used by Ghost Lantern Shui Yu attacked Uchiha Sen. Is it the water body at that time? It seems that it is still a bit brainy, but is this kind of trick really useful to me? Uchiha Sen glanced at the roaring water dragon, raised his right hand, and spread his 5 fingers to face the huge water dragon. The next second, the water dragon exploded directly. That's right, it was from the place of the head, the water dragon exploded directly. The ghost lamp Shuya standing under the water dragon obviously did not think of this, but at this time, he was no longer allowed to think. Uchiha Sen has rushed up. Bang! Uchiha Sen kicked Ghost Lantern Mizuki's chest, but Ghost Lantern Mizuki raised the decapitation knife and blocked it in front of his chest, which was regarded as blocking the blow. But Yuli let the decapitation knife collide with Ghost Lantern Shuya's chest, and Ghost Lantern Shuya directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Sen stepped forward again, grabbed Ghost Lantern Shuya's left wrist, and then squeezed hard. Ghost Lantern Shuya subconsciously released the decapitation knife because of the pain. But the next second, Uchiha Sen kicked him in the chest again, kicking him out. Fire! Long Yan's art of singing. This technique Uchiha Sen has been very proficient, and the seal has been simplified to 4 by Uchiha Sen. After the 4 seals were over, 4 huge fire dragons rushed directly towards the Ghost Lantern Water Moon, and the Ghost Lantern Water Moon was still flying in the air at the moment, and there was nowhere to borrow power. So helplessly, he only used the hydration technique and fell into the water on the ground. Uchiha Sen smiled, and in the eyes full of doubts in the ghost lamp Shuiyu, a cloud of thunder appeared in Uchiha Sen's hand. Raiden was directly led into the water by Uchiha Sen. Ah! With a scream, the body of the ghost lamp Shuiyu gradually appeared on the surface of the water, but because of the thunder, symptoms such as paralysis of the whole body had appeared. So half of his body is the body of a normal person, and half is still in the water and cannot be healed. This man! How could I know the weakness of my hydration technique, and who is he? Ghost Lantern Shuiyu looked at Uchiha Sen in front of him, and his heart was shocked, because few people knew how to crack the hydration technique. But the Uchiha Sen in front of him, even the first time did not hesitate at all, he directly found the flaw. Do you think it's why I can wear your weakness in hydration so easily? Uchiha said with a faint smile. Ghost Lantern Shuiyu was slightly stunned. Can this masked man read minds? Why is it known so clearly? Don't worry, maybe I use it, but I don't necessarily use it every time. Uchiha Mori's tone was gentle. But Ghost Lantern Shuiyu's heart clicked, completely unable to believe that Uchiha Sen guessed what he was thinking twice in a row. Even this time, the tone was very ambiguous, making people unable to believe his answer. In this world, no one has ever dared to say that they can read minds, and no one has ever shown this talent. But today, Ghost Lantern Shuiyu seems to have seen a monster. He is not only powerful, but even knows what the other party is thinking. Before I met you, I once met a ninja in the village of Mist. His name is Ghost Lantern Kagetsu. He is also good at hydration, even better than you. But it's a pity that when he fought against me, he used the hydration technique, but he was thundered by me. Broken heart, lost life. And now, as another member of the Ghost Lantern clan, are you going to be crushed by me with thunder? Uchiha Sen looked at the ghost lamp Shuiyu with a smile, although his tone was very gentle, but it was like a fierce wind blowing in 3 or 9 days, which made people feel cold. Before Ghost Lantern Mizuki could answer, 2 people appeared behind him again, Uchiha Sasuke and Pet, and the 2 rushed up together. A cloud of thunder light appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's left hand, which can be regarded as Uchiha Sasuke's masterpiece, Chidori. And Shikigo's face was already full of spell marks, and it seemed that the first stage of transformation had been opened, and an immortal chakra could be faintly felt around. Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the head of the ghost lamp Mizuki, and the ghost lamp Mizuki turned into water again, but it made Uchiha Sasuke's body soar into the air and rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen. By inertia, Sasuke Uchiha's speed has increased by more than Issei, and the ground is Shikigo attacking. Uchiha Sen looked at the movements of the 2 people, and his eyes directly turned into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. For such a long time, Uchiha Sen has not used a kaleidoscope to right wheel eyes, and this time Uchiha Sen wants to try it. Sasuke Uchiha has already rushed over, and the Chidori target in his right hand is exactly Uchiha Sen's face. The kaleidoscope in Uchiha Mori's left eye turned slightly, and Shikigo's movements, which were still running at full speed, began to slow down a little. There was a very funny phenomenon on the scene. Everyone else was doing it at a normal speed, but only Shikigo, the whole person seemed to be slowed down tenfold. The action that could have been done in 1 second now takes 10 seconds to complete, and the whole person's performance is very weird. Watch out Sasuke. His technique is very weird and can slow down people. Xiang Foes shouted. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha has also discovered the strangeness of Shikigo, but he has no way to retreat, he can only strengthen the Chidori in his hand, ready to resist. Sasuke. Be careful, this person may be immune to physical attacks. Attacks will pass through his body. At this time, the ghost lamp water moon appeared in the water, and it seemed that the paralysis of the body had eased a lot. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes, he never thought that this person was so tricky. However, Sasuke Uchiha has no way back, and Chidori is about to hit this man's mask in front of him. It's just that in the next second, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly found that the Chidori on his left hand had strangely disappeared. That's right, without warning, like Uchiha Sasuke disappeared completely without chakra supply. But Sasuke Uchiha was sure that his chakra was intact. Then this matter is a little weird. Because of the disappearance of Chidori, Sasuke Uchiha was ready to pass through Uchiha Sen's body, but surprisingly, Uchiha Sasuke actually touched Uchiha Sen's mask. Subconsciously, Sasuke Uchiha lifted the mask. Chapter 99. Uchiha Sasuke was kicked away again, only this time his attention was not on his injury at all, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the person in front of him. This should be a bonus, because in this battle, Uchiha Sasuke feels very familiar. The person in front of him was very similar to someone that Uchiha Sasuke was very familiar with, but this person, Uchiha Sasuke could not determine who he really was. So just now, Sasuke Uchiha took off his mask. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Sasuke. Uchiha Sen showed a very familiar smile, but what he knew was that his face at the moment was definitely not his own face, but a face that Uchiha Sasuke thought about day and night. Uchiha Itake. Weasel. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect you to be fooling me all the time. Wow. Before Uchiha Sasuke finished saying this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. My stupid brother, I didn't expect that after so long, you would still be so stupid. How can you beat me when you are so weak? Uchiha Sen's voice also became Uchiha Weasel's voice, and his behavior and demeanor were exactly the same. Uchiha Sasuke gasped slightly, he didn't know when a wound appeared in his abdomen, the wound was deep, and his lungs were shaken. However, now that these injuries don't matter, Sasuke Uchiha just wants revenge. Uchiha Sasuke made a mark on his hands, and two huge darts immediately appeared on his wrist, and Uchiha Sasuke took the dart in his hand and threw it directly at Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled, raised his right hand, and the two darts immediately bounced into the sky as if they had hit something. And it was precisely at this that the two huge darts directly turned into Uchiha Sasuke, and the two shadow doppelgangers both held 3 kunao in their hands. There were explosion talismans hanging at the end of Kuwu, and the two shadow doppelgangers directly threw Kuwu towards Uchiha Sen, but before he could wait in front of Uchiha Sen, the detonation talisman couldn't help but explode. As soon as the detonation charm exploded, it was not a fire, but a burst of purple smoke. Smoke bombs! Uchiha Sen's eyes quickly observed the surroundings, and his body flew directly up and flew in midair. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was running towards that cloud of smoke, and when he saw Uchiha Sen fly out, he braked sharply, and immediately spit out a flame in his mouth. Fire! The art of dragon fire! This technique is used by 3 shadow doppelgangers, and the 3 fire dragons directly attack Uchiha Sen in mid-air, but this speed attack has no effect on Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen quickly flashed these fire dragons, and his body also fell to the ground, and Uchiha Sasuke once again pulled out the grass pheasant sword with his right hand and rushed towards Uchiha Sen. The two people flashed in the battle, 1 attack and 1 defense, and the scene looked very harmonious. Uchiha Sasuke was also immersed in the battle, he felt that this was the best chance to kill Uchiha Itachi, but what he didn't notice was that it seemed to be happening all around. His teammates didn't know where to go, and the wind around him stopped, but Uchiha Sasuke no longer cared about this at the moment, he just wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi in front of him. On the other side, the other 3 members of the Eagle Squad looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a strange look, because at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was like a fool, slashing in place. And there is a look between the moves, as if someone is really dodging, he is attacking, and the scene is very hot. But what the ghost lamp Mizutsuki and the others saw was true, only Uchiha Sasuke was alone wielding the Kusanagi sword in place. Since being kicked back by Uchiha Sen, Sasuke Uchiha has become like this. Sasuke he. It can't be an illusion, right? Ghost Lantern Shuyu asked with some uncertainty. I think it's unlikely. Sasuke has the Sharingan. The Sharingan is naturally restrained from illusions, no matter how strong the person on the other side is, it shouldn't be like this, right? Could it be that the masked man on the other side can't even see through the magic he casts? Shigigo was also a little unconvinced. Uchiha Sen, who was standing opposite, looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some interest, and at that moment just now, Uchiha Sen not only erased Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori with the pupil technique of his left eye. He will also release an illusion towards Uchiha Sasuke, and the illusion triggers the condition that Uchiha Sasuke's hand touches Uchiha Sen's mask. And when Sasuke Uchiha touched the mask on Uchiha Sen's face, the illusion was completely triggered. Although Uchiha Sen is not very proficient in illusion, he still has a kaleidoscope chakra eye, coupled with the spiritual power of the phoenix, which is still very strong. Hey! With this bit of strength, do you also want to kill Uchiha Itachi? It seems really boring. Forget it, since I promised Uchiha to hand you over to him, then I'll give you a small punishment. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's hands began to make prints, which were very complicated. When they saw that Uchiha Sen began to seal up, the three members of the Eagle Squad immediately surrounded Uchiha Sasuke, but Uchiha Sasuke still wielded the Kusanagi sword, and they did not dare to get too close. Kakashi stood behind Uchiha Sasuke, concentrated the chakra in his body, and directly pointed at the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Sasuke! It's magic! Wake up quickly! Sasuke Uchiha in the fantasy suddenly stumbled, and in his eyes, the surrounding environment began to become empty. Even Uchiha Itachi, who had fought with him for so long, his body was a little weak. What's going on? What happened to my body? Uchiha Sasuke covered his right eye, and suddenly there was the sound of fragrant phosphorus in his ears. Sasuke! It's magic! Wake up quickly! Magic! When Sasuke Uchiha heard this term, the surrounding environment immediately changed drastically, and he woke up at once. When he woke up, everyone else was standing by his side. What happened? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head hurt a little. Sasuke! You finally woke up, just now you fell into the illusion, I put you. Don't say it, look, we may. It's going to die. Ghost Lantern Shuyu interrupted Xiong Fa's words at once, because on the opposite side, he saw a scene that he had never seen in his life. Uchiha Sen raised his hands to the sides, and behind him were the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes of water, fire, thunder, and terror. Hose. Dragon. Thunder Dragon. Wind Dragon. Earth Dragon. The dragon formed by the 5 chakra attributes began to roar in unison. Chapter 100. The 5 dragons roared together, and the 5 attributes were compatible, but in Uchiha Mori's hands, these 5 attributes were like children. These 5 chakra attribute dragons are standing behind Uchiha Sen. As long as Uchiha Sen gives an order, they will directly rush up and kill Uchiha Sasuke them. How can it be? In this world, there are really 5 chakra attributes, all. Are they proficient in people? Ghost Lantern Shuya couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and Xiangfo standing next to him was already full of horror. Zor! Sasuke, among these 5 attributes, the chakra contained is too terrifying, at least it is also S-level ninjutsu. Kagura's heart eye observed the amount of chakra in ninjutsu for the first time, and if planned in this way, I am afraid that no defense can resist this move. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the masked man standing in midair with both eyes, and he was unwilling in his heart. For such a long time, since he opened the Sangu Jade riding wheel eye and used it skillfully, he had never been hit by illusion again. What's more, illusion is also a weapon used by Sasuke Uchiha to deal with enemies in many cases. But today, he who has the Sharingan eye has actually fallen for illusion, and it is an illusion that he is not aware of. If it weren't for Kakamai's help him unlock the illusion, I'm afraid Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't know that he had fallen for the illusion until now. Abominable! Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but shout. Who am I? Actually, it has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with Uchiha Itachi. Your target for revenge is Uchiha Itachi. He killed the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only you. Do you want me to say that Uchiha is a fool, leaving you to avenge the whole clan? Did he die himself? Uchiha Sen's tone was very strange, but listening to Uchiha Sasuke's ears, it seemed to be mocking. The life of mocking Uchiha Sasuke was deliberately left by Uchiha Itachi, and even Uchiha Itachi never put Uchiha Sasuke in his eyes. I have to say that adolescent children really think a lot, and such a simple sentence as Uchiha Sen was interpreted by Uchiha Sasuke to mean this way, which is also powerful. I know you're very unconvinced, you think you're already so strong, why can't you beat me? In other words, your target has always been Uchiha Itachi, but you never knew what Uchiha Itachi did. Uchiha Sen shook his head regretfully, because compared to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke was even more unreasonable. Although in Uchiha Sen's heart, he has always felt that Uchiha Itachi is an idiot, but he is a smart idiot. But Sasuke Uchiha is a child who is really kept in the dark and never knows the truth. From being deceived by Uchiha at the beginning, to later killing Uchiha Itachi, but being deceived by Uchiha with soil, and then not even knowing the truth later, clinging to what he believes. In the end, you must fight Naruto Uzumaki, and finally lose your left hand. Seriously, if this is Uchiha Sen's younger brother, Uchiha would not know his own mother who had already beaten. What do you, who doesn't understand anything, know? You people say high-flying things every day, but you don't know that everything is my experience. You are just weak people who watch coldly. I don't know why, Uchiha Sasuke immediately exploded like a barrel of explosives that had been ignited. Uchiha Sen looked at him lightly, and didn't say a word, just felt that he didn't need to talk to a rebellious child. Forget it, originally you and I are not all the way, so I'll teach you a lesson for the ferrets. After speaking, Uchiha Sen waved his right hand lightly, and 5 dragons roared and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke and those people. Several people's expressions suddenly changed, Shigego's hands quickly froze, and earthen walls began to rise on the ground, and these earthen walls were blessed by the force of nature, and their strength was stronger than ordinary earth flow walls. And even so, these earthen walls only blocked the 5 dragons for less than 2 seconds, and the ghost lamp water moon also froze, casting a series of water array walls. It's just that his water array wall is much weaker than the earth flow wall of the heavy Wu. Seeing that 5 dragons are about to attack them. Bang! Just listening to a huge explosion, the earth began to shake for a long time, and the surrounding area was full of sand and dust. Uchiha Sen's face was unhappy, because at that moment, he felt a trace of spatial fluctuation information. Psychic? Transferred to the Earth Dragon Cave using psychic techniques. Uchiha Sen glanced at the place where Uchiha Sasuke was standing, and now there is only a dead white snake left. It seems that this white snake should replace their death. Wow, it's such a battle, is Itachi's younger brother so strong now? The absolute figure rose from the ground again, and when he heard the explosion here, he rushed over. No, the strength of the weasel's younger brother can only be regarded as average, but now that the ferret is riddled with diseases, I'm afraid I can't beat him. Be prepared and be prepared to sacrifice people in the organization. Uchiha Sen glanced at Ju. This kind of thing must have already had an idea, and there was no need for Uchiha Sen to remind him. It does seem a bit tricky, but Madara has already figured out how to deal with it. He still calls Uchiha Obito Madara, but Uchiha Sen doesn't want to debunk him. After all, this little secret, how could Uchiha Sen not know? According to the plot, once Uchiha Itachi is killed by Uchiha Sasuke, then Uchiha Sasuke is Uchiha Obito's spare tire. Using and being used again, Sasuke Uchiha vividly shows what it is called, IQ is suppressed. No matter what, no matter who said it, as long as it was to tell a story to Sasuke Uchiha, then Sasuke Uchiha would listen. This kind of thug with a bad brain is really difficult to encounter. Forget it, this has nothing to do with us, I'm going out alone next, you go to collect intelligence first. If something happens, you can look for me again then. After speaking, Uchiha Sen's figure disappeared directly in place. He was stunned, he didn't expect Uchiha Sen to go so fast, but when he reacted, Uchiha Sen really left. This Uchiha Sen. What exactly to do? Why does it feel like he's been weird lately, as if something has happened? No one heard the muttering, but Uchiha Mori came to a place he knew so well. Konoha Village. Chapter 101. When Uchiha Mori walked on the streets of Konoha Village, a more or less different emotion appeared in his heart. Uchiha Sen has lived here for 12 years, and this is his second home. It's just that this second hometown did not leave him with any good impressions, on the contrary, all of them were bad impressions. The village of Konoha here, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hinata, has lost the invincible momentum of the Senjukuma and Uchiha periods, and more are only intrigues and tricks. From the second generation of Hokage Senjima, the village of Konoha began to split, isolating the Uchiha clan. And when the third generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Chopper was here, the Uchiha clan, which was one of the merits of establishing the village, was actually exterminated, and it was allowed to be destroyed by people outside the village, and then pushed to Uchiha Itachi. Not everyone is Uchiha Sasuke, as long as someone with a brain knows, how can Uchiha Itachi alone kill the entire Uchiha clan? Even if the Uchiha Itachi has that kind of invincible strength, then it's always okay for the Uchiha clan to send someone out and shout, right? In the end, for a whole night, without a sound at all, and without even alarming anyone, the Uchiha Weasel destroyed the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't that Uchiha Weasel's strength kill whoever he wants? In this world, there are many fools, but there are also many smart people, but it just so happens that Sasuke Uchiha is a fool. Although he is the biological brother of a mother, in terms of IQ, Uchiha Itachi is undoubtedly equal to 2 Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Konoha Village is still very lively, and the Konoha Village run by Senju Tsunade looks no different from the Ape Flying Sun. But on the street, Uchiha Mori still met several acquaintances. The group led by Sunset Hong, Hinata, Inyazuka Yacht and Shino the Oil Girl. Looking at their attire, they should have all been upgraded to Zhong Shinobi, and the Sunset Red standing between them, his lower abdomen has slightly bulged. It seems that she should have been pregnant with the child of Ape Fei Asma. Teacher Hong, don't worry, although the people in the Xiao organization are strong, Teacher Asma is not a vegetarian. Especially Shikamaru and them, don't worry, Asma-sensei, they will definitely come back. The three of them seemed to be persuading Sunset Red about something, but Uchiha Sen didn't want to entangle with them more, so he directly found a ball shop and sat in. Uchiha Sen ordered 2 strings of balls and sat right in the shop. He had contacted the spy lurking in Konoha. Of course, this spy is not Uchiha Sen's spy, but the person left by the big snake pill. This time Uchiha Sen came and specially asked the big snake pill for an internal response. It's just that what surprised Uchiha Sen a little was that the people from the Sunset Red group also walked in and sat not far from Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled. He did not deliberately cover up the smell on his body, but he did not expect to be tracked. Akamaru, is that the person you were talking about? In the seat, Inyazuka whispered to Akama, only listening to Akamaru's woof twice, affirming Inyazuka's question. Inyazuka looked at Hinata nodded, and then made a seal. White eyes. I saw a burst of blue tendons erupt next to Hinata's eyes, and in her vision, all the surroundings turned black and white. And Hinata also looked at Uki. When she looked at Uchiha Mori, Uchiha Sen happened to look at her too, but Hinata couldn't see through his mask at all, and couldn't determine who he really was. But, strangely, Hinata saw a smile. Bang! I don't know why, Hinata froze in place all of a sudden, her small mouth was slightly open, and she didn't know what was wrong. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Who the hell is that person? Inyazuka shook Hinata. Don't touch her, she has fallen for illusion, leave it to me. Saying that, Sunset Red made a seal, and the chakra on his body began to erupt, helping Hinata unlock the illusion. I was What's wrong? Hinata was a little confused. You just hit the illusion, Teacher Hong helped you unravel it. What did you see just now? Who is that person? Inyazuka asked impatiently. I couldn't see his face, and the mask seemed to block out the probing of my eyes. Hinata whispered. Who the hell is he, and why does Akamaru say that he has a very familiar smell that even Hinata can't see through his mask? Who the hell is he? Inyazuka looked at the position just now with some disbelief, but the masked man in front of him had already disappeared. Not good. Can't let him escape. Let's go chase. Teacher Hong, you better go and report to Naruto-sama, after all, you are pregnant and not suitable for fighting. The current Inyazuka is already the captain of the squad, so the things considered are very comprehensive. Sunset Red did not hesitate, nodded towards Inyazuka, then left his seat and walked towards the Hokage's office. Hinata, search for his location with your white eyes. Shino, did your bugs keep up with him? Inyazuka asked. No, the bugs seem to be afraid of him, so they dare not approach him. Shino the oil girl held up her glasses. It's okay, Akamaru, do you remember his scent? Inyazuka touched Akamaru's head. Woof. Akamaru replied. Good. Our first mission is to track him down and hold him down, don't fight him, wait for support. The strength of the opponent cannot be evaluated for the time being, but from the point of view, this person's strength is definitely not weak, so we must not be careless. Next, let's go. Let's go chase. Saying that, Inyazuka stood up directly and rushed out with Hinata and Shino the oil girl. On the other side, Sunset Red also arrived at the Hokage office, and because of her identity as a shinobu, she met the 5th generation Hokage Senjutsunade for the first time. After Sunset Red explained what they had discovered, Senjutsunade attached great importance to it. Most of the people in the village were now outside, and there were only a few top combat powers. So if there is an enemy invasion at this time, the consequences are somewhat unimaginable. Mute. Go inform Kakashi and Akai, go to support Tooth's squad, and find out the identity of that person. Kin make a Zongnan with white eyes instantly illusion, this person's strength is definitely not simple, and it is even very likely to be that man. So no matter what, be sure to ask his purpose to prevent him from having any thoughts about Konoha. Other. Catch him. Chapter 102. After leaving the Mariko shop, Uchiha Mori came to a very familiar place, which was once a garbage dump in Konoha Village and is still a garbage dump. It's just that the hut next to the garbage dump has long been bulldozed, and the small mound that was originally left is still there. Uchiha Sen walked to the side of the mound, pulled out the weeds on it little by little, and then his mind moved, the stones on the small mound began to fall, and fine sand began to be placed on it. Old boy, I haven't seen you for so many years, you won't forget who I am, right? But after so many years, everything has become a defector, and those who killed you in the first place have probably already returned to the hell. This time, in addition to looking at you, I want to avenge myself, at least Shimura Danzo is like this. Uchiha Sen sat alone on a stone, looking at the place where Lao Bai was buried, and he talked to himself. To be honest, he once thought about resurrecting Lao Bai, but after thinking about it, he finally forgot it. In this world, he has no worries, the only concern is Lao Bai. I am afraid that he has a new life. Perhaps reincarnated and reborn, found a new owner, the new owner is very pampered by it, can give it the end, a stable life. Uchiha Sen didn't want to disturb Lao Bai's life anymore, and he didn't want to leave any other concerns in this world. Uchiha Sen felt good alone. But I can't accompany you more, someone is coming after you, I can't let them disturb your quiet life. So I don't know when the next meeting will be, goodbye. Saying that, Uchiha Mori stood up and glanced in the direction of the road, and the 3 Inyazuka had already chased after him. Uchiha Sen jumped directly onto a tree, and the figure flew directly in the direction of the back mountain. Parker, can you track the smell of Inyazuka or anyone else? On the other side, Kiki Kakashi had just summoned Parker, the ninja dog, to look for the smell of Inyazuka teeth. Ah, it's Kakashi, I did smell Inyazuka's teeth, he is moving fast now, towards the back mountain of Konoha Village. Parker said. Okay, then you show us the way, we're going to support them. Hearing this, Kiki Kakashi temporarily put down his heart, because he was moving, indicating that a battle had not broken out yet. So, Kiki Kakashi and Matkai glanced at each other, and then Parker jumped directly onto Kiki Kakashi's shoulder, and the two of them ran directly to the back mountain of Konoha Village. After all, these two people are upper shinobi, faster than Inyazuka in terms of speed, although the distance is a little far, but the distance between the two sides is getting shorter a little. Kakashi, I seem to smell another familiar smell. Inyazuka is in a squad to pursue the enemy, and Hinata and Oil Girl Shino are two Naka shinobi. If you smell a familiar smell, it is normal. Kakashi didn't go anywhere else, and Parker's next words surprised him. No, I said familiar, not the two people you said, that smell, I once met. At that time, it seems that some time ago, when you were chasing Wind Shadow, you once fought with that person. Parker's words almost caused Kakashi to crash into a tree. When chasing Wind Shadow, I fought that person. Kiki Kakashi could only think of two people, one was the yellow-haired exploding boy, and the other was the masked man wearing a black and white mask. Parker, are you talking about the masked man, or the yellow-haired man? If it was Deidara, it would be very easy to defeat Kakashi and Matkai's strength for him. But if it's the masked man, I'm afraid Kakashi Kiki will have to weigh it more. After all, now they have no intelligence about that person, they only know that the person's code name is Muyo, and they don't even know his real name, which village, and how old he is. I can't tell now, I just have a vague impression, but there are so many smells around. Parker shook his head, because the smell was so great that he couldn't be sure who it was. It's just that in Kiki Kakashi's heart, I don't know why I have a feeling that that person is definitely a masked man. Now we're going to speed things up. Opponents are not easy to deal with. Kakashi's expression was very serious, and he even directly opened his Sharingan eye. It's just that Matkai gave a thumbs up to Kakashi, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this smile, I don't know why, Kiki Kakashi's nervous mood just now suddenly dissipated. Although it relaxed a lot, the speed under the feet of the two people became faster. Kakashi Kiki is very worried about the situation of the group in front, don't go against that masked man. Kakashi, they seem to have slowed down, as if there is a situation. The two men chased for a while, and Parker moved his nose and noticed that something was wrong. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and the movements under his feet couldn't help but speed up a little, and faintly, a trace of thunder attribute chakra could be seen appearing on his legs. Millions. Don't die. What's wrong, Akamaru? Inyazuka's squad, which was originally in pursuit, suddenly slowed down, and Akamaru stopped in a large clearing and began to roar. What? Does the smell disappear here? Inyazuka was surprised. Akamaru barked twice, answering Inyazuka's question. Abominable. Did he run? Inyazuka gritted his teeth reluctantly. After chasing for so long, it is the most humiliating thing to let the target escape, there is no one. But soon, a voice reached their ears. Ah! It turned out to be you, I didn't expect that I waited so long, and I actually waited for you people. This voice immediately made Inyazuka turn his head and find a figure sitting on a tree, looking very pleasant. The white eyes of the Hyuga family, the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka family, and bugs in the oil woman's house. Uchiha Sen opened his right hand, and two bugs appeared in his hand, but they were already corpses. The clan that Konoha is the best at pursuing, I didn't expect to appear in front of me together, it seems that there will be support soon, right? Uchiha said with a smile. What the hell are you? Why did you come to Konoha Village? Inyazuka yelled. When I came to Konoha Village, naturally there are things I have to do, and I don't have to report it to you. If I have to say 1, 2, 3, 4, then I may have come for revenge. Chapter 103. Revenge? When Uchiha Sen said these two words, the faces of the three Inyazuka changed faces. Things are not complicated, they can even be regarded as simple and clear, and they analyzed the results in the first place. The person who can come to Konoha Village to take revenge is at least a person who has a deep hatred with Konoha Village, and more importantly, this person has a strong confidence in his own strength. Being able to come in through the doorway means that he has deceived Konoha's gatekeepers, and as for coming in from somewhere else, it is unlikely. Because there are enchantments in other places, if you want to come in from other places, you will definitely trigger the enchantment. It's just that Inyazuka they forgot that there is also a ninjutsu in this world called space ninjutsu. So, did Konoha just send you to stop me? Uchiha Sen looked at the three people in front of him and jumped directly from the tree. Seeing Uchiha Sen's action, the three people naturally made a defensive posture, and also formed a formation. It's a good momentum, but your strength is still too weak. Especially the combat experience. Didn't your teacher tell you that when you attack from behind, you have to attract the enemy's attention head-on? After saying that, Uchiha Sen waved his hand, and immediately behind him came the screams of Inyazuka. The Inyazuka tooth in front of him immediately turned into smoke, and Akamaru also rushed up at the same time. Uchiha Sen smiled, raised his right hand up, and immediately tore several holes in the ground, and Akamaru flew up at the same time. Occult. Spindle art. After Shino finished sealing her hands, a black whirlwind immediately appeared around his body, which were composed of insects and specialized in sucking the parasites of human chakra. The bug rushed directly towards Uchiha Sen like a spindle needle, extremely fast, and the range was large. Wind escape. Storm raid. Uchiha Sen's hands flew together, and the 5 seals ended instantly, and a strong storm immediately spat out from his mouth. The wind directly blew the bugs away, and at this time, Hinata also came to the side of Uchiha Sen. Occult. Jubu double lion fist. 2 blue chakras appeared on Hinata's hands, and the chakra transformed into the shape of 2 lions, and the first palm hit Uchiha Sen's abdomen, but was dodged by Uchiha Sen. Then before it was over, Hinata turned directly and reflexively slapped something. But this palm was directly grabbed by Uchiha Sen's wrist, and then thrown out. At this point, all 3 people's attacks failed, and Uchiha Sen did not even move his position in the first round. Is this your city? It seems that Konoha over the years has probably begun to degenerate. Uchiha Sen's tone was full of emotion, as if he was lamenting that the strength of ninjas is so low now. As a young man, Inyazuka heard this sentence, but he couldn't stand it. Abominable! You dare to underestimate us! Show you my tricks! Akamaru! Inyazuka yelled, and Akamaru immediately appeared on his back, and at the same time turned into the second Inyazuka tooth. Occult. Inyazuka Ryurenhi transformation 2-headed wolf. After a long period of name, with a huge puff of smoke, the figure of Inyazuka on the ground directly disappeared, and changed into a white giant wolf. This wolf is very different from ordinary wolves. In addition to being very large, it also has 2 heads. Next, let you see my special moves. Let's take it. Special move. Tooth Wolf Tooth. With a loud drink, the 2-headed white wolf began to spin rapidly, and soon a huge tornado formed, the surrounding wind began to increase, and the surrounding forest was also blown crooked. It's just that Uchiha Sen stood motionless in place looking at the scene in front of him, and for this move, Uchiha Sen was not afraid at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. For others, this speed is fast enough to not even see where people are, but for Uchiha Sen, this speed is clear under his riding wheel. It's just that Inyazuka did not directly attack Uchiha Sen, but began to circle around Uchiha Sen, and the surrounding earth immediately set off a huge puff of smoke and dust, separating the surroundings. Want to use dust to block my view? Nice plan, Uchiha Sen said lightly. It's just that the chakra eyes of Uchiha Sen's eyes are watching up and down, left and right, and although Inyazuka's move is fast, it is difficult to escape Uchiha Sen's tracking. It's now. Tooth Wolf Tooth. Suddenly, another tornado suddenly appeared on the ground, very close to Uchiha Sen, almost in front of Uchiha Sen. But Uchiha Sen did not panic at all, only to see him stretch out his right hand and block in front of him. Bang! The tooth and wolf tooth just hit Uchiha Sen's hand, no, in other words, not Uchiha Sen's hand, but the energy barrier on Uchiha Sen's hand. Uchiha Sen had the power of a phoenix concentrated on the palm of his hand, directly blocking this attack. Originally, Hinata and Shino the oil girl had some joy on their faces, but seeing this scene, they staged a scene of what is called the smile gradually disappears. Just. Is that the only way? Uchiha Sen's right hand was slightly forced, and the speed of tooth rotation began to slow down, and as Uchiha Sen became harder and harder, the wolf tooth was about to stop slowly. The white two-headed wolves are still big, but their hands are always on top of their heads. Although it was only placed on top of their heads, Inyazuka felt that he could not move anything. Gossip. 32 chapters. Occult. Bug tornado. Hinata rushed to Uchiha Mori's right side, while Shino the oil girl's bug attacked Uchiha Mori's left, and if Uchiha Sen wanted to defend, he had to let go of Inyazuka's teeth. This move is just to get Uchiha Sen to let go of Inyazuka teeth. Because their purpose is only to drag Uchiha Sen and wait for support to arrive, if someone is injured or killed now, the situation will not look good. Uchiha Sen looked at the attacks around him, but a smile appeared on his face. I saw that he didn't even hide at all, or even look. Bang! With a burst of explosions, the first to fly out of the smoke was Hinata. Her injuries were not serious. But Inyazuka was scorned, and I don't know why, these two attacks all hit him. Wow! Inyazuka spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew out, and then broke several large trees. What are you going to do next? I'm really curious. Chapter 104. Uchiha Sen's figure had already disappeared in place, looking unscathed. Hinata, on the other hand, suffered a slight injury, and Inyazuka was more seriously injured and could no longer hold on to fighting. But you've done a good job, at least you've made me move, it's already an improvement. Uchiha Mori took 2 steps forward, and Shino the oil girl and Hinata quickly came to Inyazuka's side and made a defensive gesture. Don't be nervous, if I want to kill you, I can do it at any time, you don't have to struggle. Uchiha Sen stopped and looked at these 3 people. Without the blessing of the protagonist's aura, these people who were at the same time as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were already far behind. Just like Haruno Sakura, just because he was in a group with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he was accepted as an apprentice by Senju Tsunade, and his identity changed suddenly. The 3 people in front of him, of course, except for Hinata, the future crown princess, I am afraid that the luck is not low. You don't want to take another step. Shino the oil girl gulped, his hands forming a strange Indian pattern towards Uchiha Sen. Occult. Worm swamp. The solace of Uchiha Sen's feet suddenly turned into a mud swamp composed of bugs, and in the next second, countless bugs appeared in the worm swamp, instantly engulfing Uchiha Sen. Wormum, together with Uchiha Mori, slowly floated in the air and turned into a ball. Ah! The chakra in Shino Oil's body burst out, and this spherical insect swamp began to compress. 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 Compress again. The spherical worm swamp seems to have been compressed to an extreme, and it can no longer be compressed. Boom! With Shino the oil girl's loud drink, the ball worm swamp that was compressed to the extreme suddenly exploded. The explosion was deafening, and the 3 of them had already stepped back some distance, and Shino the oil girl was already panting. The blow just now had almost used up his chakra. Originally this move did not need so many chakras, but in order to deal enough damage, so he added more chakras. Awesome! It seems that he must have been blown up. Inyazuka's face showed a hint of joy, and Akamaru, who was seriously injured next to him, also screamed twice, but the cry gave people a feeling of weakness. Shino the oil girl gasped, staring at the location of the explosion, unable to be careless until the enemy was confirmed dead. Nope. Not good. The center of the explosion. No one. Looking at Hinata, who had white eyes, gave them a very heavy blow. Good attack, but the gap between you and Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki is really too big. Uchiha Sen looked at these 3 people, and the figure was now in front of them, and their confidence had been defeated by Uchiha Sen. No matter what kind of attack, Uchiha Sen dealt any damage, and it seemed that they were powerless to fight back. What's more, Uchiha Sen is like a monster, and you have no idea where he really is. Okay, I don't want to go on with you anymore. How can I say that it has delayed me for so long? Next I have to solve you and get down to business. Uchiha Sen's body gradually flew into mid-air, and in mid-air, his hands began to seal rapidly. Just use a move that you haven't used before. It's a ride for you. Fire! Fire extinguished. Uchiha Sen's mouth directly spewed out a huge fireball, which was several times larger than Hao's fireball technique, directly encompassing the three of them. What's more, Uchiha Sen didn't use his full strength at all, because there was no so-called limit for this technique. Uchiha used this technique once, when his range reached 50 meters, and more than 20 water ninjas in the Ninja Alliance used water dun to barely resist this attack. Therefore, this technique is based on the amount of chakra entered, to determine the scope of this fire escape. This man. Is it a monster? This level of chakra, this level of fire, who are we facing? Inyazuka's eyes showed despair. The speed of the fireball was very fast, and it came in front of them almost in the blink of an eye, and even Shino the oil girl could only support a thin layer of worm barriers. The hot flames were almost connected to them, and Inyazuka could even feel the temperature of the fireball. Maybe in the next second, they would die here. Therefore, the three of them couldn't help but close their eyes and wait for death to come. But after a few seconds, the pain they imagined did not appear, and even the burning sensation disappeared. Shino raised her head and dispersed that layer of insects, and found that the fireball just now had disappeared. "You finally caught up, it seems that you are really lucky." Kiki Kakashi's voice came from behind them, and the three of Inyazuka quickly looked back, and they saw the incomparably familiar Kiki Kakashi and Matkai at the same time. "Kakashi-sensei! Teacher Kai!" Inyazuka's voice was full of surprise. If it weren't for the arrival of Kakashi Kiki, I'm afraid they would really be dead. When they saw these two people, the boulder in their hearts was put down, and chi brushed with relief.